As others blindly pursue the elusive truth, remember, all things are but illusions. When the thoughts of the masses are shackled by law and morality, bear in mind, all matters are permissible. We toil in darkness, yet serve the light. Assassin A. Minter, I comprehend now. Desire what one does not possess, and let it be as it may. Yano, could you please act like a human being? Assassin A. All things are illusions. All matters are permissible. I am an assassin. Chapter 1. The Eagle in London. Outside the ticket booth at King's Cross Station, a gentleman adorned with a black top hat, clad in a black tailcoat, and grasping a cane, gently raised his hat. He slightly bowed towards a portly constable in a blue uniform. I entrust this matter to you. I believe this reward will suffice to settle my loans from the past 2 months. This is the final time. Windsor, do not dare to think you can extract another child from me. Were it not for that accursed bank, I would never have associated with scum like you. The burly constable appeared quite agitated, panting heavily as he shot a fierce glare at Windsor, turning to stride away towards the opposite side of the station, muttering indistinctly. Windsor slightly lifted his chin, a look of disdain etched upon his features. Foolish vermin, Dale. Remain at the station and patrol slowly until you are old and gray, forever indebted. After murmuring a few soft words, Windsor raised his cane and leisurely approached a carriage beside the station. This carriage was at least double the length of a typical one, with its entrance not on the side, but at the rear, the doors tightly secured with iron chains, from within emanating faint, muffled cries. Ahead of Windsor appeared a gentleman standing at 6 feet tall, with golden hair, adorned with a black hat trimmed in red, and clad in a black leather overcoat with a crimson collar. Draped over his shoulders was a deep gray cape, and the hem of his coat diverged into 3 pointed tails, while his arms bore red metallic bracers, and he grasped an iron cane, its shaft a striking red. The cane's head was fashioned in the likeness of a silver eagle. Windsor could ascertain with certainty that it was crafted from pure silver, his discerning eye unwavering. For reasons unknown, Windsor felt the man's attire resembled that of a sinister vampire, yet he paused not for thought as he advanced to meet him. A black eagle soared across the murky sky, and as Windsor brushed past the gentleman, he looked up towards the heavens. Thud! Windsor's pupils dilated as a gloved hand, clad in gray and white, seized him by the nape, while another hand spread wide behind him. From the bracer beneath his palm, a metal blade plunged deeply into his back. Mr. Windsor, may death bestow upon you tranquility. Rest in peace. Windsor's eyes gradually dimmed, blood seeping slowly from his back as the hand withdrew the hidden blade. Yano wiped the blade clean upon Windsor's back, lifted his fingers, and the blade swiftly retracted into the bracer as he clasped the cane embedded in the earth. Target neutralized. System dispensed the reward. Yano Dorian, the eldest scion of the affluent Dorian family in London, was met with either the scorn of envious citizens when the name Dorian was uttered. Ah, are you referring to that detestable capitalist? His bank has wreaked havoc upon our community. I wish for their family to be expelled from our city. Alternatively, there were those who regarded him with envy. Dorian, the one with the grand stone castle to the south of the city? How enviable. How wonderful it would be if I could marry into the Dorian family. However, this Yano was not of this native realm. His body had been overtaken by the soul from another world. On the last day in his original world, Yano had intended to replay every installment of his beloved game series, Assassin's Creed, but as he launched the game, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his head. He then fainted, and in a haze, it seemed he traversed the life of another, awakening to find himself in the present world as an infant still in need of nourishment. Fortunately, he is blessed with a pair of parents who cherish him deeply, allowing him to grow up healthily and smoothly. However, not long ago, a system unexpectedly manifested in his mind, the assassin system. At present, only the task system within the assassin system has been activated. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that a novice gift pack was bestowed upon Yano. Otherwise, he would lack the confidence to undertake this inaugural task. The novice gift pack includes veteran assassin experience and constitution, legendary assassin set, Dracula with anti-magic attributes, and legendary weapon, Eagle Staff with demonic breaking attributes. Congratulations, host, on completing the D-rank task, the Orphan's Nightmare. You have successfully eliminated the principal figure involved in the illegal trafficking of orphans, Windsor. Rewards: 5 novice assassins and 100 gold coins. Penalty: none. Rewards have been successfully dispatched. Please continue your efforts, host. As the host has successfully recruited an assassin, the Brotherhood system has been activated. As the host has acquired system currency, the first-level marketplace has been unlocked. Yano gazed at the 5 individuals clad in brown trench coats, their heads adorned with hoods and armed with firearms and swords as they appeared around him. With a slight lift of his left hand to adjust his top hat and his right hand holding a staff tucked under his armpit, He smiled and bowed slightly, saying, "Welcome to your presence, gentlemen. Now, please release the poor souls from your vehicle. Otherwise, they shall suffocate. Furthermore, kindly sheath your blades, for we are in an era of peace, and I do not wish to terrify the unfortunate citizens." The 5 novice assassins placed their arms across their chests and bowed slightly, responding, "We shall heed your will, Mentor." Chapter 2. The Orphan's Grievance. With a sharp click, the iron lock of the carriage door sprang open, and the assassin clad in a brown trench coat retracted his hidden blade. Yano stepped forward, fixating his gaze upon the assassin. "Pray tell, what is your name, sir?" The assassin placed a hand on his chest. "I am Eris, Mentor. The one with the knife scar over his eye is Donner. The shortest is Alan. The one without a ring finger is Soros, and the tall one is Sori." Yano raised his cane and approached the carriage door. "Well, Mr. Eris, your lockpicking performance has truly enlightened me. Now, let us liberate these poor souls." With that, Yano lifted his cane, prying open the carriage door. In that instant, a small figure bolted from within, charging towards Yano. He lifted his left hand to halt Eris's movement, sidestepping to evade the collision, but his foot caught on the ground. The figure did not crash into Yano. Instead, it stumbled and fell at his feet. "Do not act rashly, child. I'm not a human trafficker." The child, sprawled on the ground, struggled to rise. Gaunt and emaciated, Yano noted at least 5 ragged holes in the child's clothing, indicating he was an orphan. Once the child steadied himself, he beheld the 5 hooded assassins nearby, and then his gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Windsor sprawled on the ground. The pallor washed over his already ashen face, and he bowed deeply to Yano. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed sir. Please forgive my humble offense. I am willing to pay the price for my actions." Yano regarded the boy, who appeared no older than 10, with astonishment. This was a world driven by monetary value, where the destitute faced relentless cruelty. Orphans, bereft of parents and financial support, endured even harsher fates. Unfortunate ones not only suffered hunger, but risked being captured by traffickers and sold as child laborers, earning meager wages barely enough to stave off starvation. Should illness or injury befall them, their outcomes were grim. Some were cast out from factories to fend for themselves, while others met a far more brutal end: suffocated or burned alive. If an orphan were to inadvertently cross paths with the wealthy, they might find themselves imprisoned within the opulent confines of a mansion, tortured as a means for the affluent to vent their frustrations, yet their lives would be spared. Injuries and ailments would be tended to, only for the torment to resume. Such acts remained unchallenged by law, for in this realm, orphans were devoid of rights. Had the child dashed forth in a bid to evade becoming a child laborer, he likely did not anticipate the presence of 6 individuals, nor that a corpse lay nearby. Yano inhaled deeply. "What is your name, child?" "I am Pierce," the boy mumbled, his head bowed and trembling with unease. "I forgive your impetuousness. You may lift your head now." Pierce released a sigh of relief. "Thank you immensely, gracious sir. May I take my friends and leave this place?" Yano, resting his hands upon his cane, was about to grant permission for Pierce's departure when a chime resonated. Task initiated. Rescue all orphans in London and train them as assassins within the Brotherhood. The system will divide London into 2 regions, upon the successful rescue of orphans in each region. The host will ascend 1 assassin rank and receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Upon liberating all of London, the host shall be rewarded with the title of Master Assassin. Yano paused, moving towards Pierce, placing his left hand on the boy's shoulder, sensing his trepidation as his body trembled. "Do not be anxious, child. Where will you go after you leave?" Pierce averted his gaze, unable to meet Yano's eyes. "I do not know, sir. Perhaps beneath a bridge, or maybe a heap of refuse." Yano gently patted Pierce's head. "Then, Pierce, do you wish to have enough to eat every day?" Pierce's eyes lit up momentarily before he faltered and lowered his gaze once more. "No, sir. I do not wish to." Pierce was astute. Had he been less so, he would have long been ensnared and toiling in a factory. He understood that there were no free lunches in this world, and every meal came at a cost he might not be willing to bear. Yano slowly walked behind Pierce, speaking softly. "Do you not find this world to be exceedingly twisted? The wealthy bask in luxury, while the impoverished struggle for sustenance, some even succumbing to starvation. The cost of a single dinner for the affluent could sustain an ordinary person for an entire year or more. Do you not yearn to alter this distorted reality?" Pierce hesitantly lifted his head. "Change the world? Pardon me, sir, but can the world truly be changed?" Yano stepped back into Pierce's line of sight. "Of course it can, though it is not a simple endeavor. But why not begin by rescuing all the orphans?" Pierce met Yano's gaze directly. "What price must I pay? Who are you, truly?" Pierce regarded Yano, raising his left hand to beckon the 5 assassins behind him, firmly gripping his cane with both hands, while others blindly seek the truth. Remember that all is but an illusion. When others are bound by the law, remember that all is permissible. We operate in darkness, serving the light. The 5 novice assassins stepped forward, crossing their arms over their chests, their hidden blades springing forth with a swift motion. They were assassins. Chapter 3. The Dorian Family. The sky was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any twinkling stars, and even the moon seemed obscured by the city's haze. Clop, clop. A luxurious carriage approached the iron gates of the Dorian estate. The gatekeeper, holding a lantern, approached the entrance. Who goes there? The carriage door opened slowly, and Yano leaped down, striding towards the iron gate. Yuffer, it is I. Open the gate. Yuffer promptly hung the lantern on the gate and retrieved a key from his waist. I sincerely apologize, young Master Yano. I shall open the gate for you at once. As the gate swung open, Yano turned to Eris, who was driving the carriage. Eris, please accompany Mr. Yuffer inside. You and the children shall stay at the estate tonight. I anticipate we shall soon have our own hideout, perhaps a grand castle, possibly by tomorrow or the day after. Yano then entered the estate. Mr. Yuffer, kindly prepare rooms and dinner for my 4 friends and the 11 children. They must be quite famished. Yano approached the grand entrance of the central mansion and knocked on the door. After a brief pause, it swung open to reveal an elderly gentleman sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, dressed in a black tailcoat, adorned with a black bow tie, and wearing white gloves. Welcome home, young Master Yano. Yano stepped inside, handing his cane and removed coat to him. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I believe I could use a steak. I am nearly hungry enough to devour an entire cow. Where's my mother? Wilson accepted the cane and coat. Lady Meisel and Master Megan await you in the drawing room. I believe it would be prudent for you to behave well tonight, as your late return has violated the family S-code, and the lady is quite upset. Yano sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. Thank you for your counsel. I suppose I should go and appease my mother. Wilson winked at Yano. It is my duty. Shall I prepare your steak well done? Yano nodded, making his way to the drawing room. Wilson, what shall I do without you? You're always so considerate. Wilson smiled softly, turning to hang the coat and cane on a rack before entering the kitchen through a nearby door. As Yano reached the drawing room, he beheld Lady Meisel seated on the sofa, delicately holding an exquisite teacup. Her long, lustrous golden hair cascaded down, and she wore her favorite pale pink gown, a vision of elegance and beauty, albeit marred by an outburst of genuine anger. Yano Dorian, would you care to check your pocket watch and see what time it is? Do you believe that now that you are of age, you are exempt from adhering to the Dorian family S-code? I have been sitting here since 8 o'clock waiting for you. Over 3 hours of waiting. As she raged, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. You cannot fathom how worried I was. I dispatched a servant 2 hours ago to find you, and they searched for so long without success. I feared you had met with some calamity. Yano approached Mrs. Meisel, who was weeping, with a look of concern. I am truly sorry, mother. It was my fault, and I swear I shall never act in such a manner again. After much effort in soothing Mrs. Meisel, Yano turned his gaze towards Megan, who sat silently with her head down, her deep golden hair speckled with freckles. Megan, what troubles you? This is not like your usual self. At this hour, you would typically be gleefully shouting, hit him, mother, hit him. You 2 brothers are quite the handful. Mrs. Meisel dabbed at her nose with a handkerchief. Megan has infuriated Abel. He believes our family engages in sordid dealings, exploiting the impoverished citizens. Today, he confronted Abel, tried to convince him to waive all interest on everyone's loans. With that, Mrs. Meisel cast a fierce glare at Megan. Abel was so enraged that his face turned crimson, his hair almost standing on end. I feared he might strike Abel down, so I hurried to intervene. Yano looked intently at Megan. Mother, you ought to rest. Do not jeopardize your lovely visage by staying up late. I shall have a proper conversation with Megan later. After I finish dinner, I will visit father in his study. Chapter 4. Abel Dorian. In a dimly lit room, an oil lamp flickered intermittently, casting shadows. A middle-aged gentleman sat behind an exquisitely carved wooden desk. His golden hair and blue eyes complemented by a golden mustache, epitomizing the quintessential English gentleman. He held a quill pen, his head bowed in concentration over a sheet of paper, engrossed in writing. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded at the door, and the gentleman lifted his head, pausing for a moment. Come in. Yano entered the study, observing his father laboring late into the night. He silently criticized Megan's childish thoughts and actions. Father, he began, but Abel remained silent, setting down the quill and retrieving a cigar from a nearby drawer, lighting it and taking a slow drag. The smoke enveloped Abel, obscuring Yano's view of his father's expression, and the room fell into a hushed silence. After a considerable pause, Abel's voice, deep and resonant, broke the stillness. You have caused your mother much worry this evening. Yano stood before the desk, silent. A servant informed me that you brought some friends home, though they are hardly the most congenial sort, armed with weapons and firearms. Yano lowered his gaze. They're my friends and pose no threat to me or my family. Abel flicked the ash from his cigar. You are now of age, with your own endeavors. I do not wish to dwell on this. But remember not to cause your mother distress. Furthermore, Abel rose, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Yano. Always remember that you are my child. Should you encounter difficulties in your pursuits, rest assured that the Dorian family still wields influence throughout London. Abel then resumed his seat. It is quite late. Typically, you would be nestled in bed, drifting into sweet dreams rather than standing here. Yano offered an awkward smile. Dearest father, I believe I require your assistance at this moment. Our castle has fallen into disrepair, has it not? I propose we repurpose it. Abel's eyes widened in disbelief. Abandoned? Do you have any idea how many pounds I spend annually maintaining that wretched castle? Not to mention the armed servants I must send there to patrol and prevent other citizens from trespassing. Were it not for the fact that this castle is a family heirloom, I would have considered demolishing it. Yano chuckled sheepishly. Ah, you see, since you're already expending so much on maintenance and patrols, why not allow me to utilize it? That way, the pound you spend would not be in vain. Abel sighed heavily. Very well, I shall grant you the castle, for you're the eldest son, and according to family tradition, all that I possess shall eventually be yours. However, Abel walked to the window, gazing into the distance. Remember, do not place your family in jeopardy. Yano placed a hand over his heart and bowed. I swear. Abel turned back. I suspect you will also require some pounds. Go to Wilson tomorrow and collect some. But I advise you to persuade your mother to agree to your moving out first. Now off you go. It is time for you to rest. Yano straightened up. Good night, father. I believe I can convince mother. And truly, you are a magnificent father. With that, Yano slowly exited the study. Please do rest early, for you're the pillar of this household. After he closed the study door, Abel returned to his desk, picking up the quill once more. Yet the smile tugging at his lips was impossible to conceal. Chapter 5. The Creed. As Yano descended from the study into the hall, he found Megan still seated on the sofa, her head bowed, silent. Yano sat beside her, shaking a bell from the table. Mr. Wilson, could you kindly bring me a cup of coffee? The butler emerged from a room in the corner of the hall. Certainly, Master Yano. Please hold on a moment. Before retreating back into the corner room. What is it, my dear Megan? Are you seeking excitement to alleviate the monotony of life? Yano leaned back on the sofa, jesting with Megan. She raised her head, glaring at him fiercely. Damn it. Do not speak to me in Mother-S tone. If you had ventured to the lower district, I am certain you would act just as I did. I am confident. Yano regarded the 16-year-old boy before him, his brow furrowing in contemplation, remaining silent. Megan lowered her head once more. I merely wish to alleviate some pressure from the impoverished populace. Today, Evelyn took me to the lower district, and I witnessed the people there without even a single decent garment, tattered and patched. No smiles graced their faces. The entire district resembled a hell abandoned by the Lord. Bodies strewn about, thieves lurking, fights breaking out, and every face marked by fear. Then Evelyn informed me that everyone in that district has taken loans from the Dorian family bank, and I thought I might lend a hand. But evidently, Father does not share this sentiment, scolding me harshly. Had Mother not taken me away, I fear I would not see you tonight. Master Yano, your coffee. The butler approached, placing a silver cup of coffee on the table. Yano raised the saucer with his left hand and gently stirred the cup with a spoon in his right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. The butler winked at Yano. I believe Master Yano should have a good conversation with Master Megan. Mr. Abel was quite upset today. His roars could be heard throughout the estate this evening. The butler then returned to the corner room, closing the door behind him. The hall fell into a profound silence, with only the sound of Yano's spoon clinking against the cup breaking the stillness. After taking a sip of coffee, Yano placed the cup back on the table. Megan, have you considered why the people in the lower district struggle to find work? Megan shook her head, and Yano stood, moving behind the sofa where Megan sat, placing his hands on her shoulders. Then, Megan, do you know who comprises the workforce in the factories throughout London? Megan shrugged off Yano's hands. I believe I heard Evelyn mention that the factories seem to employ child laborers. Yano, unperturbed by her dismissal, leaned slightly closer, whispering in her ear, Evelyn is correct. If you were the factory owner, would you prefer to employ children for just a penny a day, who you wouldn't have to care for when they fall ill or are injured? Or would you choose to hire adult workers for 3 pence a day, who have sick leave and workers' compensation? Megan recoiled in distaste, moving to the opposite side of the sofa. Stay away from me, Yano. She then looked at him. So, if we simply prevent factories from hiring child laborers, then people will find work, and with jobs, They want to abandon their children or leave infants at the doors of orphanages. Yano smiled wryly. It is certainly not that simple. But rescuing these children would undoubtedly improve the living conditions of the citizens, allowing them to escape this vicious cycle, would it not? Megan stood up, her eyes sparkling with determination as she gazed at Yano. So what should I do? Yano shook his head. I cannot discern if your desire stems from a momentary impulse or a genuine wish to improve this city. I suggest you take a moment to calm down and thoughtfully consider whether you can truly relinquish everything to devote yourself to such an arduous endeavor. Megan strode briskly to Yano's side, fervently grasping his arm. Yano, you know me. I'm not acting on impulse. I genuinely wish to enhance the lives of the impoverished citizens. I simply do not know what I can do. I implore you, you must know how I can help. Please tell me. Yano pushed Megan away gently and returned to the sofa. Do not be so agitated, Megan. Please sit down. Megan complied, fixing an intense gaze on Yano. Megan, I am uncertain if I should involve you in this perilous undertaking. If Mother learns of this, she may very well have my head. After a moment of silence, during which Megan continued to stare intently at him, Yano sighed. Very well, Megan. If you wish to join our cause, you must remember our creed. Listen closely. While others blindly pursue the truth, remember, all is but illusion. When others are constrained by the law, remember, anything is possible. We work in the shadows, serving the light. Megan sat on the sofa, attentively absorbing Yano's teachings. However, upon hearing Yano say we, a sudden rush of warm air brushed against her ear. Accompanied by a voice, it's an assassin. Megan felt the hairs on her neck stand on end, cold sweat soaking her back. Slowly, she turned her head to see a figure hunched over behind her, cloaked in a brown hood. A grotesque scar marred the left side of his face, running from his forehead, past his left eye, down to the corner of his mouth. Before she could utter more than a startled fuck, her vision blurred, and she collapsed onto the sofa. The once quiet manor was suddenly filled with voices, faintly echoing. Donald, look at what you've done. Mr. Wilson, please step outside. Then, a voice tinged with regret emerged. Master, I merely sought to lighten the atmosphere. I am terribly sorry. It seems I botched it. Chapter 6, The Gentleman by the Hearth. You cannot be serious. Megan, your brother just informed me he intends to leave this home today. And now, you wish to accompany him? A sharp voice shattered the morning calm of Doria Manor. Mrs. Maisel stood at the iron gate, confronting Megan, who was animatedly gesturing. I am of age now, Mother. I have my own thoughts. I choose to join Yano's cause, and I hope for your support. Mrs. Maisel's expression was one of icy indifference as she jabbed a finger into Megan's chest. I believe Dorian's house rules should stipulate that males come of age at 18. Megan, you are still far too young. You cannot even care for yourself properly. You cannot even wash your own undergarments. Megan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as a hand adorned with an eagle-headed cane gently nudged her aside. Yano stepped forward, taking his mother's hand. Dear Mother, I believe it is time for Megan to gain her independence. As she said, she is now an adult. If you continue to shield her, I fear the events of last evening may repeat themselves. Rest assured, Megan has me. Mrs. Maisel cast a wary glance at Megan, then turned to Yano, her eyes filled with deep concern. But once you are at the castle, there will be no attentive Mr. Wilson to care for you. Yano smiled reassuringly at Mrs. Maisel. Well, I think Megan's first step toward maturity is to learn to wash her own undergarments. Talp. Mrs. Maisel stood at the iron gate, her brow furrowed as she watched several carriages depart. Abel, what were you thinking? Why did you agree to Yano's request? The door of the guardhouse creaked open and Mr. Abel emerged, watching the carriages fade from view. The fledgling must spread its wings. I believe my role is merely to safeguard them from behind. I suspect Wilson has prepared breakfast. My time is limited as I must join the mayor for a drink after. By noon, 3 carriages left the city of London, heading toward the southern outskirts. In the distance, a venerable castle loomed, its antiquity evident. The castle's 6 towering spires, topped with blue roofs, rose above gray walls entwined with dark green vines, surrounded by a deep and wide moat, connected by a broad stone bridge leading to the opposite shore. Creak! The castle gates swung open, and the carriages entered through an entrance wide enough for 7 or 8 vehicles. As the carriages came to a halt, Yano opened the door and stepped out, surveying the 5 assassins standing nearby. Gentlemen, this is the headquarters of our Brotherhood. From now on, this shall be our home. No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed in Yano's mind. Detection of a hideout. Beginning analysis. Analysis complete. Existing structures at the hideout for walls. 6 towers, 2 blacksmiths, 1 granary, 1 stable, 6 dormitories, 1 basement. Commencing renovations. Renovation successful. Blacksmith. Each time a new apprentice assassin joins the hideout, After the local recruits pledge and drink the holy water, they will automatically be recognized as apprentices. Their garments will be white robes. And the blacksmith will forge the attire and equipment of an assassin. Each time an assassin levels up, the corresponding attire and equipment will be automatically crafted. Basement. The basement has been automatically expanded, serving as a task distribution point. All assassins, including the host, must accept missions from the basement. General assassin missions. Master assassin exclusive missions and mentor exclusive missions will be designed here. Towers. Each tower will automatically produce holy water sufficient for 5 individuals to drink daily in the chalice atop the tower. Warning. The system will automatically detach from the host and enter the hideout's task distribution point. All unfinished tasks of the host will be transferred to the hideout's task distribution point. Yano sensed something leaving his body but paid it no mind, instead observing the subtle changes in the surroundings that went unnoticed by others. He turned to see Megan and 11 other diverse children disembarking from the carriage. Sorry, Soros. Please search for the basement within the castle. Donald, climb to the tops of the 6 towers and gather enough water for 12 people to bring to the main hall. The 3 assassins turned to execute their tasks. While Yano heard Donald muttering as he walked away, I think I may have become a target. It's probably because I frightened the Mentor's brother last night. The Mentor is quite petty. Yano ignored Donald and proceeded toward the main castle. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a tour of our future home. Yano led the group into the main hall of the castle. Upon entering, they were greeted by 2 tall stone chairs at the end of the room, where a colossal eagle statue gripped the top of the chairs. From the base of the stairs, a series of stone pillars extended in an orderly fashion toward the grand entrance, with a stone figure clad in knightly armor, each gripping a long sword. Standing between every 2 pillars, the armor and weaponry had been specially crafted by Abel's blacksmith. Gazing upward, for additional floors were visible, each adorned with stone figures in armor wielding swords. Yano ascended the steps and took a seat in one of the stone chairs, resting his hands on his staff. Children, this will be your home from now on. The children below murmured among themselves, seemingly unable to comprehend that they would reside in a castle that had previously existed only in their dreams, their excitement palpable. Yano stood to speak once more when a loud crash erupted from the room behind stairs. Frowning, he hurried toward the source of the noise, gesturing for the children to remain where they were. Megan, you and the others stay here. Alice, Arian, come with me to see what is happening. Clang. Yano pushed the door open, with only Eris following behind him, while Yalian was nowhere to be seen. As Yano stepped into the expansive bedroom, a gentleman clad in a black robe emerged from a corner where a fireplace stood, dusting himself off as he walked, a stick in hand, muttering curses. Damn it. How are those wretched souls at the ministry maintaining the Flynn network? Where the hell am I? Upon spotting Yano at the doorway, his hand, adorned with a bracer and glove, moved threateningly towards his neck. Stay still, you uninvited guest. A blade shot forth, poised against the man's throat. The man froze. Hey, I believe we might have a misunderstanding. Yano brandished a silver revolver, aiming it at the man's hand that clutched the stick. Indeed, I think we might have a slight misunderstanding. I suggest you cease your little antics and drop that stick, unless you could dispose of all 3 of us in an instant. The man, resigned, halted his movements and tossed the wooden stick to the ground. I hope you believe me. This is truly a misunderstanding. Yano stepped forward, contemplating the wooden stick on the floor. Sir, I believe this indeed is a misunderstanding, but we ought to have a proper discussion. Chapter 7. The Magical World of 1868. Yano sat in a chair in the bedroom, leaning on his cane, observing the gentleman bound securely with ropes on the bed. So, you're Mr. Henry Gaster, a wizard graduated from Ravenclaw Hogwarts? Henry squirmed uncomfortably. Listen, I mean you no harm. I was merely traveling through the Flynn network to Diagon Alley as usual, but I don't know what went wrong today. It brought me here. Yano blinked awkwardly, realizing that the renovations must have interfered with the Flynn network, causing Henry's unexpected arrival. All right, Mr. Henry, I believe you. Yalian, please untie Mr. Henry. With a swift motion, Yalian unsheathed a gleaming blade from his wrist and crouched to cut the ropes binding Henry. Yano reached out, seemingly to stop Yalian, but the latter acted too quickly. Yano, his expression darkening, let his hand fall. Yalian, next time such a situation arises, please use your hands to untie the ropes. After all, there are only a few long ropes in this entire castle. I believe they have other uses. Yalian looked up, his face obscured by his hood, bewilderment etched on his features, seemingly unaware of his mistake. Yes, Mentor. Henry had by then extricated himself from the ropes and stood up. You should have believed me sooner. He then extended his palm towards Yano. So, aren't you supposed to return my wand? Yano nodded, An heiress stepped forward to hand Henry his wand. Henry inspected the wand carefully for any damage. Damn, I hope it's not broken. I have no more galleons to repair it. I spent 3 galleons at Ollivandress just to buy it. Yano approached with his cane. Mr. Henry, please do not worry about the galleons. I believe my castle is in need of a wizard consultant, and I happen to be rather well off. Henry shook his head. No. The ministry has regulations, and I do not wish to provoke those rabid dogs. How about 6 shillings a day? Don't even think about it. I am a law-abiding wizard. What if I offer you £1 a day? Could that help you forget the ministry's regulations? To hell with the ministry's regulations. I am yours. How should I address you? Your Majesty? Yano smiled gently at the 2 incredulous assassins beside him. You see, when I encounter problems I cannot handle, I usually resort to persuading them with money. It works quite well. After a brief pause, Yano learned from Henry that the current headmaster of Hogwarts was Phineas Nigellus Black, a wizard who graduated from Slytherin. Yano vaguely recalled that this headmaster's portrait was hung in the headmaster's office during Dumbledore's tenure. As for the current Minister of Magic, Ferrus Spavin, he had no recollection. It was now 1868, meaning there were still 112 years until Harry Potter's birth. Yano even wondered if he would live to see that time, but it seemed all previous plans had to be discarded. Yano led the 3 of them out of the bedroom into the castle hall. The 3 assassins had completed their tasks and returned to the hall. Yano ascended the steps, stood before the stone chair, and gazed upon the group of children below, filled with hope, excitement, and vigilance, along with Morgan, who was grinning foolishly. Children, I believe you can officially join the Brotherhood now. First, let us partake in the traditional oath of the Brotherhood. Chapter 8, The New Assassins. When others are constrained by morals and laws, remember, all is permitted. When others blindly seek the truth, remember, all is illusion. We toil in darkness to serve the light. We are assassins. Yano stood before the stone chair. As a group of children knelt on one knee, hand on their hearts. Meanwhile, Megan merely placed a hand on her heart without kneeling. Yano took no notice and cleared his throat. Rise, children. From this moment on, we are family. You may call me father, but I would prefer you call me mentor, he added, winking at the standing children. Yano turned to Donner. Donner, please distribute the holy water to each child and to Megan. Dona Nuda. Retrieving 12 pure silver cups and filling them one by one. Thank you, Mr. Donner. Pierce took the cup that Donner handed him, filled with a light purple liquid that seemed to emit a faint mist. Without a second thought, he tilted his head back and drank the holy water. I think I might not feel so well. Who is that next to you, Mr. Donner? He looks just like you. This was Pierce's last coherent thought before he fainted. Seemingly hearing Yano say, "Sweet dreams, children," Pierce found himself transformed into an eagle, soaring between mountains, living like an ordinary eagle, observing prey, tracking it, and delivering a fatal strike when the moment was right. Pierce experienced the life of an eagle, and at the moment of the eagle's death, he blinked and found himself on a medieval street, bustling with people. He had become an adult, donned in a white robe, a hood resembling an eagle's beak atop his head, adorned with exquisite bracers on his wrists, and a long sword hanging at his waist, flanked by neatly arranged throwing knives. Pierce realized that this body began to move, and panic gripped him as he lost control over his limbs, merely watching as he approached a richly dressed man from behind. With a swift motion, a sharp blade shot forth from his palm, piercing the man's back with brutal force. As he twisted his hand, blood uncontrollably gushed from the wound. The blade was withdrawn from the corpse, and the body sprinted into a nearby alley, using its left foot to push off the wall and leap upwards, grasping a protrusion with its arms, climbing to the rooftop. Below, a cacophony of voices erupted, as if someone had discovered the deceased. The body quickened its pace, scaling the rooftop, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of Solitary Tower, standing upright with arms outstretched. Finally, the body leaped from the rooftop. Pierce seemed to hear a resounding eagle cry, and suddenly, his vision accelerated downward. Plunging into a haystack below, Pierce passively experienced the actions of this body, identifying targets with eagle vision, using limited resources to gather intelligence, tracking the target, understanding the terrain, executing the kill, and ultimately escaping capture. As Pierce's body once again eliminated a target, he found his vision abruptly engulfed in darkness, followed by a gradual cessation of thought. Upon reopening his eyes, he gazed around in bewilderment before slowly rising to his feet. He absently accepted the distinctly smaller white robe, 2 arm guards, and a belt that Donald handed him. As Pierce beheld the familiar white robe and accessories, a spark of recognition flickered in his eyes. At that moment, he heard Mr. Yano speak. Congratulations, you have all become true assassins. Though still novices, I believe we can officially commence our mission to rescue the orphans of London. Pierce looked at Yano with excitement. In his eyes, Yano had transformed into a radiant deity, clenching his right fist against his heart. A resolute voice emerged from Pierce's frail frame. I shall adhere to your will, Master. Observing the children before him, fragile yet standing tall, their gaunt faces etched with determination, Yano felt a profound satisfaction that no one could rival these youngsters. Indeed, your task is to restore your malnourished bodies. The castle possesses ample food to nourish you, while the rest will be handled by us adult assassins. Yano descended the steps, addressing the children. I believe you must all be quite hungry. Why don't we indulge in a delightful meal right now? Chapter 9. Wizards and Muggles. The moon slowly ascended into the murky London sky. Wizards? Are you certain you've awakened, Yano? In the conference room at the top of the castle, Megan, clad in a white robe with a beak-like hood, looked at Henry, her expression one of incredulity. Or have you been deceived by this cunning charlatan? Yano, seated at the head of the conference table, raised a hand to calm Megan and turned his gaze to Henry. Mr. Henry, you've witnessed the situation. Might I trouble you to demonstrate a bit of your prowess? Naturally, I trust you completely. Henry, displaying reluctance, rose from his seat and extracted his wand from his black robe. That is precisely why I wish to avoid deep interactions with Muggles. You see, they do not believe in the existence of wizards. Megan regarded Henry with disdain. Is that so? If you truly performed what you call magic without me discovering a flaw, I suppose I would owe you an apology, Mr. Wizard. Very well, then, as you wish. Henry, wand in hand, traced a circle in the air. Wingardium Leviosa. The chairs around the conference table lifted as if grasped by an invisible hand, slowly levitating into the air. As Henry manipulated the floating chairs, he glanced at Megan. I believe you owe me an apology, don't you, Mr. Megan? Megan was taken aback, swearing he had never been so astonished. Hearing Henry's words, he forced himself to regain composure. I suspect you used something to hoist them up, perhaps a transparent thread thrown from the ceiling? As Megan approached the chair, suspended in midair, Henry smirked slightly. Is that so? Then how about this? He swiftly flicked his wrist, sending a chair hurtling toward Megan. Megan, seeing the chair rushing toward him, leapt aside, rolling on the ground to evade the flying furniture. Blast it! As another chair descended upon him, he kicked off the wall behind him, propelling himself upward, executing a mid-air turn, and landing gracefully before sprinting toward Henry, who was controlling the chair with his wand. Cease this damned trickery. A hand clad in a bracer seized Henry's wrist, while a blade pressed against his abdomen. Or would you prefer I make an incision in your belly? Clapping his hands, Yano sat at the head of the table, wearing a smile. Thank you both for the splendid performance. Mr. Henry's magic has left me quite astonished. I believe the show should come to a close. Please, both of you, take your seats. Megan glanced at Yano, releasing his grip on Henry's wrist, retracting his sleeve blade, and returning to his seat in silence. Henry seemed unperturbed, stowing his wand back into his black robe as he walked toward his chair. Well, I believe Mr. Megan has tacitly acknowledged the existence of wizards. Megan shot a hostile look at Henry. You ought to close your mouth. Otherwise, next time, my sleeve blade won't merely be on the outside of your belly. Yano gently tapped the table. Megan, you were in the wrong this time. I believe you should apologize to Mr. Henry. No, not a chance. Megan, do not bring shame to the Dorian name. Megan, faced with Yano's serious expression, reluctantly turned to Henry, standing up to offer a slight bow. I apologize, Mr. Henry. Henry smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need to concern yourself over much, Mr. Megan. Yano turned his gaze to Henry, smiling. I believe Megan should respond appropriately to his commitment. The hour is late, and I imagine Mr. Henry must be weary as well. Alaris. With a click, the conference room doors swung open, and Alaris entered. I am here, Master. Please escort Mr. Henry to his room for some rest. Yano instructed Alaris as he approached. Alaris moved beside Henry. Please follow me, Mr. Henry. Henry rose. Then I shall take my leave, Mr. Yano, Mr. Megan. Yano nodded at Henry. Wishing you sweet dreams, Mr. Henry. With a click, the conference room door closed, leaving the two within in silence. After a long pause, Yano exhaled softly. I do not trust him. Megan looked at Yano. The one performing tricks? Yano stood from his seat, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window of the conference room. No, I mean all wizards. I do not trust any of them. Then why hire a trickster? Megan asked, puzzled. Yano turned back, affectionately gazing at Megan. We need to understand them. I suspect that we assassins and wizards cannot coexist peacefully, and without understanding them, we may suffer greatly. Megan stared at Yano. Why? Is it because wizards are inherently evil, like the Wicked Queen in Snow White? Yano shook his head. From what I know, The wizarding community looks down upon ordinary people, derogatorily referring to them as muggles. Even wizards born to muggle families face discrimination, being insulted about their origins and called mudbloods. Megan frowned. Those terms surely cannot be complimentary. But how did you come to learn all this, Yano? Yano nodded. Indeed, they're not kind words. The vital point is not where I learned this, but that wizards can freely alter the memories of ordinary people. For instance, if a citizen inadvertently witnesses a wizard using magic or discovers anything related to wizards, they will use magic to forcibly alter the citizen's memory. Even when wizards fight, if they harm or kill ordinary people, they will use magic to manipulate thoughts or directly control minds, finding a scapegoat or leaving the matter unsolved. Megan's frown deepened. Altering memories? Controlling thoughts? How is that even possible? Yano nodded. Certainly. For example, the wizarding spell Obliviate can erase memories, and another spell, Legilimens, allows one to control thoughts. Megan stood up. To be honest, I still struggle to believe that wizards possess such powers, but if what you say is true, it is utterly terrifying. Citizens could be unknowingly subjected to memory alterations or changes in their beliefs. What do they consider ordinary people to be? Yano took a deep breath. Precisely because of this, I wish to understand them. Only by comprehending them can we prevent them from harming ordinary citizens. What should we do? At present, we lack the means to thwart the wizards. Our only recourse is to remain concealed, lurking in the shadows behind them, biding our time. The following day, in the courtyard before the castle, a group of children clad in white robes, their heads adorned with beaked hoods, stood at the center. Yano, Megan, and 4 assassins cloaked in brown trench coats, hoods drawn, stood atop a platform before them. Yano, leaning upon his staff, stepped forward with a smile directed at the children below. Well then, I believe the Brotherhood's inaugural mission is ready to commence. Chapter 10. The first Operation Midnight in London was profoundly serene. In these tumultuous and perilous times, ordinary citizens would seldom venture onto the streets alone after dark unless absolutely necessary. The entirety of London was divided into the City of London and Outer London, which together formed Greater London. Greater London could further be delineated into the City of London, West London, East London, South London, and the Port. The City of London served as the financial and trade nucleus. West London housed the Royal Palace, the Prime Minister's residence, Parliament, and various government offices. East London was an industrial and working-class residential area. South London was a mixed zone of commerce and housing, while the Port referred to the region stretching from Tower Bridge to the mouth of the River Thames. The total area of Greater London spans 580 square kilometers. Traversing the dimly lit streets, one arrives in East London, where even at midnight, the district gleamed with light. The sounds of industrious workers emanating from factories intermittently punctuating the night. In a shadowy street of East London, 3 elongated carriages stood idle, beside which a gentleman clad in a tailcoat, topped with a bowler hat and wielding a hawk-headed cane, extracted a pocket watch from within his coat. Tap, tap, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of footsteps approached. Master, we have returned. Yano regarded the 5 returning assassins, adorned in brown coats and hoods, punctual as always, gentlemen. Have you gleaned any valuable intelligence? Eris stepped forward. Indeed, Master, there are 7 large factories throughout East London, each housing nearly 300 child laborers. Yano nodded approvingly at Eris. Well done, Eris. With approximately 300 child laborers per factory, a single carriage can transport no more than 30 children. Yano approached the carriage, removed his hat, and placed it atop the vehicle, then drew forth a black hood sewn into the collar of his coat, slowly donning it. I believe we have much to accomplish tonight, gentlemen. Rue was a gatekeeper at the Reed's factory, thoroughly content with his position, handsome remuneration, and easy workload, and most importantly, the respect and fear he commanded from others. Whenever the child laborers cast fearful glances in his direction, Rue would straighten his back, akin to a knight, lifting his chin in disdain towards them. His favorite moment was when these children approached him, clutching their exit passes. Trembling in fear, yet compelled to confront him for permission to leave the factory, their small legs quaking as they timidly presented the passes, saying, Honorable Mr. Rue, here is my exit pass. I wish to step out. In such instances, Rue would deliberately snatch the exit pass from their hands with considerable force. Damn you little brats. You ought to be working diligently. What do you think you can accomplish outside? When in good spirits, he might deliver a hearty slap to the back of a child's head. Be off with you. Lucky little brat. However, on days when his mood soured, he would kick a child in the stomach. Damn it. I suspect you've pilfered the overseer's exit pass. Get back to work unless you wish for me to thrash you. Rue took pride in his job, as it restored his dignity as a human being. along with the exhilaration of wielding authority. On this night, while on a night shift, he patrolled the factory's perimeter as usual, returning to the security rest area, ready to indulge in a restful slumber when a voice pierced the stillness. Thud! Gung Rue felt a powerful hand grip his shoulder. Just as he turned to inquire who it was, a sharp blade pierced his throat. As consciousness faded, he vaguely perceived the figure behind him whispering in his ear, "May death grant you peace. Rest now." Yano withdrew the blade from Gung Rue's neck, wiping it clean on his clothing. The gatekeeper has been dealt with. Now only the overseers remain. Having cleaned the blade, Yano stepped into the factory. Let the operation commence. Upon finishing his words, he raised his right hand, and with a swift flick of his wrist, a garrote shot forth from his sleeve, embedding itself in the rooftop of the 3-story factory. Turning his head, he winked at the 5 men. "Gentlemen, I beg your pardon for taking the lead. The 3rd floor shall be entrusted to me." With a pull of his fingers, he transformed into a great bat, soaring from the ground to the factory rooftop, leaving the 5 astonished assassins in his wake. Tanner gazed, dumbfounded, as Yano ascended the factory roof, disappearing from sight. "Well, it seems we've been abandoned by our mentor. I told you, the pretty boy is unreliable." "I heard that, Tanner. I suspect the mentor will contemplate how to reprimand you later." "No, you mustn't do that, Eris. I consider you my dearest friends." "Clearly, I do not share that sentiment." Yano, crouched low, stealthily entered through a rooftop window into the factory, hiding beneath a crate, intently observing the surroundings. As his vision dulled, the world around him transformed into hues of blue and white, penetrating the crate and the factory structure, scanning his environment, where faint golden figures emerged, varied in height and stature. This floor houses 20 adults and approximately 70 child laborers. Rising, Yano gently gripped the mechanism at the top of his staff. Thud! A curved blade shot from the eagle head of his cane, and Yano grasped the staff mid-length, appearing as though he wielded a slender scythe. At the entrance of the 3rd-floor storeroom, 2 overseers leaned against the door, engaged in conversation. "I heard that England plans to enact a new law, the Child Labor Protection Act, limiting child laborers to a maximum of 8 hours of work per day. Damn! If they only work 8 hours, who will handle the rest? Us? I'm not certain, but I believe the boss will publicly endorse the legislation while quietly continuing to exploit child laborers. Indeed, without the long hours of overtime from child laborers, the boss might be left with nothing but his trousers. Ha ha ha." As they conversed, a scythe adorned with an eagle's head suddenly burst forth from within, forcefully embedding itself in the skull of one overseer, leaving the blade lodged there. The other overseer, stunned, bore witness to the most gruesome sight of his life. Just as he was about to scream, a hand pressed against him, and a blade shot forth from the wrist, piercing his throat. He flailed helplessly in the air, gradually lowering his arms, his body slackening as he collapsed to the ground. Yano flicked his sleeve blade back, yanking the cane from the overseer's head. "May death bestow upon you tranquility. Rest now, gentlemen." Chapter 11. The Toothless Lady at the Reed's Factory. The 3rd-floor hallway was strewn with scattered bodies, some sprawled, others prostrate. Yano stood at the far end of the corridor, deftly wiping his staff with a white handkerchief as he entered the workshop on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he beheld a room crammed with child laborers, the air filled with the urgency of a man's commands. Each child was wholly absorbed in their tasks, even as beads of sweat trickled down their brows. They dared not wipe them away, for behind them loomed 7 overseers, wielding whips, ready to strike mercilessly at any child who dared to pause in their labor. Yano tucked the handkerchief into his coat and entered, positioning himself in the blind spot of the 7 overseers. He gently bent down, concealing his form beneath the workbench, and swiftly approached the nearest overseer. The cacophony of the workshop perfectly masked the sound of Yano's hidden blade being unleashed. The blade pierced the overseer's back, and as Yano withdrew it, he dashed forward, positioning himself behind another overseer who was facing away, thrusting the blade fiercely into the overseer's back, lifting it upwards, and then forcefully pressing the overseer's body onto the ground. Yano retracted the blade and glanced around. The other 4 overseers remained oblivious to the 2 colleagues now lying lifeless on the floor, while the child laborers remained engrossed in their tasks, too frightened to look up despite hearing some commotion. Yano observed 2 overseers conversing at a distance and took 2 steps towards the wall beside him. Grasping a protruding stone brick with his left hand, he hoisted himself up, climbing onto the beam. He stealthily approached the 2 overseers from above and gently leapt down, simultaneously tossing his staff into the air. With a thud, Yano descended like a bat swooping down, his hands extending the hidden blades, which he plunged into the napes of both overseers, forcefully pinning them to the ground. Among the remaining overseers, one stood idly by a window, gazing vacantly at the dark sky, while the other leaned against a distant wall, dozing. The overseer at the window seemed to hear the sound of his fallen colleagues hitting the ground and slowly turned his body towards Yano. Rising to his feet, Yano lifted his left hand to catch the staff that had fallen from above, while his right hand unsheathed a throwing knife from his waist. Hurling it towards the overseer at the window, the knife sliced through the air, embedding itself deeply into the overseer's throat. Yano switched the staff to his right hand, gripping it firmly in the middle. With a sudden motion, a gleaming blade shot out from the bottom of the staff. The overseer leaning against the wall seemed to sense something amiss, slowly opening his eyes, only to find Yano, staff raised high, directly in front of him. His mouth opened as if to utter something. Yano aimed at the last overseer and hurled the staff with great force. The tip of the staff penetrated the overseer's chest, emerging through his back and pinning him firmly against the wall behind. Coughing violently, the overseer leaned against the wall, staring at the staff embedded in his chest. Weakly grasping the staff, he gasped for air, blood trickling with each breath. "Help! Help me, please!" The child laborers seemed to recognize the overseer's desperate pleas, their familiarity with his voice evident, especially among those who had felt his whip. Finally, they raised their heads, gazing towards the source of the cries, stunned to see the once arrogant overseer, who had strutted before them as if a noble, now nailed to the wall by a staff adorned with an eagle's head. His once strong and brutal hands were now feebly clawing at the staff lodged in his chest, and they quickly realized that the other overseers lay silently on the ground. Rather than screaming or scattering as Yano had anticipated, the children, after a brief moment of astonishment, began to whisper amongst themselves. Yano approached the overseer pinned against the wall, who had already breathed his last, his head bowed, limbs limp. Yano placed his right hand on the staff and his left on the overseer's chest, forcefully withdrawing the staff. Blood erupted like a fountain, and fortunately, Yano had stepped aside in time to avoid being splattered. At that moment, a young girl with slightly curled red hair tied in a single ponytail stepped forward from the group of children. She approached Yano, appearing to be around 10 years old. Despite her dirty face, her exquisite oval features shone through. Lifting the hem of her long dress, she positioned her right foot behind her left. Bending her knee and giving a slight curtsy, her large, watery eyes gazing up at Yano as she said, "Thank you, sir." Yano noticed a gap in a row of pearly teeth. "If I heard correctly, you are expressing gratitude towards me? A butcher who has taken many lives? How delightful. A charming young lady missing a tooth?" The girl frowned, clearly perturbed by Yano's remark about her tooth. Such a rude way to address a lady. "I believe that is not the conduct of a gentleman. You may call me Alice." Yano smiled slightly, placing his right hand over his heart and raising the staff high with his left hand, bowing slightly. "Then please accept my sincere apologies, Lady Alice." Alice raised her chin slightly. "I accept your apology. May I inquire how I should address you?" Yano straightened. "You may now call me Yano. I believe you are no ordinary child laborer. A typical child would not possess such refinement as you do. Perhaps it should remain a secret." Alice playfully winked at Yano. Yano gently brushed his forehead. "Very well, Lady Alice. I believe you still owe me an explanation. Why do you thank me?" Alice kicked the fallen overseer beside her fiercely. "To other citizens, you may appear as an assassin or a fearsome butcher, but—" She turned her body towards the child laborers behind her. "You have liberated us from these wretched overseers, a group of defenseless children, before us. You are like an agent of the divine, rescuing us from despair." Yano shook his head. "I am not the deity you worship. I am an assassin of the Brotherhood. An assassin who defies tyranny and slavery, pursuing equality and freedom." Alice turned to face Yano, her expression serious, her voice ringing clear yet powerful. "Then I believe the assassin shall become our new faith. The 3 tenets of the assassins are: 1. Never harm the Brotherhood's interests. Do not forsake the Brotherhood. 2. Never harm the innocent. 3. Never reveal your identity. Under normal circumstances, Yano should never disclose his identity as an assassin. But considering these children were already inclined to become assassins, it hardly constituted a breach of the tenets. Chapter 12. Mission accomplished. On the second floor of the factory, the child laborers toiled with iron shovels, laboriously scooping coal and trembling as they carried the shovels to the furnace, dumping the coal into the fire. Near the furnace stood an overseer, wielding a whip, bellowing at the children. "Hurry up. Don't think of slacking off in front of me." The second floor held no other rooms or corridors. Only iron columns for steam transmission, and besides the overseer by the furnace, 4 other overseers stood near the stairs, seemingly engaged in conversation, punctuated by bouts of laughter. Suddenly, Two brown figures leapt down from above, forcefully pinning the four overseers to the ground. The overseer by the furnace heard the commotion and turned to see two hooded figures in brown coats subduing his colleagues. Frowning, he hurried over. "Damn it, who are you?" As he approached, a hand suddenly reached from behind, firmly covering his mouth. Startled, the overseer began to struggle, but with a sharp sound his eyes gradually glazed over, and his limbs grew weak. As his grip loosened, his body slumped heavily to the ground. "Today's task appears to pose no challenge for you," Yana remarked, leading Alice and a throng of child laborers down from the third-floor staircase, his expression one of admiration for the three assassins. Alice stepped away from Yano, addressing the children. "Gentlemen and ladies, put down your wretched shovels. We are free." The child laborers, still clutching their shovels, stared at Alice in disbelief, as if struggling to accept the reality of their liberation. At long last, the sound of a shovel clattering to the ground resonated through the air, as if it had stirred the other child laborers into action, who promptly cast their shovels aside as well. The factory felt as though it were celebrating a festival, with children gathered around the hearth, singing songs at the top of their lungs. Each shovel thrown into the fire sent sparks soaring, reminiscent of fireflies dancing at a grand ball. The children sang joyfully, their faces streaked with tears and snot, for they had finally attained their freedom. Clop, clop, clop. 3 horse-drawn carriages arrived at the factory entrance, with a final batch of children, under the guidance of the assassins, orderly climbed aboard. Janos led Alice to the carriage, opening the door for her. "Ladies first." Alice, supported by Janos, ascended into the carriage, and upon steadying herself, turned to Janos. "You truly are a gentleman, Mr. Janos." Janos removed his hood, picked up a red-trimmed top hat from beside the carriage, dusted it off, and placed it upon his head. "On this matter, I must confess, I am quite confident." As he turned to observe the children boarding the carriage, he placed his hand on the carriage door. "Alice, please step inside and take your seat. I believe we shall be departing shortly." Alice nodded, moving into a corner of the carriage and crouching down. Janos, satisfied with Alice's position, closed the door and took his place at the front of the carriage, cracking the reins and steering it toward the castle. Dorian Castle came into view as the 3 carriages slowly entered its grounds. In the courtyard before the castle stood a throng of ragged, emaciated orphans. Megan pushed a small cart, weaving through the crowd of children, distributing bowls of mashed potatoes to the hungry and weary child laborers. Janos halted the carriage at the courtyard, dismounted, and opened the door. "We have arrived home, children." The children inside the carriage remained still, apprehensive, fearful that upon stepping out, they would be met with new overseers brandishing whips, driving them to undertake endless toil. Alice seemed to sense their trepidation. Taking a deep breath, she gradually stood up and exited the carriage. Alice was taken aback, gazing at the towering stone walls surrounding her, the grand castle steeped in history. She rubbed her eyes, questioning whether everything she had experienced that day was merely a dream. As Alice stepped out, the remaining orphans were inspired by her courage, one by one descending from the carriage, staring vacantly at the imposing architecture around them. Janos stood beside the carriage, leaning on his cane. "Children, from now on, this will be your home. If any of you feel hungry, do you see that gentleman in the white robe in the courtyard? You may call him Mr. Megan. Go to him and receive a serving of mashed potatoes." The children surged toward Megan like horses freed from their reins, shouting in excitement. "Hey, don't crowd. There's enough for everyone. Watch the cart. Watch the cart," came Megan's frustrated cries from within the throng of orphans. Donner approached Janos. "Today's operation was rather straightforward. I believe we shall soon liberate all the orphans of London. Would you not agree, Mentor?" Janos cast a sidelong glance at Donner. "Donner, for heaven's sake, use your brain. We have killed so many today. I can already predict the headlines in tomorrow's newspapers." Donner recoiled slightly. "Though we have eliminated the overseers, we have rescued so many orphans from those vile factory owners. Surely, we should be praised by the citizens?" Janos rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Damn it. How did you become an assassin? What about your common sense? Has your mentor never taught you about the law?" Donner looked at Janos, a hint of guilt in his eyes. "I suppose you have never taught me about the law." Janos dropped his hand, his expression darkening as he turned to the side, addressing Soros. "Mr. Soros, please ensure Donner stays away from me. Otherwise, I fear his backside may blossom." Soros quickly stepped over to guide Donner away, their conversation fading into the distance. "Donner, regardless of whether we kill good people or bad, taking a life violates British law, and we would face imprisonment regardless." "What? Even if we take down the villains, we would still be thrown into jail if caught." "I believe so." "Damn it. What a dreadful country. I suspect any nation would be the same." Janos, his head throbbing, watched Donner retreat. contemplating that he must provide Donner with a thorough lesson on common sense in the future. Chapter 13. The Traffickers. The morning in London was similarly shrouded in murky fog, with billowing smoke from the chimneys and mist enveloping the Thames, obscuring the faint outline of London Bridge. Those who happened to traverse the bridge peered through the railings, glimpsing the fog-laden sky, enshrouded in mist, as if floating in a balloon amidst the damp clouds. The thick fog infiltrated the eyes and throats of the elderly in the lower districts, who lived on pensions, struggling to breathe by the fireside. It also seeped into the sealed cabins where irate captains puffed on their pipes and cruelly tormented the fingers and toes of shivering apprentices standing on deck. Extra! Extra! Read all about it. A sharp child's voice pierced the silence of London. A massacre at the Reed's factory in East London. Every overseer has been slain, and the child laborers have vanished. The newsboys darted through the streets, clad in green long-sleeve shirts and deep blue shorts, with patched and bulging satchels slung over their waists, brandishing newspapers aloft. "Hey, kid, give me a paper." A gentleman on the street, leaning on a black cane, called to a newsboy. The boy hurried to him, handing over a newspaper. "Here you are. 3p, sir." The gentleman accepted the paper, but ignored the boy's outstretched hand, instead flipping it open. The headline leapt out. "The Massacre in the Factory." The gentleman furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he continued to read. "The massacre in the factory. This morning, Mr. Bob, an employee of the Reed's factory, discovered multiple corpses lying on the cold floor. The police promptly arrived at the scene, uncovering a total of 43 bodies. According to Sheriff Gregor, the crime was committed by multiple perpetrators, each fatal wound delivered with precision. One body was even found impaled through the chest and into the wall behind it. The criminal's methods were sophisticated, indicating a premeditated crime. Sheriff Gregor advises all citizens to refrain from wandering alone at night. The London Gazette will continue to provide updates." The gentleman's brow furrowed deeply as he silently rolled up the newspaper and tucked it into his coat. The newsboy raised his hand. "Sir, 3p?" The gentleman, now scowling, shoved the boy aside. "Get lost, you wretched little brat." He then turned and strode away down the street, while the boy stared wide-eyed, baring his teeth, fists clenched tightly. After a moment, the boy sighed, retrieving another newspaper from his tattered satchel, burying his head in it as he dashed through the streets, calling out, "Extra! Extra! Read all about it." Yet his voice lacked its original cheerfulness, now tinged with resignation and a hint of a sob. The gentleman reached the end of the street and arrived at a 6-story apartment building. He forcefully pushed open the door to the manager's office beside the building, shouting, "Finch! Finch! Damn it, we're in trouble." A brown-haired man peered out of the office, surprised. "What kind of trouble have you encountered, Raymond?" Raymond closed the door behind him, hastily approaching Finch and slamming the newspaper on the desk in front of him. "I think you'll understand once you see this." Finch, intrigued, picked up the newspaper. Let me see. The Reed's Factory Massacre? What a dreadful time we live in." Raymond interrupted impatiently. "Stop complaining. Keep reading." Finch looked at Raymond with a hint of exasperation. "Don't rush me, Raymond. All the overseers were killed? The children are missing? They must have all fled. So what trouble are you in? Is there a relative among the overseers?" Finch looked at Raymond quizzically. Raymond appeared to be infuriated, furiously striking the ground with his cane. "Damn it. Listen well, it's not just me in trouble. We are all in peril." Finch, seated in a chair, shrugged. "I'm listening, Raymond." Raymond seemed on the verge of losing control of his emotions. "Children. The children have vanished en masse. I swear, someone is targeting us. Do not forget, the majority of child laborers at the Reed's factory were supplied by us." Finch filled an empty cup with coffee from the pot in hand and handed it to Raymond. "I believe you should calm down, Raymond." Raymond snatched the coffee cup rudely. "Let us not forget that Winslow recently met his end at King's Cross Station. Struck down in an instant. The carriage was taken as well." Finch frowned. "I think you might be overthinking this. I suggest you return upstairs and get some rest." Raymond slammed the coffee cup onto the table, leaned closer, and stared intently at Finch. "Listen, Finch, my instincts have never failed me. If you disregard my warning, I swear, you will regret it." Finch sighed and nodded. All right. I will ensure the gentleman maintain a low profile for now." Raymond, having achieved his desired outcome, nodded in satisfaction. "I believe you will be grateful for this decision in the future." Bang! The door to the cottage was slammed shut. Finch rubbed his temples. "Damn it. Raymond will eventually break my door." "Perhaps so, but must we truly remain discreet for a while?" A voice emerged from the nearby bookshelf. With a rumble, the bookshelf was pulled aside, revealing a gentleman clad in a black coat stepping out from the hidden chamber behind it. Could it be a mere illusion of Raymond's? Finch pondered thoughtfully, nodding. "Let us keep it low-key. Raymond's instincts are indeed quite accurate. Yet, if nothing transpires. Finch's lips curled into a smile. Then let him never break my door again. The gentleman adjusted the bookshelf back into place, concealing the hidden room, then approached the cottage door, opened it, nodded silently to Finch, and exited. London City Police Station. Officers were bustling about like industrious bees, the air thick with a cacophony of noise and agitation. Some officers were scribbling notes, others were interrogating suspects, while a small contingent prepared to embark on their duties, armed with batons and holstered firearms. A roar erupted from the depths of the station. Damn it! Use those rusting brains of yours. I don't want to hear any more conjectures. I need leads. Now, get out there and find clues. Four officers emerged from the shadowy depths of the office, their faces grim. Inside the office, a burly officer with short black hair and a rugged beard stood motionless, arms crossed, gazing at a chalkboard hung on the wall. Suddenly, the door swung open. Chief Gregor, we discovered the carriage transporting the child laborers. Chapter 14, Gregor Gristede. Suburbs of London. 3 carriages stood forlornly by the roadside on a desolate pathway, encircled by a group of officers clad in deep blue uniforms, diligently recording their findings with pen and paper. Chief Gregor crouched beside one of the carriages, a dark brown pipe clenched between his teeth, addressing an officer with a notepad. The carriage is undamaged. Someone deliberately led the horses away and abandoned the carriage here. Gregor moved away from the carriage to examine the short wheel marks left behind. The traces discovered at the factory are quite deep. The carriage evidently carried substantial cargo away. Yet nothing seems to be missing from the factory. Therefore, I suspect it was transporting the children from the factory. He pointed to the faint marks on the ground. Here, the traces are quite shallow, indicating that these wretched scoundrels likely deposited the children at various locations before bringing the carriage here. A young officer, engrossed in recording Gregor's words, looked up. Chief Gregor, who is the law actually protecting? The wealthy who exploit child laborers? Perhaps these criminals are rescuing the children. I've heard they can only sleep for 4 hours a day. Shouldn't we be arresting those individuals instead? Gregor clenched his pipe tightly, furrowing his brow as he jabbed a finger into the officer's chest. Remember your position, Claude. If you utter such irresponsible words again, you may as well remove your uniform and leave the police station. Claude stared defiantly at Gregor. So, we should allow them to abuse the children? Gregor turned away, striding back toward the carriage, his voice cold. Claude, I believe you should take an extended leave. Yet the tension in his clenched fist betrayed his facade of indifference. Night fell, thick fog enveloping every corner of the city, the lights appearing like elusive yellow gems. Chief Gregor traversed the fog-laden streets, arriving at a dilapidated building in the lower district. He entered, placing his police hat on the table, and sat on a nearby stool, letting out a deep sigh. What troubles you, dear? A tall woman emerged from the bedroom, her lightly curled golden hair framing a striking face marred by a large dark scar. Dressed in a simple long gown, a subtle patch hinted at the skillful craftsmanship of its mending. Gregor grimaced as he turned to the woman. Susanna, have you read today's newspaper? Susanna approached Gregor, reaching to remove his uniform coat. Is it about the Reed's factory? Gregor assisted her in removing the uniform, watching as she hung it and the hat on a hook by the door. Yes, I had a quarrel with Claude over it today. Susanna filled a glass with water and approached Gregor. Really? That promising young officer? What was the argument about? Gregor accepted the glass, downing its contents in one gulp before placing it back on the table. He believes that if a criminal is rescuing child laborers, we should not arrest them. Susanna silently refilled the glass. So, you reprimanded him? Gregor nodded. Of course. As an officer, how could he think that a just crime is innocent? I scolded him severely. He had the audacity to challenge my authority. Hence, I ordered him to take a long leave. Susanna embraced Gregor from behind, whispering in his ear. I think you may have been a bit too hasty. Claude is a good lad. You should guide him patiently toward the right path. Gregor grasped Susanna's hands resting on his shoulders. Perhaps you were right. I regretted my words after saying them. I should not have spoken so harshly. Gregor stood, cradling Susanna's face, gazing deeply into her scarred visage. I even wonder, perhaps he is right. Those scoundrels who abuse orphans deserve to pay for their misdeeds. Susanna looked at the conflicted Gregor with compassion. Do not dwell on it, Gregor. It has been many years, and I have never minded. We grew up together in the orphanage, and I know you better than you know yourself. You are the guardian of London, Chief Gregor. Goreg released his grip from Susha's face and slumped despondently onto the stool. What kind of guardian do I even count as? The emergence of a ripper in central London has already left me in a state of utter disarray, and now there's a massacre to contend with. Yet I remain unable to solve the case. I can almost hear them calling me the incompetent roarer. Damn it, Susha crouched beside Goreg and gently kissed his forehead. Forget about them. Goreg, in my heart, you will forever be the omnipotent Sheriff Goreg, the guardian of all of London. Goreg embraced Susha tightly. Thank God I met you, otherwise. I shudder to think what I might become. Susha wrapped her arms around Goreg's waist, burying her head in his embrace. No, I should be the one feeling fortunate. It is the Almighty who has allowed you to save me. Time seemed to come to a halt in that dilapidated room, with its dim oil lamp, the biting cold wind outside, and the murky fog that appeared to be incapable of separating the two tightly entwined figures, who seemed destined to remain like this until the end of the world. Chapter 15, The Wand. Dorian Castle. In a conference room on the top floor of the castle, Megan sat at the table, holding a newspaper, nodding in agreement as she read. The newspaper articulates it perfectly. I too believe that Janos is a pervert. Janos, seated at the head of the table, furrowed his brow. Do you think that just because you've become an assassin, I will cease to reprimand you? Megan set the newspaper down, leaning back in her chair. I would never think that. You are the eldest son of the Dorian family, destined to inherit everything from the family. Aside from our parents, you can strike anyone within the Dorian lineage. Janos frowned as he gazed at the slumped figure of Megan. Do you even understand what you are saying, Megan? I have never wished to inherit my father's estate. In fact, I have always sought to persuade him to bequeath the bank to you. Megan straightened her posture, fixing her gaze on Janos. Ever since I became aware, you've been like this, as if you hold everything in the palm of your hand. You handle every situation with calmness and rationality. Our parents clearly place more trust in you than in me, Janos. Janos closed his eyes in frustration, rubbing his nose with his fingers. What exactly are you trying to convey, Megan? Megan's voice took on a sharp edge. I envy your talent. Any trouble that comes your way is always resolved in the best possible manner, and you even have your own career. Taking a breath, Megan attempted to compose herself. I want our parents to trust me as well, but most importantly, I seek your approval. I too wish to rescue London's child laborers, rather than remain cooped up in the castle, caring for these children. Janos's eyes shone like a cold moonbeam, piercing through Megan. You are not yet a qualified assassin. Your temperament is far too impulsive. I merely wish for this group of children to temper your disposition. As your brother, I must ensure your safety. And as a mentor of the Brotherhood, I am responsible for the safety of every assassin. Megan regarded Janos with disdain. I would rather believe that you are afraid. Afraid that my aptitude as an assassin will surpass yours. With a dark expression, Janos slowly rose to his feet, his fists unconsciously clenching. I believe I will soon make you understand my prowess. After a lengthy pause, the conference room door swung open, revealing a disheveled Megan, her left cheek swollen. I am here, she said, and from within, Janos's composed voice emerged. Please bring Mr. Henry into the conference room, my dear brother. Megan inclined her head slightly towards the door. At your service, my esteemed brother. Janos observed Megan gently closing the door, a twinge of regret surfacing within him for having been too harsh, as faintly, outside, Megan's low mutterings reached his ears. Damn it, he must certainly be a pervert. Half an hour later, a knock echoed at the conference room door. Janos lifted his head from where it rested on the table. Come in. Henry cautiously opened the door. Peering in, are you well, Mr. Janos? Janos regarded the head, peeking through the door with curiosity. Mr. Henry, are you feeling unwell? Henry sheepishly smiled as he squeezed through the door. I saw Mr. Megan when I arrived. He appeared to be in a rather poor state. He mentioned that you were looking for me and advised me to be wary of you, as you are a pervert with anger issues and, moreover, a homosexual. Janos's lips twitched slightly as he forced a smile. Mr. Megan had some differing opinions earlier, and I employed certain reasoning to persuade him. It seems he remains somewhat unconvinced. I shall have another discussion with him later. Henry sat across from Janos, offering a sheepish smile. Is that so? Your methods of persuasion are certainly innovative. Janos awkwardly adjusted his tousled hair. Forget about him. How have you been lately, Mr. Henry? Henry crossed his arms defensively. What do you mean by that? A vein throbbed at Janos's temple. Damn it. I'm merely inquiring about your life in the castle. Spare me that distasteful reaction. Henry uncrossed his arms, playfully winking at Janos. I was just joking. I think I've been quite well. I'm satisfied with my accommodation and meals. Janos took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions. Then you should fulfill your obligations. Could you test whether I am capable of using magic? Henry furrowed his brow. Every wizard typically exhibits their talent before reaching maturity. Janos nodded. I have heard as much through certain channels. Henry explained that when young wizards experience certain stimuli, such as a fall, anger, tears, or fright, it could trigger a surge of their innate magical power. Accepting the coffee that Janos offered, he continued. Thank you for the coffee. The surging magic will be directed towards the source of the stimulus. If you did not encounter anything peculiar in your childhood, I suspect you lack the ability to wield magic. Janos, pained, looked at Henry. Is that how you determine one's talent? I mean, isn't there a stone that can assess the level of magic? One that automatically evaluates the test taker's magical ability just by placing their hand upon it? Henry stared at Janos in astonishment. What kind of stone is that? Where did you hear of such a thing? The magnitude of a wizard's power is primarily based on their innate talent. Janos placed his hand on the table, his finger tapping rhythmically. So there's no other method for testing then? What if someone possesses potential but lacks a magical surge? Henry shrugged. At least, nothing of the sort has occurred thus far. If you insist on trying, I suggest you wield my wand. If you have potential, the wand will respond to you. Henry placed the wand on the table, gesturing with an inviting hand. Janos lowered his head, contemplating for a long while, before finally extending his hand towards the wand. Just as his fingers were about to touch it, Henry's hand interposed between Janos's fingers and the wand. Henry looked earnestly at Janos. Mr. Janos, I wish to forewarn you. If after your attempt you find yourself unable to wield magic, please vow never to pursue magic again. Past experiences have taught me that if you continue to seek out magic, the outcome will not be favorable. Janos's serious voice emerged. I swear. Henry nodded, retracting his hand from in front of the wand. Janos gently picked up the wand with his right hand, inhaling deeply before raising it into the air and swinging it forcefully. Chapter 16, Untitled. The room fell into a brief silence, the air thick with an awkward tension. Janos sighed, as if resigning himself to fate, and tossed the wand towards Megan. Well, it seems I truly lack talent. Henry stood by, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you lack the gift. Children of talent in England cannot simply be forgotten, for I have come across certain information in the tomes of Ravenclaw at Hogwarts. Megan cleared her throat and said, in a nondescript, securely locked tower at Hogwarts, which has never been visited by students, there resides an ancient tome bound in black dragon hide, its cover showing signs of wear. The pages of this book have not felt the touch of human fingers since it was placed there by the 4 founders upon the castle's completion. Beside it lies a diminutive silver inkwell, within which rests a long, faded quill. These are the quill of acceptance and the book of admission, the sole means by which Hogwarts selects its students. The powerful and enduring enchantment that governs the actions of this book and quill remains a mystery. Those who have come to understand it in the past have kept the secret, undoubtedly to spare the lengthy explanations to the furious parents whose offspring have not been chosen by Hogwarts. The decisions of the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance are irrevocable to this day. No student has been admitted to Hogwarts whose name has not been inscribed upon the yellowed pages of the Book of Admission. When a child first manifests magical talent, the quill will leap from the inkwell, seeking to inscribe that child's name in the Book of Admission. This quill is believed to have been plucked from an augury bird, and the inkwell remains empty. No one has yet taken the time to analyze the silvery liquid that flows slowly from the enchanted quill's tip. Those fortunate enough to witness this process, some headmasters prefer to spend hours quietly in that tower, hoping to observe its workings, believe that the judgment of the Quill of Acceptance is more lenient than that of the Book of Admission. A mere hint of magical potential is enough to sway the quill, while at that moment, the Book of Admission will snap shut, refusing to be inscribed until it receives sufficiently compelling evidence of magical ability. In fact, the strictness of the Book of Admission serves a purpose. It maintains a nearly flawless record of those left outside Hogwarts gates. Occasionally, children of wizarding parents who lack magical abilities may possess a faint residual aura of magic due to their lineage. However, once their parents' magic no longer envelopes them, it is indisputable that they lack any capacity for spellcasting. With the Quill of Acceptance's sensitivity paired with the strictness of the Book of Admission, they have never erred. Janos sat at the head of the meeting room, attentively listening to Henry's account until Henry concluded his information. I understand. So whether the children possess talent depends upon a magical quill and a magical book, which will determine if these English children may attend Hogwarts. Henry furrowed his brow in contemplation. If you wish to think that, it is entirely acceptable. Janos rose from his seat. Well then, it seems I'm destined to remain untouched by magic. Henry's smile returned. It is all the better if you can think that way. At the London police station, in the meeting room, Greg stood by the blackboard at the door, which was adorned with several black and white photographs. A few officers sat upright in their chairs beneath the board. Greg rapped on the blackboard and pointed to one of the photographs. You see, the criminals slaughtered the overseers without taking anything from the factory. Only the child laborers have vanished, and we have found missing children on the streets of London. I suspect this group of child laborers has been imprisoned by the miscreants. Thus, I deduce that the purpose of these criminals in murdering the overseers is to target the child laborers. Greg lifted a cup of water from the table beneath the blackboard, taking a sip to clear his throat. Our next task will be to patrol the vicinity of the factories in East London for 24 hours. You must remain vigilant, keeping your whistles and firearms within easy reach. Should you detect any suspicious individuals, sound a warning. If the situation escalates, I authorize you to fire. Protect yourselves from harm at the hands of these criminals. Greg paused, speaking in a weighty tone. Of course, while you remain alert to the criminals. You must also be wary of the overseers and security guards in the factories. I suspect that astute factory owners have realized the criminals' intentions. They must have their own plans. Next time, the miscreants will not only face us, the police, but also armed factory overseers and guards. Greg's expression darkened as he regarded the officers. I am aware that some of you harbor sympathy for these criminals. Let me remind you to always remember your identity. You are the protectors of the law. You must uphold the dignity of the law at all times. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Greg maintaining a stern gaze upon the officers, who dared not meet his sharp, dangerous eyes. After a long pause, as the officers seemed on the verge of madness from the silence, Greg finally spoke. Now, get your damned backsides off those seats and execute your duties. Upon hearing they could finally leave the meeting room, the officers hurriedly filed out. Outside the meeting room, an older officer approached a younger one. Look, the inept howler has vented his frustrations on his subordinates again. I truly cannot fathom why they would promote an uneducated orphan to the rank of chief. The young officer blinked, lowering his voice. Chief Tygo, I wonder if Greg ascended through the sacrifice of his own wife. Tygo grimaced and waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. I've seen his wife. She is certainly not of a caliber to elevate Greg. Who knows, perhaps he sold his own body. The young officer's eyes widened in surprise. Are you suggesting that the chief, Tygo gestured for the young officer to hush, then quickly approached Greg as he exited the meeting room. Greg, I believe you have been overly tense lately. Impatience is not conducive to solving cases. I suggest you take some time to rest. Otherwise, your health may suffer. Greg maintained a calm demeanor, nodding at Tygo. Thank you for your concern, Tygo. He then walked towards the exit of the station, though his hand remained tightly clenched in his uniform pocket. Chapter 17, Megan's Anomaly. Dorian Castle boasted a vast dining hall, where the enormous iron doors opened to reveal rows of rectangular wooden tables and accompanying long benches. A diverse assembly of children clad in white robes, with hoods cast back, filled the hall, some engaged in animated conversation, while others had finished their meals and were preparing to leave, and many more were devouring their food voraciously. At the far end, directly opposite the entrance, a trio of steps led up to a grand round table seating 20. Yano occupied the head seat, facing the entrance and the children below. To his left sat Megan in white robes, and to his right Henry in black robes, with 5 assassins casually positioned on either side. Yano's placement of Henry at his right signified Henry as his most important subordinate, a fact that Henry appreciated greatly. Master, when shall we commence our next operation? Dana inquired, sipping pumpkin soup. Yano delicately set his spoon upon the edge of his bowl and elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. I deem it exceedingly rude to speak while others are dining. However, since you have asked, I believe our next action will need to wait until the end of next month. Dana sheepishly placed his spoon down. My apologies, master. But our last operation was quite simple. Why not seize the opportunity for another before the factory owners realize what has transpired? Yano gently laid the napkin upon the table. I believe they would have reacted by the following day. If we were to impulsively rush into the factories now, I fear what awaits us may be either a swarm of police or fully armed security personnel. Megan's voice resonated from the side. I believe you may be aptly dubbed Cowardly Jano in the future. If I were in your position, I would promptly assemble a team and strike them fiercely before they even noticed. And by the time they recovered, we would have rescued all the child laborers. Jano cast a sidelong glance at Megan. This is precisely why I am the leader of the Brotherhood, while you remain merely an inadequate assassin. I must take responsibility for each assassin's life. I cannot allow them to perish due to my momentary lapse in judgment. It is prudent to deliberate with utmost caution. If I manage the Brotherhood as you do, we would vanish within a month. At that moment, Henry had finished his dinner and, while dabbing his mouth with a napkin, nodded in agreement. I believe Mr. Jano is correct. As the leader, he must be accountable for his subordinates. Mr. Megan, your impatience is evident. I feel you should temper your demeanor, or else you will find it difficult to succeed in any field. Megan slammed his hand on the table with such force that the pumpkin soup in front of Donner splattered, splashing into Donner's eyes. Damn it, it's still scalding. Do not exclaim it. hastily grabbing a napkin to wipe his eyes. Ignoring Donner, Megan stood before the round table, glaring fiercely at Jano. I do not require a magician to instruct me. You ought to be in the castle tower, studying your so-called magic, rather than at a table occupied by those you deem muggles. After uttering these words, Megan turned and strode down the steps, hastily exiting the dining hall. Perhaps the commotion caused by Megan was too great, for the children set down their food, ceased their conversations, and silently gazed at Jano and his companions on the steps. Jano rose, forcing a smile. Mr. Megan may not be feeling well. Please do not mind him, and enjoy your dinner. Observing the dining hall return to its lively atmosphere, Jano sat down, awkwardly glancing at Henry. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Henry. Please forgive him, considering he is still but a child. Henry waved his hand dismissively. No need to concern yourself, Mr. Jano. It was my fault for intruding upon your conversation. Jano shook his head. No, you're not at fault. You are correct. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. Rest assured, I will have a thorough conversation with Mr. Megan afterward. In the dead of night, Donner was lost in a blissful dream. A faintly mischievous smile gracing his lips as he muttered incoherently. A shadowy figure appeared beside him, slowly extending a hand toward the slumbering Donner. Just as the hand was about to touch him, Donner abruptly opened his eyes, springing from his bed like a coiled spring, seizing the figure's arm in the darkness, twisting it behind their back, and delivering a forceful kick to the figure's knee pit, causing them to collapse. Donner clenched his fist, ready to deliver a decisive blow, when the figure exclaimed in a familiar voice, "Damn it, it's me, Megan." Donner hesitated, scrutinizing the figure on the ground, though the voice and tone were unmistakably Megan's. As an assassin, Donner was never one to trust easily. The figure on the ground seemed to sense Donner's uncertainty, their tone laced with desperation. "Damn it. If you let me go now, I won't hold your previous scare against you." As soon as the words left their lips, Donner promptly released the figure. Taken aback by the sudden freedom, tumbled to the floor. Donner approached the table and lit an oil lamp. The warm, amber light illuminated the room, revealing a disheveled Megan, clad in a white robe and hood, struggling to rise from the floor. "Megan, did your mentor not advise you against approaching vigilant assassins?" Megan shot Donner an irate glare. "Damn it, you nearly wrenched my arm off." Donner chuckled sheepishly. "Apologies, but I tend to strike hard when danger arises after I have relaxed my guard." Megan straightened his disordered attire, adopting a serious demeanor as he faced Donner. "Well, I have come to inquire about your opinion on Jano. Dunagaza upwart, contemplating, manto. I hold him in great esteem." A hint of sadness crossed Donner's face, though it seems he does not particularly favor me, often putting me through arduous tasks, like scaling several towers alone to retrieve holy water. Donner turned his gaze to Megan. "You may find it hard to believe, but my mentor has expressed disdain for my lack of legal knowledge, claiming he has taught me about the law. He has never taught me about the law. I swear." Megan placed a hand on his forehead, exasperated. All right. I merely wish to know your thoughts on Jano, not to hear your grievances." Megan paused, scrutinizing Donner, who had ceased his complaints. "So, do you wish to earn your mentor's respect? Earn my mentor's respect? Do you have something in mind, Megan?" Donner asked, taken aback. Megan's eyes sparkled with confidence. "Indeed, I have a brilliant plan." Donner eyed Megan with skepticism. "Brilliant plan? Care to share?" Megan, with an air of mystery, beckoned Donner to sit at the small table in the bedroom. "What if we were to accomplish a task that Jano deems impossible? How do you think he would react?" Donner tentatively replied, "He would be, quite surprised and perhaps see me in a new light." Megan snapped his fingers, excitedly exclaiming, "Correct. I knew you weren't as foolish as you appear. You are indeed quite clever, Donner." Although Donner felt there were flaws in Megan's reasoning, he respectfully replied, "Thank you." Megan continued, "Tonight, Jano stated that rescuing the orphans now is futile. If we could single-handedly liberate a factory's child laborers, do you think Jano would regard us differently?" To Megan's astonishment, Donner shook his head vigorously. "No, this is not a good idea. You're openly defying the mentor's decision. Even if we succeed, I doubt he would be pleased. He might even be extremely disappointed." Megan raised an eyebrow disdainfully. "I never knew you, Donner, to be such a coward." Donner's expression turned serious. "My ultimate goal in seeking my mentor's respect is to ensure he values me. If forced to choose, I would prefer he despise me rather than be utterly disappointed." Megan's face reflected shock. "What on earth has Jano filled your head with? Damn it, you can't possibly have feelings for Jano, can you?" "Feelings? Who? The mentor?" Donner found himself in turmoil. No, we are both men. How could I possibly love a man? Besides, the mentor's inclinations are entirely normal. If he were to harbor feelings for me, then perhaps... No, that's not right. Iaman upheitman. As Donner's thoughts spiraled into confusion, Megan shot him a disdainful glance before quietly exiting the bedroom, leaving Donner alone, rambling incoherently. At 3 a.m., while most of London had succumbed to deep slumber, preparing for the bustling day ahead, this theory was evidently rejected by the factory owners of East London. Except for the Reed's factory, which had been sealed off due to the massacre of the overseers, even during the hours when the citizens were asleep. The child laborers within the other factories toiled fervently, overseers wielding whips and knives, urging them to hasten their work. At the entrance of each factory, several security guards clad in black uniforms stood watch, their arms poised near their holstered revolvers, ever vigilant. Outside the factory street, police officers clad in blue uniforms, armed with firearms, patrol the surrounding streets with a vigilant presence. They traverse the thoroughfares and alleys, meticulously inspecting any potential hiding places for suspicious individuals. At the Paley Steel Processing Plant, child laborers diligently attend to their tasks. A small group of children diligently crafts molds at the factory workbench, while a majority laboriously transport coal into the furnace. Once the containers resting atop the furnace reach a fiery glow, some children pour discarded steel into them, waiting for the metal to melt before using tongs to transfer the molten steel into the prepared molds. As one child grasps a container with tongs, a tiny spark leaps onto his unprotected forearm, prompting an instinctive release of the tongs. The container crashes to the ground with a loud thud, and molten iron splashes onto the child's ankle, eliciting a piercing scream as he collapses. A boy with brown hair pushes through the crowd of child laborers, and, upon seeing the fallen child, his black pupils dilate in shock. He quickly crouches beside the injured boy. "Ross, what's wrong?" The child on the ground groans. "My leg hurts so much, Morgan." The foreman, hearing the commotion, approaches nonchalantly. The surrounding children recoil in fear, wary of being punished for obstructing the foreman's path. Upon seeing the writhing child on the ground, the foreman furrows his brow. "Damn it, someone drag this little brat aside. We cannot let him hinder our progress." Morgan, hearing the foreman's words, quickly grabs his hand. "No, Ross needs help. You must treat him." The foreman angrily shakes off Morgan's hand, shoving him aside. "Get away. The factory won't spend a single penny on sick or injured children, and neither will I." Morgan struggles to lift himself off the ground, kneeling as he pleads with the foreman. "Please, have mercy. Save poor Ross. He can barely speak from the pain." The foreman kicks Morgan away and yanks the barely conscious Ross up by the collar. "I have no time for your ridiculous compassion. Those who delay progress will be punished, and you all are affecting our work." With cruelty glinting in his eyes, the foreman looks at Ross. "Ah, I believe I've found a fitting punishment for him." Morgan seems to sense the foreman's intentions and screams, "No, let Ross go." The foreman slaps Morgan to the ground and carries Ross up the stairs. Morgan scrambles to pursue, but each time he draws close, he is viciously kicked aside. Yet, he rises again, relentlessly chasing after the foreman. For Ross is his first and only friend. The foreman brings Ross to the 4th floor and approaches the window, flinging it open. He extends his arm out, dangling Ross precariously over the edge. Turning back to gloat at the fallen Morgan, who groans in agony on the floor, the foreman sneers. "You want me to save him? Very well. I shall rescue him from this nightmarish world." Morgan's eyes widen in despair as he cries out no. The frail Ross slips from the foreman's grasp, plummeting as if in response to the foreman's cruel words. In his lifeless gaze, there's a flicker of release mingled with hatred. Chapter 19, Megan and Morgan. A dull thud resonates as Ross's emaciated body crashes to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, nose, and ears. He takes one final, profound look at this world filled with despair before eternally closing his eyes in relief. Morgan lies on the factory floor, mouth agape, yet no sound escapes. The foreman turns and strides toward the prostrate Morgan, rubbing his wrist as he approaches. "Now it's your turn. I suspect no child will dare defy me again." Morgan's eyes blaze with fury and hatred as he grits his teeth. "Someday, you will pay for your crimes." The foreman stands before Morgan, mockery gleaming in his eyes as he extends his hand toward the prone figure. "Perhaps, but you want to live to see that day." Morgan ceases his futile struggles, despairingly shutting his eyes, as if preparing to greet death with dignity. Suddenly, a sound pierces the air, reminiscent of a sword being drawn. Morgan wonders if the foreman intends to kill him with a dagger, only to hear something crash. Perhaps the foreman seeks to torment him further? He keeps his eyes closed, silently awaiting death. "Why are you keeping your eyes shut?" A strange voice breaks the silence of the room. Morgan, startled, opens his eyes to find a man in a white robe and a beaked hood bending over him. While Morgan cannot discern the man's face hidden in the shadow of the hood, he can distinctly see his eyes, which radiate genuine concern. Morgan swears this is the first time anyone has looked at him with such warmth. At the man's feet lies the foreman, his neck soaked in blood, a 2-inch gash staining his throat, with blood gushing forth like a turned faucet. Morgan stares at the man before him. "Are you an apostle sent by God to save me?" The man chuckles lightly at Morgan's words. "Well, since you can speak, it appears you are not in dire straits. I am not a messenger of God. You may call me. You may refer to me as May." Trembling, Morgan rises to his feet and bows his head, concealing his expression in the shadows. "Mr. May I have a weapon? Even a small dagger will suffice." May glances at Morgan with curiosity, retrieving a dagger from his boot and handing it to him. "Here, be careful not to cut yourself. This dagger is quite sharp." Morgan accepts the dagger with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. May." He slowly approaches the lifeless body of the foreman, kneeling before him, raising the dagger high. With a fierce thrust, Morgan plunges the dagger into the foreman's body, then withdraws it, raising it again to deliver another brutal blow, and then another, and yet another. Morgan loses count of how many times he strikes until his clothes are soaked in blood and his arms can no longer lift the dagger. The dagger clatters to the ground as Morgan gasps for breath, tears streaming down his face, mingling with blood and mucus. He stands up, leaning against the wall as he retches. May had actually arrived at the Pili steel processing plant long before. After slipping out of Donner's chamber, he had stealthily exited the castle, driven a carriage into East London, and parked it in a dim alley, evading several patrols before reaching the factory. As he deftly avoided security and climbed onto the factory roof, he witnessed the foreman brutally thrusting a child out of the 4th-floor window. Letting go of the child's arm, before he could react, the child fell to the ground with a dull thud, lifeless. May's fury surged, almost overwhelming him. He could scarcely believe that a life could so easily slip away before his eyes. Megan leaped from the rooftop, deftly grasping the eaves of the 4th-floor window, silently slipping into the factory above. She stealthily approached the overseer standing by the corridor, her wrist blade springing forth from its concealment. With her left hand, she swiftly covered the overseer's mouth, while the blade plunged mercilessly into his throat, causing him to collapse helplessly onto the cold ground. Megan moved behind Morgan, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. "Take a deep breath and do as I say, child." Morgan followed her instructions, inhaling deeply. "Sir, I'm just a little unaccustomed. It's my first time harming someone with a weapon." Megan observed the visibly improved Morgan and nodded. "I believe everyone undergoes such a process initially. It was the same for me when I inherited this legacy. Yes, the first time I took a life was akin to this." Morgan took several deep breaths, halting his retching. He sat down abruptly, gazing up at Megan. "Mr. Megan, why are you here?" Megan settled beside Morgan. "I plan to rescue all the child laborers in this factory, but as I climbed to the roof, I spotted you all." Morgan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true? There are 7 overseers downstairs, along with 3 armed guards at the main entrance. Are you certain you can save us alone?" Megan rose to her feet. "Stay here obediently. I believe I can resolve this matter swiftly." She patted Morgan's head, turning toward the window. Morgan lowered his voice and called after her. "I'm Morgan, sir." Megan glanced back at Morgan with a smile, propping herself against the windowsill before gracefully vaulting out. Chapter 20. The Unexpected. "Captain Gregor, we've spotted a carriage on the street." A resounding voice echoed from the depths of the street. Gregor was taken aback, nearly dropping the pipe clamped between his teeth. He grasped it firmly, roaring at the patrolling officers around him. "Damn it! What are you waiting for? Hurry to the carriage. Surround it. But don't approach carelessly. Be wary of potential assailants hidden within. If necessary, shoot the horses." 10 minutes later, in a narrow alley of East London, a group of officers surrounded the carriage from 10 meters away, taking cover behind barriers. They clutched revolvers, nervously extending their arms to aim at the carriage, sweat soaking their palms and clothing. They stood motionless, vigilant against any potential assailants that might spring forth, even as sweat dripped into their eyes. None dared to wipe it away, fully aware that they might soon confront a skilled killer. Thud! Thud! The tense atmosphere of the alley was pierced by the sound of polished shoes striking the ground. Gregor strode to within 10 meters of the carriage, wielding a trumpet-like megaphone. He raised it high. "I don't know if anyone is inside the carriage, but if there are, please exit with both hands visible. If no one emerges in 5 minutes, we will forcibly breach the carriage." After delivering his ultimatum, Gregor lowered the megaphone and focused intently on the carriage. The carriage door remained shut, while the horses, sensing the charged atmosphere, began to stamp nervously in place. Tick-tock. Gregor held a pocket watch. its hands moving at a leisurely pace. Each tick resonated with the officers' anxious hearts. They had never felt 5 minutes stretch so interminably. Click! Gregor snapped the watch shut. 5 minutes are up. He tucked the watch into his pocket, gesturing for the officers to follow him, then cautiously raised his revolver, easing his steps as he approached the carriage. Reaching the carriage door, he slowly grasped the handle and nodded to the officers behind him. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself. Bang! Gregor yanked the door open, the sound reverberating like thunder. After a long pause, Gregor emerged from the carriage, shouting at the officers outside. There is no one inside the carriage. Head immediately to the nearest factory. Upon arriving at the Palais Steelworks, they stumbled upon Megan, who had just dispatched the last security guard. Megan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of 7 or 8 officers. She could not fathom where the details had gone awry. Gregor commanded the officers to encircle the man clad in a white robe and eagle-beaked hood. Gregor aimed his revolver at Megan. Huh, at last, we caught you, you executioner. Now, raise your hands above your head, or I shall send a bullet through your heart. Megan regarded the encircling officers with grave seriousness, clenching his fists and slightly bending his knees. Damn it, what did it all go wrong? How did you know I was here? Gregor, buoyed by the capture of the criminal, displayed remarkable patience, intending to pressure Megan into surrendering through dialogue. I do not know where you acquired your lethal skills, able to silently slay an overseer, but your intellect seems lacking. After committing murder, you brazenly returned to crime, even parking the carriage in this alley. After a brief pause, Gregor continued. I now suggest you come quietly to the police station. Given your lack of resistance, we may consider mitigating your punishment. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of faint sounds emerged from behind the officers, as if something struck their backs. Their bodies stiffened suddenly, their revolvers slipping from their hands and crashing to the ground. Only Gregor seemed to notice the subtle sounds, instinctively turning to look behind him. Mid-turn, he felt something pierce his shoulder. Glancing down, he saw a slender silver needle embedded in his flesh. A wave of intense fatigue washed over Gregor, causing him to collapse to the ground. He gazed at the 6 shadows emerging from behind them. He was too exhausted to discern their features, only vaguely perceiving one figure approaching, saying, Sheriff Gregor Greystead, have you heard the saying that villains often perish due to excessive verbosity? Clearly, you are not the archetypal villain, but the principle remains the same. Had you fired your weapon directly, the outcome might have been different. Gregor fought against the encroaching drowsiness, gritting his teeth. I'll remember your voice. I swear, one day, I will personally apprehend you. Jano let out a mocking chuckle, observing Gregor's eyes close as he led the other 5 assassins past his body toward Megan. With great effort, Gregor opened his eyes, noticing his revolver lying beside him. He struggled to reach for it. Jano approached Megan, slightly lifting his chin. Assassin, if it weren't for Donner noticing something amiss and alerting me, I suspect by tomorrow morning your mother would receive news of your imprisonment or demise. Megan bowed his head, obscured by shadows, preventing Jano from seeing his expression. Jano glared fiercely at Megan. You have compromised the information of the assassins. You have violated the creed. Upon our return, I shall announce your punishment. At that moment, Soros dashed to Megan's side, forcefully shoving him aside while shouting, Damn it, he is not unconscious yet. Stand back. Bang. Gregor, half reclining on the ground, trembled as he raised his revolver, the barrel slowly rising and emitting a wisp of smoke. Now we're even. Jano watched Soros fall to the ground, his eyes widening as he witnessed blood spraying from the spot where Soros had been shot. Jano turned to gaze at Gregor, who had succumbed to slumber with a smile on his face. His brow furrowed deeply, and an uncontainable fury ignited in his eyes. If anything were to happen to Soros, I assure you, you would find yourself in grave trouble. Chapter 21, Punishment. In the early morning at Dorian Castle, Jano, leading the returned child workers and young assassins, stood before the solitary gravestone in the castle's desolate cemetery. In his hand, he held a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, while his staff was planted firmly in the ground beside the gravestone, which was adorned with the Brotherhood's emblem of an eagle skull. Etched into the gravestone were several lines of inscription. Here lies our brother, who demonstrated his kindness, courage, and selflessness through his actions. He dedicated his life to the Brotherhood. May he find peace in death. Shorosh. Jano placed the white chrysanthemums at the foot of the gravestone, removed his top hat, and, with a hand over his heart, bowed deeply, murmuring, May you find peace in death. I am profoundly grateful for your salvation of my unfortunate brother. Standing upright, Jano turned to regard the 4 assassins clad in green coats and Megan, draped in a brown coat, beside the gravestone. It was indeed ironic. as if the tribute to Soros had facilitated the elevation of the other 4 novice assassins to seasoned status, while Megan transitioned from an apprentice to a novice assassin. Yano's gaze shifted to the young assassins behind him, his expression imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. I implore you to remember this assassin, for he is the Brotherhood's first fallen hero, the first to sacrifice due to the folly of our own kind. Tilting slightly, he directed his peripheral vision towards Megan. The 3 cardinal principles of the assassins are as follows. 1. Do not indiscriminately kill the innocent. 2. Conceal your tracks in plain sight, becoming one with the crowd. 3. Never jeopardize the Brotherhood. Yano withdrew his staff from the ground beside the gravestone. Yet our Mr. Megan has violated 2 of these principles. Firstly, he exposed the existence of the assassins before the police, resulting in increased obstacles for our future endeavors. Secondly, his foolish actions led to the sacrifice of our brother, Mr. Soros. The children before the gravestone gazed silently at Megan, though there was no sound. The palpable pressure rendered Megan breathless. Yano approached Megan, pressing the tip of his staff against Megan's chest, raising his voice. Thus, as the leader of the Brotherhood, your mentor, I hereby declare you, Mr. Megan Dorian, expelled from a Brotherhood for violating 2 of the cardinal tenets. You shall shed your assassin's garb. You shall lose your identity as an assassin. Leaning closer, Yano whispered into Megan's ear, consider yourself fortunate to be my brother. Otherwise, the consequences would be far graver than merely losing your assassin's identity. Standing upright, Yano withdrew the staff from Megan's chest and took 2 steps back. Donner, please come forth to execute Megan's punishment. Megan had not uttered a single word throughout, nor had he lifted his bowed head. Donner, clad in a green coat and matching hood, approached Megan with an impassive expression. I warned you this was not a prudent idea. Megan made no attempt to resist, mechanically raising both hands to comply as Donner removed his brown assassin's uniform and the hidden wrist blade from his arm. Donner meticulously folded the brown uniform and placed the wrist blade atop it, silently retreating behind Yano with the folded garments. Yano sighed quietly, stepping in front of Megan. I shall escort you back to the estate, Megan. I fear you may not be suited to remain here. I will persuade Father to allow you to work at Dorian Bank, facilitating your future inheritance of this institution. Finally lifting his head, Megan's face was devoid of the usual vitality and confidence. His voice was hoarse. I wish to remain with the Brotherhood. Yano furrowed his brow. I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. You have been expelled from the Brotherhood. You are no longer an assassin. Megan's eyes glazed over. Yet the weakness in his voice belied the determination within. I was wrong. I oversimplified everything. I caused Soros's death, and I must atone. I will not evade my mistakes. I cannot simply retreat to the estate and squander my life. Soros's pursuit and ideals shall be carried forth by me. Upon finishing, Megan gazed pleadingly at Yano. Please grant me this unreasonable request, mentor. Yano, leaning on his staff, regarded the transformed Megan before him, then turned to the assassins behind. He speaks thus? What say you? A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The assassins exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak, until Eris stepped forward, approaching Yano's back. Mentor, he has violated our tenets. He has even caused the death of his own brother. We cannot accept him as one of us again. I believe he deserves capital punishment. Eris paused. That was my initial thought, until he expressed his desire to inherit Soros's will. Thus, I pondered perhaps we might grant him a chance. A brown-haired child emerged from the crowd, regarding the adjudged Megan. Looking directly up at Yano, please, grant Mr. Megan another opportunity. I believe everyone deserves a chance for redemption. Megan cast a grateful glance at Morgan and Eris, who had spoken on his behalf. Yano pondered, his right hand stroking his chin. Megan remained silent, lowering his head once more, quietly awaiting Yano's final verdict. Yano lowered his hand from his chin back onto his staff, nodded, and addressed the bowed Megan. It seems our castle is in need of a handyman. Currently, the daily meals and laundry are collectively managed by the assassins, which is a considerable burden, and hiring external help is not a viable option. Do you believe you can manage this task? Megan lifted his head, surprise illuminating his face. I can. I believe I can fulfill this role. I am determined to excel at it. Yano nodded in approval. Excellent. Then the castle's chores are entrusted to you. By the way, Yano turned and retrieved the wrist blade from the folded uniform held by Donner, tossing it to Megan. Even as a handyman in our hideout, one must possess some self-defense skills. Megan caught the wrist blade, exhilaration coursing through him as he resecured it beneath his wrist guard. He had never before realized how significant the wrist blade was to him. In that fleeting moment of its absence, he felt utterly defenseless, surrounded by foes brandishing weapons, until it was restored to him. Yano regarded Megan with a knowing look. Work diligently. I suspect everyone in the hideout will be watching you. This role of yours will not be an easy one. Chapter 22. The Departed. Damn it. You will make the police department the laughingstock of all London. A roar echoed from the chief's office within the London Police Department. Chief George sat in his chair, his rugged, aged round face flushed with anger as he slammed his police cap onto the desk. 7 or 8 officers were easily disarmed. They were all taken down. What kind of captain are you? If you cannot handle this, I am sure there are many awaiting your dismissal. Gregor stood at attention before the desk, clutching his police cap. I was too complacent. When we cornered the criminals, I let my guard down. This is my responsibility, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Chief George slammed his hand on the desk, his eyes ablaze with fury. Listen to what you were saying. I am willing to accept any punishment. Do you think that punishing you will restore the reputation of the police department? You indeed deserve punishment, but not now. That punishment will be administered once this matter has settled. You will start anew as a constable. Gregor bent slightly, lowering his head. I apologize, Chief George. I fear I have disappointed you. George gazed at Gregor, his restless heart gradually finding tranquility. You are indeed correct. I am profoundly disappointed in you. I bore the weight of the police department's pressure to recruit you, an orphan, and elevate you to the rank of captain. You cannot fathom the magnitude of my expectations for you. I believed you could transform this lamentable era. I am aging, devoid of the capacity and time to advance any further, while you possess an abundance of time. I implore you to remain ever vigilant. Always remember the oath you took during your interview at the precinct. Gregor kept his head bowed, not daring to raise it, and murmured in a subdued tone. Thank you for your guidance. George sighed, gesturing towards Gregor. Go on. I fear I can assist you no further. Gregor straightened his posture, offered a salute to George, and then silently exited the room. As he closed the door to the chief's office, Tygo approached from the side. Hey, Captain Gregor, your subordinates are awaiting your assembly. You might want to brace yourself. It seems some officer has been loose-lipped, and they are aware of your incident with the assailants. I suspect they are rather agitated at present. Gregor regarded Tygo with an impassive expression. Thank you for the heads-up, Captain Tygo. I suppose I should indeed address my subordinates. Farewell. Tygo watched as Gregor walked away, muttering to himself, I doubt you will bask in your glory for long. It is quite absurd that an orphan could ascend to the position of captain. Upon reaching the meeting room door, Gregor listened to the sounds of heated discussions emanating from within. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room fell silent at once as Gregor approached the conference table, observing the officers who had begun to fixate on him the moment he entered. I believe you're all aware of my recent mishap. As for who divulged the information, I can't surmise without your input. Gregor sighed softly. Whether you believe it or not, we had successfully cornered one of the assailants, but during the apprehension, we were ambushed by his accomplices. Though the capture failed, I managed to shoot one of them before losing consciousness. I cannot ascertain which part of his body I struck. Thus, our ensuing task is to visit various doctors throughout London to inquire if they have treated any patients with gunshot wounds, or perhaps consult with priests to see if anyone sought their services for a funeral today. Looking at the silent officers, Gregor cleared his hoarse throat and continued. What we can ascertain is that the assailants are part of syndicate. I overheard one of them reveal their profession before I succumbed to unconsciousness. They are referred to as assassins. They don white robes and hooded cloaks resembling the beak of an eagle. Shortly, I shall have the precinct produce a sketch, and I need a portion of you to distribute these images. Do you have any questions? From the crowd, Claude rose to his feet. Captain Gregor, regardless of the circumstances, you have always been the most capable and dedicated captain in my eyes. I regret ever extending kindness to them. Rest assured, we shall fulfill the tasks you have assigned. Gregor's somber countenance softened upon seeing Claude stand among his peers, and he nodded slowly. Thank you, Claude. Now, everyone, go forth and execute your missions. As for any disciplinary measures against me, those will be issued after the situation has been resolved. Perhaps this will be the last time I lead you in a task as your captain, and I shall cherish these final moments together. At Dorian Castle, Megan stood before Soros's tombstone, cradling a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Kneeling before the grave, she placed the flowers upon the altar, murmuring, You should not have pushed me away. You should not have borne all of this on my behalf. I have received my due punishment, losing my identity as an assassin, but I shall reclaim it swiftly. Your aspirations will become my aspirations. Your beliefs shall be my beliefs. You shall forever live within me. Megan straightened, pressing her lips together and managing to utter a quiet sorry through clenched teeth. As she departed, she walked toward the sunlight, as if reborn, her silhouette casting a shadow upon the grave, leaving behind only a bouquet of white chrysanthemums and a trace of tears. Chapter 23. The Tale of Soros. Morning broke. Soros, as was his custom, rose while others still languished in slumber, donned his uniform, and opened the drawer of the bedside table, retrieving a bulging leather pouch. He then exited his bedroom. Soros arrived at the training ground adjacent to the castle, approaching a nearby bench with a cold demeanor as he unfastened the leather pouch and set it upon the bench. He then turned and made his way to the stables, for he had many tasks ahead, including a trip to South London to procure provisions for the castle for the upcoming week. As Soros departed the training ground, a flock of pigeons suddenly descended from the sky, fluttering down to the bench. They eagerly buried their heads into the leather pouch, and in their commotion, the pouch tumbled to the ground, spilling small pieces of meticulously broken white bread. The pigeons gathered in a frenzy, flapping their wings as they feasted, even attracting a few more pigeons from above, who swooped down to snatch the food. Soros drove his carriage to the trade market in South London, parking it at the horse lot outside the marketplace. With an impassive expression, he handed the reins to an approaching stable boy while retrieving 2 pennies from his pocket and placing them on the carriage. 1 penny is yours. The storage time is uncertain. If it falls short, I shall compensate upon my return. The stable boy, delighted, grasped the reins and offered a slight bow. Thank you, generous sir. Soros merely nodded stiffly, turning to head toward the market. Before entering the market, Soros passed through an alley where faint meows could be heard from the entrance. Glancing toward the alley, he paid it no mind and continued on his way. Inside the market, throngs of people bustled about amidst the cacophony. The market was divided into sections for vegetables, fish, meat, and goods. Soros followed the crowd into the vegetable market, where an abundance of fresh, vibrant produce awaited. Green leafy vegetables, crisp radishes, succulent celery, plump tomatoes, and thorny cucumbers adorned the stalls, offering an array of agricultural delights for patrons to select their preferred fresh vegetables. Holding a shopping list, Soros entered a small establishment labeled Wholesale Grains. He approached the counter and handed his list to the gentleman standing there. The man examined the list with keen interest. You have quite an extensive list. It may be challenging to gather everything from a single grain store, he remarked, winking at Soros. However, you are in luck. We happen to have all the items on your list here. We are renowned for our comprehensive stock. Soros regarded the man with an expressionless gaze, uttering nary a word, merely nodding stiffly. The man, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his cheek. It appears we have a shy customer. Let me calculate. The total comes to 4 shillings and 1 penny. As our first customer today, I think you can simply pay me 4 shillings. This is a little perk from our store. Soros retrieved his coin pouch, producing 4 shillings and placing them on the counter. Noticing a dish of dried fish on the counter, he raised his gaze to the man. Could you spare me a few pieces of dried fish? The gentleman paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure as he retrieved a leather pouch from beneath the counter. He then reached for the dish containing the dried fish, pouring the contents into the pouch and presenting it to Soros. Of course, no problem at all. This snack is something I prepare myself. Is your carriage stationed at the horse yard? We offer complimentary assistance to transport goods to your carriage. However, should you require unloading, an additional fee will apply. Soros nodded, handing over the small tag previously given to him by the stable boy. The gentleman noted the code inscribed on the tag and returned it to Soros. Very well. Our staff will deliver the goods to your carriage shortly. You may choose to continue exploring the market or return to your carriage at your leisure. Soros quietly expressed his gratitude with a simple, thank you, before turning and exiting the grain store. As he traversed the alley once more, the familiar sound of a cat's meow echoed from the entrance, though it seemed to carry a thread of fragility. Soros approached the alley's mouth, observing a small brown and white kitten huddled in a shadowy corner, battered and weak, emitting a faint, pitiful meow. Gently, he scooped up the kitten, which instinctively sank its sharp claws into his arm. Yet Soros remained unfazed, ignoring the blood seeping from the punctures as he scrutinized the kitten's wounds. With a stern expression, he placed the kitten back on the ground. Just some superficial injuries. It's likely only hungry. He then poured the dried fish from the leather pouch onto the ground before silently turning away from the alley. Later that evening, Soros sat at the grand round table in the castle's expansive dining hall, partaking of his dinner while listening to the heated argument between Megan and Yano nearby. He remained absorbed in his meal, choosing not to engage in their futile debate. I don't need your theatrics to instruct me. You should be in the castle tower, studying your so-called magic, rather than gracing the table of those you refer to as muggles. Observing Megan storm out, slamming her palms on the table, and Henry's apologetic demeanor alongside, a howling Donna wiping her eyes, Soros finished his meal in silence before departing the dining hall. Upon reaching the training grounds, Soros bent down to pick up the leather pouch that had fallen to the ground, spotting Megan sulking on one of the benches. He entered the training area quietly, swiftly unsheathing his practice sword and commencing drills on the training dummies. "Hey, Sories," Megan called, watching him train without acknowledgement. Soros halted, glancing back at her. "It's Soros." Megan blinked, seemingly perplexed by his correction. "Well, what?" Soros, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "My name is Soros, not Sories." Megan chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, I meant Soros. You must have misheard." Soros chose to ignore her further, returning to his exercises. As the conversation unfolded, Megan, feeling a bit awkward, shrugged and asked, "So what are your aspirations? Though you often seem brooding, I believe everyone harbors dreams." Soros, while training, responded softly, "What prompts your inquiry?" Rubbing her forehead, Megan replied, "I just need someone to talk to. I crave interaction." Breathless from exertion, Soros suggested, "Why not seek out Donna? I believe he would be more than willing to converse with you." Megan frowned, her voice escalating. "Damn it, he scared me unconscious before. I don't trust him. He seems far from the honest man he pretends to be." Soros stopped his training, turning to face her with a slightly hurried breath. "Donna is a good person. He harbors no ill intentions." Sensing Soros's irritation, Megan quickly clarified, Hey, I'm not disparaging your friend. I'm merely expressing my grievances. I think it's natural to complain when someone frightens you for no reason." Soros, calming his breath, scrutinized her. "Perhaps it's simply that you're too easily startled." Megan, exasperated, ran her fingers through her hair. "Damn it, do all the Brotherhood's assassins possess such conversational prowess?" She gazed at Soros, who appeared utterly bemused. "All right, let us change the subject. Soros, what is your surname?" Soros approached the bench where Megan sat, taking a seat beside her. "We're both orphans. We have only our first names, no last names." Megan's eyes reflected remorse. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Soros shook his head. "It's all right. It doesn't concern me." Megan straightened, studying Soros closely. "You still haven't shared your aspirations with me." Soros gazed up at the half-moon, his voice barely above a whisper. "My belief aligns with the Brotherhood's creed, and my pursuit is to follow my mentor in liberating the world, enabling all to dwell in equality. While absolute equality may not exist, we can strive to enhance this world. First and foremost, we must ensure that orphans experience joyful childhoods, free from hunger and devoid of the absence of a bed to sleep in. Subsequently, we can devise ways to compel capitalists to raise workers' wages. As they improve their quality of life, the incidence of orphanhood will inevitably diminish." As Soros spoke with increasing fervor, Megan suddenly laughed. "I've never heard you express so many words before." Soros turned his head, his cheeks slightly flushed, and murmured, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall resume my training." Megan composed herself. "You heard my dispute with Yano earlier, correct? Do you think Yano was right?" Soros turned to her, his demeanor serious. "The mentor is correct. As our leader, he must take responsibility for each of us. If he indiscriminately issues decisions, the assassins could lose their lives over a mere slip of his tongue." Megan, her expression darkening, stood up. "Fine, if you all believe Yano is right. I will demonstrate through my own actions that he is wrong." Soros watched her retreating figure with a sigh, rising to continue his training. In the deep of night, Soros found himself restless, tossing and turning in his bed. Rising, he approached the desk in his chamber and took a sip from his cup. Suddenly, he heard a voice emanating from Donna's room next door. "Damn it, if you let me go now, I won't hold your prior actions against you." Recognizing Megan's voice, he stood by the desk, quietly listening to their exchange, until a voice from Donna's room exclaimed, "What the hell did Yano feed you? Damn it, you're not falling for Yano, are you?" Soros heard Megan's footsteps retreating from Donna's room. He stood silently at the desk for several minutes before gently exiting his chamber. From the castle window, he observed Megan stealthily entering the stables and driving a carriage out of the castle. He turned back, approaching Donna's door, and knocked. From within came Donna's frustrated voice. "Damn it, who is it now?" The door swung open forcefully, revealing Donna in his nightclothes. "Soros? What brings you here at this hour?" Soros regarded him with a cold demeanor. "Megan has left the castle in a carriage. I believe it is imperative you inform the mentor." Donna paused, his eyes widening. "Damn it, she must have gone to East London. I need to notify the mentor immediately." "Thank you, Soros." Soros observed Donald hastily rushing away, then turned and entered his bedroom. He retrieved the uniform hanging on the hanger, donned it meticulously, and fastened the wrist guards that lay on the table around his wrists before swiftly exiting the room. Soros dashed to the stables, leaped into a carriage, and drove it to the castle gates, awaiting further instructions. At that moment, he spotted Janos approaching with 4 other assassins, all moving with urgency. They arrived at the carriage, boarding it in an orderly yet quick fashion. Soros forcefully flicked the reins, causing the horses to whinny in pain as they galloped swiftly out of the castle. Upon reaching East London, Soros witnessed police officers sprinting towards a factory. He quickly pulled the carriage to the roadside, and Janos disembarked, observing the running officers. He gestured for the assassins to follow the police. I do not know where you acquired your assassination skills, to silently slaughter a factory overseer, but I suspect your intellect may not be entirely sound. How foolish to commit a crime again so soon after the previous one, brazenly parking the carriage in the alley. As Soros approached the cluster of officers, he heard one of them standing before Megan, brandishing a handgun and addressing her. Soros noticed Janos preparing to take aim, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, two slender, curved wooden sticks sprang forth, connected by a fine, transparent thread from which a silver needle dangled, forming a miniature crossbow in Soros's hand. He raised his wrist, aiming at the officer ahead, awaiting Janos's command to shoot. Now I suggest you and I return to the police station amicably. Considering your lack of resistance to arrest, we may be inclined to reduce your sentence. Upon the utterance of these words by the officer, Soros saw Janos signal to fire, and he pressed his middle finger firmly against the trigger hidden in his palm. The officers fell one by one. As Janos reprimanded Megan, Soros inadvertently noticed the officer who had spoken earlier raising his firearm towards Megan. With no time to intervene, he dashed to Megan's side, pushing her aside while shouting, "Damn it! The isn't unconscious yet. Get down." Chapter 25, Swift Passage. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, for months had passed, ushering London into the spring of 1869. In the morning, within Dorian Castle, Janos watched as carriages escorted child laborers into the castle courtyard. He lifted his hand, adjusting his top hat with a satisfied nod. Yes, it seems just about time. He turned and strode into the basement, arriving at the mission release room. In the center stood a 5-meter-tall, diamond-shaped stone monument, its surface riddled with seams that occasionally emitted a faint blue glow. Approaching the monument, Janos placed his hand upon it, causing the blue light to surge dramatically, enveloping the entire room. A gentle female voice resonated in the expansive chamber. Congratulations, leader, on completing part of your mission. Reward, 1,000 gold coins. Your assassin rank has been elevated by 1 level. The reward will be dispensed now. Please be attentive. The blue ethereal light suddenly enveloped Janos, resembling a swirling blue nebula. He felt an influx of memories flooding his mind, accompanied by a sensation of unknown entities darting about. After a while, the blue nebula dissipated, and Janos gazed at the dual-layered cape of his Dracula outfit, now adorned with silver chains. Before he could examine them closely, a blue screen materialized before him, capturing his attention. The screen appeared to be composed of blue light, radiating a beautiful, soft glow. Janos directed his gaze to the densely packed text displayed on the screen, where he noticed, in prominently enlarged font at the center, task completion rate for rescuing orphans, 50. Mission achieved. Successfully liberated 1 area. Hideout. Apprentice assassins, including today's child workers, 924. Novice assassins, 1. Experienced assassins, 4. Skilled assassins, 1. Assassin captain, 0. Assassin master, 0. Gold coins, 1,100. Janos nodded thoughtfully. It seems my assumptions were correct. The child laborers in the factories of East London are indeed those who need liberation. We completed the task for 1 area by rescuing 3 factories. The children outside the factories were not classified as laborers. He extended his finger to tap on the screen where the exchange section was indicated. The blue screen swiftly scrolled, and within a second, fresh rows of text appeared. Level 1 Marketplace. Novice assassins, 10 gold coins each, 1 available. Experienced assassins, 100 gold coins each, 1 available. Skilled assassins, 1,000 gold coins each, 1 available. Assassin captain, 10,000 gold coins each, 1 available. Assassin master, 100,000 gold coins each, 1 available. Please note, the Level 2 Marketplace will offer Pioneer's artifacts. Conditions for activation are unknown. Janos contemplated the screen. I shall now assign the assassins in pairs for missions. Currently, we have only 4 experienced assassins available in the Brotherhood. Perhaps I should recruit a few more. He clicked on the screen, repeatedly tapping the position for experienced assassins. The gentle voice echoed once more in the room. Successfully exchanged for 11 experienced assassins. The assassins have appeared at the hideout, and upon your departure from the mission release room, they will come to meet the assassin leader. Janos nodded, his gaze still fixed on the screen. Pioneer's artifacts? Intriguing. I believe the sorcerers will no longer pose a challenge. He ascended slowly from the basement to the surface, witnessing 11 uniquely styled assassins emerging from the shadows. all clad in green coats with dual-layered capes, their heads adorned with green, eagle-beaked hoods. Janos leaned on his staff, extending his right hand in welcome. Welcome to your new home, Dorian Castle, the Brotherhood's fresh hideout. The 11 assassins lined up before Janos, placing a hand over their hearts and bowing slightly. Guided by the creed, we devote ourselves to the Brotherhood. Thank you for your acceptance, Minter. With both hands resting on his staff, Janos smiled. I believe there shall be a grand banquet tonight to welcome our new family. Your introductions can wait until later. Everyone will be eager to meet you. After speaking, Janos glanced around, spotting Morgan in the distance, donned in a small white robe and eagle-beaked hood, practicing with a hidden blade. He called out, "Hey Morgan, where's our handyman? I believe he has work to do." Morgan retracted the hidden blade, halting his training, and hurried to Janos' side. Looking up at him, "Are you referring to Mr. Megan? He should be in the stables. He usually cleans the stables at this time." Janos nodded. "Excellent. Could you please escort these gentlemen to the conference room at the top of the castle? I need to find Megan. I require him to procure more supplies. There's a grand banquet tonight." Excitement gleamed in Morgan's eyes. A banquet. Realizing he might have been overly enthusiastic, his face flushed with embarrassment. "No, leave it to me. I will guide these gentlemen there." In the stables, Megan was scrubbing the floor, a bucket of water in tow, muttering to himself, "Damn, these beasts eat a lot and produce even more. If only these wretched horses didn't relieve themselves." Janos' voice came from behind him. "I believe that is impossible. Horses consume food to replenish the various nutrients their bodies require. However, the food they eat must be digested to convert it into what they need, and no food can be entirely digested. The undigested remnants must be expelled. If not, the waste will accumulate throughout the intestines, eventually filling the entire abdominal cavity, leading to their demise." Megan cast a glance back at Yano before returning to scrub the stables. Yano shrugged, remarking, "It seems you're not particularly welcoming. I had planned to allow you to regain your assassin identity in a few days, but it appears that Mr. Megan may not be interested." With that, Yano turned to walk away. Megan straightened up abruptly, pivoting to grasp Yano's shoulder. "Damn it. I have dreamt of becoming an assassin again, not scrubbing this infernal horse dung." Yano frowned, disdainfully brushing off Megan's hand from his shoulder, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the spot. "For heaven's sake, do not touch me with your hands that have been in horse manure." Yano observed Megan's longing gaze upon him. All right. In a couple of days, I will reinstate you into the Brotherhood. Now go procure some supplies. There is a grand banquet to be held at the castle tonight." Megan, elated, tossed the water bucket to the ground and dashed toward the cart. "No problem. I shall return with the provisions." Chapter 26. The Abduction. Today, Megan donned brown trousers, black leather boots, and a white collared shirt, a quintessential worker's attire. He drove the cart towards South London, whistling joyfully along the way, overjoyed that after 4 months of effort, he would once again assume the role of an assassin. As the cart passed an orphanage, it was evident that the establishment had long been neglected, with dilapidated, yellowing buildings and rusted iron railings. In the yard, a few children played, watched over by a nun clad in a black uniform and white cap. The nun appeared rather displeased, her face contorted in a grimace as she roughly yanked a child who had fallen to the ground, tugging at the child's ear as she dragged him into the crumbling building. As the cart slowly rolled past the orphanage, a muffled cry echoed from somewhere outside. Megan turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, spotting a man in a flat cap clutching a child who was struggling in his grasp. Disembarking swiftly, Megan drew his revolver from his waist and approached with purpose. The man, with his right hand clamped firmly over the child's mouth and a small knife poised at the child's belly, hissed, "You little brat, if you utter another sound, I won't hesitate to cut you open." Terrified, the child ceased struggling, standing rigidly in place. The man chuckled triumphantly, failing to notice Megan standing behind him, his arms swiftly encircling the man's neck. Megan forcefully elbowed the man's throat, tightening his grip while raising the revolver to the man's temple. "I dare say I would not mind creating a hole in your head." The man's fragile neck was caught in the vice of Megan's hold, his hands instinctively loosening, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Panic-stricken, he raised his hands halfway, stammering, "Hey, calm down, calm down." Megan's expression was imbued with icy resolve. "I believe I'm quite calm. You should honestly tell me what you are doing." Sweat began to bead on the man's forehead. "I think you may have misunderstood. This wretched little thing is a thief. I was merely intending to take him to the police station." Megan smirked derisively. "Do you take me for a fool? Let me assure you, I am not easily deceived." He tightened his grip on the revolver. The man, sensing Megan's impatience, hastily added, "Please believe me. I can even prove that this little brat has my 3 pennies. Megan turned his head gently toward the still-dazed child. Is that what he said? The child, seemingly astonished by the man's words, widened his eyes. I do have 3 pennies. They belong to me. The nuns rewarded me for helping them. Megan regarded the child with surprise. You are one of the orphans here? Just as the child was about to respond, a nun rushed out from the orphanage, her long, dark gray curls framing a face that bore an expression of urgency. The nun hurried to the child, scooping him up and glaring at Megan and the man he had subdued. What are you doing? Who are you? Megan offered a polite smile. I apologize for not being able to bow at this moment. When I arrived, this gentleman was attempting to abduct the child. After I subdued him, he claimed that the child had stolen his 3 pennies and was planning to take him to the police. The nun furrowed her brow. I do not know how that man learned that Sandro has 3 pennies. Those pennies were rewards from Sister Daniele and myself for his assistance. The entire orphanage knows. As he boasted about it the day he received them. Megan nodded at the nun with understanding. It seems the truth of who is lying is now quite clear. Madam, you may take the child back to the orphanage. I have some private matters to discuss with this gentleman. The nun gratefully acknowledged Megan before turning away with Sandro in her arms. Megan could still hear Sandro's voice from the nun's embrace. Sister Marina, aren't we going to the market? Once the nun had retreated into the orphanage, Megan released the man, delivering a swift kick to his backside, causing him to tumble to the ground. Megan aimed the revolver at the downed man. It appears you are not being truthful. The man scrambled to his feet, kneeling before Megan. Please forgive me, kind sir. I was forced into this. I am willing to tell you everything I know. Megan strolled over to a nearby staircase, sitting down while keeping the gun trained on the kneeling man. Then first tell me your name. John Flavel, the man replied rapidly, as though fearing that a second's delay would cost him his life. Megan nodded, continuing to interrogate. So, Mr. John, where were you planning to abduct the child to? John looked at Megan in panic, pleading, Sir, please ask me something else. If I reveal this, not only will I be killed, but my family will be targeted as well. Megan shook the gun in his hand. Speak, and you might die from subsequent retribution. Remain silent, and you will die now. Or you may pray that I can successfully deal with those who threaten you. Of course, the more details you provide, the lower your chances of retaliation will be. The choice is yours. Despair washed over John's face. No, you do not understand their power, their backing. They are the underground kings of all London. You cannot confront them. Megan sneered. Underground kings? Backing? I have never acknowledged their status, nor do I believe anyone's backing is stronger than mine. Now, tell me, where's their headquarters? John's face contorted in distress. I am but a lowly pawn. How could I possibly know where their headquarters is? Megan rose from the steps, his finger resting on the trigger. You have not provided any useful information. It seems you are of no value. John, witnessing Megan's finger hovering over the trigger, became frantic. No, I think I know a place. I have seen them appear there before. A smile crept across Megan's face as he ceased pulling the trigger. Ah, it seems you might still have some worth. Chapter 27, Business in the Warehouse. Within a massive warehouse alongside the Thames, Raymond stood on the second floor, clad in a black tailcoat and top hat, leaning on a cane as he observed a group of workers below, transporting one iron cage after another, all covered with black cloth. One worker, while maneuvering a cage with a colleague, inadvertently slipped and fell to the ground. As the worker stumbled, the iron cage came crashing down with a thud, eliciting a few youthful gasps from within the black fabric that had slipped off, revealing the goods contained inside. The cage held a group of gaunt, famished children, their faces drawn and pallid, ranging in age from as young as 7 or 8 to as old as 15. Some crouched within, gripping the iron bars with expressions of despair, while others lay huddled in a stupor, unconscious. Raymond, witnessing the exposure of the cage's contents, grasped the railing on the second floor and bellowed at the fallen worker below. Damn it, what is wrong with you? Cover them up immediately. Get them onto the cart. Upon hearing Raymond's roar, the worker scrambled to his feet, gathered the black cloth, and hastily draped it back over the cage. Observing the workers resume their task, Raymond let out a heavy huff and made his way towards the office, muttering to himself as he walked. Entering the office, he addressed Finch, who was busy organizing documents. I must say, where did you find this incompetent lot? They are utterly clumsy. Finch glanced sideways at Raymond while continuing his work. If you find them unsatisfactory, you are more than welcome to seek out more capable individuals instead of complaining to me. Raymond ignored Finch's retort and sank into a sofa in the room, his brow furrowed deeply. I feel rather uneasy today. It seems like something is bound to go wrong. Finch, having finished with the documents, sat beside Raymond. I trust your instincts, but I am at a loss. We are out of money. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, Finch continued. You know I have to pay our benefactor weekly, yet I cannot even muster that amount now. Raymond leaned back against the sofa, frustration evident in his voice. Damn it. They put forth the least effort, yet reap the most rewards. Is so unjust. Finch sighed. The world is inherently unfair, Raymond. From the moment we are born, some are born into privilege, free from want, while we toil for the barest necessities, even resorting to this despicable trade. If given a choice, who would wish to harm these innocent children? But we have no choice. If we are to survive in London, we must proceed in this manner. Raymond interrupted Finch vehemently. Enough. No matter the reason, engaging in this trade will surely condemn us to hell. Yet I care not. I am solely concerned with my present existence. Finch shrugged, about to respond when a voice from downstairs interrupted. Gentlemen, please lay down all your work. We are the police, and we are here to search your warehouse. In an instant, Raymond sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Upon reaching the first floor of the warehouse, he found a throng of officers at the entrance, while the warehouse workers stood defiantly in front of them, blocking their entry. Striding boldly behind the workers, Raymond shoved one aside and confronted a burly officer with dark hair and a thick beard, shouting, "What right do you have to search my warehouse? This is my private property. Leave at once." The leading officer stood firm. "Please step aside and cooperate with our investigation. We have received reports of suspected human trafficking occurring here." Raymond's eyes widened, his face flushed with anger. "You're talking nonsense. Do you know who I am?" "I can." Finch pushed his way through the crowd of workers and placed a hand on Raymond to silence him. Addressing the officer, "Is that you, Officer Gregor?" "Ah, my apologies, should I say former Officer Gregor, considering your recent demotion." Gregor remained silent, his jaw clenched, his dark beard trembling with suppressed rage. Finch leisurely circled Gregor. "What brings you here, Officer Gregor?" With a stern expression, Gregor replied, "We have received reports of human trafficking. Please have your workers cooperate with us." Finch tilted his head, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. "It seems you have not grasped the full extent of your predicament. You are essentially a half-public figure now. We know where you live, even your wife's name and appearance. For her safety, you should leave this place." Gregor could no longer contain his temper. Seizing Finch by the collar and pulling him close, "Listen, my wife fully supports my work, and even in danger, she would not allow me to overlook a single criminal. Before anything else, I will ensure her safety." Finch shrugged off Gregor's grip, his expression darkening. "It appears there is nothing left to discuss. You may search, but only after you present a warrant." Gregor produced the search warrant from his pocket, holding it up for Finch to see. Finch scrutinized the document before nodding. "Very well. It seems you do indeed have the authority." Turning towards the warehouse, Finch signaled the workers to step aside as he entered. He paused momentarily, whispering, "Take them out." The workers swiftly revealed revolvers hidden within their garments and began firing at the officers outside. Realizing the imminent threat, as Finch halted, Gregor dashed towards the door, shouting to his fellow officers, "Take cover! Take cover!" Outside the warehouse, gunfire erupted as Gregor's timely warning allowed most officers to find shelter. Only two caught off guard and falling to the ground. Taking cover behind a wall, Gregor fired at the enemy, unaware that an adversary had successfully flanked him from the side door of the warehouse, raising a gun behind him, aiming for his back. Bang! Chapter 28. The Intense Battle. Bang! Hearing gunfire from behind, Gregor's heart raced, and he dropped to the ground, rolling over and aiming his weapon at his assailant. A worker stood behind him, revolver raised, aiming at the spot where Gregor had just been. Confused, Gregor wondered why he had not been shot at such close range. As he prepared to pull the trigger, he saw the enemy's arm drop limply, the gun clattering to the ground as the assailant staggered forward, eventually collapsing, blood pouring from a wound at his back. The fallen worker revealed a gentleman standing a distance away, revolver still smoking in hand, with strikingly short, sandy blonde hair and a handsome face adorned with faint freckles. Dressed in a white round-neck shirt and brown trousers, it was Megan, who had rushed from the orphanage. As Megan arrived, the police and the warehouse thugs had just engaged in gunfire. He had spotted a thug sneaking up behind an officer and drawing his gun from his waistband. He fired just before the thug could pull the trigger. However, as the officer turned in response to the gunfire, he regretted his actions, realizing he had inadvertently saved Gregor, killing the former sheriff of Soros. Gregor rose to his feet, gratefully nodding to the gentleman in the distance. "Thank you for saving me, but you must leave quickly. This place is extremely dangerous." Megan approached Gregor slowly, a grim expression on his face. "I believe the one in danger just now was not me, but you, officer." Greg furrowed his brow, finding the young man before him vaguely familiar, yet unable to recall where he had encountered him. Time was of the essence. "I am grateful for your assistance, but combating crime is the duty and responsibility of the police. London has not deteriorated to the point where civilians must engage in gunfights. Megan, disregarding Greg's words, brandished his firearm and turned towards the side door of the warehouse from which the criminals had emerged. At that moment, a group of assailants burst forth, leaving Greg no time to further deter Megan. He took cover, retaliating against the attackers. Upon reaching the side door, Megan scanned the vicinity for suitable weaponry. In this predicament, he could not employ firearms or a dagger. The use of firearms within the warehouse would quickly expose him to the criminals inside, while a dagger would reveal his identity through the wounds it inflicted. He had no intention of underestimating the prowess of the London police. Soon, he discovered a steel rod with a pointed end on the ground. He picked it up and approached the side door, focusing his keen senses. Gently, he pulled the door open and stepped inside, greeted by a chaotic array of massive cargo boxes scattered throughout the warehouse. One such box conveniently shielded him from the view of the criminals, allowing him to stealthily advance while crouched low. Through his keen observation, he spotted a criminal at the far end of the box, wielding a revolver and firing towards the main entrance. With his body bent low, he swiftly approached the end of the box, suddenly reaching out with his right hand to cover the assailant's mouth, while his left hand gripped the steel rod, plunging its sharp end into the criminal's back, emerging from his chest. Megan withdrew the rod from the lifeless body and tossed the corpse behind the box. He then leaped onto the box, using it as leverage to climb atop it. The criminals were engrossed in their assault on the officers outside, oblivious to the threat looming above them. Megan kept his body low, swiftly closing in on the assailants, shooting towards the entrance. He positioned himself directly above two of them, akin to a predatory eagle, and leaped down, driving the steel rod into one criminal's neck. In a fluid motion, he reached for the axe hanging from the other's waist and hurled it towards a nearby criminal who remained unaware of his presence. The axe spun gracefully through the air, striking the unsuspecting criminal squarely in the head, eliciting a look of shock before he crumpled to the ground. Megan relinquished the steel rod, leaving it embedded in the assailant's body, and approached the fallen criminal, stepping on his face before bending down to retrieve the axe lodged in the dead man's skull. He crouched and gently closed the assailant's eyes, murmuring, "May you find peace in death. Rest well." Outside the warehouse, Greg cautiously peered out, raising his firearm to fire at the criminals, successfully hitting one. The remaining assailants immediately directed their weapons towards Greg's exposed head, prompting him to withdraw quickly into cover. Bullets struck the barrier as he crouched behind it, ejecting spent cartridges from his firearm and retrieving fresh ones from his waist pouch. He bellowed to his fellow officers, "Damn it, stop hiding like women. Fight back." Claude, hidden behind another cover, suddenly dashed towards Greg. "Sheriff Greg." Greg shot Claude a glare. "Call me Greg. I am no longer sheriff." Claude sighed in resignation. "Very well. Mr. Greg, have you noticed that the resistance from the criminals inside the warehouse is waning?" As soon as Claude finished his statement, the gunfire from within the warehouse ceased abruptly. Greg widened his eyes, raising his hand to signal the officers to halt their fire and remain still. Slowly, he edged out from behind cover, intent on assessing the situation at the factory entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The factory erupted with a flurry of gunfire, startling Greg and soaking his back with cold sweat. He soon realized that the criminals inside were not firing outward, but rather within the warehouse itself. Straightening from his earlier crouch, he hesitated before the warehouse's entrance, uncertain if he should investigate further. Suddenly, silence enveloped the factory, the gunfire fading into an eerie quietude. Greg felt he could wait no longer. He raised his hand, signaling the officers to follow him, and led the way to the warehouse entrance. Inside, bodies lay scattered across the floor, blood staining the ground, and the acrid scent making Greg nauseous. Crash! A figure burst through the glass window of the second floor, landing deftly on the ground and rolling upon impact before quickly regaining their feet. A cold voice echoed from above, "Stupefy." Chapter 29. The Wizard. Megan crouched at the edge of a cargo box, observing the remaining 5 assailants below. He furrowed his brow. The remaining criminals seemed to sense something amiss and had ceased firing towards the warehouse entrance, clustering together. He doubted his ability to eliminate them all simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, Megan dove down towards the 2 criminals standing below. The axe plummeted from above, striking one of the assailants squarely on the head. He swiftly drew another axe from the waist of a fallen foe, spun around, and with a powerful swing, severed the head of another criminal. The severed head rolled to the ground, startling the remaining criminals, who quickly turned to shoot. As they did, Megan drew his revolver, executing a perfect roll away from his original position. The criminals' shots went wild, bullets ricocheting off cargo boxes, sending sparks flying. Bang! Megan rolled behind a box, swiftly raising his firearm and firing at one of the assailants. Blood sprayed from the criminal's chest as he crumpled to the floor. The two remaining criminals, hearing the gunfire, aimed their weapons at Megan, who quickly ducked behind the box. A low groan escaped his lips. A bullet had grazed his left arm. The two assailants kept their guns trained on the box, anticipating Megan's counterattack. With his left arm hanging limply, he slowly rose to his feet, lowering his body as he stealthily maneuvered around to the other side of the box, navigating through the maze of cargo. The criminals, seeing Megan's continued absence behind the box, exchanged glances and cautiously approached. Megan emerged from behind a box, wedging the axe against his armpit and holding his revolver in his mouth. He then hurled the axe at the assailant on the right. The force of the throw jarred his wound, causing him to stifle a grunt as he released the revolver, swiftly retrieving it with his right hand, aiming at the left criminal and pulling the trigger. Breathing heavily, Megan extracted the axe from the fallen body and, through keen observation, spotted the last two criminals on the second floor. With blood seeping from his wounded arm, he ascended the stairs, reaching the room where the two criminals lingered. Suddenly, a grayish-white vortex appeared beside him, and a man clad in a black robe and hood emerged, brandishing a wooden staff. Expelliarmus. A red beam shot from the tip of the staff, striking the unsuspecting Megan. He felt an overwhelming force wrench his hand open, sending the axe flying from his grasp. Without hesitation, Megan turned and sprinted towards the window behind him, lowering his head as he slammed his right shoulder against the glass. Crash! Greg gazed at the figure that had swiftly risen from the ground, recognizing the gentleman who had previously rescued him. The man appeared injured, cradling his right hand against his left arm, blood seeping through his fingers. Just as Greg intended to inquire about the man's condition, a cold voice emerged from the shattered window on the second floor, stupefied. With that utterance, a crimson light shot from the windowsill towards Megan below. Megan, spotting the incoming red light, bent slightly and rolled aside just before it struck, deftly drawing a revolver from his waist and aiming it at the man clad in black robes and hooded at the window. Bang! The bullet struck mere inches from the man's body, seemingly rebounding off an invisible barrier, erupting into a shower of sparks. Megan, his left arm hanging limply, steadied his gun towards the figure above, exclaiming, "Damn it, another conjurer." The man upstairs toyed with a wooden stick, his gaze fixed on Megan, revealing a mixture of amusement and surprise. "Oh, how delightful. From the implication of your words, it seems you've encountered other wizards before." Megan spat out a mouthful of dirt-laden saliva, yet his gun remained unwaveringly aimed at the wizard. "I see no obligation to divulge such details to you. I find it curious how, as a noble wizard, you find yourself engaging in such dealings within the realm of ordinary folk. Does your Ministry of Magic not intervene?" The wizard's eyes glinted with a deeper meaning as he regarded Megan. "It appears you comprehend more about the wizarding world than merely observing it. You muggles are utterly inept, your only redeeming quality being your economic prowess, and I happen to require pounds weekly to exchange for galleons. As for that feeble ministry you mention, they remain blissfully unaware of my activities." Megan's eyes flashed with disdain. "Huh, you deride ordinary people while simultaneously relying on them for your wealth. What a tiresome arrogance." Nearby, the officers were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. A man claiming to be a wizard had appeared, wielding a stick that emitted red beams. Alongside the so-called muggles, who had a dedicated governing body, everything felt surreal to them. Greg glanced at Megan, then looked up at the wizard at the window. "What wizard? What ministry? Damn it, what are you talking about?" The wizard regarded Greg from his lofty perch, his expression suggesting that Greg was akin to an insignificant insect, unworthy of his interest. With a casual flick of his wand, as if swatting away a fly, he declared, "Stupefy." A red beam shot forth, hurtling towards Greg. Claude, standing beside Greg, sensed the danger as the wizard waved his wand and abruptly shoved Greg aside. "Watch out, it's dangerous." Greg fell to the ground, and the crimson light struck Claude with a force akin to an invisible carriage colliding with him, sending him flying over a meter before he collapsed. Greg's eyes widened with fury. "Damn it! Shoot! Shoot that bastard!" The officers raised their weapons and opened fire, but the bullets merely struck before the wizard, creating a flurry of sparks. The wizard looked down at the officers with contempt. "Humph, a band of mindless muggles. You shall never harm me." Turning his attention back to Megan, he remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate. I lack the time to deal with you today. Be grateful for your luck." The wizard retreated behind the windowsill, seizing Finch and Raymond who had been hiding, and as a vortex enveloped them, they vanished with a whoosh. Megan's expression darkened to its utmost. Had it not been for his injured arm preventing him from using his concealed blade, he would have taught this wizard a lesson in manners. Chapter 30. Greg's discovery outside the ticket office at King S. Cross Station. A gentleman adorned in a black top hat, a tailcoat, and wielding a cane tipped his hat slightly, bowing gently to a burly constable in a blue uniform. I entrust this to you, my good man. I believe this remuneration will suffice to settle your dues for the past 2 months. This is the last time. Windsor, do not think to procure another child for me. The burly constable exclaimed, appearing agitated, his heavy breathing evident as he shot a fierce glare at Windsor before turning to stride away, muttering something under his breath. Windsor lifted his chin slightly, a look of disdain crossing his face. Foolish insect, Dale, continue your slow patrol at the station until you breathe your last, still in debt. With a few murmured words, Windsor made his way towards a carriage beside the station, which was notably longer than a standard carriage, its doors situated at the rear and securely fastened with iron chains. Muffled cries emanated from within. Ahead of Windsor, a tall gentleman with golden hair, clad in a black leather coat with a red-collared lapel and a deep gray shawl draped over his shoulders, approached. The coat, hem diverged into 3 pointed tails, and red metallic bracers adorned his arms, while he gripped a red-handled iron cane topped with a silver eagle head. Windsor felt an unsettling sense that the man resembled an ominous vampire, but he brushed aside the thought and continued forward to meet him. Caw! A black eagle soared across the murky sky as Windsor and the gentleman brushed past each other, both glancing upwards. Suddenly, Windsor's pupils dilated as a gloved hand seized the nape of his neck, while another hand spread wide behind him. A segment of metal plunged deeply into Windsor's back. Mr. Windsor, may death grant you peace. Rest now. Windsor's eyes gradually dimmed, blood seeping from his back as the hand retracted the concealed blade. Yano wiped the blade clean on Windsor's back, raised his fingers, and the blade snapped back into the bracer. Gripping the cane embedded in the earth, he declared, Target neutralized. System, issue rewards. Yano Dorian, the eldest son of the affluent Dorian family in London, was a figure synonymous with both envy and contempt among the citizens of the city. When mentioned, some would curse, which detestable capitalist do you refer to? His bank has wreaked havoc upon us. While others would express admiration. Dorian? The one with the grand stone castle in the south? How envious. If only I could marry into the Dorian family. Yet, Yano was not of this native world. His body had been overtaken by the soul of another. On his last day, in his previous life, he had replayed every installment of his beloved game, Assassin's Creed. But the moment he launched the game, a searing pain struck his head and he collapsed. In a daze, he seemed to traverse the life of another, awakening in this new world. Accompanied by a system, the Assassin System. Currently, only the mission system was activated within the Assassin System, yet it graciously provided Yano with a beginner's package. This package included the experience and physique of an experienced assassin, a legendary assassin set, Dracula, a legendary weapon, and the Eagle Staff. Congratulations, host, for completing the D-grade mission, Nightmare of an Orphan. Successfully eliminate the primary figure in the illegal trade of orphans, Windsor. Rewards, 5 gold coins, 100 experience points. No penalties. Reward have been successfully dispatched. Please continue your efforts. As the host had successfully recruited an assassin, the Brotherhood system was now unlocked. Due to the host's acquisition of system currency, the first-level marketplace has been unlocked. Yano surveyed his surroundings as 5 individuals clad in brown trench coats, donned with hoods and armed with firearms and blades, emerged, with a slight lift of his left hand, tipping his hat, and the right hand holding a cane tucked under his arm. He smiled and bowed. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen. Now, kindly release the poor souls from your vehicle, otherwise they may suffocate. And please sheath your weapons, for we are in an era of peace, and I would hate for you to frighten the unfortunate citizens. The 5 novice assassins placed their arms across their chests and bowed slightly. As you wish, Mentor. Chapter 31. The Induction Ceremony. Dorian Castle. In the conference room atop the castle, Eris, clad in a green coat and hood, was meticulously rewrapping Megan's bandages, as Megan's previous self-dressing had been rather hasty and crude. Yano stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, listening as Megan recounted his encounters of the day. Yano furrowed his brow at Megan. A sorcerer has joined a criminal organization of ordinary folk, and even directly participated in the conflict between the police and the wrongdoers? It appeared that Eris's bandaging caused Megan some discomfort, prompting him to wince slightly. Damn it, be gentle. He then looked up at Yano. Yes. He manifested alongside a vortex in the sky and disarmed me. At that moment, my arm was injured, rendering my hidden blade useless. So I had no choice but to flee. Yano nodded. How astonishing that a sorcerer would resort to earning a living through the very commoners they scorn. After tending to his wounds, Megan stood and stretched his arm, casting a sidelong glance at Yano. Are you still surprised? Is there not already a sorcerer in the castle earning money from ordinary people? Yano shook his head. It's different. Strictly speaking, assassins no longer belong to the ranks of commoners. Our skills in stealth and combat far surpass those of ordinary citizens. Megan finished stretching and took a seat on a nearby chair. All right, perhaps you have a point. Yano moved to sit beside Megan. Today you saved your nemesis, Gregor. Megan, can you share your feelings at this moment? Do you harbor any regrets? Megan's expression grew serious as he looked intently at Yano. Of course, I do not regret. My issues with Gregor are of a personal nature. But today is not the time for reckoning. To save the children, I would unhesitatingly rescue him again. Yano smiled, nodding at Megan. You have grown, Megan. I believe you are now truly ready to become an assassin. Megan gazed at Yano in astonishment. Really? Are you saying I can now be an assassin again? Yano shrugged. Of course, if you prefer, you may continue as a laborer for a time. I believe the other assassins would be quite pleased to have your assistance for a few more days. Megan rose excitedly. Damn it, don't even think about it. I refuse to do those wretched chores any longer. Eris, with his head bowed, spoke softly. Mr. Megan, when you are no longer in the role of laborer, these tasks will fall to us adult assassins to rotate. Megan paused, looking at Eris before turning back to Yano. Was it always like this? Why was I unaware? Yano approached Megan and patted his shoulder. It has always been this way. Adult assassins are required to take turns with the chores for a month before passing to the next. By the time it was your turn, you had already lost your assassin status, so you may not have been fully aware. Megan wearily covered his forehead. Damn it, couldn't you hire a few workers? Yano chuckled, turning to exit the conference room, his voice carrying from the doorway. That is impossible, as you well know. Stand your final post and prepare dinner. I will announce you're rejoining the Brotherhood at tonight's banquet. I believe you should brace yourself. Megan slumped helplessly into his chair. I fear I shall be bound to this wretched labor for life. Nightfall. In the grand dining hall of Dorian Castle, 11 assassins introduced themselves from the dais, while the children below attentively listened to their introductions, though some stealthily snatched a piece of meat or two, quickly lifting their heads to feign earnestness in listening. Unbeknownst to them, their bulging cheeks had already given them away to Yano and the others on stage. Yano observed the children's antics below, not in anger, but rather amused by their innocent mischief. At that moment, a resounding applause erupted as the 11 assassins concluded their introductions and returned to their seats. Yano picked up a long spoon and rapped it against the silver goblet a few times. The children paused their activities, turning their attention to Yano as he slowly rose. Yano ambled away from the table and stood before the throng of eager children. I wonder if you all remember Mr. Megan, who sacrificed his brother due to impulsiveness a few months ago. A heavy silence fell, no one daring to speak. Yano pressed on, undeterred. I believe you all recall him, as he has been responsible for our sustenance these past months. Yano strolled to Megan's table, pointing at him, and today, he rescued an entire warehouse of children from the clutches of traffickers, from the very lair of the kidnappers. The adult assassins, unaware of the details, exchanged astonished glances at Megan, while the children gazed up at him with a mix of envy and admiration. He was young and brave, embodying the heroic ideals they had cherished in their youth, having accomplished what others dared not, saving many children like themselves. He was a hero, deserving of his place on that stage. Yano winked at the children below. I believe you all possess such courage. It's merely that you have yet to encounter the opportunity. The children puffed out their chests, as if to prove that they would act just as Megan had in a similar circumstance. Yano smiled and nodded. I know you are all brave children, but this does not diminish Mr. Megan's accomplishments. Therefore, I have decided. Yano's expression grew serious as he gestured for Megan to step forward. Megan obediently emerged from behind the table. Yano's voice rose. I have decided. The Brotherhood shall welcome Megan back into our ranks. He shall once again be an assassin of the Brotherhood. Megan, Megan, Megan. The children erupted in excitement, as if they themselves were receiving accolades on stage, while the adult assassins nodded in approval. Yano fixed a serious gaze upon Megan, who placed a hand over his heart and bowed. Megan, you must remember, we derive our faith from the creed. We toil in darkness to bring forth light. Yano received the assassin's garb from Eris and approached Megan. When others blindly pursue truth, all is vanity. When others blindly pursue truth, all is permissible. Yano held out the uniform to Megan. Megan took it cautiously, as if it were a rare treasure. Kneeling on one knee and speaking with a steady and formal tone, we serve in darkness, seeking light within it. We are assassins. Yano nodded in satisfaction. Arise, assassin. But your achievements cannot overshadow your missteps. You must constantly remind yourself not to let Soros's sacrifice be in vain. Chapter 32. Exposure. Police Station. Director George gazed at Gregor in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. A sorcerer? Disappeared? Gregor, if I did not know, you never jest. I would think you were mocking me. Gregor stood rigidly before Director George, resembling a statue. I am not jesting. All the officers present witnessed it. George lifted the coffee cup from the table and stirred it with a spoon, yet refrained from taking a sip. I believe unless you manage to capture a wizard and have him demonstrate his magic before the officials, they will remain incredulous. Gregor frowned. But it is the truth, Director. George set the coffee cup back down and shook his head towards Gregor. No one will believe it. Even I am hesitant to accept your words. Gregor sighed softly, his eyes reflecting disappointment. Then how should I write the report? Should I simply omit the occurrence of the wizard? George pondered for a moment before nodding. Let us proceed that way. Perhaps one day, when you do apprehend a wizard, you can return to amend the report. Gregor nodded reluctantly. Understood. If you have no other plans, I shall step out to draft the report. Suddenly, a smile broke through George's serious demeanor. You are always so impatient, Gregor. However, do wait a moment. You have been appointed as the team leader for this operation, and your execution of the task was exemplary. I have requested a promotion on your behalf, and it has been granted. Gregor's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean? George, his eyes twinkling with mirth, opened the drawer of his desk and produced a badge, handing it to Gregor. Indeed, Sheriff Gregor, you have been reinstated. Gregor bowed deeply to George. Thank you, Director George. George placed the badge before Gregor, smiling gently. Rise, Gregor. I have merely facilitated a process. The recognition of your capabilities is what truly matters. I believe you should host a banquet to cultivate connections with the elite of London. Gregor scratched his head. Director George, you know me. I am not adept at such affairs. George waved his hand dismissively, as if ushering Gregor out. Well, consider it. If you aspire to ascend, these matters are essential. By the way, remember to give a proper burial to the 6 officers who sacrificed their lives during this mission, and personally deliver the compensation to their families. Gregor's expression turned somber, and he nodded. Very well, I shall give it due consideration. Now, I will go arrange for the arrangements for my fallen comrades. As Gregor stepped out of the office, a police officer stood at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Upon seeing Gregor, the officer hurried over, presenting a thick dossier. Mr. Gregor, here is the information you requested on all citizens named Megan in London. There are over 300 Megans, some with photographs, others without. We will need to investigate further. Gregor nodded, flipping through the documents while addressing the officer. The fallen officers will be laid to rest this afternoon. Prepare the compensation. I wish to personally deliver it to the families. Is that not Sheriff Gregor? Ah, my apologies. I always forget about your demotion. Please forgive me. It is unintentional. Tygo approached with a smile. Gregor continued to sift through the files, his gaze fixed intently on the photographs. Sheriff Tygo, I believe you have not erred. I have been reinstated, so addressing me as sheriff is entirely appropriate. Tygo's smile faltered momentarily. Oh, reinstated? Gregor looked up at Tygo. Indeed. Do you harbor differing views regarding my reinstatement, Sheriff Tygo? Tygo's smile returned. Of course not. I am merely astonished. In such a short span of months, you have risen again. Truly, capable individuals are never forgotten. Gregor neatly closed the file and nodded at Tygo. Thank you for your kind words, Sheriff Tygo. However, I must attend to my duties now. Tygo stepped aside with a smile. Certainly, do carry on. Gregor offered a polite smile in return before making his way to his office. Watching Gregor leave, Tygo's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it. Gregor sat at his desk, perusing the files until he came across the dossier of Megan Dorian. His brow furrowed in concentration as he examined her photograph. Ah, found it. The second child of the Dorian family. He took a long puff from his pipe, contemplating, I should pay a visit to Dorian Manor. If it is merely Megan who has turned assassin, that is one matter, but if the entire Dorian family is involved, London will certainly be in a tumult. Shaking his head, he reminded himself, no, I have no evidence to prove that Megan Dorian was the assassin that night. Rushing to Dorian Manor without proof would yield nothing. Leaning back in his chair, he puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, considering various strategies to unearth evidence. Suddenly, he straightened in his seat, as if struck by inspiration. Perhaps I could invite the Dorian family to my promotion banquet. That night, Gregor returned to his dilapidated home, bursting through the door and calling for his wife. Susie, Susie. Susie peeked out from the kitchen. What is it, Gregor? Gregor hurried to her, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her off the ground. I've been reinstated. Susie gently cupped Gregor's face with her hands, speaking tenderly. I'm not at all surprised, my dear. You have always been the best. Gregor buried his head in Susie's embrace. Thank you, Susie. Your unwavering belief in me means the world. Susie gently pushed Gregor away. All right, you must be famished. I have prepared some beef, which is perfect for celebrating your reinstatement. Gregor gazed at Susie, enchanted, despite the ghastly burned scars marring her face to him. She was radiant and brilliant. I plan to host a banquet in a couple of days, and I wish for you to accompany me. Susie hesitated, then shook her head with a smile. No, I do not enjoy crowded gatherings, and I do not wish for others to mock you because of me. Gregor grasped Susie's hand, pulling her close. No, you will always be the most beautiful and radiant woman in my eyes. As he spoke, he released her, slightly bowing, and extended his hand towards Susie. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of being your dance partner at the banquet in 2 days? Susie covered her mouth, laughing, her eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears, placing her other hand upon Gregor's outstretched one. It will be my honor, sir. Chapter 33, The Invitation. In the tranquil morning at Dorian Manor, a veil of white mist enveloped the estate, resembling a dreamlike paradise. The serenity was abruptly shattered by a rapid series of footsteps. Butler Wilson hurried to the door of Abel's chamber, gently rapping on the door, and after a moment, called out, Master Abel, the police have sent an invitation. I believe you should take a look. Inside the room, Abel rubbed his eyes, glancing at his wife, who had also been roused from her slumber. His brow furrowed in irritation. An invitation? The number I receive each month could fuel a fire. What could possibly warrant such an urgent disturbance? If your reasoning does not satisfy me, you may find yourself in jeopardy. Wilson's voice came from outside the door. I sincerely apologize for waking you, but the invitation states that due to Mr. Gregor's reinstatement, the police will host a grand banquet the day after tomorrow, specifically inviting the Dorian family to attend. Abel's tone turned curt. Oh, what of it? Wilson explained unhurriedly. They have provided us with 4 invitations, 2 of which are for young Master Jano and young Master Megan. Abel's brow twitched as he rose to dress. Interesting. Why extend a special invitation to Jano and Megan? Wilson, please wait for me in the study. I shall be there shortly. Very well, Master Abel. The sound of Wilson's departing footsteps echoed in the hallway. Mrs. Maisel sat up in bed, her expression tinged with concern. Why had they invited Jano and Megan? Surely they could not be embroiled in some trouble? Abel, while donning his attire, sought to reassure Mrs. Maisel. I doubt it. If they were in trouble, I suspect we would not be receiving an invitation, but rather a summons. Perhaps they have done something commendable. Mrs. Maisel's anxiety remained unabated. Commendable? I might believe that of Jano, but with Megan involved, I think it best they return at once. I cannot rest easy otherwise. Abel, now fully dressed, approached Mrs. Maisel and gently laid her back down on the bed. He then tenderly kissed her forehead. My dear, it is still quite early. If you wish to avoid the encroachment of wrinkles upon your visage, I suggest you take a little more rest. I shall handle this matter, so you need not worry. Mrs. Maisel resignedly settled back against the pillows. Very well, but you must remember to inform them to return to the estate. Megan has not been home for several months, and I am quite concerned for him. I shall send someone to notify them, Abel assured her. He nodded to Mrs. Maisel, then opened the bedroom door and stepped outside. As he rubbed his brow, as if to clear his mind, he hastened into the study. Where are the invitations, Wilson? Wilson respectfully presented the invitations to Abel. Right here. Master Abel. Abel took the invitations and seated himself at the desk, meticulously unfolding one of the cards for closer inspection. Dear Mr. Abel Dorian, we are pleased to extend to you a special invitation to attend the promotion banquet for Mr. Gregory Stride, hosted by the London Police at Purse Manor. We hope to celebrate together and invite you to savor the finest champagne London has to offer. We warmly welcome your presence on February 16th, 1869. We eagerly await your arrival. Abel glanced at the other 3 invitations. Besides the differing names, the content was identical, and his brow furrowed deeply. Wilson, why do you suppose they sent separate invitations to Jano and Megan? Typically, a single invitation suffices for the entire family. Wilson shook his head, standing at attention. I cannot fathom the police's reasoning in this matter. I believe the best course of action is to inquire directly with the young gentleman about what transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Abel nodded. Perhaps you are correct. Send someone to summon the 2 brothers back. Wilson placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. At once, I shall arrange for someone to notify the young masters. Noon arrived. Megan, clutching a note, entered Jano's room, exclaiming, Jano, I think we're in trouble. Jano, holding a cup of coffee, looked up at the boisterous Megan who had burst in, his brow instinctively furrowing. Megan, lower your voice. I believe you should calm down before sharing what has transpired. Megan hurried to Jano's side, thrusting the note into his hands. Father has sent word for us to return to the estate. Jano took the note. glancing at it with surprise before looking back at Megan. What trouble could arise from a simple return to the estate? Megan sank down beside Yano with a sigh. Curse it. I have not been back in over 4 months due to my work as a laborer. I suspect this is entirely Mother S doing. Yano quickly raised his coffee cup, feigning a sip to conceal the smirk that threatened to break free. He then composed his expression and placed the cup down, striving to appear serious. That should be your own predicament. I returned to the estate last month. How can this be our mutual trouble? Megan shot Yano a sidelong glance. Huh? Did you think I didn't see you smirking just now? Yano awkwardly suppressed his amused expression, forcing a sheepish smile. Megan stood and approached Yano. This is, of course, our shared dilemma, for I will inform Mother that you have never arranged a holiday for me. Thus, I have had no time to return home. Yano's expression darkened. Damn it. You cannot do that. Megan regarded Yano with triumph. I most certainly can, for what I say is the truth. Yano, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Speak. What is it that you desire? Megan lifted her chin with pride, resembling a rooster that had won its right to mate. It is quite simple. It is merely a matter of your word. Remove me from the rotation of laborer duties. I refuse to endure this wretched work any longer. Yano spread his hands in resignation. You must understand, that is impossible. Every adult assassin must rotate through labor duties. I cannot exempt you simply because you are my sibling. Allowing you back into the Brotherhood was already a privilege. Megan lowered her chin, fixing her gaze on Yano. Then brace yourself for Mother S wrath. Chapter 34, Clarification. Talp, talp, talp. The carriage rolled slowly into Dorian Manor, where Yano spotted Mr. Abel and Mrs. Maisel standing outside the main house, awaiting their return. Yano felt a dull ache beginning in his head as he noted Mrs. Maisel's apparent displeasure. The carriage halted before the 2 estate owners, and Yano reluctantly disembarked, forcing a smile as he greeted Mrs. Maisel. It is truly a pleasure to see you, Mother. Your beauty remains as radiant as the stars. Mrs. Maisel frowned at Yano. I dare say if you had not caused this trouble, I might indeed have been beautiful. Megan, I'm here, Mother, came the voice from within the carriage as Megan, smiling, leapt down and hurried to Mrs. Maisel's side. Mrs. Maisel's eyes blazed with fury as she roared at Megan. Megan, do you have any idea how long it has been since you last returned? Megan, sensing her mother's ire, quickly ducked behind Yano, peeking out. Mother, you must not blame me. I think you should speak with Yano. Mrs. Maisel glared at Yano, her expression thunderous. Yano, you will explain this at once. Yano awkwardly scratched his head. It may be due to my assigning Megan to labor duties. Mrs. Maisel paused, staring at Yano in disbelief, her eyes widening with fury as she shrieked, shattering the tranquility of Dorian Manor. Yano Dorian, how dare you? I cannot believe you would make your brother perform labor duties without any time off. What do you take him for? Yano, witnessing Mrs. Maisel's eruption, stepped forward to offer an explanation. Please calm down, Mother. There is a reason for my actions. Mrs. Maisel crossed her arms, regarding Yano with a piercing glare. I am listening to your explanation, Mr. Yano. Yano gathered his thoughts, hastily articulating. The truth is, I initially assigned Megan the same work as others, but due to his impulsiveness, he made a grave error that resulted in significant losses for our enterprise. I intended to bring him back to the manor, but he pleaded for a chance to atone, so I arranged for him to do labor as penance. He agreed to it himself. Mrs. Maisel glanced down at Megan. Is this so? Megan's face reddened as she nodded. Yes. Mrs. Maisel, ignoring Megan, turned her frown back to Yano. Megan cannot even manage to wash his own undergarments. What led you to think he could handle labor duties? Yano shrugged. He has made considerable progress. He performs the labor exceptionally well. Ms. Maisel gazed deeply at Janos. Regardless of the circumstances, Janos, you must remember that you are kin. No matter the trouble Megan has stirred, he will require your assistance. Janos nodded solemnly. I shall, Mother. I swear. Ahem. Beside them, Abel, observing the conclusion of this farcical exchange, cleared his throat softly. It seems your parental discussion has reached a satisfactory conclusion. Now, we should retire indoors to address more pressing matters. You both might want to contemplate how you will explain the invitations to me. Janos looked at Abel in bewilderment as he opened the door and stepped inside, feeling somewhat lost, but following Abel into the room, while Ms. Maisel twisted Megan's ear, ushering him along as well. Abel entered the parlor and sat on the sofa, tossing 2 invitations onto the table. Take a look. You both need to clarify this situation for me. I wish to hear what trouble you have found yourselves in. Janos examined the invitations curiously, settling himself beside Abel and picking one up. Upon realizing it was an invitation from the police, his heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Megan noticed Janos's increasingly serious expression and curiously picked up an invitation to inspect. After a lengthy pause, Janos gently set the invitation down and regarded the stern-faced Abel and the worried Ms. Maisel standing behind him. He offered a light smile. I believe you may have misunderstood. We are not in any trouble. Abel regarded Janos with an impassive expression. I am listening. Janos glanced at Megan. By the way, Greg's recent promotion can be credited to Megan. Abel cast a surprised glance at Megan. Thank Megan? What did he do? Well, I assume you're aware of the gunfight that transpired by the Thames a couple of days ago. Abel nodded. I would presume no one in London is unaware of that incident. The newsboys have been shouting it in every street corner. Officer Greg led the charge to break into a human trafficking den located in a warehouse by the Thames and rescued hundreds of abducted children. Janos pointed at Megan. In fact, Greg and his team were ambushed at that moment and had a criminal not sneaked up behind him. If Megan hadn't been passing by to shoot that thug dead, I believe the outcome could have been drastically different. Ms. Maisel erupted. What? Megan was at the scene of the gunfight. Abel raised a hand to interrupt Ms. Maisel's outburst, rubbing his brow thoughtfully. So, Megan saved Greg, which is why they specifically sent him an invitation. But what of you? Why did they send you an invitation? Janos shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps they thought that sending an invitation solely to Megan without including me might cause discontent. Abel pondered for a moment before exhaling. Well, in that case, I suppose you both need to prepare your attire for the soiree. Chapter 35, The Soiree. Under the night sky, London lay shrouded in thick fog, the twinkling lights illuminating its dim and quiet streets. In stark contrast, the Perth Manor in West London radiated brilliance, with horse-drawn carriages adorned with lanterns transporting elegantly dressed guests to and fro. A magnificent carriage halted before the iron gates of Perth Manor. The door swung open by a footman who leaped down. Dressed in an opulent black suit, Janos gracefully descended the carriage, leaning on his cane. Standing at the entrance was a butler clad in a black tailcoat, white gloves, and a bow tie. The butler approached Janos with alacrity. Welcome, esteemed guest. Might I kindly request the presentation of your invitation? I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions. This is merely a procedural formality. Before Janos could respond, Abel emerged from the carriage, approached Janos, and handed for invitations to the butler. The butler accepted the invitations without opening them, bowing slightly to Abel. It is the esteemed Lord Abel and his family. Please forgive my ignorance. You're most welcome. Abel nodded impassively at the butler and, accompanied by the recently disembarked Ms. Maisel, made his way into the manor. Turning to Janos, you two brothers may seek your own amusements. Janos shrugged resignedly, glancing at Megan. Hey, I believe our father has matters to attend to. I intend to sample the renowned champagne here. What about you? Megan pondered for a moment before replying. I think I shall accompany you, as I have no friends here. As the brothers walked toward the manor, their conversation meandered. Janos, aren't you planning to find a lady to share the soiree with? Not in the least. Sometimes I genuinely question whether you might be a homosexual. I assure you, I am not, for I have heard that when a man remains single until the age of 30, he stands a chance of becoming a wizard. Is there such a saying? Indeed, should you doubt, you may put to the test. In the manor's courtyard, long tables draped in white cloth were arranged in an orderly fashion, laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Each table was flanked by tall oil lamps, and numerous candles flickered atop the tables. Dressed in their finery, ladies and gentlemen stood around, elegantly sipping their drinks and delicately sampling the gourmet offerings, conversing merrily in various groups. Janos, with his cane in hand, entered the manor, followed by the expressionless Megan. He approached a less crowded table, lightly lifting a glass of champagne to his lips. Quite delightful. You should give it a try. Megan silently took a glass of champagne beside Janos and took a sip, though his expression bore an air of concern. Janos regarded Megan curiously. You seem rather glum tonight. What troubles you? Megan's expression grew serious. I'm merely pondering why Greg has invited us here. Janos gently swirled his glass, a smile gracing his face. I surmise that Greg has discovered your identity the moment I laid eyes on the invitation. Megan set the glass back on the table, frowning as he looked at Janos. If you suspected he had uncovered my identity, why do you still smile? Janos raised his glass and emptied it in one gulp, then turned to Megan, maintaining his smile. Megan, never panic in the face of adversity. Every predicament has a solution. Thus, why not greet it with a smile? Janos observed the still silent Megan. Moreover, you need not worry. He can do nothing. Megan looked at Janos in disbelief. He can do nothing? Janos gracefully lifted another glass of champagne. Indeed, even if he uncovers your identity, without evidence, what can he truly do? Were we mere commoners, I believe he would have ample means to deal with you. But you are the Dorian family, Without proof, he is powerless. Not even bold enough to conduct an investigation openly. Megan picked up a glass from the table, gazing pensively at the wine within. Is that so? In a society rife with inequities, we too enjoy a life of superiority and privilege. Janos patted Megan on the shoulder. There's no genuine absolute equality in this world, only relative equality. Perhaps only death can bring about true equality. Megan glanced at Janos and managed to smile, though it was tinged with melancholy. Ah, what a desolate world we inhabit. Jano chuckled softly, shaking his head as he leaned closer to Megan, murmuring, thus, we have become these assassins, destined to shatter this desolate world. While I do not harbor illusions of absolute equality, I yearn for every citizen to attain their due rewards and relative freedom through their own endeavors, rather than being subjugated and exploited by a cabal of unscrupulous elites. Before Jano could elaborate further, an individual stumbled, seemingly twisting their ankle, and lurched towards him. Jano deftly sidestepped the collision while grasping the person's arm, pulling them upright before they could fall. Once the figures steadied themselves, Jano took a moment to observe this clumsy individual. It was a young lady, whose petite and delicate form starkly contrasted with the broader physiques typical of European women, reminiscent instead of an Asian silhouette. Her long, silvery hair cascaded elegantly, framing a finely sculpted nose, elongated eyes, and a petite mouth. Jano found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty, quickly releasing her arm. Are you uninjured, my lady? The young woman, maintaining an expression devoid of emotion, cast a frosty glance at Jano as she replied, I am fine. Thank you for your assistance. Without waiting for further conversation, she turned and walked away. Jano watched her retreat, momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone so utterly indifferent. How ludicrous. The Kenway family still dares to aspire to mingle with our noble circles. Huh. Did you see her reaction to the rejection? Of course. She was so furious she could barely walk straight. Huh. I wonder how her family managed to secure an invitation to tonight's soiree. I heard it was Lord Gregor who invited them. Jano observed a cluster of young gentlemen and ladies nearby, their brows furrowed in disdain as they mocked the earlier young woman. Chapter 36. The Kenway Family. Jano was familiar with the Kenway lineage. Their ancestors were pirates who arrived in London in 1733. Through the riches amassed from their plundering, they ascended to nobility, bearing a resemblance to the assassin's own Kenway family. However, they were not one and the same, for their forebear did not meet his demise at the hands of an assassin, but rather passed away peacefully. And there was no child named Haleson. The current patriarch of the Kenway family was James Kenway. Upon his arrival in London, the Kenway ancestor, due to his piratical past, faced disdain from the aristocracy, who regarded the Kenways as a brutish and uncultured lot. In such an environment, the Kenway family managed to survive into the present, albeit on the brink of decline, having endured years of intentional or unintentional suppression in the business world. Furthermore, the Kenway family's recent proposal to establish child labor protection laws had incited a wave of attacks from the elites, both in business and in daily life. Jano observed the garrulous group with a sardonic smile. How exquisitely refined your behavior is, casting profound doubt upon the upbringing of London's aristocracy. Upon hearing Jano's derision, the group turned to face him, and one young gentleman stepped forth. Oh, it seems a hero has graced our banquet, a champion for the pirate descendants. Jano refrained from acknowledging the emerging gentleman, instead lowering his gaze slightly, shaking his wine glass. Your actions reveal your ignorance, as if you are blissfully unaware that your ancestors built their fortunes on the plunder of others' lands. I find little distinction between them and pirates. The gentleman, now agitated, pointed accusingly at Jano, his voice sharp. Are you insulting the Tanis family? Jano shrugged. I believe I have not insulted your family. I merely stated a fact. The gentleman strode aggressively towards Jano, removing his leather glove and tossing it at Jano's chest. I, David Tavis, challenge you to a duel. Let us settle this dispute with a test of skill. Jano caught the falling glove, gazing at David with bemusement. At that moment, Megan leaned in from behind, advising David. I suggest you refrain from seeking trouble. David dismissed her with a sneer. Huh, are you concerned your friend might be bested by me? Fear not, I shan't harm him. Megan glanced at Jano, who wore a bemused smile, before retreating her head. Very well, but I hope you possess the courage to stand by your words afterward. Jano, still smiling, raised the glove. Ha, I accept your challenge. Where shall we hold this duel? David gestured to his companions, encircling Jano. Right here, right now. Jano regarded David thoughtfully. It appeared this was not his first encounter with dueling, as his companions responded with remarkable alacrity. David clenched his fists. Come forth. I shall make you acknowledge your errors. Jano turned to hand his cane and top hat to Megan, who quietly advised him, be gentle. Yano winked at Megan before advancing towards David. Let's commence. As David charged at Yano, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Yano tilted his head to evade the blow, gently grasping David's wrist, pivoting into his embrace, and delivering a sharp elbow jab to David's chest. Releasing his hold on David's wrist, Yano watched as David staggered back, half kneeling on the ground. Yano approached the kneeling David. It appears the misguided one is you. David, gasping and clutching his chest, struggled to catch his breath, unable to recover for some time. Yano raised an eyebrow. It seems Mr. David has no objections. Once David regained his composure, he glared at Yano and swung his fist towards Yano's abdomen. Yano seized David's fist, stepping behind him and wrenching his arm behind his back. It seems I have proven my point once more. What are you doing? A thunderous voice interrupted Yano's words, prompting him to release David and turn to face Lord Gregor, who had pushed his way through the crowd. Gregor surveyed the two men, along with Megan standing at the side, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Whose children are you? Is this how your parents raised you? Yano collected his cane and hat from Megan, donning them as he approached Gregor. Lord Gregor, I believe I was merely imparting a lesson in basic civility. Megan stared incredulously at Yano, surprised by the unfamiliar tone that emanated from him. He had never heard Yano speak in such a manner. Gregor ignored Yano's presence, instead bellowing at the gathered crowd. What are you still doing here? Disperse at once. David shot Yano a venomous glare before turning with his companions to leave. Gregor approached Megan. It seems we meet again, Mr. Megan. Megan cast a sidelong glance at Gregor before turning to drink from champagne glass, unfazed by the tension. Gregor moved to stand beside Megan, lifting a glass of his own. It appears Mr. Megan does not wish to see me. Yet I find myself quite intrigued by you. Megan furrowed his brow. Sheriff, I wish to be alone for a while. Excuse me. As Megan turned to leave, Gregor quickened his pace to walk alongside him. Why do you avoid me? Is it merely that you dislike me, or do you have something to conceal? Megan glared at Gregor. I do not comprehend your meaning. Gregor remained undeterred by Megan's dark expression. I merely wish to inquire, Mr. Megan. Were you present at the steel mill on the night of the incident? Megan regarded Gregor with disdain. I believe I am under no obligation to disclose that information. Gregor chuckled lightly. I believe a citizen is obliged to cooperate with the police. Megan cast a sidelong glance at Gregor. Where I am is none of your concern. If you have inquiries, why not direct them to my father, Mr. Aber? With that, Megan turned and strode toward Janos. We must take our leave, Janos. Janos, leaning on his cane, tipped his hat to Gregor and then smiled as he accompanied Megan toward the distant dining table. Gregor watched Janos depart, stroking his own scruffy beard. This is quite a predicament. Who is that beside Megan? Her brother Janos? I wonder if he has also joined that organization. Chapter 37. The conclusion of the banquet. In a corner of the banquet hall, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a gray suit raised a goblet, surveying the esteemed guests milling about. He sighed softly before taking a sip from his glass. The silver-haired young lady, who had nearly stumbled earlier, approached him. Father, I believe this is hardly the moment for you to indulge in drink. The gentleman's identity was unmistakable. He was none other than James Kenway, the current patriarch of the Kenway family. James lowered his goblet. Have you failed, Sevilla? Sevilla nodded impassively. Yes, father. I was just about to join the circle of the elite when I was rebuffed. James hung his head in despair. I am not surprised. Who would wish to associate with the descendants of pirates? Sevilla stepped closer, her petite frame barely reaching his chest, and looked up at her despondent father. I think you lack the luxury of lamentation at this moment. The Kenway family stands at the precipice of survival. James wearily sank into a chair beside the dining table, gazing at Sevilla's indifferent expression. What more can I do? I cannot even protect my own children. They are not only undermining our family's business, but are also sending assailants after you. Your brothers, Simon and Carl, still lie incapacitated. Sevilla remained silent for a long while before finally approaching James, silently observing him. Perhaps we should consider an alliance with the Marks family. James became slightly agitated, waving his hands. The Marks family? That clan that profits from the enslavement of child labor. I will not allow you to marry into that family. Not unless I am dead. Sevilla quietly seated herself beside him. The Kenway family currently requires a safeguard. Antonio from the Marks family has expressed a particular interest in me, and we need such a family to protect us. James stood and walked to Sevilla, placing a hand on her head. Sevilla, I will not sacrifice you to save this family. If your sacrifice is the only means to sustain it, then let this family perish in this era. Sevilla sighed softly. I suspect the decline of the Kenway family may have something to do with your discord with the other elites. James regarded his helpless daughter and chuckled. Perhaps. But I do not believe I will have regrets. Sevilla raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on James. I still do not comprehend why you sought the Child Labor Protection Act. James's smile faded. The mere thought of losing you, the last remnants of the Kenway family, struggling to survive in this era, compels me to act. Sevilla rubbed her temples in exasperation. You always do this, never considering the turmoil your actions may inflict upon the Kenway family. James laughed heartily. Perhaps I'm simply unfit to be a patriarch. Ha ha. His laughter drew the disdainful glances of the elite, who, with an air of superiority, took 2 steps back from his direction, as if to demonstrate their own nobility and refinement. Janos observed the commotion surrounding James and remarked to Megan, "What an intriguing gentleman. Wouldn't you agree?" Megan cast a sideways glance at Janos. "Perhaps, but I believe it is time for us to depart." "Janos!" Megan. Janos turned to the sound of the call. Abba, accompanied by Lady Meeser, approached them. "I think it is time for us to leave. It is quite late." Janos nodded, leaning on his cane as he walked alongside Aber. "Very well, father. We have begun to feel quite weary." As they walked, Aber inquired, "I have heard you had a confrontation with David of the Tavis family?" Janos raised an eyebrow. "I did not expect you to learn of it so swiftly. I was merely instructing him in some basic etiquette." Lady Meeser linked her arm with Aber's, her brow furrowed. The heir apparent of the Dorian family, Mr. Janos Dorian, has become the subject of gossip after an altercation with a lady and David of the Tavis family when the banquet commenced. The entire circle is abuzz with it. You have turned the Dorian family into a laughingstock. Megan smiled faintly. "I believe we ought to find Janos a wife." Lady Meeser nodded in agreement, indeed. "The young lady from the Charles family has shown interest in Janos. Perhaps I should introduce you." Janos quickly shook his head. "Spare me that, mother. My career is just commencing. I have no time to contemplate such matters." James, observing the distant elite, turned to Sevilla and said, "We should take our leave, Sevilla. I sense we are not welcomed here." Sevilla nodded, silently trailing behind James as they departed. At the banquet, Gregor was engaged in pleasant conversation with his wife, Susha, and the elite. "Sheriff Gregor, I did not realize you were here." Tygo raised a glass of champagne and sauntered over to Gregor. He glanced at Susha, who was adorned in a pure white gown and mask, smiling but with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Ah, I suppose this is your lady wife." With that, Tygo bowed to Susha. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance, madam. I am Tygo, a colleague of Gregor's." Susha peered at Tygo through her mask. "You are too kind. Sheriff Tygo, Gregor has spoken highly of you, saying you are a most honorable sheriff." Tygo's eyelid twitched slightly. "Is that so? I was unaware that Sheriff Gregor held me in such high regard. However, may I inquire why you don a mask at the banquet?" Before Susha could respond, Gregor stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. "It was I who insisted she wear it. I wish for her beauty to be exclusively mine. I do not want any other man to behold her allure." Tygo's eyes held a hint of disdain. "It seems the wife of Sheriff Gregor must possess extraordinary beauty. But if it were me, I would proudly introduce her to my friends rather than conceal her, as you do." Gregor shot Tygo a glare and pulled out his pocket watch. "I believe it is getting late. I should take my leave, for I have much work to attend to tomorrow." With that, Gregor bowed apologetically to the elite before escorting Susha toward the estate's exit. Tygo watched Gregor's retreating figure, smirking. "A gem? Huh. Do you think I am unaware of your wife's true appearance? Nevertheless, as an orphan, finding such a wife seems rather fitting." Chapter 38, The Assault. The carriage rolled through the silent night, 2 lanterns illuminating the path ahead. Janos opened the window of the carriage and looked at a nearby vehicle. "Which family does that carriage belong to?" he asked Aber. Aber straightened his posture, leaning his head out the window to observe the carriage. "That would be the Kenway family's carriage. See the raven emblem? The Kenway family is symbolized by the raven, much like our Dorian family is represented by the eagle." Yano nodded slightly, pulling the window shut. Just as he was about to settle in, the carriage suddenly began to lurch violently, the horses seemingly startled by some unseen terror, struggling fiercely as if attempting to shake off their reins. A thunderous crash echoed from outside the carriage. Yano sprang up, kicking open the carriage door and leaping out, simultaneously shouting to Megan, who had risen from her seat. "Megan, take your father and the others back." Outside, the Kenway family's carriage appeared to be cleaved in 2 by a colossal axe, while the driver's head had vanished, blood gushing from the wound on his neck. The horses lay in a pitiful heap on the ground, their midsections savagely torn as if by some beast's claws, blood relentlessly seeping from their wounds and staining the earth. They were not yet dead, writhing on the ground in agony. Yano gripped the shaft of his cane with his left hand, his right hand drawing a revolver from behind his waist, vigilantly scanning the pitch-black street. Meanwhile, Megan swiftly climbed from inside the carriage to its roof, leaping into the driver's seat to seize the reins and drive the carriage away. Amid the rapid flight, The furious voice of Mrs. Messel echoed from within. "Megan, I can hardly believe it. You left your brother behind." James crawled up from the carriage to survey the surroundings, placing his hand on Sevilla to keep her down. Damn it. What in the world was that creature? Sevilla struggled to rise, murmuring, "I think I saw it. It looked like a wolf, but I've never seen a wolf this enormous." James kept his hand firmly on Sevilla's back. "Stay still. It's still very dangerous here." Through the flickering light of a fallen oil lamp, James spotted Yano standing beside the carriage, gun raised in a defensive stance. He frowned. "Hey, I suggest you get out of here quickly. This place is exceedingly perilous." Yano, keeping his guard against the unknown creature lurking in the shadows, approached the carriage. "Mr. James, I believe it would be prudent for you to disembark and join me. Otherwise, I cannot ensure your safety." James, gazing at Yano, illuminated by the flickering light, suddenly drew his revolver, aiming it at Yano. "Are you planning to shoot us as soon as we step down? I don't know what trick you used to destroy my carriage, but don't think you can easily kill us." Yano seemed unperturbed by the gun pointed at him, as if James were wielding a mere toy rather than a deadly weapon. He tensed, directing his gun towards a shadowy corner of the street. "It's coming." With a roar, a massive shadow lunged from the corner towards the carriage. Yano fired off several rounds at the black figure. Bang! 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 Blood splattered as 3 small blossoms erupted from the creature's vast form. Yet it appeared unaffected, charging relentlessly toward the carriage. James stood frozen in shock at the sight of the colossal shadow. The dim light revealed its true form, a giant wolf. No, more accurately, a werewolf resembling a human in physique. Its body was covered in coarse, needle-like fur, arms like those of a man, and black claws raised high. Its mouth, filled with sharp fangs, unleashed a long, blood-red tongue, drool dripping from its jagged maw. Its crimson, savage eyes fixed directly on James in the carriage. James, transfixed by the advancing werewolf, merely pointed his gun at it in confusion, forgetting to pull the trigger, helplessly observing as the beast drew closer. As the werewolf neared, he stepped on Sevilla's back to prevent her from rising, then weakly lowered his gun hand, resigned, yet clutching the revolver tightly, a testament to his unwillingness to surrender. He sensed the werewolf's approach, even catching the scent of its blood. He suddenly raised his revolver, aiming at the beast's blood-red eyes. Bang! The werewolf let out a mournful howl that resonated through the street as it clutched its left eye with a clawed hand, blood seeping from its palm. Its right eye glared furiously at the armed James in the carriage. James forced a smile. "How does it feel to taste defeat, you cursed monster?" The werewolf seemed to comprehend his words, lowering its claw from its face. Its eye remained unscathed, though blood trickled down its eyelid, and it sneered, displaying a vicious grin. Its right claw slowly lifted. James stared in horror at the descending claw. Damn it! Just as the werewolf was about to rend James apart, Yano's cane, propelled by a powerful thrust, struck deep into the creature's shoulder. The werewolf staggered aside, howling in pain, turning to glare at Yano, standing at a distance. With a roar, the werewolf lunged at Yano. Yano crouched slightly, and as the beast pounced, he rolled beneath it, landing behind its back, his left hand aiming at the werewolf's pronounced spine. With a swift motion, a grappling dart shot from his wrist, embedding itself firmly into the creature's back. Yano deftly pulled on the wrist strap, causing the dart to retract, leaving him hanging from the werewolf's back. The werewolf howled in agony, thrashing wildly on the ground, its arms flailing backward, yet Yano remained safely out of reach. He seized his cane from the creature's shoulder and, with the blade glinting, plunged it into the werewolf's heart. As he withdrew the grappling dart, Yano stomped down on the cane's head and leaped back. The cane, driven deeply, embedded itself a few inches into the werewolf's back, and as Yano soared through the air, he raised his gun, aiming at the eagle head of the cane, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 39, The Kill. Bang! Sparks erupted from the eagle head of the cane, the impact driving the remaining length of the cane deep into the werewolf's heart, leaving only the eagle's head protruding from its back. A sharp blade, stained with dark red blood, pierced through the werewolf's chest. It staggered 2 steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The massive body struck the earth with a thundering impact, shaking the very ground. Yano gasped for breath, kneeling beside the fallen werewolf, exhaling softly in relief. James was left speechless, still reeling from Yano's rapid sequence of actions. Seizing the moment of shock, Sevilla forcefully dislodged his foot from her back and scrambled to her feet, as if fearing that any delay would result in her father forcing her back down. Standing tall, Sevilla gazed at the still-breathing werewolf on the ground, her pupils dilating. "I think I may not have woken up yet." Yano slowly approached the downed werewolf, observing its faint breaths. I assure you, madam, this is no dream. I wish to know how you came to provoke this creature. James, glancing at Sevilla beside him, blinked in surprise, then looked down, as if unable to comprehend how his daughter had silently pushed his foot aside to stand. He turned to Sevilla, who regarded him in silence, feeling a wave of awkwardness as he offered a sheepish smile. Forgive me. I did it all to protect you, Sevilla. Sevilla frowned at her father, her voice steady as she reproached him. I've never heard of a father who protects his daughter by stepping on her. Yano stood upon the back of the werewolf, forcefully extracting his staff while deftly evading the spurt of blood that erupted forth. He turned to the two individuals in the carriage and remarked, I believe now is not the opportune moment for the two of you to cultivate familial bonds. James, feeling a mix of embarrassment and politeness, offered Yano a brief smile as he descended the carriage with Sevilla, approaching Yano's side, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood emanating from the werewolf. He pinched his nose and, together with Sevilla, bowed to Yano, saying, Thank you, sir, for rescuing Sevilla and me from this monster. Please, share your name, and I shall repay your kindness. Yano grimaced at the dark red blood staining his staff, bending down to pluck a tuft of fur from the werewolf's body to clean it. You may call me Yano, but I fear I may not relish the fruits of your gratitude should you refrain from disclosing how you came to provoke this creature. Upon hearing Yano's name, James paused momentarily, staring at Yano, who was still busy cleaning his staff, and exclaimed in astonishment, Yano? Yano Dorian? By now, Yano had wiped the staff clean, tossing the wolf fur aside, and regarded James with surprise. You know me? James, with a hint of resignation, replied, Of course. Are you not aware of the influence of the Dorian family? Yano approached the werewolf, drawing a revolver from behind his waist and placing it against the creature's temple. I have some knowledge. Yet I believe the average person would not directly associate my name with the Dorian lineage. Bang! The gunshot startled James, causing him to instinctively touch his throbbing ear. Under normal circumstances, I would not make such a connection. But given that nearly all the nobility of London attended the soiree tonight, encountering you, Lord Yano, on my way home makes it nearly impossible not to. Yano observed the lifeless werewolf as its form began to shrink upon its last breath, its fur and claws gradually retracting into its body, ultimately transforming into a smooth-skinned male corpse. James swiftly covered Sevilla's eyes, his own widening in disbelief at the metamorphosing corpse. Surely, I am not imagining things. He has genuinely turned into a man. Sevilla extended her hand, attempting to pull James's away. I have already seen it. There is no need to shield my eyes. Yano crouched down, flipping the corpse over to reveal a male figure with long brown hair, and explained to James, Werewolves are, in essence, ordinary humans transformed, and upon their demise, they revert to their original state. James nodded as if enlightenment had dawned upon him, yet he firmly kept his hand over Sevilla's eyes. Ignoring her struggles, Yano rose, leaning on his staff. I believe we must bury this body. I would prefer to avoid headlines tomorrow morning reporting the discovery of a naked corpse in some locale. James promptly agreed, nodding vigorously. Indeed, your words hold great merit. Lord Yano. Yano then approached the carriage, tearing a piece of undamaged cloth from the broken carriage to cover the corpse, before returning to James. Now, Mr. James, I believe you have yet to enlighten me on how you attracted this beast, with the body now concealed. James released his hold on Sevilla's eyes and met Yano's gaze. I am at a loss. We were seated in the carriage when this monster suddenly attacked us. I have never encountered such a ghastly creature before. Yano regarded James thoughtfully. I suspect your application for child labor protection laws has caused certain lords to feel unsettled. James furrowed his brow. Damn it, if that is the case, we have no means of identifying which lord sent this beast. Every family in London is a suspect. Yano shrugged. Perhaps so, but it is already too late. I must take my leave. My parents are waiting for my return at the estate, and they will undoubtedly be worried. As Yano turned to depart, James quickly took Sevilla's hand and stepped forward. Lord Yano, if you must leave, I implore you to take Sevilla with you. I fear the latter half of this night will not be peaceful, and I cannot ensure her safety if she remains by my side. Yano turned back to look at Sevilla, offering her a faint smile. It is a pleasure to see you again, Sevilla. Sevilla regarded Yano with a cold demeanor. I am most grateful for your defense of me at the soiree. James stared at Sevilla in astonishment. Defense? What transpired? Yano waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing of great consequence. Mr. James, no need for concern. Should you worry for your safety, I believe Dorian Manor would be more than pleased to welcome 2 guests of the Kenway family. James bowed slightly to Yano. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Yano. Chapter 40, Redemption. The inky sky began to pale, heralding the end of the long night and the imminent arrival of dawn. Dorian Manor. In the parlor, Abel sat upon the sofa, facing Yano and the father-daughter duo of James and Sevilla, while Megan stood by the window. James recounted the day's events to Abel. Abel, listening to the tale of the werewolf encounter recounted by James and Sevilla, rubbed his temples in exasperation. So, you encountered a creature straight out of fairy tale. A werewolf? James spoke with a tone of respect. Had anyone informed me before tonight that werewolves were indeed real, I would have dismissed it as madness, and thought the person deranged. But please believe me, Lord Abel, had it not been for Lord Yano, we would not have had the chance to enter Dorian Manor this evening. Abel turned his gaze to Yano. What say you, Yano? Yano nodded affirmatively. What they say is indeed true. Abel stroked his nose, lost in deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he raised his head and looked at Yano. I apologize, but I cannot accept such an absurd notion, even if it comes from my own son. I cannot fathom werewolves escaping from fairy tales to attack you. Before Yano could respond, Abel turned his attention back to James. And you, Mr. James? I fear I cannot offer protection to your family. The Kenway family is now nearly targeted by all of London's nobility, and I cannot afford to drag the Dorian family into this mess. I have many matters to attend to. I must excuse myself. With that, Abel rose from the sofa and walked toward the staircase, casually remarking to Yano, I leave the guests in your capable hands, Yano. James let out a resigned sigh. Collapsing onto the sofa, perhaps the Kenway family is destined to vanish in this era. Sevilla observed her father, who appeared to have aged several years. Sagging in despair, she turned to Yano. Please, help us. We are willing to pay any price. Megan moved from the window to sit beside Yano. Forgive my bluntness, but what remains of the Kenway family? Yano halted Megan's speech, fixing James with a piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate his very soul. Perhaps, Mr. James, you could share with me why you applied for the child labor protection law. I shall base my decision to assist the Kenway family on your response. James hesitated, seemingly caught off guard by Yano's inquiry. The child labor protection law. Well, you should know, Lord Yano, that the ancestor of the Kenway family was a pirate. Our forebear amassed wealth through plunder on the seas and eventually became a nobleman in London. James reminisced, a note of sorrow crossing his features. At that time, all of London's elite ostracized him, unwilling to be associated with a crude, brutal, bloodthirsty pirate. This exclusion has persisted to this day, and I have grown up in an environment rife with discrimination and scorn. James glanced at Sevilla. It is not merely I who harbor such sentiments. Even my beloved wife, Mira, and our 3 children have been nurtured in this very environment. Since my earliest memories, I have nurtured a profound disdain for my ancestors. Yet, despite my loathing, they remain my forebears. I pondered whether I could undertake actions to redeem the reputation of the Kenway family and, simultaneously, atone for the transgressions of my forefathers. As James spoke, his fervor escalated, compelling him to rise as if delivering an impassioned address. Soon, I discovered a path to atonement. During one of my inspections of the factory, a young laborer, overcome by exhaustion, collapsed before me, taking his final breath before the physician could arrive. I beheld his frail form lying upon the frigid ground, and a thought flickered in my mind. Could I do something for these children? James's eyes sparkled with intensity as he regarded Yano. That very day, I instituted stringent regulations regarding child labor in my factory, including limits on working hours, compensation for injuries, and provisions for sick leave. Although the Kenway family's profits subsequently dwindled by nearly half, the incredulity and eventual smiles that adorned the faces of the children within the factory bestowed upon me a sense of redemption. He widened his eyes and gesticulated wildly, appearing somewhat unhinged. Then I pondered, why not extend these rights to all children in London? I approached a lawyer and shared my vision. He was taken aback yet intrigued, and drafted a legal petition in my name to be submitted to the town hall, advocating for the introduction of this law. As he recounted this, the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimmed. However, throughout London, every factory, every single one, was employing child labor, with children toiling for 14 hours a day, receiving meager wages, devoid of holidays, sick leave, or compensation for injuries. The very aristocrats, who fancied themselves noble, were the architects of this plight. My proposed Childhood Protection Act directly threatened their interests, and my petition was summarily dismissed. Yet, I did not relent. I submitted petitions time and again, only to face rejection repeatedly, until James's brow furrowed deeply, as if reluctant to revisit this painful chapter. My actions incited the ire of the elite. They no longer merely ostracized the Kenway family. They turned their wrath upon my factory. Each day, calamities befell us, with injuries occurring daily. A faint smile tugged at the corners of James's lips. Huh. Did they truly believe I would capitulate? I pressed on, continuing to submit my petitions, which further enraged the aristocracy, stripping away their facade of hypocritical nobility. Fury ignited in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. They dispatched assailants against my 2 children, Simon and Carl. They were left battered at our doorstep, bearing a warning letter that threatened me should I persist in my endeavors. Next time, the consequences would be far graver. I was compelled to temporarily suspend my petitions, until today, when I was attacked by that monster. They have never intended to spare me. Yano regarded the somewhat frantic James with understanding and nodded in agreement. Stepping closer, I comprehend your plight. To be candid, I hold great admiration for your conviction, though I cannot endorse your reckless methods. Perhaps you might accompany me to a certain place where you may find the resolution you seek. James regained his composure and bowed respectfully to Yano. Thank you, Lord Yano. Chapter 41, The Assassin. Clop, clop, clop. The carriage glided into the gardens of Dorian Castle. Yano opened the carriage door, ushering James and his daughter down. James surveyed the surroundings, observing the children clad in uniform white robes with hoods. He stiffly turned to Yano. My lord, the factory massacre incidents over the past 2 years, were they orchestrated by you? Yano smiled faintly at James. Why? Do you believe our actions were misguided? James subtly drew Sevilla closer, positioning her behind him. No, I am merely taken aback. Who would have imagined that the mastermind behind it all would be none other than the first heir of the most powerful family in London? The Dorian family? Yano chuckled softly at James's unease. No need to be apprehensive. Had I intended to harm you, I doubt I would have brought you to Dorian Castle. James forced a sheepish smile, releasing Sevilla. I suppose you were right. Your prowess could easily eliminate our entire Kenway family. Yano raised an eyebrow. I would not resort to such measures, provided you do not provoke us. All around the castle, perched upon trees, rooftops, attics, and walls, children donned beaked hoods, their faces obscured, revealing only their cold, piercing eyes, fixed intently upon James. James felt the air around him grow thick with tension, rendering him breathless. He dared not even blink, as those children transformed in his perception into hawks, their sharp, merciless gazes sizing him up as prey, as if they might swoop down upon him at any moment. As James neared suffocation, he watched Yano approach him, softly addressing the surrounding children. If you do not immediately attend to your tasks, I shall suggest to Eris that they extend your training by an additional hour. Under James's astonished gaze, the children promptly darted off or leaped between rooftops. Within mere seconds, the garden fell into tranquility, as if the children had vanished into thin air. James surveyed his surroundings, utterly bewildered, for he could find no trace of the children. This group of children, Lord Yano. I feel as though my astonishment in these past 2 days rivals that of my entire previous life. Yano patted James on the shoulder. I believe you are speaking too soon. Follow me, for there are matters you need to comprehend. With that, he led them toward the castle's grand entrance. Creak! The conference room within the castle opened, and Yano guided James and his daughter inside. At the circular table sat Donald and Eris, seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to see Yano and promptly rose to their feet, offering a respectful salute. Welcome back, Master. Yano nodded and introduced James and his daughter to the 2 assassins. These are Mr. James Duncan and Ms. Sevilla Duncan. They will likely join our cause in the near future. Donald regarded Yano with surprise, for it was his first instance witnessing the Master introduce adults into the Brotherhood. Nonetheless, he politely greeted James and Sevilla. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. James, M.S. Sevilla. I am Donald, and this is Eris beside me. James and Sevilla returned the greeting. A pleasure to meet you both, Mr. Donald, Mr. Eris. Yano took his seat at the head of the table. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Mr. James, Miss Sevilla. Please, take a seat. He then glanced at Donald and Eris. You two may also sit down. It is likely that there will be 1 or more newcomers requiring your guidance in the future. Donald nodded and glanced toward the entrance. Master, where is Mr. Megan? Did he not return with you? Yano awkwardly pinched the bridge of his nose. Megan was left at the manor. Our mother seems quite displeased with him and intends to have a heart-to-heart discussion. Do not worry. I believe he shall return by tomorrow. Now, please, take your seats. Donald appeared to understand something, nodding meaningfully before settling beside Eris. Yano disregarded Donald and turned his attention to James. Mr. James, please listen closely. What I am about to share may alter your perception of this world. First, I must ask, have you ever heard of the assassins? James nodded. I have heard of it. Previously, Sheriff Goreg revealed in the newspaper that the perpetrators of the slaughterhouse are part of a syndicate, with its members referred to as assassins. Yano, rubbing his head in exasperation, remarked, "This was a blunder due to the recklessness of one assassin, my brother, Megandorian, which led to the exposure of the assassin organization, and he has received his due punishment." James cautiously cast a glance at Yano. "I believe everyone makes mistakes. You need not be angry about this matter." Yano nodded. "Very well, let's not dwell on him. Instead, Mr. James, what image of an assassin resides in your mind?" James looked up thoughtfully. "An assassin, I suppose, is a bloody profession, one that can take any life for the sake of remuneration." Yano chuckled and shook his head. "What you describe pertains to a hired killer. However, it could also apply to us. We too kill for a price, though our compensation is not in gold or power." Yano rose, exclaiming, "We are assassins striving for the equality of all beings. We fight for the interests of those who lack the ability, resources, or knowledge to confront the tyrants abusing their power." James's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is utterly insane. Assassins are challenging the world's elite." Yano disregarded James's comment and continued, "Our first step as assassins is to rescue those powerless child laborers being exploited by factory owners. This will serve as a signal to the global elite, declaring that we will thwart their abuses of power over the people." Yano extended his hand toward James. "So, James Kenway, are you and your family willing to join the assassin organization and stand with us against these nobles?" James lowered his head, concealing his expression. "This is truly madness. Targeted by the world's elite, we would meet a gruesome fate." He then raised his head, determination etched upon his face, and firmly grasped Yano's outstretched hand. "However, I am willing to join the assassins, this noble organization." Yano laughed. "Then, the Brotherhood welcomes your addition." Chapter 42, The Formal Induction. In the hall of Dorian Castle, James and Sevilla knelt halfway in the center, surrounded by a group of children. Yano sat in a stone chair, his expression grave as he regarded the two kneeling before him. "James Kenway, Sevilla Kenway, the moment you drink the holy water, you will formally join the Brotherhood. Should you commit any acts that harm the interests of the Brotherhood, we will pursue you relentlessly until your last breath. Are you certain you wish to become an assassin and join the Brotherhood?" James glanced at the figure beside them, clad in a green coat and hood, holding a silver tray bearing 2 glass vials filled with a mercury-like liquid. He nodded at Sevilla, kneeling on the ground, his right hand pressed against his heart, bowing his head. "I shall lead my family to voluntarily join the Brotherhood, uphold the creed of the assassins, adhere to the regulations of the Brotherhood, fulfill the duties of an assassin, execute the decisions of the Brotherhood, strictly observe the Brotherhood's discipline, keep the Brotherhood's secrets, and remain loyal to the Brotherhood, never betraying it." Sevilla mirrored James's actions. "I shall devote my life to the Brotherhood, pursuing the creed of the assassins." Yano nodded in satisfaction, lifting his right hand slightly. "I accept your loyalty. You may rise. Lastly, I must caution you. The path of an assassin pursuing peace is paved with the blood of others. While liberating others' hearts, an assassin must also abide by rules. In the realm of superstition, one must maintain personal virtue to expose its dangers." With that, Yano stood and approached the edge of the steps, gazing down at James and Sevilla. "Thus, I wish to convey to you, when the hearts of the populace blindly follow so-called truths, remember, all is but illusion. When the actions of humanity are constrained by morality or law, remember, all is permissible. We toil in darkness to serve the light, beneath the hidden blades. All beings are equal." All the assassins below crossed their hands over their chests, accompanied by the sound of blades unsheathing as they brandished their hidden blades in unison. "Assassins." Yano surveyed the assassins below, reminiscing about the initial 5 who followed him, now evolved into a brotherhood of over 900. He felt a swell of diverse emotions as he looked at the 2 below. "If you truly decide to become assassins of the Brotherhood, then drink the holy water for the rite of passage." James stood, taking the 2 vials of holy water from the tray held by Donner, gazing at the silver liquid within with a hint of obsession. "If I were you, I would prepare myself mentally, firmly committing the knowledge of the rite to memory. It will determine your future achievements," Donner remarked, watching James lost in thought. James snapped back to reality, bowing slightly to Donner. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Donner." He handed 1 vial of holy water to Sevilla, winking. "I shall proceed first." Sevilla observed as James consumed the holy water and collapsed to the ground with a thud, swallowing hard as she looked at the glass vial in her hand, hesitating over whether she should drink this so-called holy water. Yano and the surrounding assassins seemed to sense Sevilla's apprehension, refraining from urging her, instead watching James lying on the ground, awaiting his awakening. 3 minutes passed, and James groaned, rubbing his temples as he struggled to rise while muttering. What an incredible experience this has been. Sevilla gazed at James's reddened forehead. Father, how do you feel? I mean, are you all right? James looked at Sevilla in surprise. I feel splendid. Sevilla, you should also drink the holy water for the rite. Sevilla's eye twitched slightly as she ignored James, pulling the cork from the glass vial, sitting on the ground, and tilting her head back to drink the holy water. Within 3 seconds of drinking, scenes rapidly flashed before her eyes, with countless silver characters swirling around her. As she beheld the animated characters, Sevilla's pupils gradually dilated. Yano observed as Sevilla rose from the ground, nodding toward Alice, who also held a silver tray bearing neatly folded assassin uniforms. Alice descended the steps slowly, standing before James and Sevilla. Congratulations on joining the Brotherhood. James took his uniform from the tray. Thank you, Mr. Alice. Sevilla cast a glance at James, bowing toward Alice to express her gratitude as she took her uniform. Yano, standing before the stone chair, gazed at the father and daughter holding their uniforms. Congratulations on officially becoming assassins. I believe you must know and uphold the Brotherhood's 3 fundamental tenets. 1. Do not harm the innocent. 2. Conceal your actions in plain sight, becoming one with the crowd. 3. Never endanger the Brotherhood's allies. James and Sevilla knelt on the ground, responding in unison. We shall obey your will, and we will guard the Brotherhood's tenets for life. Yano nodded in satisfaction. Your loyalty will be proven by time. Please rise. You 2 fledgling assassins. James gazed at his reflection in the mirror, adorned in a fitted white robe, a white eagle beak hood, deep brown bracers with iron plates, a red cloth tied about his waist, and armor wrapped in brown bearing the Brotherhood's emblem, which also held a dozen throwing knives. James nodded, seemingly satisfied with his attire. He raised his wrist, gazing at the hidden blade concealed within the bracer, his palm clenched tightly. I believe the Kenway family shall not vanish from this era. Sevilla likewise donned an assassin garb, observed her father preening before the mirror. I think what you should be concerned about is how to explain the events of the past few days to Mother, rather than indulging in self-admiration here. James pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. My dear, you ought not to remind me. He swiftly drew the hidden blade, captivated by the gleaming edge that sprang forth from the bracer. However, I suspect your mother will not hold it against me, as I have found a path for the Kenway family to survive. Sevilla, her expression devoid of emotion, strode toward the door. Whether it is a path to life or death, I cannot ascertain, but I believe it is time we sought our mentor. He must be quite anxious. Chapter 43. James's request. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hearing Yano's voice, James and Sevilla opened the large door to the conference room and entered. Yano regarded the pair in their assassin uniforms with a satisfied nod. Yes, quite fitting. However, I suspect you 2 will soon be shedding those uniforms. So I hope you do not mind. James widened his eyes. Why? Have we done something wrong, mentor? Yano gestured for them to sit, offering reassurance. No, you may have misunderstood. I do not intend to reclaim the uniforms. They shall remain in your possession. James, perplexed, seated himself beside Sevilla. Then what do you mean by taking off the uniforms? Yano shrugged. After all, you do not live in Dorian Castle like other assassins do. They need not worry about exposing their identities through their clothing, but you have your own families and homes. Thus, you may only wear the uniforms during missions or when at the castle. However, the bracers may be worn at all times, albeit with appropriate disguises. James looked regretfully at his uniform. Well, it seems we must indeed remove them upon returning home. Yano leaned his hands on the table. Now, let us shift topics. What are your thoughts on the werewolf that attacked you last night? James withdrew his gaze from the uniform, focusing on Yano. I cannot ascertain which noble orchestrated this. Too many powerful figures resent me. The only certainty is that the Marks family had no part in this. Yano raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? Why are you so certain? James sighed. A few days prior to our attack, Antonio Marks came to our home to propose to Sevilla. I did not agree, nor did I outright refuse. I merely told him to return home, as I needed time to ponder. Yano nodded in agreement. If that is the case, I believe you're justified. His brow furrowed in contemplation. However, given the Kenway family's precarious situation, why would the Marks family take such action? They are not powerful enough to disregard the threats posed by other London nobles. What benefit would they gain from such a move? James shook his head. I am uncertain on that front. Yano rubbed his temples in frustration. It appears we cannot derive an answer for now. Do you think you will face further attacks? James pondered for a moment. Yes, I suspect we shall continue to be targeted. Even my 2 sons and wife may be at risk. Yano tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. What do you propose to do? James rose, bowing deeply to Yano, and implored, My esteemed mentor, Might it be possible for my 2 children and wife to also become assassins and join the Brotherhood? Yano observed James, who had bowed his head low, then stood and approached the window, hands clasped behind his back as he contemplated the view outside. Sevilla, watching her father plead with the mentor, felt a pang of sympathy, stood, and knelt on one knee behind Yano. I beseech you, gracious mentor. Yano turned to face the father and daughter, exhaling softly. I agree to their residing in Dorian Castle, but whether they can become assassins requires observation. Currently, the castle is in need of some laborers and cooks. If you consent, you may bring them tomorrow to receive care, and once they have recuperated, they may commence work. James was taken aback, as if he had not anticipated Yano's response. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, for he had no other means to protect his family. Thank you for your generosity. I shall personally escort them to the castle tomorrow. Yano seated himself, dipped a quill into the ink, and began scribbling on paper. I suggest you attend to your personal matters during the day tomorrow. That evening, I will take you and Sevilla on your first mission as assassins. Do not be late. James accepted the note Yano extended, perusing the written target and location. Mission objective: reach the destination silently and locate the mentor. Target location: East London, Whitechapel Road, number 065, rooftop. James held the note aloft, astonished as he regarded Yano. Esteemed mentor, are we not to depart together? Yano placed the quill in the ink pot and reclined in his chair. This is your first test. You must don uniforms and arrive at the destination without anyone noticing. James furrowed his brow. I do not question your decision, but is it not a bit hasty to assign such a challenging task immediately after our initiation, while we are still unfamiliar with the practices? Yano's eyes sparkled with mirth. I do not find it so. From the moment you received your inheritance, the knowledge has been etched into your bodies and souls. The best way to familiarize yourselves is through undertaking missions. James nodded in resignation. Understood. We shall escort our family to the castle tomorrow night and then proceed to execute the mission, if that is your insistence. Yano resumed his writing. Quill in hand, I insist. I believe Mr. Megan will be quite pleased with your family's arrival. You may return now. Your family must be worried. James and Sevilla bowed to Yano. Wishing you a pleasant day, esteemed mentor. We shall take our leave. The sound of quills scratching against paper echoed in the now silent conference room, the only remnant of their presence. Creak. Yano glanced at the torn paper, furrowing his brow slightly. What brings you back? From a nearby window, which had been opened unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in a brown trench coat, with short capes draping from the shoulders and a matching hood obscuring his face, perched on the ledge. I was merely concerned. Yano, do you truly believe it wise to admit them into the Brotherhood so casually? Yano set the quill down, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I believe there is no cause for concern. Chapter 44. The Dispute. Laborers and Cooks. James, you vanished for an entire night and day, and you return to inform me of this news? Can you explain your reasoning? The furious voice echoed from the Kenway residence. James regarded his irate wife, wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow. Gloria, I had no other choice. You cannot fathom what we encountered. Gloria crossed her arms, her eyes ablaze with anger. What could possibly compel you, Mr. James Kenway, to send your wife to serve as a cook for others, and your child to toil as a laborer? Is it your intent to see the Kenway family perish in this era? You submitted an application for child labor protection without consulting any of us, resulting in Simon and Carl still not having recovered and receiving threatening letters. And now you would have us work for others? James looked at Sevilla with a plea in his eyes, sensing that his enraged wife had become impossible to communicate with. Sevilla, glancing at her father's desperate gaze, sighed in resignation. Mother, please do not be angry. Allow me to explain. Gloria approached Sevilla, lifting her chin and narrowing her eyes. I believe I am listening to your explanation, Miss Sevilla. Sevilla, feeling the ire redirected towards herself, pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration. Last night after the banquet, we were attacked by werewolves. Do you take me for child? Why not claim you were assaulted by vampires or some other monsters? Gloria retorted, feeling her intelligence insulted, her tone laced with derision. Sevilla furrowed her brow and quickly interjected to halt her mother's continued mockery. Please allow me to finish. We were indeed attacked by werewolves. Our carriage was torn in two, and the horses lay injured on the ground, while the coachman, Karen, had his head devoured by that beast. Gloria, astonished, cast a glance at Sevilla and James, then walked to the window to peer at the stable. The carriage is indeed absent from the stable, and Karen has not returned today to clean it. You wouldn't be fabricating this tale to cover up some misdeed, would you? Sevilla, relieved to see her mother finally processing her words, gently exhaled. If it were solely my father's word, it might be plausible to consider deception, but please believe me. We nearly perished in the streets last night. Gloria turned back, hesitating as she regarded her daughter, feeling as though Sevilla were spinning a fanciful tale. Very well. Let's set aside the matter of the werewolves for now. Tell me, how did you survive? Were you rescued by a prince on a white horse? Or perhaps a wizard wielding a wooden staff? James, observing his daughter being relentlessly scorned by his wife, frowned in displeasure. Hey, can you not extend a modicum of trust toward your own child? Allow me to clarify. We were saved by His Excellency Lord Yanadorian, who pierced the werewolf's heart with his staff. Gloria, noticing the suppressed emotions in James's eyes, felt her previously waning anger flare back to life. Is that so? Suddenly, Lord Yanadorian appears in your story? Truly a prince, albeit without a white steed. James could no longer contain his emotions, bellowing at Gloria. Enough. Were it not for His Excellency, we would not be home today. I believe not only Sevilla and I would have perished, but you as well. Enough? I feel it is far from sufficient. James, when will you ever become a competent head of the household? When will you consider the safety and thoughts of your family? Gloria appeared quite agitated, pounding the wall and yelling at James, her face flushed with anger. Sevilla, startled by the volume of their shouting, rushed to her mother's side, attempting to soothe her emotions. Please, do not be angry. What father says is true. We were indeed rescued by Mr. Yanad, and it was he who provided a lifeline for the Kenway family. Gloria shot Sevilla a cold glance. A lifeline? Is the lifeline you speak of merely for the Kenway family to undertake menial tasks? Sevilla quickly shook her head. No, this is to safeguard you. If you remain in the Kenway household, you will surely be attacked by those monsters. Gloria turned and sat beside the sofa. Sevilla, I do not know when you became a girl who loves to tell lies. Please trust me, mother. Sevilla sat beside her mother. After we were rescued by Mr. Yanad, he took us to Dorian Manor to seek Mr. Aber's assistance. But Mr. Aber refused my father, unwilling to involve himself in the strife between the Kenway family and other powers. Gloria seemed to grasp Aber's reasoning. If I were Mr. Aber in your story, I too would refrain from entangling myself in the Kenway family's mire. Ignoring her mother's sarcasm, Sevilla continued. At the moment father felt despair, Mr. Yanad proposed taking us to Dorian Castle, to which father consented, and we set off at dawn. Sevilla, noticing her mother preparing to speak with a mocking expression, hastily quickened her pace. Upon our arrival at the castle, we learned of Mr. Yanad's true identity, and under his guidance, we joined his organization and received a legacy, acquiring knowledge within mere minutes that others require decades to grasp. I beg your pardon, but due to organizational regulations, I cannot disclose the name of the organization. However, once you arrive at Dorian Castle tomorrow, I shall provide you with a detailed explanation. Gloria let out a soft huff. What a peculiar experience. Can you show me what you have learned? Before Gloria could finish her sentence, she found herself stunned, as her daughter vanished in the blink of an eye. Rising from the sofa, she scanned the surroundings, as if searching for her daughter's presence. Suddenly, a sound akin to the unsheathing of a blade echoed behind her, causing the hair on the back of her neck to stand on end. She felt as though a ravenous wolf with bared fangs was staring at her with a savage hunger. With a stiffened body, she turned around. There stood Sevilla, clad in a white gown, a blade glimmering with an ethereal glow protruding from the lace-trimmed sleeve. Gloria stammered slightly. Indeed, what a bizarre experience. Chapter 45. The Path to Peace. Beneath the night sky of London, a shroud of black mist enveloped the city as citizens paused their labors, returning home on foot or in carriages to partake in the dinners prepared by their families, slipping early into the embrace of sweet dreams. On White Queen Street in East London, two figures, one tall and one short, clad in white robes and pointed hoods, leapt across the rooftops. James grasped the railing of a rooftop, vaulting to another, the white hem of his garment trailing through the air. Sevilla, I still believe you are too cautious. We ought to approach our destination by carriage. Sevilla alighted on the eaves, leaping high and surging towards the wall of a taller building, using inertia to propel herself several steps along the wall before swiftly landing on another rooftop. It is rather that you are being overly careless, treating the carriage as if it were a mere afterthought. Such conspicuousness is unwise. James reached the edge of a rooftop, surveying the nearest building, which lay at least 10 meters away, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. It seems we must first descend. Sevilla approached James, casting him a sidelong glance, pointing at a straw cart parked below. Descend? Have you not learned the most fundamental skills of an assassin in your inheritance? I merely wish to express my grievances. James replied, somewhat irked as he stepped to the edge, spreading his arms wide before leaping off. Ha! I shall await you below. In a moment of disorientation, Sevilla seemed to hear the resounding cry of an eagle, and with that cry, James spread his arms and fell into the straw cart below. As she observed James waving at her from the straw cart, Sevilla let out a gentle sigh of relief. She then moved to the eaves, spread her arms, and leaped down from the cart. Thud! With a muted thump, Sevilla landed in the straw cart, hastily pushing aside the straw that clung to her before scrambling out. Ignoring James, who stood nearby, she bent slightly and sprinted towards the distant house. James, puzzled by his daughter's disregard, chose not to dwell on it, crouching down to swiftly follow Sevilla ahead. Reaching the space between two buildings, Sevilla skillfully ascended the wall of one structure, using both her hands and feet. With a powerful push off the wall, she propelled herself backward, executing a sharp turn in mid-air, landing back on the wall. Grasping a protruding brick at the top of the wall, she forcefully kicked off again, spinning in the air to land on the rooftop behind her. Breathless, Sevilla crouched on the roof, allowing herself a moment of respite while she awaited her father's arrival to regain her strength. James hoisted himself onto the roof with a firm grip on the eaves. Spotting his daughter resting, he pointed towards a nearby building, saying, "I believe we are nearing our destination, dear. Just hold on a little longer." Sevilla nodded in silence and continued her sprint towards their goal. Arriving at the edge of the roof, she exerted her legs, leaping down and grasping a clothing rack that a citizen had extended from a window, swinging through inertia onto the rooftop of another building. Panting, both James and Sevilla reached the rooftop designated by Janos, collapsing onto the surface. James gazed at the factory, still clanging in the distance. Look, while the citizens are steeped in slumber, these children toil for the factory owners. Sevilla, can you understand now why I submitted the Child Labor Protection Act? Sevilla looked at the brightly lit factory and then at the darkened buildings behind her, her brow furrowing slightly. I comprehend some of your reasoning for the application, yet I cannot concur with your decision to implicate the Kenway family, I'm afraid. Disappointment washed over James's face. None of his family supported his actions, not even his mentor. He felt lost, uncertain of what was right. Observing her father's despondency, Sevilla sighed softly. Though I disagree with your approach, I believe you are a remarkable individual. For the sake of the children, you dare to defy the elite of London. I doubt there are many as courageous as you in the entire city. James paused, caught off guard by his daughter's expressionless face, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Thank you, Sevilla. You are the first to commend me, even if you are my daughter. Clap, clap, clap. I have witnessed both of your splendid performances, and I am exceedingly pleased. I believe you have passed my test. Accompanied by applause. 3 assassins clad in green attire, and another in a brown coat with a hood, alongside Janos holding a cane under his arm, appeared on the rooftop. James turned to the suddenly materialized Janos. Ah, I appreciate your praise. I have already brought the children and my wife to the castle. By the time we reached the castle, you had already departed. Janos withdrew his cane from under his arm, resting it on the rooftop as he surveyed the father-daughter duo with satisfaction. Excellent. I trust you have surmised the nature of today's mission. Sevilla pointed towards the factory, addressing Janos, to liberate the child laborers within. Janos nodded. Indeed, this factory is our responsibility. I have dispatched other assassins to tackle 3 additional large factories. My intention is to rescue all the child laborers from these establishments tonight. James pondered over the factory. But will this truly prevent the factory owners from enslaving the children? Janos shook his head. Of course, it cannot be that simple. Without laws to constrain these elites, we will never be able to rescue all the child laborers. Thus, your role, Mr. James, is crucial. The Brotherhood will assist you in successfully applying for the Child Labor Protection Act and ensuring the City Hall enacts this law. James stared blankly at Janos. Are you serious? Can we truly accomplish this? Janos regarded him with a slight smirk, a chilling smile peeking from beneath the brim of his hat. Do not forget, the assassin's pursuit of peace is built upon the blood of others. If anyone dares to obstruct our application for the Child Labor Protection Act, I believe we should allow them to have a word with God regarding the matter. Megan, standing to the side, cast a sideways glance at Janos, inwardly muttering, damn, he is becoming increasingly deranged. Chapter 46, The Axe of Faith. I nearly forgot. Janos produced 2 small axes emblazoned with the Brotherhood's emblem as the blade and tossed them to James. These belong to you. James caught the 2 axes, astonished as he looked at Janos. Axes? Are you jesting? Aren't assassins supposed to wield more refined weapons? Janos chuckled, revealing a larger axe engraved with golden inscriptions and the Brotherhood's emblem, gesturing with it. This is a recent creation, my battle axe. You may collectively refer to them as the assassin's battle axe. Currently, it is illegal to carry weapons on the streets of England. so conventional arms cannot be borne by assassins. However, the assassin's battle axe possesses significant lethality while remaining compact, making it your most loyal companion when face-to-face combat is necessary. James handed one of the assassin's battle axes to Sevilla. This isn't quite what I envisioned an assassin to be like. I thought they were all elegant and cold-blooded. Janos secured the assassin's battle axe back at his waist, his eyes glinting with amusement as he raised the eagle-headed cane. If you find the assassin's battle axe too barbaric, perhaps I can recommend this gentlemanly weapon, the sword cane, which embodies both elegance and danger. James gazed at Janos's eagle-headed cane, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Ah, this weapon seems far more suited to me. It feels as if it was custom-made for my tastes. Janos leaned on his cane, watching James with a playful glint in his eye. Should your performance tonight impress me, I will have Peter craft a cane tailored specifically for you. James looked at Janos in confusion. Peter? Janos nodded. Peter is an experienced assassin, but his blacksmithing skills are exceptional, which is why I have assigned him to the castle's forge. Sevilla, holding the assassin's battle axe, furrowed her brow. Might I inquire if the Brotherhood has any weapons more suitable for ladies? As a lady, I fear that wielding an axe may not be appropriate for me. Janos's expression darkened with disappointment. Why can you not see the allure of the assassin's battle axe? Its lines, its sheen, all embody a profound aesthetic of impact. I remain resolute. I still wish for a weapon expressly designed for women. Sevilla's eyes shone with determination. Janos spread his hands. I regret to inform you that the Brotherhood currently has no weapons specifically crafted for women. Now, let us cease our idle chatter. Sheathe your battle axes, for we must execute our mission. Brendan sat on the ground, resting with a faint smile upon his face, having just celebrated his 15th birthday last month. Though he had received no blessings or gifts from others, he felt immense joy, for by this time next year, he would be an adult, no longer a child laborer, and this despairing existence would soon see the dawn of hope. 5 minutes are up. You must get back to work. Brendan looked up at the burly overseer, quickly scrambling to his feet. Yes, esteemed Mr. Diego. I shall return to work immediately. Diego held a pocket watch in his hand and delivered a swift kick to Brendan's backside, exclaiming, You should address me as the benevolent Mr. Diego. I have graciously granted you a full 5 minutes of respite this evening. As Brendan struggled to rise, he was met with another kick from Diego, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Instead of wallowing in despair or voicing complaints, he scrambled on all fours towards his workplace. Fully aware that lingering on the ground for more than 10 seconds would result in the sting of Diego's whip, Diego relished the moment, always taking pleasure in toppling the child laborers the instant they attempted to stand, thus justifying his sadistic need to wield the whip and vent his frustrations against the factory's higher-ups. Observing Brendan's frantic crawl, Diego smirked derisively. Ah, what a clever little creature. Brendan reached the coal pile, rose to his feet, and seized the shovel embedded within the heap, commencing his labor. Exhaustion washed over him, a consequence of his chronic sleep deprivation, which manifested as sharp pains in his head. He longed to cease his toil and luxuriate in a deep slumber. Yet he reassured himself that endurance would soon lead to his liberation from this loathsome factory upon reaching adulthood. Hey, it's your turn for a break. The sudden voice startled Brendan. It was Diego summoning one of the nearby child laborers to rest. The boy set down his shovel and approached Diego, expressing gratitude. Thank you, benevolent Mr. Diego. Diego regarded the approaching child with satisfaction, declaring, Very well. You may rest for 10 minutes today. Brendan scoffed, disdainfully glancing at the sycophantic child, continuing to shovel coal at a measured pace. His 3 years of experience in this factory had taught him not to entertain the notion of finishing the coal before taking a break. Brendan knew with certainty that the coal would never be depleted. As soon as one pile was cleared, another would await him elsewhere. Thus, the primary concern in this factory was to conserve one's energy, ensuring he did not collapse from exhaustion, for the overseer showed no mercy to fallen child laborers. Your break time is over. Hurry back to work. Diego's voice cut through the air. At the sound, the seated child laborer sprang to his feet. Watching the boy struggle to rise, Diego's lips curled into a smirk as he delivered a kick to the child's rear. The boy appeared to twist his ankle, collapsing to the ground and clutching his injured ankle in agony. Diego's smirk widened as he brandished his whip, directing it at the writhing child, exclaiming, How dare you slack off? Cease your pathetic performance. You cannot deceive me. Please believe me, I've twisted my ankle. The boy rolled on the ground, the whip leaving crimson welts across his body. Brendan numbly witnessed this daily spectacle, turning away to resume his own work. Diego, reveling in the thrill of the moment, swung his whip eliciting small blossoms of blood from the child laborer's skin. The boy, in his desperate thrashing, collided violently with a nearby steel plate, causing it to tilt forward and rupture the ropes securing it. With a resounding crash, the last rope snapped and the steel plate descended ominously. Brendan, engrossed in his shoveling, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 47. Kelsey. Bang! The steel plate crashed to the ground, sending a plume of dust into the air. A brief, anguished cry escaped Brendan's lips as one of his legs became trapped beneath the plate. Grasping his exposed thigh, he opened his mouth wide in pain. Yet the intensity of his suffering rendered him incapable of producing even a single coherent note. What has happened? A slender man with long, brown hair entered, his unkempt locks clinging together in matted clumps, his oversized clothes hanging loosely on his frame. Diego halted his whip and bellowed at the newcomer. Kelsey, you have arrived just in time. A little one has been pinned beneath the iron plate. Go and free him and see if he can still work. We cannot simply discard him. Startled by Diego's booming voice, Kelsey trembled involuntarily. I understand, Mr. Diego. I shall see to this child at once. Diego scoffed, watching Kelsey approach the plate with a derisive grin. Kelsey reached the edge of the steel plate and peered underneath to find Brendan's leg trapped. He hurriedly grasped the plate and attempted to lift it while reassuring Brendan, do not worry, I will rescue you. Yet Brendan, now devoid of strength, could only express his gratitude through his eyes. Hey! Kelsey strained to elevate the steel plate, but it remained immovable. It was far too heavy for him to lift alone. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to the onlooking Diego, pleading, I'm sorry, Mr. Diego, but could you assist me? This is too heavy for me to manage on my own. Diego frowned, striding over to the plate and barking at Kelsey. Damn it, I have no desire to expend energy for this little wretch. Brendan flinched at the shout, glancing at the child lying on the ground, pale and trembling. He timidly produced a penny from his pocket and extended it to Diego. Please, for the sake of this penny, help me. Diego chuckled, taking the coin. Very well. I shall assist for the penny. With that, he pocketed the coin and bent down to grasp a corner of the steel plate. Clang! Together, they lifted the plate, which crashed down heavily on the ground beside them. Kelsey gasped for breath as he crouched beside Brendan, observing his grotesquely contorted foot, and said to Diego, his leg is broken. We must take him to the hospital. Diego stroked his chin contemplatively and tossed him out. We lack the time and resources for his care. Let him fend for himself outside the factory. If fate is on his side, he may survive. Kelsey cast a sympathetic glance at Brendan, cautiously suggesting to Diego, if, and I emphasize if, it is possible, I would be willing to take him to the hospital. Would the factory cover the medical expenses for this child? Diego crossed his arms, regarding Kelsey with a mocking expression. Are you jesting? Child laborers receive no compensation for injuries. If you wish to, you may take him to the hospital, but you must bear the cost yourself. Moreover, if you leave the factory tonight, you will forfeit your wages. Kelsey lowered his head, his expression unreadable, but his heart was filled with turmoil. He raised his gaze to Brendan, his voice tinged with sorrow and helplessness. I am truly sorry, child. I need to survive, and I cannot afford to pay for your medical care. Please do not harbor hatred towards me. Brendan looked at the man before him, his heart heavy with despair. He bore no resentment towards Kelsey. He understood him to be the sole benevolent soul in this wretched factory, always covertly aiding the child laborers by bringing them food and discarded clothing, striving to afford them moments of respite whenever possible. Brendan pondered, should he perish, perhaps only Mr. Kelsey would mourn his passing. Kelsey sighed deeply, lifting Brendan into his arms and heading towards the exit, oblivious to the widening pupils of the child he cradled, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Brendan could hardly believe his own eyes. He observed a slender hand, clad in brown, fingerless gloves, silently pushing open the window behind Diego. They were on the 4th floor of the factory. A woman, draped in a white robe and wearing an eagle-beaked hood, climbed through the window, as if sensing Brendan's gaze. She raised her right index finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Sevilla glanced at the child in the distance, who was maintaining his silence, and nodded in satisfaction. He swiftly approached Diego's side, unsheathed his hidden blade before Diego could register the presence of another, raised his right arm, and with a powerful kick of his left foot, spun elegantly. The blade cut through Diego's throat in a graceful arc. His body froze momentarily, and as he clutched his neck, he turned to Sevilla, who had his back to him, desperate to cry out for help, but with his trachea severed. Only a strangled gasp escaped his lips. Blood oozed from Diego's palm as he pressed against his throat, and he felt his body grow cold and stiff. He watched Sevilla stride towards Kelsey, who was cradling the child, when suddenly darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed helplessly backward. Please don't hurt Kelsey, Mr. Kelsey. Sevilla turned, astonished, to Brendan, halting his advance towards Kelsey. Kelsey, startled by Brendan's sudden outburst, followed his gaze behind him. Sevilla observed Kelsey, now sitting on the ground in fear, and Brendan, who had fallen beside him, howling in pain from the reopened wound. The request to spare the target had left the still somewhat naive Sevilla perplexed. How intriguing. It is my first time hearing a child laborer plead for the safety of a foreman. Sevilla turned to face Janos, who had unexpectedly appeared on the 4th floor of the factory. My apologies. Due to the child's plea, I hesitated. Kelsey, slumped on the ground, stared at Diego, lying in a pool of blood, and the 2 hooded figures who had suddenly appeared. You are assassins? Chapter 48, The Dilemma. Janos ignored Kelsey and knelt beside Brendan to examine his injuries. Let me see. Brendan looked at Janos, who wore the eagle-beaked hood, as he gently lifted his injured leg. Despite the tenderness of his touch, Brendan still felt sharp pangs of pain at his ankle. Janos, glancing at Kelsey's contorted face, spoke to redirect his attention. What is your name, child? I am Brendan. Janos endeavored to soften his tone. So, Brendan, could you explain why you wish to prevent us from harming that foreman? Because Mr. Kelsey is a good person, he always secretly helps us. Janos gently placed Brendan's leg back on the ground and stood, directing his gaze at Sevilla. This child is gravely injured. I fear that even if he recovers, he cannot become an assassin. Sevilla regarded the prostrate Brendan with a complex expression. What then should we do? How is he to survive in this city? Janos refrained from answering Sevilla's question and instead drew his revolver, aiming it at the trembling Kelsey, seated on the floor. And this gentleman, while perhaps a good man, has seen an assassin. I believe he should be dealt with. Sevilla hesitated, raising his wrist to gaze at the hidden blade protruding from his bracer. Must we kill him even if he is a good man? The obscured face beneath Janos's hood rendered it impossible for Sevilla to discern his expression. If you do not eliminate him, you will violate one of the Brotherhood's tenets, to conceal your actions in plain sight and blend into the crowd. Kelsey stared in despair at the 2 assassins before him. No, please do not harm me. Sevilla slowly approached Kelsey, raising his arm, yet the blade remained poised and unmoving. What are you hesitating for? Janos questioned, advancing behind Sevilla, observing the rookie assassin's trembling arm. Sevilla turned slightly to regard Janos before silently pressing the blade closer to Kelsey. Kelsey lost all control over his facial expressions, tears and mucus mingling as they streamed into his mouth, which could not close. He gazed at the approaching blade, his stubby legs in oversized trousers scrambling in a panic, moving backward like a maggot, unaware of the metal shard on the ground slicing into his thigh. No, please don't kill me, I beg you. Kelsey made one last desperate struggle. Just as the blade was about to pierce his skin, Sevilla suddenly retracted his wrist, concealing the blade once more. He turned to Janos. I am truly sorry, master. I cannot bring myself to do it. The first tenet of the Brotherhood is to not kill the innocent. Sevilla interjected before Janos could respond. And I believe he qualifies as an innocent. Janos regarded Sevilla, whose tone was resolute. Between 2 conflicting tenets, do you choose to uphold the one against the slaughter of innocents? What if I command you to kill the foreman before you? Do you still stand by your chosen tenet? Sevilla's face, hidden beneath the hood, was resolute. I stand firm. Janos rhythmically tapped his index finger on the eagle-headed staff. Is that so? The room fell silent save for Janos's rhythmic tapping. Even Brendan instinctively ceased his groans. And Kelsey dared not draw a breath, fearing that even the slightest movement would trigger Janos's finger on the trigger. Click! Janos spun the revolver back to his waist, smiling at Sevilla. Very well, if that is your decision. Sevilla paused momentarily. Master, what? Janos looked at Sevilla with approval. Do you remember what I said when you joined Brotherhood? You said, it seems I've spoken too much, causing you to forget which words I meant. Janos shrugged helplessly. We are an organization that advocates for free will. We allow the development of new ideas and the growth of independent personalities. Thus, I wish for you to have your own thoughts and considerations, rather than merely executing tasks. I want you to grow through your missions. As long as you do not violate the tenets, I will support the decisions you make in the course of your tasks. Sevilla rubbed his temples in frustration. If I were to follow your orders and intend to kill this foreman, would you stop me? Janos regarded Sevilla with amusement. Perhaps, who knows? Kelsey, with a snotty nose, gazed blankly at the 2 assassins. So, you mean to say I want to be killed by you? Janos, eyeing the disheveled Kelsey with disdain, leaned back slightly. That is hard to say. It depends on whether this gentleman is willing to cooperate with us. Hearing Janos's words, Kelsey nodded vigorously, eager to comply. I am willing. I will cooperate with you. As long as you do not harm me. Yano scrutinized Kelsey. Very well then, sir. What is your full name? Kelsey Strauss. Mister. Kelsey, are you married? How many people are in your household? There are 5 of us at home. My father, my wife, and 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. Thank you for your cooperation. As the foreman in this factory, how many pennies do you make in a week? I earn about 3 shillings a week, sir. Yano nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Mr. Kelsey. I would like to recommend a position for you, with a weekly wage of 4 shillings. The responsibilities would involve maintaining the cleanliness of the workplace, assisting some children with their laundry, and daily cleaning of the stables. I implore you not to decline this offer. Kelsey stared blankly at Yano. 4 shillings? 4 light duties, such as cleaning and laundry? Are you certain you are not jesting? Yano's expression held an intriguing air. Light duties? Perhaps, but before you formally accept the position, I suggest you take some time to tidy yourself up. What about this child? Sevilla inquired, lifting the already unconscious Brendan and looking to Yano for guidance. Yano regarded Brendan, who, even in unconsciousness, wore a furrowed brow. Do not worry. I assure you, I have no shortage of tasks to conceal. Please take this child to the carriage. I believe Megan and the others have already managed the overseer downstairs. The forces of the Dark Realm, no matter how formidable, cannot be inexhaustible. Bojack, as fierce as he is, must have some source of strength. The number of super scions is rather excessive. He too requires additional assistance, and Kvila's avatar is nearing Earth. The Ginyu Force leads the charge, followed closely by their spacecraft. Delayed by 5 minutes, with Bigelow approximately the same distance away. Once more we meet Belial. This is a gift for you. Do accept it. Tova giggled heartily before swiftly vanishing into the void, exhaling deeply as he gazed at the fallen corpse. Lycas released a long breath. He was well aware of the situation that had just transpired. Era had mentioned similar issues countless times during their combat training. As for artificial intelligence, aside from the mutated Ultron and the similarly transformed Vision, it requires a corresponding supercomputer to serve as its true form. It is important to note that as long as there are blueprints, one can forge equipment. Thus, most commonplace extraordinary gear can be easily recognized by Wu Qiong, who has undergone systematic training. How are his old friends faring? Is Califera well? The thought of reuniting with them filled Belial with anticipation. This implies that every attack from Dooku is somewhat diminished, unable to fully exhibit her formidable agility. After finishing her meal without delay, she promptly took the money to the street to find a caterer, not the same one as last time, as she had canceled on them, and felt it would be inconsiderate to do so again. Mother, father always listened to you. Our family has always followed your lead, and even the Emperor has stated that your words must be heeded. Otherwise, one risks a spanking. Xumiastidi interjected. Grandfather's meticulous phrasing was far more astute than Li Qi's. Jingyan listened quietly, inwardly scoffing. What nonsense about childhood betrothals. Merely to push Li Ruoxue forward because he disdained Li Qiuxue for the sake of an alliance. Yet Hua Jingyan is no longer the same person. He cannot be so easily manipulated. Captain, we are here to learn. We must experience this firsthand, so we wish to participate in the training. Zhuoluan stated, gazing ahead. 10 paces away, the young man sighed deeply, his sweat-laden face revealing a glimmer of joy. What sorcery is this? A hoarse voice emerged from my throat. It was as if the 3 words he spoke on her rooftop that night were but a mirage beneath the hazy moonlight. Very well, I must take my leave. Remember what I just said. Farewell. Guokai withdrew his weapon, preparing to step out into battle. Qiutang had already sensed Zhuang Jian's current aura. He was but a step away from reaching the royal level, with a surging power within him that even he found alarming. Upon hearing Hua Jingxin's words, she realized the two shared such a connection, leaving her with an absurd feeling. Ray, what are you doing here? What of Cassius and the others? Upon seeing Ray, Gaia's eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Fan calculated in his mind. Currently, aside from the 20,000 cavalry that had ambushed the Diyue army and the 5,000 casualties, the Shiliang army still had 30,000 riders remaining. Zhu Huang continued, then what should we do? He had already acknowledged Wang Yangming's judgment. What about us now? Cui Hao, understanding Yun Zhen's character, noted that his actions today were exceedingly atypical, worried that Yun Zhen might no longer recognize his cousin, anxiously asked. Thus, without prior consultation, they congregated, for relying solely on their singular backing would hardly instill any sense of trepidation. While common folk might look down upon the officials of vassal kings for the Su family, any official position was still a position, without room for discrimination. Accompanied by the curses of Gu Yun, a humanoid weapon struck down upon a swordsman aiming at King Lonyang Liwan. The wind-catching gait, the ghostly garb of the unseen. Yun Zhen found himself increasingly astonished. Even the wind-catching gate among the two entrances to the underground palace had been drawn into this conflict. Suddenly, he too felt a sense of despondency, leading his companions to dine downstairs, where the family gathered in warmth and laughter. The stoic-faced individual hesitated momentarily. Now, after such provocation, he could no longer contain his wrath. Fixing a fierce glare at the individual, he swiftly withdrew his hand from his sleeve, targeting Yia. The ice projectile shot forth was once again shattered with a resounding crack. His fingers, like hooks, aimed directly at the throat. Then let it be the next month. In half a month, I shall inspect the 3 lands, Zhu Huang declared. The old blacksmith was momentarily taken aback by Duan Lang, halting his offensive. Upon seeing the words Marquis Mansion inscribed on the token in Duan Lang's hand, the old blacksmith's fury ignited, feeling as though he had been mocked. Wei Wei lifted her eyelids, casting a disdainful glance at Ouyang Luo, her golden eyes brimming with scorn, before burrowing her head into Qing Han's embrace, her movements replete with provocation. A few days prior, my second uncle personally came to speak of the calamity in the East Sea, had it not been for the great benevolence of the benefactor who saved my father. Our Aquatikin would have faced utter annihilation. Please accept my bow, Jenner. She placed her hands together and offered a slight bow. Chapter 49. The Ambush. Yana watched as the last carriage departed, turning to face Megan and James behind him, raising his staff with a resigned gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that due to the inadequate planning of a certain colleague, there are no seats available for us on the carriage. It seems we shall have to walk back to the castle. Megan shot Yano a sidelong glance. How unfortunate, indeed. Due to my oversight, we are now compelled to accompany you, dear mentor, on foot. A faint smile graced Yano's lips. I accept your apology, but I hope you will consider various unforeseen circumstances more thoroughly before planning future endeavors. With that, Yano raised his hand and shot a grappling hook. The retrieved rope swiftly ascending to the rooftop. Megan wore a sullen expression as she observed Yano waiting for them on the roof. Damn it, when will I be equipped with one of those? James and Sevilla stood silently behind Megan, utterly unable to interject in the exchange between the two. Clop, clop, clop. Donna sat at the reins, urging the carriage towards the castle. Eris stood on the carriage's doorstep, vigilantly scanning the dimly lit streets. Suddenly, Donna pulled back the reins, halting the moving carriage, his face grave as he turned to Eris and whispered, Eris, I believe we are in trouble. Eris sharpened his focus, activating his eagle vision to look down the alley where Donna was gazing. Damn, how many people are there? Aha, good evening, rodents of the sewer. Now, kindly drop your weapons and step down from the carriage. From a shadowy alley emerged a man clad in a black top hat and a black tailcoat, brandishing a revolver, aiming at Donna in the driver's seat while speaking to them as he approached. As the man emerged from the alleyway, a dozen individuals wielding long-barreled smoothbore guns followed suit, each raising their weapons to aim at the carriage. The expression beneath Donner's hood gradually soured. Damn it, perhaps our only choice now is to abandon our weapons. Alice looked at Donner incredulously. What nonsense are you spouting? A laugh escaped Donner's lips. Alice, if I were you, I would firmly grasp the carriage's doorframe right now. It's time to accelerate. Alice, momentarily taken aback, responded. Huh? What are you saying? Oh damn, you mean to speed up drive? Before Alice could finish his sentence, Donner violently cracked the reins, the leather biting into the horse's flanks. The horses, feeling the sudden sting, let out a pained whinny, accompanied by the startled cries of the children inside the carriage and Alice's anguished shout, as they bolted forward with a furious gallop. Bang, bang, bang. Observing the carriage that suddenly surged into motion, the man in the top hat fired a shot at the rapidly fleeing vehicle, his subordinates following suit, pulling their triggers in unison. Perhaps this group was not accustomed to handling smoothbore guns, despite the barrage of over a dozen shots aimed at the carriage. Only a few bullets found their mark. The carriage sped past the armed crowd, swiftly disappearing into the distance. The man in the top hat even caught sight of the assassin at the driver's seat, giving him the middle finger. Ah, damn it, you bunch of imbeciles. Over a dozen guns couldn't he hit that little mouse. The man in the top hat bellowed in frustration at his subordinates. What are you standing around for? Get on horseback and pursue them. They have so many people in that carriage. With that weight, the horses can't run fast. They want to escape. At your command. Mr. Gearwin. Damn it, I nearly fell off the carriage. Alice clutched the doorframe tightly, shouting at Donner. Drive. Donner didn't look back, continuing to whip the reins. I warned you. Alice huffed heavily. Perhaps you should have given me a few more seconds to collect my thoughts. Stop complaining. The carriage is too heavy to run fast. We should prepare ourselves. They'll catch up soon. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Donner finished speaking, 7 or 8 riders appeared behind the carriage, rapidly closing the distance. Donner glanced back. Damn it, they arrived just as I spoke. Alice reached for the carriage's eaves, vaulting onto the roof, drawing a revolver from behind his waist, while his left hand extended, causing 2 wooden rods to spring forth from his bracer. Forming a compact crossbow, focus on driving the carriage. I don't want to fall off at this speed. Leave the rest to me. Bang. Alice pulled the trigger, aiming at the closest horse. The bullet struck the horse's left eye, causing it to shriek in agony and tumble to the ground, along with its rider. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining riders raised their weapons and began to retaliate. Bang! 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 Donner, glancing at the smoking bullet holes beside him, roared at Alice in the carriage. Damn it! They almost hit me. Alice dispatched a rider with his wrist-mounted crossbow, retracting the 2 wooden rods. Pulling a throwing knife from his waist, the crossbow could only fire once and needed to be manually reloaded, and he had no time for that now. If you could keep the carriage steady, I believe they wouldn't have a chance to close in on us. Alice shouted, furrowing his brow. Drive! One rider suddenly accelerated to the side of the carriage, raising his revolver and aiming at Donner. Bang! Donner ducked sharply, evading the rider's shot, simultaneously drawing his own revolver and striking down the mounted assailant. Alice, seeing several riders nearly upon the carriage, pulled out an iron ball and slammed it onto the ground. With a hissing sound, a cloud of thick white smoke erupted from the iron ball, enveloping the street, while Donner maneuvered the carriage around the corner at breakneck speed. The riders, oblivious to the sudden appearance of the white smoke, charged into it. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the violent, relentless coughing, the riders gradually emerged from the smoke, wheezing and tears streaming down their faces. Alice, noticing no horses were pursuing them around the corner, let out a sigh of relief. Leaping from the roof to the driver's seat beside Donner, panting, I think we've shaken them off. Donner shook his head, pointing into the distance at Alice. No, I fear we've encountered even greater trouble. Alice followed Donner's gaze and saw 3 carriages firmly blocking the street. A group of armed men now positioned in front of the carriages. Damn it, I think we're doomed. Chapter 50, A Desperate Situation. Donner yanked the reins hard, steering the carriage into a nearby dead end. Gyrwin emerged from the crowd, gazing at the carriage that had entered the dead end, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Haha, it truly resembles a group of desperate mice, crashing into a corner, thinking they could escape the cat's claws. He raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to follow him into the dead end. Ha ha ha, let's hunt this group of cornered mice. Donner and Alice stood against the wall, clutching iron balls tightly in their hands, watching as the group approached. Gyrwin, flanked by several henchmen, charged into the alley. Revolver raised. Ha! Now raise your hands. Upon seeing the carriage parked deep within the alley, Gyrwin froze, as he could not find the 2 assassins from before aboard the vehicle. With a hissing sound, a cloud of white smoke began to fill the entire alley. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing the noise, Gyrwin quickly retreated toward the alley's exit, though he inhaled a wisp of the white smoke, coughing as he staggered out. Thud! With the sound of a blade being drawn, the coughing and the smoke ceased one after another. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Gyrwin surveyed the suddenly quiet alley engulfed in smoke, cautiously moving to the back of his group, revolver raised, keeping a wary eye on the alley's entrance. Thud! 2 figures burst forth from the smoke, moving with astonishing speed, reaching them before Gyrwin's men could pull the triggers. Donner flicked out his hidden blade, plunging it into an enemy's neck, withdrawing it swiftly, and in a seamless motion, turned to slash another enemy's throat. Seizing the assailant's body to shield against gunfire from a nearby foe, Gyrwin shouted at his subordinates, Don't shoot. The enemy is too close. Firing will hit our own. Gyrwin's men hastily holstered their revolvers, drawing gleaming machetes from their waists. Alice pulled the hidden blade from the chest of an enemy, positioning himself behind Donner, surveying the encircling foes. Ha! It seems we won't be returning alive today. Donner frowned. I do not fear death, but the mission entrusted to us by our mentor will fail. Gyrwin, witnessing the 2 calmly conversing despite being surrounded, roared in exasperation. Damn it! Eliminate them! Roar! Donner, seeing the enemies charging toward them, drew his assassin's axe, sidestepping a blow, and retaliated with a swing aimed at the enemy's forehead, roaring, Come on, you scoundrels! Alice raised the assassin's axe to block an incoming machete strike, lifting the axe slightly to catch the blade, redirecting it to his side while simultaneously fending off another enemy's attack, and then delivered a powerful kick to the foe's groin. The enemy, struck in a vulnerable area, cried out in pain, clutching himself as he slowly knelt to the ground. With a swift motion, Eris unsheathed his hidden blade, pressing it forcefully against the nape of the enemy who had fallen to his knees, quickly withdrawing the weapon while evading the strikes of others. Meanwhile, Donner leaped high, tackling the assailant, targeting Eris to the ground, driving the axe blade deep into the adversary's neck, all the while exclaiming, "Eris, I believe you owe me a life." Eris swung his battle axe to parry a strike aimed at Donner, then pivoted forward, slicing his hidden blade across the enemy's throat, holding his axe aloft in defense against further assaults. "We are even now," Donner gasped as he rose from the lifeless foe, his axe resting at his side. "I could have handled this myself." Giravin, observing his fallen subordinates, erupted in fury, shouting before snatching a smoothbore pistol from a nearby ally, aiming it squarely at Eris and firing without hesitation. Bang! The smoke billowing from the weapon obscured Giravin's vision, leaving him uncertain if he had struck Eris until he heard the latter's agonizing scream. A spray of blood erupted from Eris's left thigh as he clutched the wound and sank to his knees. Hearing Eris's cry of anguish, Donner swiftly turned to assess the situation. "Are you all right, Eris?" Eris pressed down hard on the injury, his face pale, sweat cascading down his face from the intense pain. "Damn it, I've been shot." Giravin waved away the smoke, a sinister grin spreading across his face. It seems the tide has turned in our favor." Giravin's men brandished pistols or smoothbore guns, aiming them at Donner and Eris. Donner glanced back at the kneeling Eris, his fists clenched tightly. Eris was no longer capable of fighting, and with so many guns trained on them at such close range, he dared not make a move. Eris gazed up at Giravin. "It appears you have triumphed tonight, but I am quite curious. How did you anticipate our arrival here?" Giravin handed his smoothbore pistol to a subordinate, his tone dripping with pride. I must admit, you assassins are quite formidable, capable of silently dispatching an entire factory's overseers in mere moments, even managing to eliminate over a dozen of my men within the encirclement." Giravin's smugness grew more pronounced. "However, you have severely underestimated us. After your repeated assaults on the factories in this area, the lords owning these establishments banded together, hiring us at a handsome sum to safeguard their interests. We have placed a telegraph in each factory, requiring them to send a signal every half hour to confirm they are unharmed." Donner stood in disbelief, staring at Giravin. "Hired? Then who are you?" Giravin removed his top hat and bowed slightly to the two assassins. Forgive me for neglecting to introduce myself. I hope you won't mind. We are the largest mafia in all of London, known as the Hungry Wolves." Donner was momentarily taken aback. "A mafia? The elite actually hired a mafia as bodyguards?" Giravin donned his hat again, regarding Donner with a peculiar expression. "Why not? While bodyguarding isn't our primary vocation, it allows us to earn a substantial sum while mingling with the elite. Why would we refuse? It's a win-win." Donner shot Giravin a sardonic glance. "Do you think that by associating with these elites, you have elevated yourself to their ranks? I believe you're merely deluding yourself. You are but their dog." Giravin seized another smoothbore pistol from a fellow subordinate, aiming it at Donner. "Say what you will, the employer only requires one living assassin. So I'm afraid I must send you to meet your maker." Giravin feigned remorse as he pulled the trigger, pretending he truly did not wish to kill Donner. Bang! Chapter 51, The Week. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Donner observed Giravin, who was now clutching his injured thigh and howling in pain, letting out a sigh of relief. "I believe had you arrived just a moment later, I would have fallen to his gun, Minter." Giravin grasped his thigh, gritting his teeth against the agony, glancing back. "Well done, Donner, Eris. The rest is up to us." Giravin's gaze shifted to the rooftop of a nearby residential building where a man cloaked in a black coat and hood stood, his coattails ending in 3 sharp points. His shoulders raised high. Only a hint of a reddened mouth was visible beneath the hood. Giravin felt an overwhelming fear wash over him, and he shouted at his men. "What are you doing? Shoot! Kill that man!" Just as Giravin's subordinates began to react, preparing to fire at Yano, 3 assassins leapt down from the rooftops on either side, drawing their hidden blades and swiftly subduing 2 enemies each. Yano stepped gracefully off the rooftop, resembling a bat with his coat flaring in the air, his right hand resting on his top hat, the left grasping a cane, landing lightly on the ground. Thud! Yano crouched down to absorb the force from a jump. Megan swiftly rose from the 2 corpses, drawing her assassin's axe from her waist, hurling it with ferocity at a distant foe. The axe spun, leaving a trail as it struck the enemy's chest. As the adversaries remained paralyzed with fear, Megan closed the distance, retrieving her axe from the still-standing body, ducking to evade incoming gunfire, sweeping low to incapacitate one enemy, before pouncing beside him and delivering a brutal blow to his neck. Seville followed closely behind Megan, both hands revealing hidden blades, darting towards 3 enemies wielding revolvers. She raised her arms in a fluid motion, spinning gracefully as if dancing, her blades slicing across the throats of the 3 foes, blood splattering like red ribbons from a dancer's hands. James drew his revolver from behind his waist, firing at a distant enemy poised to pull the trigger, then pivoted to avoid an overhead strike, raising his arm to plunge his hidden blade into the enemy's heart. Donner, encircled by 3 enemies aiming their smoothbore guns at him, took a deep breath, lunging forward to seize one enemy by the collar, spinning in place to use their body as a shield. Bang! 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 Donner grasped the smoothbore pistol from the lifeless body that had absorbed 3 shots, shoving the corpse towards another enemy while simultaneously aiming the pistol and firing. Bang! The bullet struck the enemy's skull, red blood mingling with white matter as it burst forth. Donner discarded the smoothbore pistol, observing 2 enemies reloading. He crouched low and rolled away to evade a renewed volley of shots, then sprang up, thrusting his hidden blade forcefully into the enemy's neck. With his other hand, wooden strips ejected from his wrist guard, forming a miniature crossbow aimed at the last remaining foe. He triggered the mechanism with a swift motion. The tiny bolt pierced the enemy's eye socket, silencing him before he could utter a cry, as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yano slowly approached Giravin, crouching before him. You shot my student in the thigh. I have reciprocated in kind. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Giravin clutched his wounded leg, forcing a smile. Fair? No, I must admit, you are truly remarkable, but you will forever remain a pack of unrefined rats, destined to dwell in the shadows and resist the elite. Do you think you can save all the child laborers? Ha ha ha. Don't be absurd. You will never be able to save them. Yano gazed intently at the howling Giravin before chuckling softly. And what have you accomplished? Raising a fist against the powerless? Bowing your head before the elite? Do you believe you are the renowned strongman of all London? No. In my view, you are nothing more than a pitiful creature, devoid of your own principles and perspectives. Reduced to a mere puppet of power and wealth. You are not even worthy of being called a human. Listening to Yano's words, Girwin remained unfazed, a grotesque smile still plastered on his face. As long as I can indulge in sumptuous meals, savor exquisite wines, entertain the women of my choosing, and retaliate against anyone who dares to offend me, then what does it matter if I become a puppet? At least, I find satisfaction in this. Yano raised his right hand, flicking out his hidden blade. Then, can you reveal the identity of the noble who employs you? Who is it? Perhaps you know him. He is quite a renowned figure, but I shan't disclose his name to you, ha 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 ha. Observing the maniacal laughter of Girwin, Yano shook his head in resignation, inching the blade closer to his neck. He gently closed Girwin's eyes. Your wicked life ends here. May you find peace in death. Rest now. Rising to his feet, Yano turned to Eris, who had his wounds bandaged. Are you all right, Eris? Eris touched his injury. At least the bleeding has stopped. Yano approached Eris, inspecting his wound. Let us hope it doesn't T-scab. Otherwise, we'll have to rip off the scab to extract the bullet. Imagining the painful removal of a scab from his wound, Eris shivered involuntarily. Yano then addressed James and his daughter, standing nearby. I believe you both performed commendably tonight. James, you should seek Peter tomorrow to have him craft a sword cane for you. James stared at Yano in astonishment. Is this true? I mean, with the gunfight that just occurred here. Seal off this area. Distant sirens and shouts echoed. Yano, acknowledging the commotion, shrugged helplessly. Well, it seems our ruckus has attracted the attention of the police. He turned to Megan. Eris is injured. Donner has exhausted himself. And James and his companions have just joined the Brotherhood. With a cart full of children, they cannot evade the police's pursuit. Therefore, I believe one of our assassins must divert the police. What do you think? Megan scowled. So, you want your brother to distract the police? Yano nodded in agreement. Indeed, time is of the essence. If we do not act swiftly, we will have no choice but to fight our way out. Megan shot Yano a fierce glare before sprinting towards the source of the sirens. Chapter 52. Intelligence. Dorian Castle. Megan entered the conference room, her eyes scanning the serious faces of the assassins encircling the round table. Even injured Eris was bandaged and seated nearby. Yano, observing Megan's entrance, forced a strained smile. Welcome back home, Megan. Did you lose the police? Megan glanced at the empty chair beside Yano and strode over. Do you think I'm someone else? Yano rubbed his temples, a headache forming. All right, sit down quickly. We need to understand why we were ambushed tonight. Megan took her seat. The reason? Yano surveyed the assassins at the table, nodding, raising his voice. Of course, I need you to comprehend why our enemies successfully ambushed us, resulting in one of our Brotherhood's assassins being injured. Yano's gaze fell on the silent assassins. It is because we were too proud. Our arrogance nearly caused our mission to fail and could have led to the loss of 2 brothers. The wolf pack was employed by the nobles to protect the factory. Surely, such news is not a secret in this city. So why do we not receive any intelligence? Megan furrowed her brow, looking at Yano, because we lack reliable intelligence sources. Yano regarded Megan with appreciation. I believe Megan is correct. Currently, our Brotherhood lacks a stable and trustworthy intelligence network. Thus, Yano stood, I have decided that the Brotherhood must establish its own intelligence network, one that provides us with reliable sources of information. James tapped his fingers nervously, speaking cautiously. Master, I think that may not be realistic. An organization's intelligence network typically takes decades or even centuries to establish. It will be challenging for us to create one immediately. Yano chuckled at James. Perhaps building our own intelligence network will take time. But why not prioritize gathering intelligence from other groups while we establish our own? James blinked in confusion. Groups? Master, what do you mean? Yano walked behind Donner's seat, resting a hand on his shoulder. Then, Donner, could you tell us which group has the largest population in the city? Donner pondered for a moment, then tentatively replied, the poor, criminals, thugs, thieves, and nightingales? Yano nodded in satisfaction, pacing around the round table. I believe Donner is quite right. Let's not speak of the poor, criminals, thugs, and thieves for now. My focus lies on the nightingale community. If fortune smiles upon us, we might establish some transactions with them to share intelligence. Nightingales? James exclaimed, incredulity lacing his voice as a look of disdain crossed his face. Are you sure you're not joking? You want us to consort with such individuals? Yano furrowed his brow at James. If they had other options, they would not choose this profession, Mr. James. They could easily join the ranks of thieves and thugs. Yet they do not. They choose to survive in this city without harming the interests of others. I find them far nobler than some nobles. James fell silent, taken aback by Yano's stern rebuttal, lowering his gaze. Yano shifted his focus away from James. While we successfully share intelligence with the Nightingales, we must also establish our own intelligence network. I propose we open a store in every district of London. Let us discuss what type of store we can open to gather intelligence without exposing ourselves. A restaurant? Era suggested, looking up. No, I think we should open a bar. Donner countered. Perhaps a clothing store might also be a good choice. Sevilla offered quietly. Perhaps. Yano observed the assassins quietly deliberating, waiting for them to finish before speaking. Excellent. A restaurant, a bar, and a clothing store are all viable options. Megan, you shall seek an architect tomorrow to establish a bar in the South London district. Once it is built, select an assassin to manage the bar. Megan pressed her palm against her forehead in frustration. Damn it, why does the most troublesome task always fall to me? Yano's eyes twinkled with amusement. No, I believe the most troublesome task belongs to Mr. James, who must continue submitting applications to the City Hall while guarding against enemy attacks. His burden is far heavier than yours. James slumped back in resignation. I fear my days ahead may not be easy. Sevilla, you should stay in the castle. It's too dangerous for you to accompany me. Sevilla stared expressionlessly at James. So, father, do you intend to face the enemies alone? Yano stepped between James and his daughter, addressing Sevilla. You need not worry about your father's safety. I will ensure that Alan and Sori are concealed around Mr. James to protect him. Sevilla quickly stood, bowing to Yano. Thank you very much, master. Yadin waved dismissively. There is no need for thanks. I shall provide protection for any assassin of the Brotherhood. It is my responsibility and duty as your mentor. What then shall the remaining assassins do? Donner inquired eagerly of Yano. There is no need to rush. Once I have negotiated with Nightingale, we will need to assist Mr. James in successfully applying for child labor protection laws. I anticipate that we will be quite busy in the days to come. The following morning, James donned his luxurious attire, affixed 2 bracers containing hidden blades to his arms, and then retrieved the disguise sleeves provided by the Brotherhood, slipping them over the bracers. Once fully dressed, he stood before the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Exiting the stronghold, James hastened to the blacksmith's workshop. Hey, Mr. Peter, is the sword cane I requested last night ready? A rugged face with a thick beard emerged from the workshop, bellowing at James. Do you think only a little time has passed? Do you believe I do not require sleep? James forced a sheepish smile. My apologies, perhaps I was too impatient. Peter shot him an irritated glance. Come inside. If you are willing to wait half an hour, you shall receive your sword cane. Grateful, James entered the workshop, observing the sword cane leaning against the forge. He approached it, admiring the intricately carved spherical head. Mr. Peter, why isn't the head an eagle? Peter drew the unfinished sword from the cane and began sharpening the blade on a nearby whetstone. in the entire Brotherhood, there is but one owner of an eagle head cane, and that is the Minter. Chapter 53. The Legacy of the Assassin Master. Creaking, Janora opened the basement door, leaning on the eagle head cane as she slowly entered the mission release room. Congratulations, leader, on completing the leadership task of rescuing child laborers. You are awarded 1,000 gold coins, an elevation in assassin rank, and the holy water of the Assassin Master's legacy, which will be dispatched at this moment. Please be attentive to receive it. As the system's voice faded, a familiar blue glow enveloped Janora once more, an influx of knowledge and experience transferring into her mind, while an unknown power coursed through her, transforming her very essence. After a considerable time, the glow dissipated, and Janora reached out to grasp the glass vial that had appeared with a flash of blue light. Pondering its significance, she mused, "Is this the holy water of the Assassin Master's legacy?" Indeed, the vial in your hand contains the Assassin Master's legacy potion. When any assassin reaches the rank of Assassin Captain and consumes this potion, they shall randomly inherit the legacy of an Assassin Master, elevating them directly to that rank. Janora tucked the potion into her bosom, glancing at the 2 golden chains draped over her shoulders, then lifted her gaze to the transparent screen hovering above. Hideout. Apprentice assassins include 1, 647 child laborers who have yet to consume the holy water. 2 novice assassins, James and his daughter. 2 experienced assassins. 13 skilled assassins. 1 assassin captain. 0 assassin masters, excluding Peter from the blacksmith shop. All other assassins have advanced 1 rank. Janora nodded in satisfaction. I believe it won't be long before the Brotherhood boasts a multitude of assassin captains and masters. Apologies for interrupting your daydreams, but the promotion of apprentice, novice, and experienced assassins tends to be relatively straightforward and swift. However, beginning from a skilled assassin rank, the advancement will slow considerably. Furthermore, from this level onward, an assassin's innate talent will significantly influence their promotion speed. A skilled assassin with poor talent may toil for 20 years before advancing, while a captain with inadequate talent may never ascend to become an assassin master. Janora paused, taken aback. Talent? How do I assess an assassin's talent? This requires you, as the assassin mentor, to personally observe and judge. The system cannot evaluate an assassin's innate talent. With a resigned nod, Janora turned to leave the mission release room, but the system's voice continued to echo within the chamber. Special reminder: upon the leader officially becoming an assassin master, tasks and rewards issued by the system will be arranged according to the mentor's decisions, provided they do not contravene the creed. With a throbbing headache, Janora rubbed her temples and exited the mission release room in silence. Seated in her study, Janora raised the glass vial to her eyes, scrutinizing the pale blue liquid within. Is this truly the holy water of the Assassin Master's legacy? After much deliberation, she reached out to uncork the vial and drank its contents. As the holy water coursed through her body, the scenes before her suddenly blurred, and she gradually slumped onto her desk. In her daze, Janora heard the murmur of a crowd around her. Regaining her senses, she found herself in the corridor of a palace unique to Europe, with elegant classical murals adorning the walls and tapestries woven with golden threads hanging nearby, while opulent chandeliers hung from above. Janora. She turned to see a man with a deep golden ponytail, dressed in 18th century French noble attire, calling out to her with a hint of impatience. Janora realized she could not control her body's movements. It ran toward the man and seated itself on a chair in the corridor, gazing up at him. "Father, may I not accompany you?" The man smiled gently at Janora, crouching before her. "Child, be brave." He then produced a pocket watch from his breast pocket and handed it to her. "Wait here. When a minute hand points to the top, I shall return." A child's voice resonated within Janora's body, filled with disappointment. "That may as well be forever." "It is not so long," the man patiently explained to her body. "When I return, we'll go to see the fireworks." The man rose and walked away. Then, seemingly recalling something, he halted and turned back to Janora. "And Janora, do not venture into danger, all right?" "Yes, father." Janora observed this familiar scene, understanding where she was. Soon, a little girl appeared nearby, laughing, and Janora thought helplessly. Indeed, this body's owner is Janora Victor Dorian, and that man was Charles Dorian. The girl must be Alice de Rassel. This is the moment when Janora disregards her father's advice and ventures out with Alice, ultimately causing Charles to wait longer and meet his demise at the hands of Shay. As Janora anticipated, she witnessed Janora's disobedience, lured by the girl, standing up from her seat and rushing out to steal apples. When she returned to where her father had been, she found him lying on the ground, surrounded by a crowd. Subsequently, Giannora was taken in by Francois, raised in the de Rassel household, until a failure to deliver a letter to Francois led to his assassination at the Palace of Versailles, with Giannora wrongfully accused as the murderer and imprisoned in the Bastille. Ultimately, she joined the Paris Brotherhood, avenging Francois's death by eliminating the true killers. Giannora passively experienced Giannora's life, witnessing the assassination of her father, the death of her adoptive father due to her actions, her integration into the Brotherhood, and her subsequent expulsion due to her choices. As friends became foes and lovers perished before her eyes, Giannora observed every mistake made, every attempt at redemption, every pang of regret, and every surge of anger throughout Giannora's life. Each wound inflicted on Giannora resonated with pain within her, and every moment of sorrow or fury was fully transmitted to her being, until Giannora lay aged upon her bed, struggling to hold a frame containing a photo of Alice, her murky eyes reflecting sorrow and relief. I wish we might meet again, and if that time comes, how splendid it would be to forget our positions and the errors we each committed. With great effort, Giannora raised her head, gazing at the window beside her bed, looking out at the bright sky. Slowly, she closed her eyes, her head weakly leaning against the bedside cabinet, the frame slipping from her grasp and landing softly on her chest. Giannora sat up from the desk, grasping a quill, resolved to pen something. Click! Accompanied by a sharp crack, Yano gazed at the remnants of his pen, now reduced to mere powder in his grasp, and shook his head in resignation. I suppose I have my work cut out for me, mastering this sudden surge of power, negotiating with the Nightingale, establishing intelligence outposts, and ensuring the successful enactment of child labor protection laws. Moreover, I feel compelled to add another task, erecting a statue of the master assassin, Yanovic Tordorian, within the mission briefing room. Chapter 54, The Handyman. Dorian Castle. With a significant influx of child laborers joining the Brotherhood, the castle grew increasingly lively. Yano sat at the dining table, observing the charred and foul-smelling food before him, his brow slightly furrowed. This piece of steak. Well, let's refer to it as steak for the time being. What ordeal has it undergone to arrive at this state? Seville sat at the lower dining table, glancing up at Lady Gloria, who was seated beside her mother. Lady Gloria's face bore a hint of embarrassment as she gazed at Yano, who was frowning from the steps above. I sincerely apologize, Your Grace, but one cannot expect more from a woman who has not washed or cooked in decades. Yano, feeling a headache coming on, pressed his forehead with his hand and tapped his silver goblet with a soup spoon. Madam, you need not concern yourself. It is I who failed to consider this aspect. Children, do not partake of the food on your plates just yet. Dinner may be delayed for a while. You may go and play outside for a time. Eris, I must trouble you to prepare dinner today. This food would surely make the children ill. Yano addressed Eris, who sat nearby. Eris nodded impassively before standing and exiting the dining room. The children, abandoning their knives and forks, clamored excitedly and dashed out of the room. Mr. Kelsey? Yano sought out the handyman among the throng. Hearing his name, Kelsey squeezed his way through the crowd. I am here, Your Grace. Yano regarded Kelsey with satisfaction. I recall you have 5 family members, am I correct? Suddenly, Kelsey knelt on the ground, terror etched on his face. Why do you ask? Please do not harm my family. I can forego my 3 shillings weekly wage to serve you for free. Yano looked at the kneeling Kelsey with exasperation. I believe you may be overthinking this. I merely considered that with so many people in the castle, it would be quite taxing for you to manage alone. Therefore, I wish to offer your wife and children positions in the castle as well, also at 3 shillings per week. You may ponder this. Kelsey paused, then stood, bending slightly as he contemplated. Yano turned his attention back to Lady Gloria, who had not yet left. I apologize, Lady Gloria. I did not consider the workload. It is indeed exhausting for one to prepare meals for over 1,000 people. If you do not mind, perhaps you could learn from Eris how to cook over the next few days. Gloria gently furrowed her brow, then forced a smile towards Yano. I do not mind. I will learn well from Mr. Eris. Thank you for your understanding. Seville looked at her mother with concern. She understood her mother's pride. Regardless of the Kenway family's decline, Gloria would still don lavish attire among the society's elite. Though the noble women often ignored her, she would persistently engage with them, hoping that one might befriend her and aid her family. Seemingly sensing Seville's worry, Gloria discreetly squeezed her daughter's hand to reassure her, indicating that all was well. She then bowed to Yano and exited the dining room with Seville. I am truly sorry, Mr. Yano, but I cannot allow my wife to work in the castle, as she must care for my father, who is unable to walk, Kelsey stated, rejecting Yano's proposal. Yano inquired, unable to walk? What has happened to your father? Kelsey lowered his voice. My father worked at the Reed's factory. During an incident on the job, he suffered a leg injury, and the factory refused to pay him any compensation, claiming it was due to his own negligence. They believe he should bear the consequences of his mistakes and have no obligation to compensate him. Yano raised an eyebrow. The Reed's factory? How fortuitous. The Brotherhood's first mission target was that very establishment. Kelsey nodded. Yes, when my father heard about the factory's troubles, he was at home, gleefully proclaiming, "Ha, I told you so. A factory devoid of ethics will eventually face its reckoning. I believe this is God's punishment upon them." Yano picked up a goblet from the table, gently swirling its contents. "I believe I can alleviate your concerns. Your father could serve as a gatekeeper at the castle, tasked with watching over the gate from the walls. He would simply need to warn away unauthorized individuals and summon you to open the gate for visitors. I believe this role would suit someone with limited mobility quite well." Kelsey stared in disbelief. "Did I hear you correctly? Are you truly serious?" Yano nodded. "Indeed. But I must inform you that I can only offer him a weekly wage of 1 penny. I doubt anyone in London would provide him with more than I am." Kelsey bent low, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Your Grace. I believe there is no other person in London as benevolent as you to employ my father. He has been despondent for a long time due to his inability to work. He has even contemplated suicide on multiple occasions, only to be saved by my wife." Yano sipped from his goblet of red wine, appraising Kelsey. "If you wish, you may return home now to discuss this with your family. When you return tomorrow, I will have Donna provide each of you with a vial of holy water to drink. In this castle, whether you be a handyman or a cook, it is essential to possess the means to protect oneself. Each of you will receive your own hidden blade. However, I regret that I cannot provide uniforms meant for assassins. Nevertheless, if your children perform well, I shall consider allowing them to join our ranks." Kelsey straightened. "Thank you. Our family will surely repay your kindness." Yano smiled and nodded at Kelsey, signaling that he could take his leave. "How splendid. A cook, a handyman, and now a gatekeeper. I dare say the only position you lack now, Yano, is that of a secretary," Megan quipped, casting a sidelong glance at her brother. Unbeknownst to them, among the few remaining children at the lower table, a small head with red curls shook slightly. Yano turned to his brother. "A secretary? Did I not already have one?" Megan blinked in confusion. "Already have one? Who?" Yano's eyes twinkled with mirth. "Who else but Mr. Megan? You see, whenever I have matters to attend to, you're the first person who comes to mind. I can think of no one more suited to be my secretary than you." Chapter 55, The Nightingale. As night fell and the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, vibrant lights flickered to life in a small alley in London, where indulgence reigned supreme. The Nightingale was permeated by an acrid blend of smoke and alcohol, dulling the senses of its patrons. Guests, their faces flushed from drink, unreservedly explored the Nightingale's alluring yet enigmatic contours. The Nightingale offered a bittersweet smile, leaning against the shoulders of unruly guests, gently caressing their unshaven chins. With each passing drink consumed in this irredeemable establishment, the bitterness of life became increasingly obscured, much like the inebriation of wine and meat. Life demanded self-numbing, and the Nightingales exemplified this oft-quoted adage, performing day after day the very work that made them feel nauseous, seeking to please the men who came to indulge. Among them, some were perhaps still children, yet they were compelled to struggle for survival in this city, as they had no other choice, was it not? As the dawn's light pierced through the pervasive haze of the sky, filtering through the curtains to illuminate the faces of the Nightingales, it signified the conclusion of the day's toil. Dragging his heavy, alcohol-laden body back to the untidy dormitory, he collapsed onto the bed, too weary to wash away the remnants of the night. Antonia, a Nightingale of a considerably higher standing than her peers, was the proprietor of a Nightingale in on Giuseppe Street. It had been said, albeit with a touch of exaggeration, that she held sway over the earnings of the men who frequented the street at night, a testament to the thriving nature of her business. Antonia gazed out the window at the sky, still shrouded in fog, yet hinting at a flicker of brightness. She extricated herself from the embrace of her guest, donned a loose coat, and approached the bedside, gently rousing the still sleeping patron. "Dearest, I believe it is time for you to rise." The guest stirred, blinking sleepily at Antonia. "You always say that, Antonia. You know I have no desire to leave this place." With a serene smile, Antonia cupped her hands around his face. How fleeting, joyful moments are. It is precisely because they are so brief that we must cherish them. Besides, I suspect you have matters to attend to during the day, and we must also tidy the establishment and take some time to rest, so we may serve you better." The guest resignedly propped himself up in bed. "I can never win an argument with you, Antonia, but today I truly have obligations to address." Antonia moved to the coat rack, retrieving his garments, and returned to his side to assist him in dressing. I believe my reasoning is quite sound, is it not? Sacrificing a bit of time for a superior experience is, in my view, a fair exchange. The guest swung his legs over the side of the bed, extending his arms for Antonia to help him into his clothes. Perhaps you were right. I have reserved you for this evening, and I shall arrive punctually. Antonia dressed him with care, then, standing on tiptoe, planted a kiss on his cheek before guiding him toward the door. I shall be here waiting for you. As he stepped outside, the guest turned back, calling out, "Remember, I will be here on time tonight. You are reserved for me." Antonia nodded and smiled at him, but as he gradually disappeared down the street, her smile faded, replaced by a profound disdain. Bah! She spat in the direction of his retreating figure, the perverse proclivities, foolish words, and the unwashed body emitting an indescribable stench. Everything about this man filled her with loathing. Furrowing her brow, she gazed into the distance, lamenting, "If only I could wish for you never to return." With that, she turned and re-entered her nightingale inn. As Antonia traversed the corridors, she opened the doors of each bedroom, peering in to ensure all the nightingales had returned. Upon reaching the last room, she exhaled a sigh of relief at the sight of the slumbering nightingales. Her caution was not unwarranted. After all, recent times had been anything but peaceful on Giuseppe Street. Whether lurking bandits in the alleys or criminals drifting through the area, when they found themselves devoid of means, they would reach for the nightingales. In the city, the most vulnerable targets were the nightingales themselves. Even the homeless dared to bare their fangs at them. What could they do? The very nature of women rendered them incapable of combating such criminals. They were so delicate, so powerless. Antonia rubbed her forehead, feeling the weight of the nightingale's plight in this city. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to alter this grim reality. She was unsure of how to assist all the nightingales of London, and was already striving to provide better welfare for its workers, offering salaries at least double that of other establishments. However, the construction of this inn had drained her years of savings earned through her work as a nightingale. She possessed neither the funds nor the energy to aid her sisters elsewhere in London. Closing the bedroom door, she observed the hired help diligently cleaning the inn, and with a nod of satisfaction, she turned toward her own chambers. Creaking open her bedroom door, Antonia stepped inside, her pupils constricting in shock as she beheld an uninvited man seated on her bed. She nearly screamed, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, swiftly clamped her mouth shut, stifling the cry in her throat. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she regarded the man in her room, adorned in a black top hat and a black tailcoat, his face obscured by a mask resembling a weeping clown. With a cane in one hand and a revolver aimed directly at her with the other, she pressed her lips together tightly, fearful that any sound might provoke him into pulling the trigger. "Ah, indeed a clever lady," the masked man remarked, his voice laced with amusement. Antonia gradually steadied her breath, shutting the door behind her and cautiously approaching the intruder. Although her legs trembled slightly, she summoned her courage and addressed him. "Thank you for the compliment. Might I inquire as to your purpose and demands? If it lies within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." "Please, do not be alarmed, Ms. Antonia," he continued. "I have no intention of causing you harm, nor am I a thief to rob you." Antonia released a subtle sigh of relief, and, retrieving an open bottle of whiskey from the nearby table, poured the amber liquid into 2 empty glasses. "If you're neither a robber nor an assassin sent by a rival, then it appears you must require something from me. How may I address you, sir?" The man regarded her with intrigue. "You are indeed a sharp-witted lady. Perhaps you may call me the clown." Antonia lifted a filled goblet of whiskey and offered it to the clown seated at the edge of her bed. "Before we delve into business, why not share a drink together, Mr. Clown?" The clown leaned his cane against the bed, accepting the goblet, but placed it aside on the nightstand. "I must decline. Beautiful lady, I prefer a clear mind for our ensuing conversation." Antonia raised her glass toward him. "I hope you won't mind if I indulge in a sip first." The clown shrugged, indicating he had no objections. Antonia took a hearty sip from her goblet and then turned to him. "Now, please share with me the reason for your visit." The clown tucked the revolver back into his waistband, rising from the bed while leaning on his cane to stand beside Antonia. "Let us set aside that matter for now. I wish to ask you, Ms. Antonia, do you find joy in such a life?" Antonia gazed at him in disbelief. "Are you certain I heard you correctly? Happiness? What a jest. You inquire whether a nightingale leads a joyful existence?" The clown bent slightly, brushing a strand of hair from Antonia's shoulder. "You did not miss here. I genuinely wish to know your thoughts on your profession and life. Do you find this existence fulfilling?" Antonia leaned into him, her gaze sultry as she replied, "Fulfillment? Would you not like to experience it for yourself?" The clown observed the alluring Antonia in his grasp, gently pushing away her hand that sought to venture toward his waist. I suggest you refrain from any further advances. After our discussion concludes, perhaps I will indulge in such experiences myself. Antonia stood tall, her posture resolute. So, you wish to inquire whether I find joy in such days? Huh, what a preposterous question. If you were to grow up in this environment, would you truly feel happiness? Each day, I am compelled to host guests reeking of repulsive odors, and yet I must suppress any hint of disdain. Damn it, I once believed I was living in hell. The clown observed Antonia as her emotions grew increasingly agitated. But what if I were to offer you an opportunity to alter your current existence? Antonia's eyes glimmered with a trace of mockery. An opportunity? I have little faith in the notion of a free lunch in this world. Pray, share your true intentions for being here, and spare me the deceitful words meant for naive maidens, for I have long since outgrown such innocence. The clown settled onto a nearby chair. I have conducted thorough research on you, Miss Antonia Hyde. You were born in the spring of 1840, your mother also a nightingale. As for your father, to this day, it remains a mystery as to which patron fathered you. You grew up in the very nightingale in where your mother worked. At the tender age of 13, you welcomed your first guest, and 6 years ago, upon your mother's passing, you inherited her legacy, a sum of £7, augmented by your savings since your inception as a nightingale. You subsequently established this inn on Gisep Street, which, through your diligent efforts, has become the largest nightingale inn in all of London. I must say, Miss Antonia, your life is indeed worthy of the title legendary. Antonia smiled, yet her gaze was laced with wariness. It seems rather unjust that you have scrutinized my life so thoroughly, even to the precise amount of my mother's inheritance, while I remain utterly oblivious to your identity. The clown did not respond to Antonia's remark, but continued, My objective is to forge an alliance with your nightingale inn, to share intelligence. Seville fixed her gaze on the clown. An alliance? I find your method of infiltrating my quarters while brandishing a revolver far from the actions of a trustworthy partner. The clown chuckled softly. I apologize, Miss Seville, but my unique circumstances preclude me from engaging with you through conventional means. Seville took a sip of whiskey. It appears that your identity is rather complex, Mr. Clown. What benefits might I reap from this alliance? Please do not interpret my caution as mercenary intent. Any collaboration must be mutually advantageous. Would you not agree? The clown nodded in acknowledgement. You are correct, Miss Seville. Initially, I had intended to invite you to join my organization, but I see you are not easily swayed. Perhaps, while I gather intelligence from the Nightingales, we could assist you in resolving the troubles that plague you. What say you? Seville scrutinized the clown, her eyes sharp. As partners, we must cultivate mutual trust. Might you first remove your mask, Mr. Clown, so I may behold your true visage? The clown gently shook his head. You shall see my true face, but not at this moment. Seville approached the clown. Very well, I shall respect your privacy. If you can indeed aid us in resolving our insurmountable troubles, I shall consent to our alliance. However, prior to our union, I require a demonstration of your organization's capabilities. You must understand my caution. In these times, one encounters a multitude of charlatans. The clown bowed slightly to Seville. I fully comprehend your perspective. Now, Madame Seville, please share with me the troubles that you find insurmountable. Seville lifted her gown, bending her knee in a courteous gesture. Surely, you are aware that Gisep Street lies within the territory of the Mafia and the Wolfgang. Those who operate businesses here are obliged to pay exorbitant protection fees to the Wolfgang weekly. Initially, I could afford this fee, but they raise it every few months, and the escalating costs have severely hindered the inn's prosperity. If you wish to forge an alliance with us, then you must compel the Wolfgang to cease their incessant hikes in protection fees. Rest assured, Miss Antonia, I believe they shall have no opportunity to collect their dues here next week, the clown declared, lifting the silver-headed cane from beside the bed, bowing to Antonia, and then turning to leap through the window. Antonia hastened to the window, peering down at the desolate street below, murmuring to herself, what an intriguing gentleman. I hope he can truly assist me. In the alley beside the Nightingale Inn, Jano removed the frowning clown mask from his face, glancing back at the inn in the distance. Antonia, you are indeed a formidable woman to operate a Nightingale Inn in London all alone. You are not easily trifled with. As for the Wolfgang, perhaps I should return and devise a plan to confront them. Bang! Just as Jano resolved to depart, the sound of a gunshot rang out from the alleyway, followed by the hurried footsteps of a man clad in a brown coat. Clutching his shoulder as he rushed into the alley, he appeared gravely injured, and upon reaching Jano, he faltered, bending over to catch his breath. He scanned the surroundings and spotted a straw cart behind Jano. Staggering toward it, he implored, Please, do not tell anyone I am inside. If you assist me, I shall reward you with £1. Without awaiting Jano's response, he struggled into the cart, covering himself with straw. I saw him run this way. Follow me. A roar erupted as a group of men in black coats, wielding machetes, stormed into the alley. Spotting Jano, standing in the middle of the alley, one man stepped forward, glaring at him. Hey, you there? Have you seen a man run in here? Before Jano could reply, the man, seemingly anxious about being deceived, threatened him fiercely. You had better think carefully before you answer. No one deceives the wolf gang without facing consequences. Jano hesitated. Then the corners of his mouth curled slightly. I did see him. He dashed in from outside and nearly knocked me over before fleeing through the other exit of the alley. The man narrowed his eyes, brandishing his machete menacingly toward Jano. You had better be telling the truth. Otherwise, you will learn the price of lying. He then shouted to his cohorts. We pursue. He's wounded and won't get far. As Jano watched the wolf gang retreat into the distance, he approached the straw cart and knocked lightly. I believe you can come out now. They have left. A hand emerged from the straw pile. I'm injured. For the sake of that £1, could you help me? Jano sighed in resignation, grasping the hand that protruded from the straw and pulling the man up. Very well. For the sake of that £1, I shall assist you. The man grasped Jano's hand and leapt from the cart, then awkwardly regarded him. Thank you, sir. But I must insist that you take me home before I can give you that £1. Jano looked at the man before him, clad in a brown coat and a duckbill cap, with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Oh? You did not mention that initially. The man shrugged helplessly. I cannot very well carry a £1 on my person. After all, in this day and age, carrying cash is quite perilous. Jano tucked his cane under his arm, supporting the man. Perhaps I shall help you, provided you tell me why the wolf gang is pursuing you. What name should I call you? Jacob Fry. Jano's pupils dilated sharply. Jacob Fry? Jacob stared at Jano in astonishment. You know me? Jano meticulously observed Jacob beside him, noting that his appearance was identical to that of another Jacob from a different realm. Upon reflection, even their voices bore striking similarities, leaving Jano somewhat perplexed about whether this world belonged to the universe of Assassin's Creed or that of Harry Potter. He recalled having seen a post prior to his arrival here, which articulated the concept of parallel universes. Is there another version of you, existing simultaneously, perusing this very post? This individual, though not you, resides in a bustling city, orbiting a star with 7 planets, all labeled Earth. Their life experiences mirror yours at every second. Yet perhaps at this very moment, they are poised to abandon this article while you choose to continue reading. This notion of doppelgangers seems bizarre and implausible, yet it appears we must accept it, as it is supported by various astronomical observations. The most popular and simplest cosmological model today suggests that approximately 1028 meters away, there exists a galaxy identical to ours, housing an exact replica of yourself. Although this distance exceeds human comprehension, it does not detract from the veracity of your counterpart's existence. This idea originated from a basic natural possibility rather than the assumptions of modern physics. The universe is infinitely large, or at least sufficiently vast, and, as astronomical observations indicate, matter is uniformly distributed. Thus, according to statistical laws, all events, regardless of how similar or identical, must occur countless times. There are innumerable planets capable of nurturing humanity, among which reside beings indistinguishable from you, possessing the same appearance, name, memories, and even identical actions and choices. Indeed, there are not just one, but an infinite number of such individuals. Recent cosmological observations suggest that the concept of parallel universes is not merely metaphorical. Space appears to be boundless. If this is indeed the case, everything that can possibly occur must inevitably happen, no matter how absurd it may seem. In realms far beyond the reach of our astronomical capabilities, there exists a universe that mirrors ours. Astronomers have even calculated their average distance from Earth. While you may never encounter your doppelgangers, science assures us of their existence. The farthest distance you can observe is limited to the extent that light has traveled since the Big Bang, approximately 14 billion light years, or 4 by 1026 meters, defining the size of our observable universe, also known as the Hubble volume. Similarly, the universe containing another version of you is also a sphere of the same magnitude. This serves as the most straightforward explanation of parallel universes. Each universe constitutes a small fragment of a grander multiverse. Jano pondered, perhaps this is the world, but not the Jacob of an assassin. Chapter 58, The Tale of Jacob. All right, I shall enlighten you. You must be familiar with the wolf pack, correct? Jano supported Jacob as they traversed towards his abode, responding, indeed, They are London's largest gang, subsisting on the trade of illicit goods and extorting protection fees from merchants. He continued, I was born in Crawley, 30 miles outside London, alongside my sister Ivy. Our father passed away when we were 7, leaving our mother to raise us alone. Yano furrowed his brow. I apologize. I merely intended for you to enlighten me as to why the Wolfpack is pursuing you, rather than recount your family's history. Jacob raised an eyebrow slightly. This is pertinent. Please allow me to finish. Yano lifted Jacob's arm, resting on his shoulder with a sigh. Very well. I suppose we have ample time for your story as I escort you home. Jacob smiled contentedly. Splendid. Where was I? Ah, yes. Our mother single-handedly raised us siblings. Perhaps the strain of nurturing us over the years took its toll, for on Christmas Eve 2 years ago, she closed her eyes forever. Jacob paused before continuing. After burying our mother, I resolved to venture to London. I did not wish to remain in that small town for my entire life. However, Ivy opposed relocating to London, leading to a fierce argument, and thus I set off to London alone. Yano cast a sidelong glance at Jacob. I believe your sister was right. London is hardly a paradise. Perhaps, Jacob mused, on my first day in London, a thief made off with my meager pennies, leaving me to spend my first night on a bench in the street. It was indeed a tragic misadventure. The following day, I sought employment, interviewing at numerous establishments. Yet to no avail. Just as I was about to give up, Mr. Hurdle, the proprietor of a duck restaurant, hired me. He was exceedingly kind, ensuring that any unsold food each day was set aside for me. Aware that I had nowhere to sleep, he offered me a place in the shop. I felt he was the kindest person I had encountered since my parents. Yano nodded in agreement. You were fortunate to have encountered a benevolent soul. It is likely that few in London possess the kindness of Mr. Hurdle. A slight smile graced Jacob's lips. I believe Mr. Hurdle would be delighted to hear your assessment of him. Just when I thought I would be assisting Mr. Hurdle for a lifetime, the wolf pack appeared. They brandished knives and revolvers, demanding protection fees from the duck restaurant. I knew they came weekly, and Mr. Hurdle dutifully paid them. But this time they insisted on increasing the fee by a penny. Mr. Hurdle was furious and engaged in a heated argument with the gang. Yano observed Jacob's darkening expression. It seems Mr. Hurdle must have faced dire consequences. Jacob's face contorted with rage and hatred. If only it were a mere inconvenience. They departed the establishment, and later that night, as Mr. Hurdle returned home with his wife and child, they ambushed him in an alleyway. His wife and child were brutally slashed, and Mr. Hurdle was stabbed as well. And then, passers-by rushed them to the hospital, but Mr. Hurdle's wife and child succumbed to their injuries en route. Each day, Mr. Hurdle lay in silence on his hospital bed, regardless of my attempts to comfort and console him. One morning, he left a note and took his own life in the hospital room. Yano gazed at Jacob, engulfed in sorrow, and offered, I am deeply saddened by this occurrence. Such a kind man as Mr. Hurdle did not deserve such a fate. Thank you, Jacob replied. In his note, he expressed that since he had no other relatives, he bequeathed the restaurant and a property in White Queen's district, along with his bank savings, to me, hoping I could survive in this city through his inheritance. What a commendable gentleman. Even in death, he remained concerned for your survival in this city. He was truly a respectable old man. After inheriting his estate, I tidied up the restaurant and reopened it, but the wolf pack returned, demanding exorbitant protection fees. Out of necessity, I paid the fees while also hiring a young girl who came to interview at the restaurant. Jacob sighed softly before continuing. However, ever since she started working there, the cash register began to dwindle daily. Initially, I thought I had simply miscalculated, but the losses persisted, casting suspicion upon her. One day, I feigned leaving to procure supplies, but instead, I hid outside to observe her. At first, she worked diligently, but as customers dwindled, I saw her slip a few pennies into her pocket. Yano regarded Jacob with sympathetic eyes. You truly have faced a series of unfortunate events. I was seething with rage. I had taken her in to work at my establishment, offering her a weekly wage of 5 pennies, an unimaginable sum elsewhere. Yet, she repaid my kindness with betrayal, stealing from me. I stormed into the shop, dragging her along, intent on delivering her to the police to let the law mete out justice for her transgressions. I surmise your efforts were in vain. Am I correct? Indeed, you are right. She knelt before me, pleading for mercy. I inquired as to why she would steal from me when her salary was sufficient for her sustenance. I suspected her plight was tied to the wolf pack, was I not? Yes, she confessed that she had succumbed to addiction, having plundered her home of every last penny. Her parents could no longer afford to procure her illicit substances, and in her desperation to finance her cravings through the wolf pack, she sought employment outside, ultimately leading her to my roast duck shop. However, 5 pennies a week was hardly enough to support her expensive habit. In her desperation, she resorted to thievery within my establishment, until I caught her red-handed. Jacob paused, taking a breath to collect himself. I forgave her, resolved to assist her in overcoming her addiction. With her consent, I confined her to the attic, ensuring she received daily provisions, regardless of her cries and curses. My resolve did not waver until the third day, when I entered the attic with a breakfast. A foul odor assaulted my senses, and I found her lying silently on the bed. Approaching her, I gently shook her, urging her to rise for her meal, only to discover her body cold and lifeless. The bed stained with dried blood. She had taken her own life. Chapter 59. The Black Crow Gang. Yano observed Jacob, who was consumed by melancholy, and gently sighed. I believe we should continue our journey. Jacob nodded, stumbling in the direction of his home. I delivered her remains to her parents, who lashed out at me with their fists. I did not retaliate, but silently departed. In the ensuing 6 months, the business of the roast duck shop flourished, and I hired several more staff. Just when I thought brighter days lay ahead, the wolf pack returned, perhaps drawn by our success, demanding an increase of 10 pennies in protection fees each week, threatening to shut down my shop in South London if I failed to comply. Upon reaching the next street, Jacob gestured right towards his home and continued. I complied with their demands, but do you believe I resigned myself to fate? Absolutely not. After payment, I rallied my employees and their friends, who had also suffered under the Wolfpack's tyranny. We gathered over 30 individuals, forming the Black Crow Gang. Utilizing funds from my bank account, I procured machetes and revolvers for my comrades. When the Wolfpack returned for their protection fee the following week, we ambushed them, slaughtering them within the roast duck shop. Under the cover of night, we disposed of their bodies in the Thames. Yano gazed at Jacob in astonishment. So, this is the reason the Wolfpack is pursuing you? A smile graced Jacob's face. It is not merely that. On the day of the incident, I sold the roast duck shop, using the proceeds to recruit more followers. The building owned by Helt in the lower district became our headquarters, and thus began our war against the Wolfpack. We never engaged them directly. Instead, we struck during their return from collecting protection fees, seizing their earnings before they could amass reinforcements. We returned half of the fees to the merchants and kept the other half for ourselves. Yano widened his eyes at Jacob. Guerrilla warfare? Jacob looked puzzled. What do you mean by guerrilla warfare? Yano shook his head. It matters not. Your tactics merely remind me of strategies devised by a great leader. So it was in a remarkably short period that we expanded the Black Crow Gang to over 200 members. We launched a direct assault on the Wolfpack in White Queen's district, as all my earnings were funneled into equipping my followers with weaponry. Consequently, the Wolfpack's forces in White Queen's district began to falter until we ultimately claimed it as our territory, driving the Wolfpack out entirely. Jacob's voice swelled with pride. After expelling them, White Queen's district became the domain of the Black Crow Gang. We too collected protection fees, albeit only half of what the Wolfpack had previously demanded, and we genuinely protected the merchants. Whenever disturbances arose at their establishments, we intervened, and we prohibited the flow of illicit goods within White Queen's district. Yano regarded Jacob with admiration. I suspect the merchants of White Queen's district must be quite grateful for your expulsion of the Wolfpack, which has afforded them a stable and secure existence. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jacob's face. While there are merchants who appreciate our efforts, they are but a minority. The majority remain indifferent to us. Ahem. To continue, on one evening during the second month after our conquest of White Queen's district, I received an invitation to dinner from a senior member of the Wolfpack. I attended with a few of my underlings. Yano frowned. Clearly, there was a problem. Did you foolishly go with just a handful of people? Jacob chuckled awkwardly. Ivy said the same, but I felt it necessary to project the demeanor of a gang leader. Ivy, your sister is also in London? Jacob looked astonished. Did I not mention? Just days after I established the Black Crow Gang, she arrived in London to find me. When she learned of my gang's formation, she was furious, her shouts echoing throughout our headquarters. She demanded I disband the Black Crow Gang immediately, or else she would disown me as her brother. After sharing my experiences with her, she ceased her opposition and joined the Black Crow Gang, overseeing our finances. Yano nodded. Yes, it is evident your sister cares deeply for you. Indeed, though her words can be harsh at times, let us not dwell on that. Upon my arrival at the appointed location last night, I immediately recognized him, one of the 4 senior members of the Wolfpack, Paul Polanski. During the meal, he expressed his desire for the Black Crow Gang to merge with the Wolfpack, promising that if I acquiesced, the 4 leaders of the Wolfpack would become 5. I declined. I set down my utensils and left the restaurant with my subordinates. However, on our way back to White Queen's district, we were ambushed. All my men were gunned down, and I was struck in the arm. Thus began a night of frantic evasion, until I finally encountered you. Yano sighed softly. Your life has indeed been fraught with hardship these past few years. Look who I've discovered. Jacob Fry, the man who deceived and betrayed me. Just as Jacob was about to speak, 6 figures blocked their path. He glared at the man in front who was speaking, Michael. Jacob withdrew his arm from around Yano, stepping protectively in front of him and whispering, I apologize for involving you in this. You must flee now. I will hold him off. Miko glared fiercely at Yano. Huh? What did I say? I will show you the consequences of deceiving the wolf pack. You should cower in fear as you await your punishment. Jacob positioned himself in front of Yano. Michael, while I am here, you will not harm him. Michael brandished a machete, shouting to his associates, capture him. Lord Paul has commanded we bring him back alive, though he did not specify that we couldn't dismember him. If he resists, sever his arm. Jacob drew a machete from his coat, shielding Yano. Run to safety. Do not linger here any longer. I will hold them back. Yano gently adjusted the brim of his top hat, planted his cane firmly on the ground, and a sly smile crept across his lips. Perhaps at this moment, the ones who should feel fear are you, he remarked. Chapter 60, IV. Yano strolled gracefully to Jacob's side, observing the approaching members of the wolf pack. I believe the amount you owe me in pounds should increase by a few more, he stated with a glint of mischief in his eyes. As one of the thugs rushed towards him, Yano firmly leaned on his cane, swiftly delivering a sharp kick to the thug's calf. The thug staggered forward uncontrollably, and as he fell, he caught sight of Yano's silver cane head swiftly arcing towards him from below. With a resounding thud, Yano flicked the cane to shake off the blood that had splattered upon it, then raised his other hand to grasp the wrist of another thug, halting the downward swing of his machete. With a swift motion, Yano pulled the thug towards him, simultaneously raising his knee and delivering a forceful blow to the thug's abdomen. Yano watched as the thug, clutching his stomach, knelt on the ground. Grasping the shaft of his cane, he activated a hidden mechanism, causing a blade to spring forth from the tip. Yano inverted the cane and plunged the blade viciously into the back of the kneeling thug. Michael, witnessing the demise of 2 of his men, glared at Yano with eyes ablaze with fury. Damn you! You will pay for your actions. Yano elegantly twirled his cane. Oh, I dare say that by the time I face any consequences, you shall have already met your end at my hands. With a furious shout, Michael brandished his machete and charged at Yano, accompanied by 3 of his minions. Yano deftly sidestepped a downward strike, raised his arm, and delivered a fierce elbow to one thug's chest while using his cane to block another's blow. Ignoring the thug who lay on the ground, clutching his chest, Yano exerted force to deflect the machete that had been aimed at him, then swiftly leveled his cane and sliced across the throat of the assailant standing before him. The thug's machete clattered to the ground as he grasped his neck in despair, casting a forlorn glance at Michael before collapsing backward. Michael disregarded his fallen comrade and swung his machete at Yano, with one hand gripping the head of his cane and the other the tail. Yano raised it above his head to block Michael's strike. Then, using both hands, he spun the cane to disarm Michael, releasing his grip on the tail. He flicked it sharply against Michael's face. A cry of agony escaped Michael's lips as he clutched his face, stumbling backward until he fell to the ground. Yano ducked to evade a horizontal slash, then reversed his grip on the cane, thrusting it forcefully into the armpit of the thug behind him. With a sickening thud, the cane pierced the thug's chest, blood oozing from the wound. Yano withdrew the cane and swung it to deflect another descending machete, then delivered a powerful kick to the final thug's waist, sending him hurtling several meters away. The thug lay motionless on the ground, devoid of life. Yano retracted the blade from the tip of his cane and approached Michael, who lay on the ground howling in agony, and stated, "What did I tell you? The ones who should feel fear are not I, but you." Jacob, cradling his injured arm, staggered to Yano's side. Wow, what have I just witnessed? You single-handedly dispatched 6 burly men before I could even comprehend the situation. With a smile gracing his face, Yano regarded Jacob. And how do you plan to deal with this, Mr. Michael? Momentarily setting aside his astonishment, Jacob's gaze hardened as he looked at the writhing Michael on the ground. It was he who led the wolf pack in gunning down my brother yesterday. Had it not been for my remaining usefulness, and Paul forbidding them from killing me, I would likely have suffered far worse than a gunshot wound. If possible, please take him with us. I wish to bring him back to our headquarters. Yano shrugged helplessly, then delivered a sudden kick to Michael's neck. Jacob anxiously observed Michael, who had ceased his cries and collapsed unconscious. You aren't going to kill him, are you? Yano handed his cane to Jacob, bending down to hoist Michael onto his shoulder. Rest assured, when it comes to murder and abduction, I dare say no one is more proficient than I am. Lead the way. Dawn is approaching. As they walked, Jacob cast an astonished glance at Yano. You narrated a shocking event in such a nonchalant tone. Jacob, Yano called out, as he followed Jacob to a house. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a voice filled with surprise. A girl with deep brown hair, which could easily be mistaken for black, stood before them, her cheeks adorned with freckles that could not obscure her striking beauty. She rushed to Jacob's side. "Jacob, why didn't you return last night? What happened? And who is this gentleman?" Jacob, wincing from his injury, replied, "I was shot. Please help me remove the bullet. My wound has scabbed. I need to pick off the scab first." Yano, seated on the sofa, observed Jacob's increasingly pallid complexion, rubbing his ears which still throbbed from Jacob's earlier cries. "You may not have realized, but when you were extracting that bullet, I thought someone was slaughtering pigs in here." Jacob shot Yano a glance before turning to the girl. "Ivy, we were attacked by the wolf pack yesterday. Everyone except me was killed." Ivy frowned at Jacob. "You should have listened to me. I warned you before you decided to go. Paul's invitation to dinner was undoubtedly suspicious. I was right all along. You never heed others' advice." Jacob looked at Ivy with exasperation. "Can you please spare me the lecture given my current condition?" Ivy glared at Jacob fiercely before turning to Yano. "And who might you be? And who is the man you brought back?" "He is my savior." Jacob awkwardly introduced Yano. "I apologize for not asking your name sooner." Yano smiled. "You may call me Yano." Jacob nodded apologetically to Yano before addressing Ivy. "This Mr. Yano helped me evade the pursuit of the wolf pack. Although we ultimately found ourselves cornered, you may find it hard to believe, but I swear it's true. Ivy, Yano single-handedly took down 6 men in under a minute. His agility is astonishing." Ivy gazed at Jacob with a knowing look. "Oh, the ever-confident Jacob admits that someone else possesses greater skill than himself?" Jacob shot Ivy an irritated glance. "Let's discuss this privately later. The man we brought back is one of the wolf pack. He was the one leading the assault against us." Chapter 61. Yano's Request. Ivy, astonished, turned to Jacob for confirmation. "One of the wolf pack?" Jacob nodded slightly. "You heard correctly. He is indeed one of them." Rising, Ivy bowed solemnly to Yano. "Mr. Yano, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance to Jacob. Though he may not be the brightest, I must admit he is my only remaining family. How may we repay you for your kindness?" Jacob poked his head from Ivy's side. "I previously agreed to a reward with Yano. I shall pay him £5 for saving my life." Ivy frowned, scrutinizing Jacob. "If Mr. Yano is truly as skilled as you claim, do you think he is in need of a mere few pounds?" Yano shrugged in resignation. "Perhaps Miss Ivy is correct. I'm not in want of pounds. As for gratitude, it would be most beneficial if you could assist me with a certain matter." Ivy regarded Yano earnestly. "Please, state your request. If it lies within our capacity, I believe we will comply." Yano gazed appreciatively at Ivy, recognizing that in this era, it was a rarity to encounter a woman so resolute, independent, and strong. Jacob, noticing Yano's gaze, fixed him with a wary stare. "Hey, if you have any intentions towards Ivy, I suggest you keep them to yourself, for we shall not consent." Ivy turned to Jacob, her eyes narrowing in reproach. "Jacob?" Yano, observing Jacob's watchful demeanor, smiled helplessly. "I harbor no designs on your sister. Should I truly be enamored with Miss Ivy, I would pursue her formally, rather than seeking her favor through any form of recompense." Jacob's suspicion did not wane. "It better be so, but I must remind you, even if you were to pursue her formally, I doubt you would succeed." Ivy clapped her hands to halt their exchange. "Gentlemen, do you not find it exceedingly rude to discuss the matter of courting a lady in her presence?" Jacob shrugged and reclined back on the sofa. Ivy regarded Jacob's newfound compliance with satisfaction. "If only you would always be this obedient." Jacob shot Ivy an irritable glance. "Ivy, you are merely 4 minutes my senior. Do not speak to me as if you were my elder." Yano, feeling a headache coming on from this sibling banter, interjected, "I believe we were here to discuss how you might assist me." Ivy offered Yano an awkward smile. "I apologize. Please do enlighten us on how we can be of service." Yano removed his top hat and placed it on the table before him. "This endeavor will also benefit you. I hope that your Black Crow gang can seize Gypsy Street and drive the hungry wolves out." Upon Yano's declaration, the room fell into a sudden silence. Both Ivy and Jacob stared at him in disbelief, as if questioning whether they had misheard. After a prolonged moment, Jacob regained his composure, exclaiming in astonishment, "Seize Gypsy Street? Yano, are you certain you are in your right mind?" Yano, smiling, gently nodded at Jacob. "I believe I am quite lucid. What I require of you is to take control of Gypsy Street. Of course, it is not so simple. While you occupy the area, you must also ensure that the Nightingale is shielded from the thugs' harassment, without demanding any protection fees." Jacob raised an eyebrow, a look of realization dawning on his face. "Ah, I see. It appears you truly are a gentleman." Ivy, furrowing her brow, regarded Yano with surprise, as if she had not anticipated his connection to the Nightingale Inn. Yano rubbed his nose in exasperation. I fear you may be reading too much into this. My request has nothing to do with personal sentiments. I have my own reasons, and I hope you will refrain from probing. Jacob Buddha, Amishavos Green. Ah. Let us pretend your motives are not personal, rest assured. We shall conquer Gypsy Street. Ivy looked at her brash brother with exasperation. Jacob, do you think capturing Gypsy Street is a simple task? Merely by your words? She then shifted her gaze to Yano. The Hungry Wolves, they are formidable, with many members, as the Nightingale, and is highly profitable for them. We have only a little over 200 men, and we must keep half stationed in the White Queen district. With just over 100 Black Crows, we stand no chance of driving the Hungry Wolves away, let alone seizing the area. Yano pondered for a moment, then looked up. Perhaps I can assist you in taking Gypsy Street, for instance, by causing their revolvers to misfire during your skirmishes, rendering their blades dull, or even exhausting them so they cannot fight. If that were the case, could you defeat these Hungry Wolves? Ivy stared at Yano in astonishment. If what you say is true, we would have a considerable chance of capturing Gypsy Street, but how could you possibly accomplish all this? Yano rose, donning his top hat, a faint smile gracing his lips. I believe such matters are best left to professionals. You need only wait quietly for my news. Once Gypsy Street is under your control, I have another matter to discuss with you both, but for now, I must take my leave. Jacob hurriedly struggled to his feet. You are leaving? I wanted to invite you to tour our headquarters and share breakfast with us. Yano, having already opened the door, paused and turned back to Jacob. I regret to inform you that I must decline your invitation. I have more pressing matters to attend to, and Yano's half-visible eyes beneath the brim of his hat were filled with seriousness. I feel compelled to remind you, Jacob, that you are far too trusting of others. Should you encounter a similar situation again, do not freely divulge your affairs, even if they have rescued you. Bang! Jacob stared at the closed door, puzzlingly tapping his cheek. What a peculiar man with odd words. Ivy approached the window, watching Yano walk away, and said to Jacob, he is right. You are too gullible. Bringing strangers to the Black Crow Gang's headquarters so carelessly. If everything that happened last night was merely a performance by the Hungry Wolves, Yano could very well be one of their hired actors. Perhaps the Hungry Wolves are simply trying to use you to locate our base? Jacob frowned. Ivy, I do not believe Yano is that kind of person. He saved me. Ivy rolled her eyes at Jacob. Regardless, for the time being, let us keep everyone except the Black Crows collecting protection fees at the headquarters. I am constantly worried that something unfortunate may occur. Chapter 62. Roland. Roland wore a revolver and a dagger at his waist, striding through Gypsy Street accompanied by his underlings. Though he was a small-time leader of the Hungry Wolves, his presence commanded respect, causing any passerby to instinctively steer clear of him. Yet, he felt as though he were merely a shell of a person, living a life devoid of purpose. At the tender age of 9, his parents, unable to provide for their numerous children, chose to send him to a factory. Upon his arrival, a factory overseer informed him that once he reached the age of 17, he could leave the factory. From that day forth, he toiled day and night within the factory, while other child workers enjoyed occasional days off, however brief. Being sent there by his own parents, he was granted no respite, enduring a daily existence of half-satisfied hunger, endless labor, and meager wages. When he turned 12, he managed to escape the factory along with several other child workers. The first thought that crossed Roland's mind upon escaping was to return home, to that dilapidated yet warmly cherished little wooden house from his memories. However, when he arrived at the vicinity, based on his recollections, everything was starkly different from what he had envisioned. The place where the wooden house once stood was now occupied by a towering building. He inquired with a neighboring resident about his parents' whereabouts, only to learn that due to his parents' house not conforming to municipal regulations, it had been demolished 3 years prior. The couple had left London with their 2 children that very day, and no one knew their destination. Young Roland felt a profound despair for his future. He could not fathom how to survive in this city without his parents or a place to call home after leaving the factory. With no family or shelter, Roland subsisted on food scavenged from trash bins and park benches in this cold city. He required more than mere sustenance and sleep. He had to remain perpetually vigilant against the city's insidious traffickers, evading the malevolent miscreants that prowl the night. Thus, Roland meandered through London for nearly a year, resigned to the notion that this was to be his existence until he reached adulthood. One fateful day, a gang cornered him in an alley, coercing him to join their ranks. An assembly of pickpockets scattered throughout the city's corners. The young Roland found himself devoid of choice, reluctantly assimilating into the world of thievery. Within this organization, he learned the art of stealthily approaching a target and deftly extracting their wallet from their pocket. He also became adept with a dagger. After all, the life of a pickpocket was fraught with danger, and they had to learn to defend themselves when caught in the act. In the realm of pickpockets, each member had a weekly obligation, such as paying a requisite fee to repay the organization for the skills they had acquired. Perhaps Roland possessed an innate talent, for he consistently approached his targets undetected, successfully pilfering their wallets without ever failing. He seemed born for thievery. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into years. And as he matured within this criminal fraternity, nearly 4 years later, Roland had transitioned into adulthood. On the year of his coming of age, during a heist, he stumbled upon a man, gravely injured and bleeding profusely in an alley. He brought the man back to his humble lodgings, tending to his wounds. The man was gravely hurt, sleeping for an entire day, and just as Roland feared for his life, he awoke, requesting water and sustenance. After quenching his thirst and satisfying his hunger, the man introduced himself as Paul Polanski. During the days of Paul's recovery, they engaged in extensive conversation, and Roland, without reservation, divulged his life experiences and profession. When Paul was well enough to leave, he expressed his gratitude, promising to repay Roland's kindness. Roland, indifferent, merely smiled politely and bid him farewell. The following day, having neglected to pay his dues due to caring for Paul, Roland approached the pickpocket organization with trepidation. Contrary to his expectations, he was not met with reprimand or punishment. Instead, the organization's overseers courteously asked him to depart. Confounded, Roland recalled the severe consequences faced by those who failed to meet their obligations. He had steeled himself for the worst, yet the organization had shown him unexpected courtesy. As he exited, he was encircled by a group of men brandishing machetes. Roland's heart raced with anxiety, believing his time had come. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, Paul Polanski. After Paul elucidated the circumstances, Roland finally comprehended why he had been spared from the organization's wrath. It was all thanks to the man before him. Paul Polanski was one of the upper echelons of the notorious Wolf Pack, the most formidable mafia in London. Days prior, Paul had been ambushed by rival gang members, sustaining a grievous wound, and had collapsed in the alley, fortuitously saved by Roland. In gratitude, Paul extended an invitation for Roland to join the Wolf Pack, appointing him as a junior lieutenant. Never had Roland experienced such a sense of grandeur. Wherever he went, he was flanked by a cadre of followers, eager to undertake any task on his behalf. Roland reveled in the feeling of power. However, his elation was short-lived, for he soon discovered that junior lieutenants within the Wolf Pack, akin to the pickpocket organization, were also bound to complete weekly tasks, including the timely payment of dues. But where would this money come from? Through explanations from his subordinates, Roland learned that these funds were collected as protection fees from various merchants, along with proceeds from the sale of illicit goods provided by the organization. They were only obliged to remit the required fees. Any surplus obtained from merchants would line their own pockets. As the deadline for payment loomed ominously closer, a resigned Roland had no choice but to lead his subordinates from shop to shop, demanding exorbitant fees he once could scarcely have imagined. Chapter 63. The Protection Fee. Initially, Roland hesitated to demand protection fees from the merchants. However, as time passed and 6 months slipped by, he gradually grew fond of this newfound power. Each time he entered a shop, witnessing the shopkeeper's eyes filled with terror, he forced a smile, charmingly greeted them, and was addressed as Lord Roland. Regardless of their underlying disdain, the shopkeepers were compelled to present him with money, a treatment Roland had never before experienced. This afternoon, as was customary, Roland accompanied his subordinates to the bustling entrance of the Nightingale Inn on Gypsy Street, renowned for its thriving business. Standing outside, he found himself lost in thoughts of the alluring Antonia, unable to resist licking his lips. "Mr. Roland, I presume you are contemplating the enchanting Lady Antonia within?" One of his underlings jested with a teasing expression. Roland shot him a glare. "Joss, if I were you, I would choose silence." Joss shrugged. All right. Who am I to argue with the boss?" Disregarding Joss, Roland turned to the other subordinates. "Let us proceed. The dues have increased by 10%, and we must collect from the most profitable merchants on this street." He opened the door to the Nightingale Inn and stepped inside. Perhaps due to the fact that nightfall was still hours away, the inn appeared remarkably desolate. In the lobby, a few patrons sat scattered about, while several Nightingale girls, with wine jugs in hand, traversed between them, their laughter adding a touch of atmosphere to the establishment. "Goodness, is that Lord Roland?" A sultry, slightly husky voice called from above. Roland shifted his gaze toward the source of the voice, watching as Antonia, clad in an off-shoulder gown, gracefully descended the staircase. He struggled to divert his eyes from the bare skin of her shoulders. "It's a pleasure to see you, Lady Antonia." Antonia observed Roland's averted gaze, a subtle smile curling at her lips, but as her eyes drifted to the armed subordinates behind him, her smile gradually faded. It appears, Lord Roland, that you are not here for leisure, but rather for a serious discussion. Hold on, dead. You are correct. I do have matters to discuss, but he surveyed the surroundings. I believe this is not the appropriate venue for such a conversation. Wouldn't you agree? Antonia inclined her head slightly. You are quite perceptive. Please, allow me to escort you to the private meeting room upstairs. Following Antonia, Roland couldn't help but admire her swaying figure, swallowing hard as he did so, oblivious to the mocking expression on Joss's face beside him. With a click, Antonia opened the door to the meeting room. Stepping inside and gesturing for Roland and his entourage to enter, he took a seat in the room, awaiting Antonia's arrival. Antonia closed the door to the parlor and approached the sideboard, retrieving a bottle of red wine along with several elegant goblets. She then walked over to Roland and poured a glass for each of them, saying, before we engage in conversation, I believe it would be prudent to indulge in a toast. What do you think? Roland raised his goblet and lightly clinked it against Antonia's, replying, perhaps we could sip our wine while conversing. Antonia settled into a chair nearby, holding her goblet aloft, her right leg crossed over her left. As she moved, her flowing gown billowed, subtly revealing glimpses of an indescribable allure, causing Roland to involuntarily swallow hard. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Roland stated, I have come to inform you that, henceforth, the protection fee will increase by 10 pence each week, and you will also need to make up this week's 10 pence. Antonia paused, seemingly incredulous at Roland's words, before she chuckled, Ha! You do have quite the sense of humor, Sir Roland. Roland shook his head seriously. I am not jesting. I am entirely earnest. Antonia fixed her sultry, elongated gaze upon him. If I am not mistaken, that means I will now be required to pay £2 weekly? Sir Roland, this is not a bank, and did you not just raise the protection fee this week? How can it possibly rise again? Roland took a sip of the red wine. The increase is the directive of the higher-ups in the wolf pack. I am merely tasked with informing merchants and collecting the fees. Antonia glanced at the thugs standing behind Roland, a knowing expression on her face as she remarked, if possible, I would prefer a private conversation with you, just the two of us. Roland, attempting to maintain a composed demeanor while eyeing the alluring Antonia, addressed his men. You all may wait downstairs. I require a moment alone with Ms. Antonia. As the thugs exited the parlor, Antonia rose and moved closer to Roland, her left hand resting on the arm of his chair while her right index finger traced along his chest. You must understand, it is quite arduous for a woman to manage a nightingale in alone on Gypsy Street. Surely, the compassionate Sir Roland will assist this poor, helpless woman, will you not? Roland placed his hand on Antonia's waist. If it were within my power, I would gladly help you. But this decision lies beyond my control. Antonia leaned in, resting her face against Roland's chest. You will surely find a way, will you not? I will repay you. Roland suddenly enveloped Antonia in his arms. Perhaps there's a way, but how do you intend to repay me? Antonia smiled as she extricated herself from his embrace, taking his hand and leading him to the nearby chaise lounge. I believe you might have already surmised. Roland stood before the chaise, wearing a lecherous grin. I would like you to explicitly tell me how you intend to repay me. Antonia cast a playful glance at Roland, pushing him onto the chaise lounge. If you assist me, I shall be yours tonight. Roland seized Antonia's hand, pulling her onto his lap. Then it shall depend on your performance this evening. Chapter 64, Instruction. As Roland adjusted his collar, he led his thugs out of the Nightingale Inn, informing them, I have reached an agreement with Ms. Antonia. Her inn cannot provide the necessary pence, so I have decided that all merchants on this street shall collectively bear this cost. Joss followed closely behind Roland, a knowing glint in his eye as he observed the back of his head. So, no merchant's protection fee has increased by even a penny? It seems we have our work cut out for us. We must notify each one individually. Suddenly, Roland froze in his tracks, a cold sweat dampening his back as he felt a pair of eyes silently watching him from behind. He was familiar with this sensation. Perhaps it was an innate ability he had developed during his days as a pickpocket. Whenever he sensed such an awareness, he would abandon his current target and swiftly depart. After he left, the authorities would invariably arrive at his previous location in search of him. This very instinct had allowed him to evade capture time and again, aiding him in successfully pilfering wallets. With a sudden motion, Roland turned around, scanning the area for the eyes that scrutinized him. Joss watched in bewilderment as Roland acted peculiarly. What is the matter? Unable to locate the source of his discomfort, Roland shook his head in resignation, ignoring Joss's inquiry as he turned and strode away. Joss narrowed his eyes, seething as he glared at Roland's retreating figure, muttering, Damn you, one day you shall find yourself begging for my forgiveness. Antonia, draped in a bath towel, stood at the window, observing Roland and his entourage depart, murmuring to herself. It appears that relying on others is indeed less reliable than depending on oneself. Or perhaps the clown has done something to cause this week's protection fee to increase twice. I suspect this has nothing to do with me. But the fact that he has returned this week to demand payment again is indeed unexpected. A familiar voice emerged from behind her, startled by the sudden voice. Antonia quickly regained her composure and elegantly turned to face Yano, who had silently appeared in the parlor wearing a clown mask, accompanied by a diminutive figure clad in a fitted white robe and a beaked hood. You always seem to materialize behind me unannounced. This person beside you must be an assassin. Am I correct? Yano settled onto a nearby sofa, resting his cane against the edge of the table. He poured himself a glass of wine, speaking to himself. It seems, Ms. Antonia, that you are quite the avid reader of the London Daily. With a smile, Antonia joined him on the sofa. Merely a personal interest of mine, though I must admit, I never anticipated that the organization of Mr. Clown would have ties to assassins. Or are you part of the assassin organization yourself? Yano pinched the lower edge of his clown mask, removing half of it to reveal the mouth hidden beneath. He then took a sip of wine from his goblet. I regret that I cannot divulge that information. Once we formalize our collaboration, I shall share everything with you. Antonia shrugged. Then I shall await our formal partnership. But I must remind you that today is already Thursday. You have but 3 days left. Yano drained his goblet and placed it on the table, then grasped his cane and stood up. Rest assured, from next week onward, the wolf pack shall no longer be able to harass you. Antonia smiled and nodded, signaling to Yano that he was free to leave. Yano glanced at the assassin beside him. I believe it is time for us to depart. The small assassin remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, causing a cascade of red hair to slip from her hood. Antonia watched the two figures depart through the window, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. How intriguing. Is this clown truly an assassin? Yet I cannot fully rely on someone whose origins are unknown. Perhaps I should take some initiative myself. Mr. Cobain, I am merely here to inform you of the situation. How you procure the funds is not my concern, Roland stated coolly, observing the distressed owner of the general store. Cobain furrowed his brow and sighed in exasperation. Sir Roland, it is not that I am unwilling to pay this fee. Rather, my business has been exceedingly poor lately, and I simply cannot afford a weekly pound for protection. I beseech your mercy. Roland waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I believe I have made myself quite clear. You may choose not to pay this fee, but the consequences are yours to bear. Having said that, Roland turned and made his way towards the door, while Cobain called out from behind, My Lord Roland, it's not that I'm refusing to pay the protection fee. All right, I shall find a way. Roland smiled with satisfaction, replying without looking back, Excellent. I shall come by next Monday to collect the protection fee. As Roland and his entourage departed, the shop fell into a hushed silence, leaving only Cobain's helpless sighs echoing in the air. Stepping outside the shop, Roland took a deep breath. This is the last shop. I believe we have gathered enough for next week's dues, and perhaps we may even turn a profit. Joss approached Roland. Boss, since we have already made the notifications, should we not head back? After all, we've covered so much ground today, and the brothers must be utterly exhausted. Hold on, dead. You are right. You have all worked hard today. Let us return, and after we hand in our weapons, I shall treat you all to some drinks. Oh, Roland cast a pleased glance at his excited underlings, just as he was about to turn away when he suddenly froze. The sensation of being watched creeping over him once again. Alice, do not fixate on your target continuously before you have mastered the art of assassination. There will always be some gifted individuals who are particularly sensitive to the gaze of others. Yano, standing atop the building, reminded the young assassin beside him with a tone of exasperation. Alice sighed in frustration. If I do not keep my eyes on the target, how can I possibly follow them? Yano reached out and ruffled Alice's hair. Do not be hasty. Do not act impulsively. Have you forgotten the innate gift of an assassin? You mean the eagle eye? Alice inquired. Yano nodded. Precisely. Cast aside distractions, focus your attention, and utilize our assassin's gift to meticulously observe the target's movements. Observing Alice's unwavering concentration, Yano shook his head in resignation, recalling the events that transpired upon their return to the assassin's castle yesterday. Chapter 65, Alice's Request. Allow me to rewind the clock to yesterday afternoon. Yano pushed open the grand door to the conference room at the pinnacle of the castle, hanging his top hat and coat on the rack as he addressed Megan, who was preparing to leave. Megan, set aside everything you are currently doing. There's a task that requires your attention. Raising an eyebrow, Megan waved the envelope she held before Yano. As much as I wish to assist you, I'm afraid I cannot. My mother has written to me, insisting that I return home before sunset, or she will come to the castle herself to fetch me. Yano rubbed his temples in frustration, then let Donovan handle it. Where is Donovan? Megan shrugged. Guess what? Since I must return to the estate now, I sent Donovan to the construction site before you returned. There was an incident where a worker was injured by falling bricks. Yano frowned at Megan. Please tell me Sevilla and the other adult assassins are not at the castle. Megan tapped her nose. I think you are correct. I was just about to report to you upon your return that there has been a situation with James. 3 werewolves appeared near the Kenway estate yesterday and attacked James as he was returning from the town hall. In the ensuing confrontation, Arian and Sori were injured while protecting James and were sent back to the castle this morning to recuperate. So, earlier today, I had Sevilla and 9 other adult assassins accompany James, considering we do not know how many more of those creatures might come on him. Yano's expression turned serious as he regarded Megan with approval. You have done well. Although some of your actions may appear overzealous, I do not see this as a negative trait. Maintain this resolve. Megan nodded and moved towards the door. I shall take my leave and head back to the estate. As she reached the threshold of the conference room, she abruptly halted, turning back to point at Alice, who stood in the corner with her red curls. I almost forgot. I believe Miss Alice has something she wishes to discuss with you. Yano approached the conference table and took a seat, looking at Alice. Very well. Miss Alice, please take a seat and share your concerns. If it is within my power, I shall assist you. Alice took a seat before Yano. Master, I apologize for taking up your time. Yano smiled and shook his head. No need to worry. Please, tell me what troubles you. Alice inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute as she fixed her eyes on Yano. Please allow me to partake in a task assigned to the adult assassins. I beg of you. A task for the adult assassins? Yano was taken aback, then shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm terribly sorry, but I must decline your request. The primary focus of an underage assassin should be learning and training, as well as ensuring proper nourishment to grow strong, preparing to become an exceptional assassin upon reaching adulthood. Alice furrowed her delicate brow. I believe I've already proven myself to be a competent apprentice assassin. I will demonstrate my capabilities during the mission. Yano regarded the young girl with exasperation. Alice, if the Brotherhood were to permit underage children to undertake missions, how would we differ from those factory owners who exploit child labor? Alice shook her head resolutely. No, it is not the same. Please forgive my disagreement. But as members of the Brotherhood, we strive for equality and freedom as envisioned in our dreams. We do not fight for someone or some organization. We fight for ourselves. This is entirely distinct from the enslavement perpetrated by factory owners. Yano rubbed his forehead. Miss Alice, perhaps your perspective is not entirely flawed, but I'm still unable to acquiesce to your request. Regardless of your arguments, my initial intent in liberating you was to ensure you had a stable and joyous childhood. No child should be burdened with work. Your sole obligation should be to enjoy a happy childhood. While I have not yet achieved this, given the scarcity of assassins within the Brotherhood, I have had to allow you to join as apprentice assassins. However, allowing you to engage in training within the Brotherhood is already my limit. It pains me greatly that you, who should be enjoying a blissful childhood, have been brought into the Brotherhood and subjected to rigorous training each day. Observing the guilt-laden expression on Yano's face, Alice quickly stood up and declared, No, you should not feel guilty. It is you who saved us from the depths of hell. Since joining the Brotherhood, our days have been filled with training and idleness, never once contributing any benefit or profit to the Brotherhood. We should be the ones feeling guilty. Yano listened to Alice's words, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. You may view this as a preliminary investment. Although you may not be able to yield benefits to the Brotherhood at present, in time, as you grow, you will undoubtedly generate returns far exceeding the current contributions. Alice looked at Yano, who remained steadfast in his position. I'm sorry, Master, but I must stand by my beliefs. Please allow me to participate in a task for the adult assassins. Yano shook his head. I too remain firm in my decision. I believe it is time for you to return, Miss Alice. Alice gazed at Yano, whose expression was resolute, and let out a resigned sigh as she pushed back her chair and slowly made her way to the door. Yano watched her, head bowed and sighing, resembling a forsaken puppy, inching toward the exit. He pinched the bridge of his nose and finally called out to Alice. Perhaps you may observe how the adult assassins execute their missions. Alice whipped around, her eyes wide with surprise. Is that true? I can participate in the adult assassin's task. Yano stood, walked to Alice, and placed his left hand gently atop her head, ruffling her hair. No, merely as an observer. Listen carefully. I have several conditions for you. If you vow to adhere to them, I shall permit you to accompany me to witness how I execute my missions. Alice was so elated that she could hardly contain herself. I swear, As long as I can observe in the field, I will comply with any request. Yano nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Tomorrow, I will be executing a task on Gypsy Street. During the operation, you must not make any moves towards the target, nor expose yourself, and you must not interfere with my mission. If you are confident you can manage that, meet me at the castle gate at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 66, Surveillance. Roland swore that ever since he entered the wolf pack, it was the first time he felt so disheveled, with scrutinizing gazes from behind and above, driving him nearly to madness. Joss noticed Roland's odd behavior and quickly approached his side. Boss, are you all right? Roland glanced at Joss, whose eyes twinkled with mock concern, and coldly replied, My affairs are none of your business. Just focus on what you need to do. Joss shrugged, raising his hands. All right? You're the boss after all. Ignoring Joss, Roland furrowed his brow, discreetly glancing behind him, but he found no suspicious figures lurking. It seemed someone was keeping an eye on him. He thought it was imperative to return to the base soon. Thankfully, it wasn't far. Staying at the base was the only way to ensure his safety. With that in mind, Roland strode forward, urging his underlings. Hurry up, we've already wasted enough time. Joss watched as Roland hastened ahead, grumbling to himself. Damn it. If it weren't for Lord Paul specifically assigning you as a small leader, taking the position that should have been mine, you wouldn't be so arrogant in front of me. It seems I must report to the higher-ups about how he dares to misuse his authority, redistributing the protection fees originally meant for the Nightingale into other merchants. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby residential building, Yano observed Alice standing to the side, her head bowed in guilt and disappointment. He spoke soothingly. Relax. Although you unintentionally startled the target several times during this observation, what you need to do now is not dwell on guilt or disappointment. Instead, you should identify your shortcomings from this experience and ensure you do not repeat the same mistakes during the next observation. Alice lifted her head, looking at Yano with a pitiable expression. I am truly sorry. It seems I underestimated the tasks of an adult assassin. You are right. I am not yet a qualified assassin. I still need more learning and training. Yano smiled indulgently, gently ruffling Alice's hair. The fact that you can recognize this means this trip was not in vain. Once this mission is complete, when we return, you should continue your studies at the castle diligently, striving to become the first female master assassin of the Brotherhood. Alice nodded vigorously, her face flushed, as if Yano's affirmation was a thrilling honor. I will definitely achieve that. Yano smiled at her, then turned his gaze towards Roland and his group entering a manor. He slowly walked towards the eaves, speaking without looking back. Wait for me here. It will not be convenient to bring you along for the next operation. Alice clasped her hands tightly together, watching Yano leap from the rooftop, silently praying. May you complete the mission unscathed, guided by the creed. Yano stood outside the manor's walls, observing the two towering wooden watchtowers within, each manned by a henchman holding a smoothbore firearm. They continuously patrolled the watchtowers, scanning for any suspicious characters inside and outside the manor. Yano remained motionless outside the wall, meticulously observing the patrol routes of the henchmen. Whenever their gazes shifted towards him, it was as if they could not see him, casually redirecting their attention elsewhere. After a considerable time, when both henchmen simultaneously averted their gazes from Yano's direction, he sprang into action like a cheetah, swiftly leaping and grasping a notch in the wall, using both hands and feet to scale it in a few deft movements, successfully infiltrating the manor. Upon entering the manor, Yano had no time to survey his surroundings before his keen eyes spotted two henchmen approaching. He crouched low, silently slipping into the lush undergrowth by the roadside. I must say, Joss is indeed quite unfortunate. Had it not been for Mr. Roland's intrusion, this position of small leader would rightfully belong to him. It is truly unfair. He has invested a lot of money over the years for this role, and I can understand why he harbors such disdain for Mr. Roland. If I were in his shoes, I would feel the same. The two henchmen approached Yano, engrossed in conversation. Honestly, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. All I wish to know is how Roland managed to connect with Lord Paul. I have no interest in that. All I want right now is to swiftly turn in my weapons at the warehouse and then head home for a bath. I suggest you avoid getting involved in matters with the big shots. I have no desire to fish your corpse out of the Thames. I won't meddle in their affairs. I'm merely curious. If I were to die, who would provide for my wife and children? If it weren't for lack of options, I wouldn't even consider joining the wolf pack. Yano observed the two as they walked past him, continuing their conversation before stealthily following behind them. As Yano trailed the two, he activated his keen eyesight, remaining vigilant against any henchman who might notice him. One henchman emerged from behind a wall, and just as his gaze fell upon Yano, Yano conveniently stepped behind a lamppost, effectively concealing himself from sight. He continued following the two, emerging from behind the lamppost as the henchman turned his body to another direction, failing to detect the suspicious figure that had just appeared. Not long after, Yano noticed a warehouse not far ahead, where henchmen armed with machetes or revolvers were depositing their weapons into a large box at the entrance. It seems I am fortunate. I have encountered them just as they are finishing their shift. However, with so many here, it will be impossible to silently sabotage their weapons. It appears I must wait for them to finish their handover before I can proceed with my plans, Yano mused, surveying the surroundings until his gaze landed on a lush, leafy tree nearby. He nodded in satisfaction. I believe I have found a suitable spot for prolonged concealment. Yano crouched low, swiftly making his way to the base of the tree, glancing back to ensure no one was watching his direction. Once he confirmed that the area was clear, he raised his right hand, opened his palm, and with a resounding sound, a grappling hook lodged itself into the top of the tree trunk. As he reeled in the hook, Yano plunged into the foliage. Chapter 67. Preparations complete. The already overcast sky of London grew darker as the sun set, with the feeble moonlight failing to pierce the dense fog enveloping the city. London appeared shrouded in utter darkness, with people cautiously navigating the streets, clutching oil lamps or torches. The flickering flames illuminated the wolf pack's stronghold manor, where aside from the henchmen assigned to the night shift, the others, armed with torches, made their way from within the manor towards the main gate. The numbers are on point. You will transport this box of weapons into the warehouse. Then lock the door and you may return to rest. If you can't even secure the door, don't bother coming back tomorrow. A figure resembling a scribe sat at a small wooden table before the warehouse door, clutching a clipboard, his complexion ashen as he addressed two diminutive henchmen standing by a crate of weapons. Rest assured, we shall secure the door, I swear, one of the henchmen said, his face awash with sycophancy, before he and another companion grasped one side of the crate, straining as they lifted it and made their way into the warehouse. The scribe furrowed his brow, observing the two laborers, muttering under his breath, with such feeble strength and an inability to even count the cargo. How on earth did these two manage to infiltrate the wolf pack? Oh God, have you sent them to punish me for my allegiance to the mafia? Forgive me, for I have no choice but to provide for my family. I suppose I must await my return to your embrace before I atone for my sins. Not far from the warehouse, beneath the sprawling branches of a large tree, Yano pressed down a branch that obstructed his view, watching as the scribe meandered toward the manor's entrance, still muttering to himself. Moments later, the two henchmen emerged from the warehouse, chatting amicably as they exited. I don't think we'll be in the wolf pack much longer. It's evident that the scribe harbors disdain for us. I've noticed too. But who would be willing to recruit individuals lacking both strength and intellect? Enough complaining. Lock the door quickly and head home to get some rest. Yano, crouched in the tree, observed the departing henchmen, suddenly leaping down and gazing in the direction they had gone. You need to worry about being expelled from the wolf pack. For by tomorrow, the wolf pack on Gypsy Street will no longer exist. With a sharp click, the iron lock on the warehouse door was unlatched. Yano extracted a wire from the lock and gently pushed the door open, a smile gracing his face as he stepped inside. Ivy, I have made myself abundantly clear. This money must be allocated to recruit more manpower. A roar emanated from the Black Crow Gang's residence, yet the patrolling henchmen seemed oblivious, continuing their rounds, clearly accustomed to the thunderous outbursts from the Black Crow's headquarters. Ivy slammed her hand down on the table, glaring at Jacob. I believe I am the financial officer of the Black Crows. This money should be used to procure weapons to bolster our henchmen's combat prowess. Simply increasing our numbers without sufficient weapons to equip them, what purpose would they serve? To shield against blades and bullets? Jacob's face flushed crimson, veins bulging as he shouted at Ivy. You must understand who is in charge of the Black Crows. I call the shots here. Do you hear me? I call shots. Ivy regarded Jacob with a mocking expression. Huh, do you truly believe you alone have maintained the Black Crows? Without my contributions, your organization would have crumbled long ago. Ah, your sibling dynamic is indeed refreshingly unconventional. A voice interjected from beside them, prompting both to shift their gaze toward its source. Jacob stared, astonished, at Yano, who had silently appeared in the room and the open window behind him. Yano, how did you manage to enter so stealthily? I thought I had adequately stationed henchmen to patrol this building. Yano shrugged, regarding Jacob with an amused expression. Perhaps your patrolling henchmen were simply not positioned along the route I took to enter. Ivy squinted, her face etched with concern. I have reviewed Jacob's patrol routes. There shouldn't be any areas left unmonitored. Yano smiled at Ivy. Unmonitored? That may be true for ordinary individuals. But for certain exceptional groups, Jacob's patrol routes are riddled with oversights. Ivy looked at Yano with curiosity. Exceptional groups? What do you mean? Yano shook his head. I believe you are not prepared to grasp such matters at this moment. Once you successfully seize Gypsy Street, should you wish to learn more, I will share everything I know. Jacob, ignoring Ivy's solemn demeanor, approached Yano and embraced him. Yano, your timing is impeccable. Ivy and I have reached an impasse on a particular issue. Please share your perspective. Ivy shot Jacob a stern glare. Jacob, I doubt Lord Yano wishes to involve himself in the internal affairs of the Black Crows. Jacob defiantly glared at his sister. I thought I was extending an invitation to Yano, not you. I'm certain Yano can make his own choices. Yano, feeling the weight of the tension, cast an apologetic glance at Jacob, saying, I think it best I refrain from engaging in your internal conflicts. After all, I am merely an outsider, not a member of the Black Crows. Jacob frowned. You are my friend, not just an outsider. Jacob Fry. Jacob, witnessing Ivy's genuine anger, sighed in resignation. Fine, fine. I suppose Ivy and I will resolve our differences ourselves. Ivy regarded Jacob with satisfaction, her previously dark expression softening into a polite smile as she turned to Yano. Jacob often presents rather challenging requests, but he is certainly not a bad person. I apologize on his behalf. Yano waved his hand dismissively. No need for apologies. He has not spoken in error. We are friends. Yet I truly cannot involve myself in your internal matters. Jacob's frown transformed into a smile, evidently pleased by Yano's acknowledgement of their friendship. Ivy nodded. Then, may I inquire what brings you here today? Yano adjusted the brim of his hat. I have come to inform you that tomorrow, you may launch an assault on the wolf pack on Gypsy Street. Chapter 68. The Choice of the Black Crows. Yano's words left Ivy and Jacob momentarily speechless, and he remained patient, allowing them to gather their thoughts. Is what you say true? Jacob was the first to recover, excitedly grasping Yano's arm. Yano gently pulled Jacob's hand from his arm, smoothing out his wrinkled sleeve as he replied, Indeed, it is true. This evening, I successfully located the wolf pack's headquarters and infiltrated it, causing a few minor disruptions. Ivy raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what kind of disruptions did you cause? Yano flashed a radiant smile at Ivy. Nothing too extravagant. I merely discovered the munitions depot within the wolf pack stronghold, doused their barrels of gunpowder and ammunition with a bit of water, and before leaving, I added some chemicals to their drinking water that would induce diarrhea. Jacob stared, agape, at Yano's nonchalant demeanor. I must say, I need to reassess your skills. Ivy stepped between Jacob and Yano, halting Jacob's words. If I may, my forthcoming remarks may come across as somewhat offensive, but please forgive me. From the perspective of the Black Crows, I must voice my concerns. Yano shrugged, appearing unconcerned. Miss Ivy, please proceed. I doubt I would take offense at the words of a responsible leader. Ivy nodded. Thank you for your understanding. Now, disregarding my relationship with Jacob, how can the Black Crows trust your words? After all, what you say is rather astonishing, making it difficult to believe that an ordinary person could achieve such feats. Can you provide any proof of your claims? If my inquiry offends you, I am willing to apologize. Yano's eyes shimmered with admiration as he spoke. I believe you have not offended me. However, regrettably, I find myself at a loss to provide evidence of my actions. Ivy furrowed her brow slightly. No means of proving? How then are the Black Ravens to place their trust in you? If it were just Jacob and myself, it would be manageable, for we hold great faith in you. Yet we must answer for the hundreds of ravens within our ranks. Yano turned to gaze out the window at the roof of a nearby building where Alice stood, then adjusted his top hat and addressed Ivy. How this ought to proceed is a decision for you and Jacob to determine. Please forgive my need to take my leave. I anticipate that our next meeting will coincide with your conquest of the Gypsy District, at which time I shall present you with a grand gift. Jacob opened his mouth, poised to call out to Yano, but he faltered as Ivy regarded him with a dangerous stare, causing Jacob to sigh in resignation as he helplessly watched Yano scale the window and depart. Ivy hurried to the window, peering out at the deserted street, her brow deeply knitted. He has vanished once more. What could be the purpose of his actions? Jacob, his expression sour, cast a glance at his sister. Have you forgotten? The Nightingale Inn. Ivy pressed her forehead, exasperated. Jacob, when will you finally engage that rusting brain of yours? From his demeanor and the way he carries himself, it is abundantly clear that he hails from a distinguished background. Do you truly believe that with Yano's upbringing and abilities, he would go to such lengths for a mere nightingale? Jacob tapped his nose thoughtfully. Perhaps Yano and that nightingale share true love? Ivy shot him a withering glance. Do you honestly think Yano would be foolish enough to believe in a nightingale's love, much like you? Moreover, do you not find it rather coincidental that Yano appeared just as you were injured by the hungry wolves? They demanded you be captured alive. And then he conveniently showed up to save you, only to require our ravens to seize the gypsy district. Does that not strike you as rather fortuitous? Jacob squinted. Are you suggesting? Ivy nodded. While I cannot be certain, I'm deeply suspicious that Yano may be a fabrication, potentially conjured by the hungry wolves to annihilate our ravens in one fell swoop. Jacob, resigned, threw up his hands. So what shall we do? Do we simply pretend we are unaware of this information? Ivy? Ivy shook her head firmly. No, at dawn, gather the ravens at the headquarters. Although Yano may be untrustworthy, we cannot squander this rare opportunity. What if his claims are indeed truthful? Jacob rubbed his temples. And if you are correct, and this is merely a trap set by the hungry wolves, what then shall we do? A confident smile graced Ivy's face. Fear not. Tomorrow I shall take a few individuals to verify whether Yano truly accomplished what he claims. Once I have confirmation, I will signal you to initiate the attack. Should it prove false, I will promptly lead our retreat. Jacob, a shadow of melancholy etched upon his features, gazed at the pitch-black sky outside, murmuring, Yano. I hope Ivy is merely overthinking, for I have no desire to confront a friend I have only just met. Alice, observing Yano as he climbed onto the rooftop, hurriedly approached him. Master, have you completed the task? Yano gently patted Alice's head. I cannot ascertain if this task is deemed complete. We shall only know by tomorrow. Alice looked up at Yano. Has something occurred? Yano, gazing down at Alice's delicate features, wore a fond smile. It is nothing of great consequence. Merely that the elder sibling among this pair of siblings harbors distrust towards me and requires proof of the sabotage I executed at the Hungry Wolves estate. Alice frowned. Then why do you not prove yourself? Yano shook his head in resignation. What do you propose I do to substantiate my claims? Assassinate a high-ranking member within the Hungry Wolf stronghold and bring back parts of his body? Such actions would only heighten their vigilance, and they may become aware of my endeavors. Should they turn the tables and lure the ravens into a trap, all my efforts would be rendered futile. Alice nodded in agreement. I believe you are right. So what shall we do next? Shall we simply wait? Yano turned to the window belonging to Jacob's room, speaking meaningfully to Alice. I trust that the astute Ivy will make the most judicious choice. Chapter 67. Verification. Roland strode through the streets, clutching his stomach while cursing aloud. I am convinced the cook is attempting to poison us. Joss, following closely behind Roland, glanced at the pale faces of the other lackeys and solemnly remarked, I believe it is necessary for us to investigate the cook to determine whether she has left behind yesterday's leftovers for us, and to also scrutinize the supply channels to see if they have sold us spoiled goods. Roland shot a sidelong glance at Joss. Perhaps you were right. I shall look into the cook when we return tonight. Suddenly, Joss's expression twisted in discomfort as he pressed his abdomen tightly. Boss, I must excuse myself for a moment. You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly. Roland watched as Joss hurriedly departed, a smirk of disdain on his lips as he turned to his companions. Look at Joss, running off like that. Does he not resemble a lady? Ha ha! The lackeys offered awkward smiles, feigning agreement with Roland's jest. A hushed gasp suddenly escaped from a nearby woman, drawing everyone's attention. Roland gawked at the lady by the street, who possessed lustrous brown hair and was adorned in a black lace-trimmed gown, her waist so slender one might think it could snap with the slightest embrace. Her exquisite visage was dotted with freckles, which did not diminish her beauty. Rather, they imparted an inexplicable allure. Roland's eyes widened, murmuring, You may not believe it, but I think I have encountered the goddess of beauty, Velis. The lady appeared to have twisted her ankle. She grimaced slightly, bending down to massage her calf. Roland quickly approached. Good day, madam. It seems you are in some distress. How may I assist you? The beautiful lady lifted her gaze to meet Roland's, forcing a smile amidst her discomfort. Thank you. You are quite the gentleman. I have sprained my ankle and was just pondering how to make my way home. Roland removed his hat, placing it over his heart, and bowed deeply. It would be my honor to escort you home, or rather, I implore you to allow me the privilege of doing so. The lady covered her mouth, but her crescent-shaped eyes revealed her delight. What an amusing gentleman you are. You may call me Ruth. Roland adjusted his hat, slightly bending forward, turning his back to Ruth. Roland. Ruth, smiling, placed her hand on Roland's shoulder. Then I shall trouble you. I hope it will not inconvenience you, Mr. Roland. Feeling Ruth's hand on his shoulder, Roland wore a dazed expression as he replied. Not at all. I have nothing pressing today, Miss Ruth. May I inquire as to where you reside? Ruth pointed ahead. Not far from here. Just continue straight down this street. We will reach your destination after crossing 2 intersections. Thankfully, it is not a long journey. Otherwise, I fear I would have to hail a carriage. Standing tall, Roland began to walk. Very well, Miss Ruth, let's set off. Should you find my pace too swift, please do not hesitate to inform me. Ruth grasped Roland's shoulder, laboriously following behind him, limping as she walked. I think I will, she said, glancing at the pale-faced subordinates trailing beside them. Turning to Roland, she inquired, Mr. Roland, were you originally intending to visit the hospital today? Roland turned back, surprised, and looked at Ivy. Why do you ask? Ruth pointed at Roland's face. Because your complexion appears rather poor. I was wondering if you were unwell. Roland smiled at Ruth. We are not ill. We simply had a bad meal this morning, which may be the reason for our pallor. Ruth nodded thoughtfully, then fell silent as she continued to walk alongside Roland. Observing Ruth leaning against the stair railing, Roland asked, Ms. Ruth, are you quite certain you do not require my assistance in ascending the stairs? Ruth shook her head. I believe I have already delayed you long enough. Allow me to continue alone from here. Roland gently tapped his cheek. Ms. Ruth, please forgive my impertinence, but may I have the honor of dining with you this evening? Ruth covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. If you can arrive downstairs to fetch me promptly at 6 this evening, I would be more than delighted to share dinner with you. Roland, filled with excitement, exclaimed, I shall arrive on time. I swear. Ruth waved her hand at Roland. While I would love to continue our conversation, I regret to say that time grows late, and I must return to prepare lunch for my family. So, I shall see you this evening. Roland gazed at Ruth with fervent eyes. Indeed, it is indeed time for lunch. Please do not concern yourself. And take care not to injure your foot further. We shall meet tonight. Ruth smiled at Roland and then turned, using the railing for support as she ascended the stairs step by step. Roland watched her retreating figure, enraptured. I believe she is the most beautiful lady I have encountered in my life. Click. Ruth closed the door behind her and sat beside the coffee table, pouring herself a glass of cool water. Ivy, Ruth set down her glass and turned to the gentleman emerging from the bedroom. Jacob. Jacob exhaled in relief as he seated himself on the sofa beside Ivy. How did your investigation go? Ivy's face contorted with distaste as she replied to Jacob. Yano did not deceive us. I waited for Roland on his daily route, feigning a twisted ankle to successfully draw his attention. He escorted me downstairs before departing. While en route, I discreetly reached into the bag containing the gunpowder, which was indeed damp, and through our conversation, I also learned that they had all suffered from a bad meal. Jacob snapped his fingers and stood, looking at Ivy. Excellent. Now that we have confirmed Yano's claims, I believe we can send the signal for the crows to launch an attack on the Wolfpack stronghold. Ivy nodded. Let's proceed. I intend for Gypsy Street to become the territory of the crows starting tomorrow. Chapter 68. The initiation of the assault. Master, do you think they will come? Alice stood atop the enormous chimney, gazing at the distant Wolfpack manor, seeking the opinion of Yano, who stood behind her. Yano leaned on his eagle-headed cane, surveying the tranquil manor. They will come. I am confident they will not let such an opportunity slip by. They understand that without my intervention to create conditions, they might remain confined to the White Queen district for eternity, or worse, be crushed by the Wolfpack. They would either perish at their hands or be forced to return to their homeland, never daring to set foot in London again. Alice nodded, crouching at the edge of the chimney, activating her eagle vision to survey the surroundings. Perhaps you are right, but I still wish to witness their choices firsthand. Yano pressed his hat down against a sudden gust of wind. Is that the reason you requested to accompany me today, Alice? Alice turned to face Yano. Yes. I apologize for putting you in a difficult position once more, but I truly wish to bear witness. Yano walked alongside Alice, leaning on his cane. No matter. Today's task is merely to ascertain Jacob and Ivy's decisions before we determine our next steps. There is no need for us to engage in assassination or tracking, so having you along is not a burden. Alice expressed her gratitude. Even so, I must thank you for your support and assistance. Yano waved his hand dismissively. It is no trouble at all. Since you are a member of the Brotherhood, I have an obligation to assist you. Bang! A gunshot interrupted their conversation, and Alice and Yano looked down at the Wolfpack manor, which had suddenly erupted into chaos. Alice murmured, Master, it seems your judgment was indeed correct. Jacob donned a spiked, knuckled duster on his right hand, flexing it with enthusiasm. Huh, a perfect weapon. I dare say even a bear would not withstand my punch. Standing nearby, Ivy drew a dark red, curved blade from her waist, shaking her head in exasperation at the preening Jacob. Jacob, this is not the time for you to show off. I believe once we have driven the Wolfpack out of Gypsy Street, there will be ample opportunity for you to flaunt your prowess. Jacob shrugged helplessly and stepped toward the battleground, swinging his right arm as he walked. I think it might be a bit too anxious. In a head-on confrontation, no one can overpower me, so leave it to me. Ivy followed closely behind Jacob, rolling her eyes at him. Oh, I thought you would concede that, mister. Yano is superior to you. Jacob turned back, smiling at Ivy. I suppose we shall have to determine that after we engage in combat. Ivy sighed at Jacob. Fine, fine. Once we have captured Gypsy Street, I shall challenge Mr. Yano on your behalf. Jacob chose to ignore his sister and push past a subordinate blocking his path. Striding to the manor's entrance, he called out to Roland, who stood atop the manor wall. Good afternoon, Mr. Roland. I imagine you did not expect to see me under such circumstances upon our next meeting? Roland turned to Joss, who was fiddling with a smoothbore rifle, and quietly remarked, Damn it, does this cursed gun still not shoot? Joss ejected a bullet and poured the gunpowder out. Damn, this must be the work of the crows. Water has seeped into both the bullets and the barrel. It's utterly useless. Roland rubbed his temples in frustration, then looked down at Jacob. Look who it is. My good friend, Jacob Fry. It is a pleasure to see you again. Jacob wore a sardonic smile. I am equally pleased to see you. I am quite grateful for the bullet you generously gifted me last time, so I thought it only fitting to return the favor with a grand gesture of my own last night. I believe you'll be quite delighted, won't you, Roland? Roland's gaze fell upon the throng of crows surrounding the manor's iron gate, and he swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow. So is indeed you. Let me guess, you bribed the cook and the record keeper, had the cook poison the food, and got the record keeper to douse the weapons in water, correct? Jacob spread his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. Incorrect. I highly doubt you will ever guess how we accomplished it. Roland was about to retort when he inadvertently spotted Ivy among the crowd. His eyes widened, and his pupils dilated. Ruth. Ivy shot Roland a disdainful glance. Ruth? I'm afraid there is no such person. I am Ivy Fry, Jacob's sister. Roland's emotions began to spiral out of control as he listened to Ivy's response. He leaned forward, pointing at Ivy beneath the surrounding wall, his voice erupting in a furious roar, sharp and almost breaking. You liar. You damn swindler. The divine will punish you. Ivy furrowed her brow, her disdain intensifying. Whether the divine will punish me, I cannot say. However, it seems you are about to meet your deity very soon. Jacob, frowning, observed Roland berating his sister from atop the wall. He raised his arms high. It appears you have lost your wits, crows. Attack. From this day forth, Gypsy Street belongs to our Black Crow gang. With a fierce yell, as Jacob swung his arm down, a swarm of crows armed with revolvers and cleavers surged toward the manor. As they charged, the great iron gates of the estate swung open, and the wolf gang burst forth like a swarm of hornets, crashing violently into the ranks of the crows. The crows and wolves collided, slashing at one another, while those at the back raised their revolvers, taking aim at the distant wolves and pulling the triggers. Jacob dodged a vicious strike, delivering a powerful blow to a wolf's abdomen. The struck wolf dropped his cleaver, clutching his belly tightly, only to see a fist adorned with spiked knuckles rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Roland, witnessing the battered return of his sister's wolf allies, felt a surge of fear that overshadowed his anger. Seizing the moment while no one was paying him heed, he crouched low and hastily made his way to the manor's back door. With a clang, Roland opened the rear door and stepped out onto the deserted threshold, exhaling a sigh of relief. Was Mr. Roland truly contemplating an escape alone? Suddenly, a voice from behind sent chills racing up Roland's spine. He stiffly turned his head to look back. A man clad in a red-collared coat with 3 tails and a red-trimmed top had approached, leaning on an eagle-headed cane. Speaking slowly, I apologize, Mr. Roland, but I must invite you to a certain place. Of course, you have no right to refuse my invitation. Chapter 69, The Gift. Damn it, how could Roland slip away? Jacob cursed vehemently at the empty manor. Ivy, wiping her curved blade with a piece of cloth, slowly approached Jacob's side. I believe he must have made his escape while we were occupied fighting the wolves at the door. Jacob sighed in resignation. Since he has fled, we can only await the next opportunity to repay him with a bullet. Ivy arranged for the crows to clean up the bodies at the entrance, and then thud. A heavy thump echoed from behind Jacob and Ivy. They tightened their grips on their weapons and spun around sharply. There lay Roland, gagged with cloth and tightly bound with ropes, while standing over him was Yano, leaning on his cane and adjusting his hat. I believe you were looking for this, Mr. Roland, so I brought him to you as a gift to congratulate you on seizing Gypsy Street. Yano doffed his red-trimmed hat and bowed slightly to the siblings. Upon recognizing Yano, Ivy exhaled softly, raising her hand to halt the approaching crows, addressing him. It seems you always appear silently behind us, which I believe is not a commendable habit. Jacob opened his arms and quickly approached Yano, embracing him. Oh, Yano, I find you to be my savior. Whenever I require assistance, you always appear to lend a hand. How should I express my gratitude? Yano gently pushed Jacob away, brushing off the wrinkles on his clothing. I'm afraid, Jacob, I'm not accustomed to a man's embrace. I believe you need not repay me any further, for I have already obtained what I desired. Jacob waved his hand in exasperation. Yano, you are always so stiff. It was merely a friendly hug. Yano smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Ivy approached Roland. I must say, Lord Yano, you have truly been of great assistance. Jacob nodded in agreement. Indeed, without Roland, our takeover of Gypsy Street would have taken much longer. His presence has made it considerably easier. Ivy shifted her gaze from Roland to Yano. Now that we have conquered Gypsy Street, perhaps you should tell us about those special groups you mentioned? Yano adjusted the brim of his hat, gazing at Ivy, whose face was alight with curiosity. You are quite the impatient lady. Very well, if you truly wish to know. Come to the Nightingale Inn on Gypsy Street tomorrow afternoon, and I shall wear a clown mask. I will be waiting for you. Jacob raised an eyebrow, teasing Yano. Oh, you do enjoy this sort of theatrics, don't you? But why is it that our conversations always circle back to that inn? Jacob. Ivy shot her brother a fierce glare, prompting him to swallow the rest of his words. She then addressed Yano. Lord Yano, we shall be punctual for our appointment. It is also the perfect opportunity to inform the inn that they will no longer need to pay protection fees. Yano nodded with a smile. Very well. Please excuse me for departing first. I have many matters to attend to. Until tomorrow. Jacob spread his hands. Come on, there's a celebration banquet tonight. You are the guest of honor. It will be inappropriate for you not to attend. Rest assured, there will be plenty of fine wine, and of course, many beautiful and alluring ladies. Yano shook his head. While I would love to join, I must regretfully decline, as I have some pressing matters to address. I'm certain we will have ample opportunities for banquets in the future. Next time, I will ensure to drink with you properly. Until then, farewell, and may you have sweet dreams. Yano gave a slight bow to the siblings before turning to leave the manor. However, after taking a few steps, he halted, turning back to point at the bound Roland. And regarding this gentleman, if you no longer require him, please ensure he remains silent forever. Should you find yourselves unable to do so, leave it to me. I will handle the matter appropriately. Jacob nodded, glaring down at Roland. Rest assured, I still have an account to settle with Mr. Roland. Once we no longer need him, I will ensure he is silenced permanently. Yano smiled with satisfaction and departed the manor. Ms. Antonia, I have received news that the Wolf Gang in Gypsy Street was shattered an hour ago by a mafia called the Black Crows, and Gypsy Street now belongs to them. A heavily made-up Nightingale reported to Antonia, who sat by the tea table. Antonia furrowed her brow, murmuring, The Black Crows? The mafia that has risen in White Queen District? I recall their leader's name is Jacob. Yes, Jacob Fry. The Nightingale rubbed her temples in exasperation, lamenting, I wonder how much protection fee this mafia will demand. I hope it doesn't rise again. If it increases any further, this inn will barely survive. Antonia ignored the Nightingale's complaints, gazing thoughtfully out the window, pondering the sudden downfall of the Wolf Gang in Gypsy Street. Could this be the work of you, Mr. Clown? Ms. Antonia, I believe I have accomplished what you asked me to do. The Nightingale shrieked as a man wearing a clown mask appeared suddenly behind her. Antonia winced at the piercing sound, waving her hand at the Nightingale. Enough. Please leave now. The Nightingale, upon hearing Antonia's words, ceased her shrill cries, casting a lingering glance of trepidation towards Jano before hastily exiting the room. Mr. Joker, your abrupt entrance nearly rendered my most valuable employee unconscious. I would greatly appreciate it if, on your next visit, you could enter through the front door and perhaps knock before you do so, Antonia complained to Jano. Jano shrugged lightly. Very well. I shall endeavor to enter through the front door next time, and I shall certainly remember to knock. Rising, Antonia retrieved a fine goblet from the liquor cabinet and raised it towards Jano. I trust you will not refuse to share a drink with me today. Jano removed his top hat and bowed slightly. It is indeed my honor, Lady Antonia. Chapter 70. A collaboration established. Ding. Antonia lifted her goblet high, addressing Jano seated across from her. The first glass of whiskey is to celebrate the expulsion of the hungry wolves from the gypsy quarter this afternoon. Jano raised his goblet in agreement. You are quite right. This is indeed worthy of celebration. After finishing her drink, Antonia turned her goblet upside down, the opening now facing the floor, and regarded Jano with a provocative gaze. Jano shrugged and, parting the mask before his mouth, raised his head and drained his whiskey in one swift motion, similarly inverting his goblet to signify he too had emptied it. A satisfied smile spread across Antonia's face as she filled both goblets with champagne. Very well. The second toast is to the formal collaboration between the Nightingale Inn and you. Mr. Joker. Jano lifted his goblet, gazing at Antonia. This indeed merits celebration. However, before we indulge in this champagne, Lady Antonia, may I inquire if you harbor any interest in my organization? Listening to Jano's inquiry, Antonia delicately set her champagne down on the table, her face adorned with a captivating smile as she regarded him. The organization of Mr. Joker, you say? I believe before you invite me to join your ranks. You ought to remove your mask, so that I may behold your true visage. Jano placed his hand upon his mask and slowly removed it. Since we have established our collaboration then, Antonia gazed in surprise at the youthful face beneath the mask. I did not expect Mr. Joker to be so young. From your demeanor, I assumed you to be a gentleman in your 30s or 40s. Yet, I feel as though I have encountered you before. Jano looked at Antonia with astonishment before shaking his head. I believe we have not crossed paths prior. Let us return to the matter at hand, Lady Antonia. Are you willing to join my organization? Resting her chin upon her palm, Antonia replied, I think I shall require some time to contemplate this. Might you grant me a period to consider, Mr. Joker? Jano lifted his glass and drained it, then stood. Of course, that is no trouble. I shall take my leave now. I will return tomorrow afternoon, as I have also arranged to meet with the leaders of the Black Crow Gang. Regardless of whether you choose to join my organization, we should exchange information, should we not? Antonia nodded in agreement. You are correct. Whether concerning the protection fees of the Black Crow Gang or our collaboration, we certainly need to discuss these matters thoroughly. Jano approached the window, offering Antonia a gentle smile. Perhaps you might call me Jano. Now that our collaboration is established, I believe you deserve to know my name. Until tomorrow, may you have sweet dreams. As Antonia watched Jano leap from the window, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Could you not use the door? Is it not apparent enough? Jano? Jano. Antonia paused, musing over the name Jano had just mentioned, murmuring to herself, Ah, I believe I now recall where I have seen you, Jano Dorian. How intriguing. The wealthiest scion of London has formed an alliance with me, a mere nightingale. Master, has the nightingale agreed to join the Brotherhood? Alice inquired as Jano returned. Jano shook his head. I have not yet disclosed the existence of the Brotherhood to her. I merely share my name. I suspect she has already surmised my true identity, given that nightingales are often employed to serve at noble banquets. Alice furrowed her brow, concern etched across her features. Are you not worried that she has discerned your true identity? Jano raised an eyebrow. Worried? Worried about what? That she might disclose our connection? That Jano Dorian has entangled himself with a nightingale? Or that she might reveal my clandestine support of the Mafia? Perhaps she would inform others of my ties to the assassin organization? Alice nodded. Indeed, I am quite troubled that she may expose your connection to the assassin organization, for it could bring considerable trouble to you and your family. Jano gently ruffled Alice's hair. Your vigilance pleases me greatly. Maintain that awareness. However, Antonia will not act against us. Alice gazed at Jano with surprise. Why are you so certain? Jano turned to observe the brilliantly lit nightingale in. Firstly, she possesses no evidence. To accuse a noble without proof could lead to dire consequences. Secondly, even if she did possess evidence, she would not dare act on it, as it would yield her no benefit and instead provoke the ire of the most powerful Dorian family in London. Should it come to light that the Dorian family is linked to the assassin organization, we might encounter some issues. However, should my father decide to retaliate against Antonia, I suspect many would willingly assist the Dorian family in dealing with her, for the Dorian family only faces minor inconveniences. Yet banks and pounds do not simply vanish without reason. Observing Alice deep in thought, her brow furrowed, Jano smiled affectionately. Let us reserve these answers for our return to the castle. We must head back now. Knock, knock, knock. With a series of knocks, Antonia sat up in bed. Could you not be more gentle? It is merely wood, not iron. Come in. A nightingale opened the door, appearing breathless as she hurriedly addressed Antonia. Lady Antonia, the Black Crow Gang has arrived. They await you downstairs. Antonia furrowed her brow, then rose from the bed, donning a long garment. I am aware. Do not fret. Attend to your guests. I shall handle the Black Crow Gang. The nightingale nodded and swiftly departed. As Antonia dressed, she muttered, I believe this group of girls needs further training. They should know to close the door when they leave. Jacob, could you not sit still for a moment? Ivy lamented, watching Jacob pace restlessly in the living room. Jacob glanced back at Ivy, seated on the sofa. Apologies. Perhaps it is due to the exhilaration of having just conquered the gypsy quarter. Ivy sighed in exasperation. Jacob, you are no longer a child. You cannot let excitement overwhelm you simply because you have attained what you desired. Always remember, you are the leader of the Black Crow Gang. You must maintain your composure. Jacob rolled his eyes at Ivy's back, poised to retort, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. I assume you too are the leaders of the Black Crow Gang? Chapter 71, The World Behind. Indeed, such a beautiful lady. It seems Jano's taste is commendable, Jacob remarked as Antonia gracefully descended the stairs. Antonia paused at Jacob's comment, then smiled at him. I believe you may have misunderstood. I am not Mr. Jano's mistress. Jacob touched the tip of his nose and remarked, I never considered you to be Janos' mistress. I've always regarded you as his beloved. Antonia appeared amused by Jacob's comment, laughing heartily as she descended the stairs. I am certainly not the esteemed Lord Janos' lover. Given his status, it is prudent to avoid any misconceptions that might lead to unnecessary troubles. Ivy furrowed her brow. Is Lord Janos' status particularly special? Antonia shifted her gaze to Ivy. I presume you are the other leader of the Black Raven Society? Hey, Jacob interjected with annoyance. There is but one leader of the Black Ravens, and that is I. Ivy disregarded Jacob's outburst. Indeed, we are the leaders of the Black Raven Society. I am Ivy Fry, and this is my brother Jacob Fry. It is a pleasure to meet you. Antonia performed a ladylike curtsy towards Ivy. You may call me Antonia. I am equally delighted to meet a woman as independent and strong as yourself. However, since Lord Janos has not personally disclosed his identity to you, I must apologize for being unable to reveal it. I believe it is more fitting for him to share it himself. Jacob shrugged at the two women who ignored him and ambled toward the nearby sofa, muttering, well, it seems it is now time for your ladylike conversation. I suppose it is best for me to keep my distance, as this interval before Janos' arrival will likely be quite dull. Ivy shot Jacob an exasperated glance before addressing Antonia. It appears we must wait for Lord Janos' arrival to learn of his true identity. Antonia nodded. Very well then, why don't we ascend and enjoy some champagne in the meantime? Jacob sprang up from the sofa. I don't believe I'll be bored any longer. It would be even better if I could call upon a few lovely ladies. Jacob. Ivy chastised him. Jacob held up his hands in surrender. All right, I shall only drink and behave myself. I hope the wine here is of good quality. Antonia smiled graciously at Jacob. You will not be disappointed. It is indeed thanks to Lord Janos that we have claimed the Gypsy Quarter. As long as the Black Raven Society maintains its hold here, you're Nightingale and will be exempt from any protection fees, which is also a condition of Lord Janos' assistance. Ivy sipped her champagne while recounting this to Antonia. Antonia raised her glass, observing the brother and sister seated across from her. The prowess of Lord Janos is truly astonishing. He always manages to appear silently at our backs, only to vanish without a trace when we turn our gaze away. Jacob sat up straighter, displaying a hint of excitement. Moreover, his fighting skills are remarkably formidable. I doubt I could defeat him in a direct confrontation. Ivy shot her brother a disapproving look. Oh, how long do you think you could last against Lord Janos? Jacob shivered at the recollection of Janos' swift and ruthless methods of dispatching foes. Hey, I believe you were just discussing me, weren't you? The group turned their heads toward the window, where Janos stood leaning on his cane. Jacob stood, exclaiming, Janos, you finally arrived. We were just talking about your skills. Janos approached and settled beside the sofa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You certainly arrived quite early. Ivy peered out at the dimming sky. Early? If you had arrived any later, you would have had to greet us with good evening. Janos chuckled awkwardly. I apologize for my tardiness. Ivy smiled wryly. Well then, let's shift our focus to the matter at hand. Lord Janos, I believe you have something to share with us, do you not? Janos looked at Ivy with a resigned expression. You are always in such a hurry. Very well. I shall now disclose to you some information regarding certain unique groups. Antonia appeared taken aback. Unique groups? I'm sorry, but I truly do not grasp what you are referring to. Janos directed his gaze at Antonia. Before you provide me with an answer, might I first introduce you to some of the hidden, extraordinary groups that dwell in the shadows of this world? Antonia nodded. Of course, that piques my interest. Janos smiled with satisfaction and stood up. Firstly, the first group I shall mention is one whose name I believe you have heard from your parents since childhood. The witches. Those who ride brooms, wield wands, and possess unkempt hair. Jacob stared at Janos with skepticism. Witches? Janos, are you certain you are not regaling us with a fairy tale? Janos removed his hat and placed it on the table. Please do not worry about the authenticity of what I am saying. I will provide evidence later. Ivy patted Jacob to silence him and then addressed Janos. Please, do not mind Jacob. Continue. Janos nodded and continued. Very well. The first unique group I know of is the witches. Most of them harbor a disdain for ordinary people, referring to those without magical talent as muggles. They often play tricks on ordinary folk, such as selling them a key that shrinks, making it impossible to find when needed. Ordinary people believe they have lost the key, as they cannot fathom that a key would shrink. At this point, witches mock them for being blind to magic, even when it is right in front of them. However, should anyone discover their magic or anything related to witches, they would employ a memory charm to make that person forget what they have seen. Ivy's face contorted with disgust. What a vile lot. Ordinary people are ridiculed for not detecting magic, and if they do, their memories are erased. Are they not twisted? Janos sighed softly. Then we have the second group, or rather, species. They are known as magical creatures, frequently appearing in our childhood tales, such as ferocious werewolves, diminutive and grotesque elves, fearsome trolls, as well as dragons, unicorns, centaurs, phoenixes, soul-sucking dementors, griffins, mermaids, night steeds, giants, and so forth. Yano spoke slowly and calmly to the three of them. Antonia pressed her forehead and remarked, I apologize. Lord Janos, I believe this is quite a shock to my worldview. I am uncertain whether I should trust you. Janos observed the evident disbelief on the faces of the other two and shook his head at Antonia. Please do not take it to heart. I imagine that even if others were seated here, they would not easily believe my words, as it is indeed incredible. Antonia expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. You are a true gentleman. Janos smiled politely at Antonia and continued, I am aware that you all harbor doubts about what I have shared. Or perhaps you have never believed it at all. However, do not worry. Once I reveal the third group to you, I will personally take you to verify it. Observing the three seated quietly on the sofa, awaiting his elucidation, Janos nodded in satisfaction. Very well. It is time to introduce the third group. Though they are immensely skilled, they are born among ordinary citizens, or rather, they belong to the ordinary populace. They fight to ensure the freedom and equality of all citizens and may be known to you by their name, the Assassins. Ivy frowned. Assassins? Those are the ones who took all the child workers from the factories in London? Antonia gazed meaningfully at Janos, remarking, It appears, my lord Janos, that you possess profound connections with the Assassins. Janos nodded, graciously acknowledging Antonia's insight. Indeed, I have deep ties with the Assassins. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Janos Dorian, the eldest son of the Dorian family, and I also serve as the leader of the Assassin Brotherhood. Ivy's pupils dilated in surprise. Dorian? I hope I am not mistaken. You are indeed a member of the Dorian family. Jacob clearly harbored skepticism towards Janos. Janos, while your tale is rather convincing, the sole flaw lies in your identity. I doubt that a prince of the Dorian family would associate with individuals such as us. However, I must admit, you nearly deceived me. Observing Jacob's teasing demeanor, Janos shrugged helplessly. Why do you not believe I am of the Dorian lineage? Antonia took a delicate sip of her champagne, then chuckled at the sibling duo. As for the true identity of Lord Janos, I believe I can vouch for him. Jacob tapped his finger against his nose. I'm afraid you cannot provide proof for Janos, considering we only met today. Janos sighed in resignation. Very well. Let us set aside my true identity. After all, it bears little significance on our forthcoming matters. Here, in the name of the Assassin Brotherhood, I solemnly invite you to join us, to become assassins, and to fight alongside me for the freedom and equality of the people. Of course, your organizations will remain your own. The Brotherhood will not interfere in your affairs, and we shall continue our cooperation. Antonia continued sipping her champagne in silence, while Jacob and Ivy remained momentarily speechless, leaving Janos standing awkwardly as he awaited their responses. Janos lowered his hands in resignation. Perhaps it is still too soon. We can maintain our collaborative relationship, and when the time is right, I shall extend my invitation once more. Antonia set her glass down. Perhaps I shall consider joining the Brotherhood once you have substantiated your claims regarding wizards and magical beings. I trust you share this sentiment? Ivy, glancing at Antonia's inquiry, pondered for a few moments before shaking her head. No, should Lord Janos prove the existence of wizards and magical creatures, Jacob and I would collaborate with the Brotherhood. However, whether to become assassins is a matter we must deliberate carefully. As we currently stand in the position of the leader of the Black Crow Party, Jacob furrowed his brow at Ivy. So you presume to make decisions on my behalf? Janos picked up the eagle-headed cane leaning against the table. The advantages of becoming an assassin are quite numerous, such as the enhancement of one's own capabilities. But let's not dwell on that for now. Why don't we first verify the existence of the individuals I mentioned? A carriage awaits us downstairs. And as for the matter of joining the Brotherhood, we can revisit it later. Antonia narrowed her eyes slightly. Oh, so assassins can be produced in mass? Quite different from wizards and magical beings who rely on lineage. Janos regarded Antonia with an appreciative gaze. Madam Antonia, I must say, your intellect never ceases to astonish me. Clop, clop, clop. The carriage gradually approached the assassin's castle, and as Jake peered through the carriage window, he murmured, Dorian Castle. I believe I am beginning to trust Janos's words. If he were not of the Dorian family, he could not so easily gain entry. I have heard this castle is off-limits to outsiders. Whenever unrelated individuals approach, they're invariably chased away by the patrolling guards. Ivy nodded in agreement. I'm starting to believe that wizards and magical beings do exist. A noble of such power in London would not exert such effort merely to amuse us commoners. Antonia maintained a composed smile, remaining silent as she observed the sibling duo converse. The carriage came to a halt in the castle's courtyard, and Janos opened the door, stepping out to address the three within. "Welcome to the headquarters of the Brotherhood, the Assassin's Castle." Antonia descended the carriage step by step, continuously surveying the surroundings and the young assassins clad in white robes. What a magnificent castle! And these young assassins must surely be the child laborers you rescued from the factories? Janos nodded. "Indeed, they're the children I brought from the factories to save. I have taken them in, for where else could they go without parents or a home? Here, at least, they have 3 meals a day, each one ensuring they receive proper nourishment, along with their own beds. This, I believe, is all I can do for them." Antonia gazed at the young assassins with a hint of envy. "I must confess, I envy them. They encountered you before being tainted by the chaos of this world." Chapter 73. Verification. Have all these children joined the Brotherhood? Jacob noted the uniforms adorning the children. Janos affirmed, "Yes, since I have taken them in, I feel it is my duty to teach them survival skills. Of course, I will not solely instruct them in the ways of the assassin. I intend to send an adult assassin to teach them reading and writing. If an assassin cannot read or write while executing missions, it would be nothing short of a disaster. Once they reach adulthood, I will not compel them to remain in the castle. They will be free to pursue their own careers, start families, and have wives and children, for not everyone desires to dwell in the shadows. They need only ensure the Brotherhood remains concealed and respond promptly to our summons when required." Antonia regarded Janos with admiration. "They truly are fortunate children, or rather, encountering you must be the greatest stroke of luck in their lives." Janos's expression belied any joy from the compliment. He looked at the children nearby and spoke in a somber tone. "Fortunate? Perhaps. Hey, did you hear what the master said?" Pierce exclaimed excitedly to his companions as they entered the castle. Alice shot him a glance. "I believe we are not deaf." Ignoring Alice's mockery, Pierce continued animatedly. "Once we reach adulthood, we can pursue our own careers. What do you plan to do?" Alice tugged at the tip of her hood. "I have never considered leaving here. If possible, I would like to live here forever." Pierce looked at Alice with disdain. "You are so dull, Alice. Don't you have anything you wish to do?" Alice lifted her chin defiantly. "Oh? Then may I ask what you, Mr. Pierce, aspire to do?" Pierce's smile faded, and his face fell as he murmured, "I don't know yet. But I'm certain I won't stay in the castle forever. While it is nice, it can become rather stifling. I also do not intend to leave the castle. I wish to remain here for life and become an assassin as formidable as Mr. Megan," Morgan declared emphatically from his side. Alice glanced at Morgan in surprise before murmuring in the direction of Janos' departure. "I believe I too have something I wish to pursue. Please fetch Mr. Henry for me." "Thank you," Janos instructed an adult assassin nearby. "As you wish." The assassin bowed respectfully to Jano before exiting the conference room, closing the door behind him. Jacob gazed at the point where the assassin had just departed, remarking, "What an enviable subordinate. If only the Black Ravens could boast such assassins in their ranks." Ivy shot him a fierce glare. "Jacob," with a resigned shrug, Jacob replied, "Very well. I suppose I shall keep quiet until that wizard named Henry arrives." Knock, knock. Clad in a long black robe, Henry rapped on the door and subsequently entered the conference room. "My lord Jano, I hear you summon me?" Jano nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I have a matter to discuss with you." Henry glanced at the other 3 individuals present in the room, then bent slightly towards Jano. "It is my pleasure to serve you. Please, tell me how I may assist you." Jano gestured towards the 3 seated nearby. "I would like to trouble you, Mr. Henry, to perform some magic before them, to convince them of the existence of magic." Henry furrowed his brow. "My lord Jano, while it may be impolite, I must assert that I am not a circus clown. Magic is not merely for spectacle." Jano maintained a tranquil smile. "I would be most grateful. I shall offer you an additional 10 shillings as a reward when we settle the payroll this week." Henry paused for a moment, then calmly drew his wand from beneath his robe. "What magic should I perform? Let me think. A stunning spell? No, that would be too potent. Perhaps a shrinking spell? Yes, that will suffice." "Ah, please do not misunderstand. My motivation is not merely the 10 shillings, but rather to honor the £1 you pay me weekly. Nevertheless, I appreciate the extra remuneration." Jano smiled and nodded. "You are most deserving. Please, demonstrate the existence of magic to these gentlemen and ladies." Henry nodded, addressing the trio. "Greetings. Might one of you provide me with a prop? Ideally, something of considerable size." Jacob raised his wooden staff, handing it to Henry with a mischievous grin. "Mr. Henry, to use my staff, I believe I am in for quite a spectacle today." "You are correct. You shall indeed witness something remarkable." Henry accepted the staff, placing it upon the table, aimed his wand at it, and proclaimed, Reducio. A vibrant red light erupted from the tip of his wand, striking the staff on the table. In that very instant, the staff began to shrink visibly, until it was no larger than the palm of his hand. Henry lifted the diminutive staff from the table and handed it to the flabbergasted Jacob. Thank you for the prop. As the red light burst forth from the wand's tip, Jacob and his companions were utterly astonished. Upon receiving the palm-sized staff, he gazed in disbelief. I believe I have just witnessed a miracle. Henry, frowning at Jacob's reaction, retorted, This is not a miracle. It is magic. Jacob detected the dissatisfaction in Henry's tone. I apologize. It is simply too hard to fathom. Were it not for Ivy and Antonio witnessing this alongside me, I might have thought I was hallucinating. Ivy, observing the staff in Jacob's hands, nodded in agreement. I believe Jacob is correct. Although I prepared myself mentally upon entering the castle, seeing it firsthand still left me questioning whether I was dreaming. Yano approached, holding a bottle of whiskey in his right hand and 5 goblets in his left. He placed the glasses on the table, pouring the liquor as he addressed the stunned assembly. I believe a drink is in order to help everyone calm their emotions before we proceed. Jacob reached for a glass of whiskey. You are right. I certainly need a drink to steady myself. Antonia accepted the goblet handed to her by Yano. Thank you, Lord Yano. I believe I too could use some time to collect my thoughts and ascertain whether I am indeed dreaming. Chapter 74. The Hidden Hand. A profound silence enveloped the conference room as individuals quietly savored the champagne in their glasses, reflecting upon the day's revelations. After confirming the existence of magic, Henry departed from the conference room. Ahem! A cough shattered the stillness, drawing everyone's attention to the source. Yano, noting the trio's gaze turned towards him, smiled contentedly. I trust everyone has had a moment to collect their thoughts. Antonia sighed. Though it is difficult to believe, the evidence is undeniable, and I must concede the existence of wizards. Very well, Yano replied, looking at her. Lady Antonia, will you join the Brotherhood? Antonia nodded. I believe there is no issue on my part. Since you have confirmed the existence of wizards, I shall honor my word and join the Brotherhood, especially as I am the sole authority at the Nightingale Inn. Splendid, Yano said with satisfaction, then turned his attention to Ivy and Jacob. And what are your intentions? Dear friends? Ivy and Jacob exchanged glances before Ivy addressed Yano. I regret to inform you that we will not be joining the Brotherhood at this time. After all, we are the leaders of the Black Ravens. Joining the Brotherhood would imply that the Black Ravens have become a subsidiary of the Brotherhood, which we cannot accept. I believe it is best that we maintain our collaboration. Yano sighed in resignation. I see. While I am disappointed by your decision not to join the Brotherhood, I respect everyone's right to choose. Though it is unfortunate, I believe we can still be excellent partners. Jacob rose to his feet. Even if we do not join the Brotherhood, we remain friends, correct? Yano smiled at Jacob. Of course, I shall always be your friend. Lord Yano, it is rather audacious to invite the leaders of an organization onto your territory and extend an invitation to join your own. I believe that may not be a prudent decision, Antonia remarked after bidding farewell to the twins. Yano shrugged. You are correct. I may have been influenced by other factors, leading me to believe they would certainly join the Brotherhood. Antonia looked at Yano with surprise. Other factors? If it is not too much trouble, might you share what those factors are? Yano tapped his cheek thoughtfully. It is nothing too significant. I had a dream where Jacob and Ivy were assassins of the Brotherhood, saving child laborers and founding the Black Hand, rescuing innocent citizens from the clutches of wicked men. Antonia spoke with an insightful tone. Lord Yano, you do not strike me as someone who would easily believe in the tales of dreams. You have always presented yourself as composed, mature, and reliable. Yano chuckled lightly. Perhaps the vividness of the dream led me to subconsciously believe it was reality. I shall be more cautious in my judgments moving forward. Antonia covered her mouth in laughter. Ha ha ha. I hope that after I join the Brotherhood, you will continue to make rational judgments and decisions. Yano smiled at Antonia. I believe I will. Now, let us proceed to the castle hall. I must announce your induction to the assassins within the castle, and then you shall officially become one of them. Antonia stood. I eagerly anticipated. Paul, you have disappointed me, came a restrained male voice from behind the closed door, brimming with suppressed fury. Paul stood at the door with his head bowed. I apologize, my lord, but we truly did not foresee that the Black Ravens could corrupt the cook and the scribe. A roar emerged from within the closed door. That is your own failing. I require you to deliver the pounds to me on time every week. Paul's expression was somewhat grim. Your Excellency, we have lost our territory in the Gypsy Quarter, where the weekly profits from contraband and protection fees account for a quarter of the Hungry Wolves' earnings. Without that, we can barely gather the pounds we need to remit each week. Damn it, I'm not a philanthropist. If you require my protection, Then pay your dues punctually. Paul spoke, his pallor evident. I am truly sorry, but we need your assistance. Assistance? Do you expect me to send someone to help you reclaim the gypsy quarter? Or perhaps provide you with a shipment of military firearms? Paul pursed his lips, uncertain how to respond. If you cannot manage, I suppose I could collaborate with the Black Crows instead. After all, as long as the pounds arrive, it matters not who pays them, does it? Paul's complexion grew even more ashen. Your Excellency, throughout our long-standing cooperation, we have never failed to remit even a single penny. Please trust us. Once you help us reclaim the gypsy quarter, we are willing to increase our weekly payment by 10 pounds. The man behind the door fell silent, seemingly contemplating whether those 10 pounds were worth his intervention. Paul stood silently at the door. Even as sweat dripped into his eyes, he refrained from wiping it away. Very well, I see your sincerity, but this is a one-time concession. Should there be a next time, I shall abandon you and seek another partner. Paul breathed a sigh of relief. Rest assured, such a situation shall not arise again. Let us hope so. I am beginning to doubt the hungry wolves, Dean. With that, the man behind the door called out, and a tall, muscular blond man entered from outside. I am here. Excellent, Dean. Take 2 men with you to the gypsy quarter and eliminate the leader of the Black Crows. A sinister smile crept across Dean's face. No problem, boss. I doubt it will be difficult. Paul looked at Dean in astonishment. Your Excellency, I apologize for questioning your decision, but I fear 3 men may not suffice to penetrate the Black Crow stronghold. Dean cast a disdainful glance at Paul before turning to leave, ignoring him entirely. Huh? What do you know? You have no idea of their strength. I even think I'm sending too many men. Your task is simply to escort Dean and his men to the Black Crow's headquarters. The rest is up to them. I trust once they eliminate the Black Crow's leader, you will be capable of handling the aftermath. Paul opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from contradicting the man in the room, for he could clearly sense the man's impatience, fearing that his rebuttal might provoke him. With a resigned sigh, Paul conceded, I understand. I shall make the arrangements. Wishing you a pleasant night. Chapter 75, The Assault. Paul observed the manor that had once belonged to the hungry wolves, now the stronghold of the Black Crows, and addressed Dean and his 2 companions beside him. Esteemed sir, I am not doubting your capabilities, but should we not summon additional assistance? I fear that with only the 4 of us, we may struggle to locate Jacob. I even doubt we could breach the gates of their stronghold. Dean dismissed Paul with a scornful look. For people? I think you need not count yourself. Your sole task today is to forget what happens next, or else. Paul was taken aback. Forget what? No one answered his question. Paul watched as the 3 men disregarded his query and advanced towards the gates of the Black Crows. He helplessly covered his forehead, muttering, oh, damn. Don't they need to strategize? Are they intent on being turned into a sieve? Who goes there? A young member of the Black Crows stood atop the wall, spotting Dean and his companions approaching the gate. The trio ignored the Black Crow's inquiry and continued their silent approach toward the manor's entrance. The Black Crow, observing the trio's refusal to answer, raised his smoothbore rifle, aiming at them. Hey, gentlemen, if I were you, I would turn back immediately. After all, I do not wish to add a few bullet holes to my body. Dean halted, lifting his gaze to fixate on the Black Crow atop the wall, a manic grin spreading across his face. I doubt it will be I who ends up with a few holes. The Black Crow was startled by Dean's erratic demeanor, instinctively retracting his finger from the trigger. Bang! The Black Crow's eyes widened as he stared at the now empty street and the holes in the ground created by the bullet. Shaking his head vigorously, he muttered, I must have drunk too much tonight. I could have sworn I saw 3 people turn into shadows and vanish. Unbeknownst to him, from the shadowy depths behind him, a clawed paw, thick with brown fur, stretched toward his neck. Thud! The claw pierced through the center of his neck, rendering his body rigid as his pupils dilated in terror. A furry wolf head emerged from behind him, a deep, gravelly voice emanating from its massive jaws. You see, just as I said, it will not be I who ends up with a few holes. The werewolf withdrew its claws, gazing at the brightly lit manor. Let us proceed. Find Jacob and eliminate him. A wolf. Knock, knock, knock. The slumbering Yano was jolted awake by the sound of knocking. He sprang from his bed, demanding, Who is it? Is there something amiss? Master, it is Donna. Yano furrowed his brow. Mr. Donna, do you believe it is an appropriate hour for this? Unless you have a satisfactory reason, you might want to worry about your own backside. Master, there's a group of people outside the castle begging for help. They appear to be pursued by some kind of beast, as they are covered in claw marks. Yano rose from his bed, moving to the rack to don his attire. A beast? You go ahead, I will be there shortly. Yano ascended to the battlements, activating his eagle eye to gaze upon the crowd outside the castle gates. His brows furrowed. Ivy? Jacob? What have they encountered? Yano leaned over the battlements, shouting down, "Is that you, Ivy Fry and Jacob Fry?" "Yes, yes, it is me. Ivy Fry. Jacob is injured. We need assistance." Ivy's voice reached him from the crowd. Yano gestured behind him, signaling the assassins to open the castle gate. He then called down to Ivy, "Hold on. I have instructed them to open the gates." Ivy cradled the unconscious Jacob in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed upon the deep, long claw marks on his chest. "Thank you for your help, Lord Yano." Donna reached out to take the unconscious Jacob, swiftly turning to head towards the main fortress. Yano, observing Ivy's tear-streaked face, inquired with concern, "Ivy, are you all right?" Ivy inhaled deeply. "I fear I may not be well. Jacob is injured, and it seems the Black Crows are finished." Yano frowned, scrutinizing Ivy. What exactly transpired? Was it the Hungry Wolves? Ivy shook her head. No, it was not the Hungry Wolves. In fact, they were not human at all. Yano placed a hand on Ivy's shoulder. "Hey, Ivy, you need to remain calm and tell me what happened. Only then can I assist you, can I?" Ivy took several deep breaths, attempting to steady her emotions. "Tonight, while we were having dinner, Jacob and I heard gunshots. We hurried outside to investigate, and upon exiting, we saw 3 wolf-headed humanoid monsters storming into the manor." Yano's expression grew grave. "I suspect the creatures you encountered must be werewolves. But why would they venture into the Black Crow stronghold?" Eve spoke with a sorrowful expression. "Jacob and I were utterly stunned. However, the agonized cries of the followers jolted us back to reality." Jacob drew his pistol and brass knuckles and charged forward. Yano shook his head. "I fear that this is not a rational decision. An ordinary person stands no chance against a werewolf, let alone 3 lurking within the manor." Eve nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Jacob is no match for them. He fired only a single shot before being overpowered by one of them. I managed to escort Jacob out of the manor with a few of the Black Ravens, while the werewolves were preoccupied with the others. With no other refuge, we were left with no choice but to seek your aid here." Yano placed a reassuring hand on Eve's shoulder. "I believe I have grasped the situation. Allow us to investigate further. Your priority now is to rest well. Do not worry about your brother. Jacob has merely been captured, and he will be well again." Eve shook her head resolutely. "No, I would rather stay by Jacob's side." Yano looked at Eve with concern. "But I worry for your health." Eve met his gaze firmly. "I appreciate your concern, but I cannot abandon Jacob. He is my last remaining family." Chapter 76. The Transaction. Cough, cough. With a few feeble coughs, Jacob opened his eyes with difficulty, gazing around in confusion. Jacob, following the source of the voice, Jacob saw Eve sitting anxiously on a chair beside the bed, her expression filled with worry. Jacob attempted to rise, but soon realized his body lacked the strength to do so. He looked down at his bandaged chest and weakly inquired, "What happened to me?" Eve grasped Jacob's exposed right hand. "Jacob, do you not remember? You were clawed by a werewolf in the manor." Jacob stared blankly at Eve. "Werewolf? Manor?" Eve, filled with concern, turned to Donald and Henry. "Mr. Donald, why does Jacob remember nothing?" Henry approached the bedside, gently lifting Jacob's eyelid and nodding towards Eve. "You should be grateful he wasn't bitten by the werewolf. Otherwise, we would have to accept the grim reality of Jacob becoming one himself. As for now, I believe he is quite well, although there are still traces of the werewolf's toxins in his system. These will merely prevent him from engaging in strenuous activities for the next 2 months. The memory loss from last night could be due to a concussion from his fall. He may regain his memories in a few days." Jacob, regaining some strength, rubbed his temples. "I believe it won't be long before I recall those damned werewolves from the manor. But 2 months without vigorous activity? Goodness, that is a nightmare. I cannot lie in bed for 2 months, or I must return to the manor, or the Black Ravens will perish. Enough. Forget about your cursed Black Ravens. I have never supported your establishment of the Mafia. It is evident that I was right." Eve shouted at Jacob. Jacob, with a pained expression, looked at his sister, Eve. "The Black Ravens were built by my own hands. I cannot let them simply vanish." Eve glared at him. "No matter what you say, you shall not leave this bed until you are fully recovered." Henry, observing the escalating tension between the siblings, interjected, "I believe it would be prudent for both of you to cease this quarrel. The 3-month recovery period I mentioned pertains purely to the time required for the body to expel the toxins naturally. However, if you are willing to pay a modest fee, I believe I can cleanse Mr. Jacob's system of toxins within 2 days." Jacob turned his gaze towards Henry. "What constitutes a modest fee?" Henry raised an eyebrow and extended a finger. £1. "I believe this is a fair price, considering it will spare you 3 months of weakness, wouldn't you agree?" Cough, cough. Jacob coughed a few times and nodded at Henry. "It is indeed worth it, but I fear we escaped with insufficient funds." Is there any way you could assist me in recovering my health first? I promise to pay you once I regain my strength and restore the Black Ravens. Henry shrugged. I am afraid I cannot trust you. After all, we have only met twice, and our last encounter was rather unpleasant. Jacob sighed in resignation. Is there truly no alternative to offering you £1 for your assistance? Henry shook his head. Regrettably, it appears we cannot reach an agreement. Jacob gazed despairingly at the ceiling. Damn it, it seems I am destined to lose the Black Ravens. Mr. Henry, I wonder when you became a merchant, Yano said, appearing at the doorway with his cane. Henry turned to face Yano. Lord Yano, I have always been this way since we first met. Yano tapped his cane thoughtfully. Well, perhaps you have a point, but I still require your assistance for Jacob. As for the pound, I shall cover it. Henry bowed slightly, a sycophantic grin on his face. As you wish. I shall proceed to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary materials and then return to concoct the antidote. I trust you won't mind my bringing a large cauldron into the castle. After all, one cannot brew an antidote without it. Yano nodded, of course. As long as it fits in your designated room, you may bring anything you like, provided it does not pose a threat to the safety of those within the castle. Henry looked at Yano with a hint of exasperation. I am not that reckless a wizard. I take great care when preparing any potion and typically avoid mishaps. Yano shot a sharp glance at Henry. Typically? So, there remains a chance for accidents? Henry shrugged. I believe that is to be expected. After all, mistakes can happen in any endeavor. Yano's piercing gaze bore into Henry's face, then refrained from undertaking any hazardous tasks. You must recognize that there are thousands of children within this castle. If you cannot ensure safety, do not brew potions here. Henry nodded reluctantly. All right, I understand your point, but I assure you there will be no mistakes with the antidote. It is merely a fundamental potion. Yano nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Please wait for me in the conference room. I have matters to discuss with you before you depart. Henry bowed to Yano and then exited the room. Yano approached the bedside, observing Jacob's pale complexion. He sat down on the chair beside the bed and remarked, Jacob, you do not appear to be well. Jacob shot Yano a glare. If you were struck by a werewolf's claw, you would be lying here as I am. Yano chuckled, huh? I doubt a werewolf could harm me. Jacob, with great effort, leaned against the headboard and sat up. No, you have no idea of the horror of werewolves. Each one stands twice my height, immensely strong, and the bullets from a revolver can scarcely harm them. If you encounter a werewolf, I suggest you flee. It might just save your life. Yano, amused, looked at Jacob. Did I not mention that I once single-handedly killed a werewolf? Jacob and Eve, seated beside him, stared at Yano in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, You killed a werewolf all by yourself. Yano nodded, indeed, and it was rather effortless. Chapter 77, Eavesdropping. Jacob gazed incredulously at Yano. I can see that you are formidable, but I never anticipated your strength would reach such heights, capable of slaying a werewolf single-handedly. Yano nodded in acknowledgement. It is not solely my prowess. Even the assassins of the Brotherhood have dispatched several werewolves, although we have sustained injuries to 2 of our own. Ivy stared at Yano, her expression one of disbelief. Is it truly possible that the Brotherhood possesses such strength? Yano adjusted his chair to draw closer to Jacob. The Brotherhood is still in its developmental phase. There are too few assassins in the castle. This is precisely why I extended an invitation to you. So, Jacob, once Henry has healed you, what do you intend to do? During your unconsciousness, I infiltrated the estate to gather intelligence. The estate has once again fallen under the control of the hungry wolves, and as for your subordinates, most have fled back to your previous stronghold, while a portion remains imprisoned beneath the estate. Ivy furrowed her brow, remaining silent, while Jacob smiled wryly. Of course, we shall regroup and reclaim the estate. Yano shook his head. With the Brotherhood's assistance, retaking the estate is not insurmountable. The true challenge lies in whether the werewolves will not emerge to assault you again once you have regained control. What will you do then? Jacob sighed in resignation. I do not know. Yano's face broke into a smile. Perhaps I have a suggestion that could aid you in fending off the werewolves. Ivy, her brow still furrowed, looked at Yano with intrigue. Oh, what commendable suggestion do you have, Lord Yano? Yano rose, leaning on his staff. Join the Brotherhood. Ivy was not surprised, having anticipated Yano's proposal. Please forgive us, but we cannot accept your suggestion. If we were to join the Brotherhood, then the Black Ravens would merely become an appendage of your organization. I have previously stated that we cannot allow the Black Ravens to become subservient to another faction. Yano seemed to have foreseen Ivy's response, displaying no astonishment. I understand. I have also previously mentioned that the Brotherhood is an organization founded on freedom. We will not require any assassin to pay fees or interfere with their affiliations or possessions. Assassins need only adhere to the tenets of the Brotherhood and respond to our summons when needed. Moreover, you have no alternative, do you? Even the costs for Jacob's treatment are borne by the Brotherhood, not to mention the 3 or more werewolves lurking, awaiting the opportunity to eliminate you. If you do not join the Brotherhood, what other options remain? Ivy, looking troubled, remarked, however, it is absurd for the leader of one organization to be a member of another. Jacob raised a hand to halt Ivy's objections. Ivy, perhaps Yano is correct. We lack other choices. He then turned to Yano with a serious expression. We will join the Brotherhood, but can you guarantee that you will not interfere in the internal matters of the Black Ravens? Yano, one hand resting on his staff, raised the other. I, as the leader of the Brotherhood and the first heir of the Dorian family, vow that once Jacob Fry and Ivy Fry join the Brotherhood, I shall never meddle in the internal affairs of the Black Ravens, nor will I exploit them indirectly through tasks assigned by the Brotherhood. A hint of relief washed over Jacob's pale face. Yano, I believe this suffices. I trust you. Ivy's gaze shifted between Jacob and Yano, and she sighed resignedly. Very well. Lord Yano, I shall rely on you henceforth. Yano beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. In time, you will realize that this is the wisest decision of your lives. Now, you may rest here. Once Henry prepares the antidote, drink the holy water and formally join the Brotherhood. With no dissent from the two, Yano performed a courteous bow before turning to exit. Yano, Jacob called out, prompting Yano to pause and look back at him, reclining on the bed. Thank you. Yano smiled gently. We are friends, are we not? Jacob's face broke into a smile. You are right, we are friends. Yano nodded, pleased as he turned to leave, adding, since we are friends, it is my duty to assist you. Ivy watched Yano depart with concern. Is this truly wise? Jacob looked at his sister. Do you have a better idea? Ivy opened her mouth but found no words, ultimately falling silent. Jacob chuckled. Since we cannot find a better solution, why not place our trust in Yano? Ivy regarded Jacob with exasperation. You're always so reckless, but perhaps this time you are right. Henry, when you visit Diagon Alley, could you gather some information for me? Yano addressed Henry as he entered the conference room. Henry looked at Yano with surprise. Of course, but the cost of gathering information will be borne by you, my lord. Yano nodded. Very well. I would like you to inquire about the werewolf families surrounding London and the locations of their strongholds. Henry furrowed his brow, looking troubled. My lord, if you merely wish to know the names of the werewolf families near London, that is quite easy. However, if you seek to discover their strongholds, I fear that will prove difficult. Even with a generous offer of gold, it is unlikely to yield results, as no wizard wishes to offend the werewolf clans. Yano produced a coin pouch from his robe and tossed it onto the table before Henry. Inside are 1,000 pounds. I believe this should be sufficient to persuade those reluctant to offend the werewolves. Henry trembled as he lifted the pouch, stammering, Oh, 1,000 pounds? I swear, this is the first time in my life I have held so much money. I believe this amount could compel wizards to part with their wands. Yano wore a confident smile. If you continue to accept my employment and remain loyal, I believe you will soon find that you will no longer covet the pounds in your possession, for I can offer you much more. Henry gazed at the pouch with rapt fascination. No, I will still value it. Who would refuse more pounds in their possession, would they not? Chapter 78, The Broken Cauldron Pub. A structure, seemingly erected within the last decade, stood at the edge of a street in London. It boasted 3 stories and appeared cramped among the surrounding buildings, giving it an impression of confinement. At the entrance, a wooden sign hung, proclaiming, The Broken Cauldron Pub. The passers-by on the street appeared oblivious to the existence of this small pub, glancing past it as though it were invisible, until a figure clad in a black robe approached the entrance, disregarding the peculiar behavior of the pedestrians, and pushed open the pub's door, entering within. Eric Granger, it seems I have not seen you here in quite some time. Where have you been lately? A woman in a yellow gown greeted the newly arrived robed figure within the pub. Eric pulled back his hood, revealing his face. Hey, long time no see. Ms. Mora, I recently found a rather splendid job. It truly is a generous employer, with easy work and high pay. I doubt I will ever find such a good opportunity again in my life. Mora's expression held a hint of skepticism, though her smile remained polite. If that is the case, Eric, you ought to work even harder to repay your employer's generosity. Eric shrugged. I shall, Ms. Mora, but I will be immensely grateful if you could fetch me a pint of malt beer. Mora retrieved a wooden cup from the counter, turning to place it beneath a wooden barrel, then deftly opened the tap, allowing the golden brew to flow into the cup. My dear, I must say, it's truly unfortunate that you declined the invitation to join Hogwarts. After all, few are privileged enough to receive such a letter, even if Phineas is not the most admirable of headmasters. Eric accepted the beer she handed him, grimacing slightly. Indeed, Phineas is hardly a commendable headmaster. Yet, that has little bearing on my decision regarding Hogwarts. I suppose the crux of the matter lies in my inability to endure that atmosphere. The mere thought of instructing hundreds of students in potion-making daily sends shivers down my spine, not to mention the meager salary. Mora rolled her eyes. Eric, during your time at Ravenclaw, you were the brightest student. Both Phineas and the heads of the other 4 houses recognize your abilities. Yet your singular flaw is your obsession with wealth. Eric waved a dismissive hand. Oh, come now. I hardly believe Phineas would favor a half-blood like me. He has always championed pure-blood supremacy. Mora sighed, exasperated. All right, I admit I may have exaggerated a bit, but your headmistress, Ms. Elena, has asked me to encourage you to consider Hogwarts should I see you. I've heard she went to great lengths to persuade Phineas to extend you an offer. Eric fell silent for a moment, then smiled. I apologize, but if Ms. Elena approaches you again, please inform her that I have encountered an employer who treats me exceptionally well. I wholeheartedly support their vision and aspirations. I have found my path and intend to tread it steadfastly. Thus, I regret any futility in Ms. Elena's efforts. Mora let out a gentle sigh. Very well. I shall convey your message, though I hope you do not come to regret your choice. Eric smiled at Mora before turning his gaze toward a nearby card table, seemingly searching for something. I'll look who I found. Percival Dumbledore. It appears we haven't crossed paths in quite some time. He approached the card table where a square-faced man sat, glowering as he sipped his beer. Eric, I suggest you refrain from provoking me at this moment, Percival warned. Eric settled beside him, placing his wooden cup on the table. What troubles you, my friend? Had another quarrel with Candela? Percival appeared somewhat irritable. Damn it, don't even mention that woman's name. She is utterly insufferable. Eric quickly interjected. All right, let us halt this conversation right here if you wish to keep Candela in your life. Percival exhaled sharply. Fine, though Candela is riddled with flaws, I must admit, I cannot imagine life without her. Eric rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Well, I came to the Broken Cauldron to inquire about a matter I believe you might know. Given your frequent excursions around London, Percival raised an eyebrow. Oh, if you seek information, I must inform you that I cannot assist. However, if you wish to purchase knowledge, now would be the time to disclose what you wish to know. Eric shot him an incredulous glare. For heaven's sake, when did you become a merchant? Aren't friends meant to help each other? Percival took a sip of his drink. Since you began selling me clandestine photographs of Candela in 3rd year. With a resigned sigh, Eric produced a £1 coin from his pocket and placed it before Percival. All right, I need to know about the werewolf packs surrounding London. Percival did not reach for the coin, but instead looked gravely at Eric. Werewolves? Why do you seek this information? I must warn you against provoking them. They are not to be trifled with. Eric shrugged. I'm well aware of their ferocity and have no intention of instigating them. Who in their right mind would provoke such bloodthirsty creatures for no reason? Percival nodded, picking up the £1 coin. Very well, let me think. There appears to be only the Gonzalez family among the werewolf packs near London. Yes, apart from them, there are no other werewolf clans in this vicinity. Eric reached into his pocket again, placing another £1 on the table. Do you know how many werewolves are in the Gonzalez family? And where their stronghold lies? Percival looked at Eric incredulous. Are you jesting? How can I possibly know the number of werewolves in the Gonzalez family, let alone their stronghold? You must understand. Werewolves are as wary of wizards as we are of muggles. Eric sighed again, extending his hand to retrieve the £1. All right. It seems I cannot glean anything useful from you. Percival placed his hand on the coin, halting Eric's attempt to reclaim it. Hold on. While I can't provide you with precise figures or locations, I can offer you a rough estimate of their numbers and whereabouts. Eric retracted his hand. Excellent. Please share. And should your information suffice, I might even grant you another £1. Percival's eyes gleamed with a sly smile. They dwell within Epping Forest. Based on the traces they leave, the Gonzalez family should have approximately 40 to 60 werewolves at present. That is all I know. Eric shook his head. Epping Forest spans over 40,000 acres. Without a precise location, I cannot justify giving you an additional £1. Percival shrugged helplessly. I can only share what I know. With a resigned sigh, Eric placed a £1 on the table, then stood and turned toward the exit. Percival called after him, Eric, though I am unaware of your reasons for seeking this information, remember, do not provoke them. Eric turned back, offering a reassuring smile. Rest assured, Percival, I am not one to court trouble. Percival muttered under his breath as he watched Eric depart. I hope you truly are not a troublemaker. Epping Forest. Amidst the lush foliage, a dilapidated manor stood deep within the forest, where a few burly men patrolled the perimeter of the estate. Matthew, I require an explanation for the recent deaths of several wolf cubs in the Gonzalez family. I demand to know who dares to meddle with the Gonzalez clan. An elderly man with snow-white hair bellowed from the sofa in the manor's hall, addressing the man beside him. Matthew bowed his head. Lord Frank, We have been targeted by a group of shadowy figures clad in eagle-beaked hoods, whom muggles refer to as assassins. Their weapons can effortlessly pierce a werewolf's hide, and their physical prowess rivals that of a transformed werewolf. Frank furrowed his brow, deepening the already prominent wrinkles on his face. Since when have we found ourselves at odds with assassins? After a moment's contemplation, Matthew replied, "It began the night we were dispatched by that lord to eliminate James Kenway. Beach vanished that very evening." Frank trembled as he rose from the sofa. "This matter shouldn't be related to that group of wizards, right?" Machio replied with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I believe the assassins and wizards are unrelated. I doubt any wizard would dare to engage in close combat with a werewolf." Frank nodded in agreement. "Let's instruct the wolf cubs to refrain from attacking James Kenway for the time being. Machio, I need you to make a trip to London. I require you to uncover intelligence about these assassins. Once you ascertain the details, I will ensure the assassins comprehend the consequences of provoking the Gonzalez family." Machio bowed to Frank, a sinister smile gracing his face. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill this task and track down those assassins." Suddenly, Ivy, clad in a flowing white robe and hood, gazed with rapt attention at the blade that sprang forth from her wrist. "Jacob, you deceive. It is indeed beautiful." Jacob, similarly adorned in white robes and a hood, cast a glance at Ivy but ignored her, directing his words instead to Henry, who stood nearby. "Thank you immensely for the potion, Mr. Henry." Henry waved his hand dismissively, a radiant smile illuminating his face. No, you need not thank me. This is merely a transaction, and Lord Yano has already compensated me." Yano, with a resigned smile, addressed Jacob. "Mr. Henry has certainly received his due." Jacob nodded and raised his hand, squeezing it tightly. "I feel that after becoming an assassin, I could take on 10 of my former selves." Yano looked at Jacob with exasperation. "Jacob, unless in exceptional circumstances, assassins do not engage in direct confrontations with the enemy." Jacob gazed earnestly at Yano. "Regardless, Yano, or rather, Mentor, thank you. You have saved my life twice now. Without you, I would have surely perished in the streets." Yano shook his head. "No need for thanks. In private, you may still call me Yano. However, I am quite curious about your next steps. Would you be so kind as to share?" Jacob furrowed his brow. "I think the first thing is to return to the Black Raven Gang's headquarters and reclaim Gypsy Street. As for the werewolves, if they dare to attack me, I shall make them taste the blade." Yano pondered for a moment before replying. "Very well, I will have Megan assist you in reclaiming Gypsy Street, while also protecting you from the werewolves." Jacob paused. "Megan? Who is that?" "I think we don't need protection. It is the werewolves who should be fearing us." Yano, with a resigned gesture, touched his forehead. "Jacob, you are merely a novice assassin. At this stage, you are not a match for the werewolves. Megan is my brother, Megan Dorian. Although he has made some mistakes in the past, his strength is still commendable." Jacob, with a defiant expression, retorted, "Yano, you must believe in me. I am confident I can single-handedly defeat a werewolf." Yano raised his hands in surrender. "All right, let's assume you can take down a werewolf alone, but do not forget, there are 3 attacking your group. Even if Ivy can fight a werewolf alone, what will you do about the other one? Shall we sacrifice the lives of the Black Raven members to hold it off?" Ivy, observing Jacob rendered speechless by Yano's words, sighed and stepped forward, addressing Yano, "My lord, I believe Jacob understands. We will accept the Brotherhood's assistance." Yano nodded in satisfaction. "Of course, the Brotherhood is not offering its aid to the Black Raven Gang for free. Once the Black Raven Gang reclaims Gypsy Street, I will require any assassin from the Brotherhood to be able to count on the Black Ravens for assistance when needed." Ivy smiled in agreement. "I think that's quite fair, both for the Brotherhood and the Black Raven Gang." Chapter 8. Evelyn. "Megan, I am here." A girl with dark brown curls called out at the street corner, drawing the attention of passersby. After all, it is quite rare to spot a beautiful maiden on the streets of London. Perhaps the cursed fog deters most ladies from venturing out, preferring instead to remain indoors. Evelyn seemed accustomed to the attention, standing confidently with her chest out, gazing at the person to whom she called. Megan approached her briskly, a bouquet of roses in hand, and presented it to her for the lovely and enchanting Lady Evelyn. Evelyn graciously accepted the roses, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Thank you. Is this a compensation for your once-a-month visits?" Megan shook his head, retrieving a rectangular box wrapped meticulously in colorful paper and ribbons. "This is not compensation. This is my true offering to you." Evelyn took the gift box, entrusting Megan with the roses, and began to unwrap it. "I hope you don't mind if I take a look inside?" Megan shrugged. "Of course, it is yours now. Whether you unwrap it or not is entirely up to you." "Wow," Evelyn exclaimed, pulling out a sparkling golden necklace from the open box. "What can I say? Truly, the youngest son of the Dorian family knows how to impress. Even a casual gift to his girlfriend could sustain an ordinary citizen for years. Megan appeared somewhat flustered. Hey, Evelyn, I mean no show of wealth. I merely wish to give you the best. Evelyn chuckled at Megan's awkwardness. Megan, I never said you were wrong. I am delighted by your gift, and I adore this necklace. Might you assist me in putting it on? Megan stiffly accepted the necklace she offered. I believe it would be my honor. Evelyn turned her back to him, lifting her hair to expose her smooth, white neck, glancing back at him with a wink. Very well, the task is yours, Mr. Megan. Megan swallowed hard, gazing at Evelyn's graceful neck, and with trembling hands, he fastened the golden necklace around her. Evelyn turned around, looking down at the necklace adorning her chest. It is truly beautiful. Do you not agree? Megan, entranced by Evelyn, replied, Indeed, it is beautiful. I speak of you. Evelyn smiled at him. I hope you will always think so. So, where shall we go today? Megan pondered momentarily before suggesting. Perhaps we could spend some time at the library. What do you think? Evelyn nodded enthusiastically. I would be happy to go there. It is certainly preferable to picnicking in a fog-laden park. Megan chuckled awkwardly. That was merely an accident, Evelyn. You must understand how nervous I was on our first date. I hardly noticed my surroundings. Evelyn linked her arm with Megan's, looking up at him in surprise. Hey, what did you start wearing that arm guard? Megan, somewhat nervous, adjusted his nose with his free hand. It was a gift from my brother. He said it is a blessed arm guard that brings divine favor. He also mentioned that once I wear it, no one besides me is allowed to touch it, or else the blessing would vanish. Evelyn frowned. Your brother is quite eccentric. Divine favor cannot reside in an arm guard. Besides, I recall you mentioning before that your brother is an unbeliever. Megan smiled awkwardly. He has recently taken to believing in God. I can't fathom why. He has always been rather eccentric, and I find it challenging to comprehend his thoughts and actions. Evelyn regarded Megan with a skeptical gaze. I suggest you refrain from concealing anything from me. Megan quickly replied, I would never, I promise. Evelyn nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now you must tell me, aside from the day each month when we meet, what do you occupy yourself with at other times? A proud smile graced Megan's face. I am engaged in endeavors aimed at assisting impoverished citizens in improving their living conditions. Once I succeed, I believe you'll be utterly astonished. Evelyn raised an eyebrow. If you can genuinely aid those less fortunate, that would be splendid. Just don't repeat your previous folly of storming into your father's study to petition for the waiving of loan interest for the impoverished. If you were my child and said such things to me, I would certainly feel inclined to chastise you. Megan cast a helpless glance at Evelyn. Please, let us not revisit that incident. I am no longer the naive person I was a year ago. Evelyn wholeheartedly agreed, indeed, and I am curious as to what has transpired in your life that has led to such a significant transformation. It seems as though you have matured overnight. Megan recalled the assassin she had inadvertently exposed. Had she kept the assassin's existence a secret, perhaps the Brotherhood's pursuit of their creed would have been less obstructed. Her thoughts turned to Soros, who had perished for her sake, and a twinge of guilt crept across her features. She forced a smile as she looked at Evelyn. It is due to a friend of mine, Soros. His actions have illuminated just how childish, foolish, and impulsive I once was. Evelyn walked alongside Megan. Oblivious to the expression on her face, I do not know what Soros did to effect such a change in you, but I believe we should have dinner together sometime. I owe him my gratitude for transforming my boyfriend from a boy into a mature man. A grim smile appeared on Megan's face, and she did not notice a tear slipping down her cheek. I fear there will be no opportunity for dinner, but I will take you to express my thanks to him in the future. I am certain he would be delighted to know. After all, he rarely encounters a lady as beautiful as you. You always say such things, Evelyn remarked, lifting her head before exclaiming in surprise. Megan, what is wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? What? Megan looked at Evelyn in astonishment, and then touched the spot where her finger pointed, noticing the dampness. I had a grain of sand in my eye. It's nothing to concern yourself with. Evelyn gazed at Megan's reddened eyes, her heart aching as she caressed his cheek. My poor boy, if you are troubled, please do confide in me. Allow me to comfort you. Let me fulfill my duties as your girlfriend. All right? Chapter 81. The Scolding. Megan grasped Evelyn's hand, resting on his face. I will, thank you, Evelyn. Evelyn smiled at him. No need for thanks. I'm her girlfriend, after all. Megan gazed at her dreamily. I truly consider myself fortunate to have met you in this lifetime. Evelyn withdrew her hand from his face. I feel the same. However, I must excuse myself for a moment. Please wait here for me. Megan shrugged. Please be quick. I do not wish for you to disappear on me. Not even for 2 minutes. Evelyn playfully rolled her eyes at him. You are such a boy. She then turned and walked toward a nearby public restroom. What a delightful girl, wouldn't you agree? Megan abruptly turned around, startled by the sudden appearance of Janos, adorned in a red-trimmed top hat. leaning on a cane. He lamented, "Oh, why do you always approach me silently and then speak out of the blue? If you keep this up, I fear I may become a nervous wreck." Janos ignored Megan's complaints. "I presumed you were still at the Dorian Manor under your mother's watch. Yet here you are, courting your girl." Megan rolled his eyes at Janos. "I am not selling myself to the Brotherhood. I have my own personal time." Janos shook his head. "This has nothing to do with the Brotherhood. I'm not speaking to you as a mentor, but as your brother, inquiring why you did not inform me that you were no longer at Dorian Manor. I went searching for you there. If I had not heard from Mother that you would be here today, I would have had no idea where to find you." Megan sighed and raised his hands in exasperation. "Janos, I merely came to see my girlfriend whom I have not seen in over a month. I don't see the issue with that." Janos raised his cane, pressing the eagle-headed tip against Megan's chest. "Every assassin is entitled to a private life, as long as they are not on a mission. However, regardless of their activities, every assassin must inform the Brotherhood of their exact whereabouts, lest they be unreachable when needed. And you, Mr. Megan Dorian, look at what you have done. You informed the Brotherhood you were at Dorian Manor, yet when I needed you for a task, I found you absent from the estate. You must remember, your status and identity are unlike those of other assassins. You are my brother. You should set an example. Were you not my brother, do you think you would still be an assassin? I would have hanged you long ago." Megan looked at Janos, filled with anger, and lowered his head in silence. Janos removed the cane from Megan's chest, leaning on it. "I warn you, boy, if you make any further mistakes within the Brotherhood, you will return to Dorian Manor, back to Mother, to continue being her little Megan. I will not grant you another chance, and the Brotherhood cannot accept an assassin who consistently falters." Megan mumbled with his head down, "I understand." Janos straightened his collar, took a deep breath to calm his fury, and then produced a small note from his pocket, handing it to Megan. "You had better truly understand. After your date, once you have escorted her home, proceed to the White Queen district. The address is detailed here. You will need to reside there for the time being." Megan accepted the note, perusing its contents, and slowly furrowed his brow. Werewolves? The Mafia? Is it truly wise for an assassin within the Brotherhood to be aligned with a Mafia leader? Janos shook his head. "Of course, there is no issue. The Black Crow gang is unlike other gangs. They sustain themselves through protection fees while genuinely providing protection to merchants who pay. They do not engage in the trafficking of contraband." Megan tucked the note into the pocket of his coat. Looking up at his brother, "Very well, I will go. But how did they provoke those creatures?" Janos squinted at the distance. "I suspect it has something to do with the hungry wolves. The Brotherhood is already aware of their approximate location and numbers. I have sent Donald to investigate their exact whereabouts. Your task now is to ensure the safety of Jacob and Ivy, the leaders of the Black Crow gang. The Brotherhood needs them alive. As for the werewolves, we shall discuss it once Donald locates their precise position and numbers. I will protect them. If the werewolves are numerous, I will prioritize their safety and escort them back to the castle." Janos nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. In the event of an emergency, prioritize their safety. I believe we shall end this discussion here. Your girlfriend is returning." Janos interrupted Megan, who was about to speak, gesturing for him to look behind. Megan turned to the returning Evelyn and said, "Hey, you've finally returned." Evelyn smiled at Megan. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Then she noticed the figure standing next to them. "Who is this?" "Allow me to introduce." Megan pointed at Janos. "This is my brother, Janos Dorian." He then took Evelyn's hand and said to Janos, "Janos, this is Evelyn, Evelyn Tessa, my girlfriend." Janos bowed slightly to Evelyn and doffed his hat. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Evelyn. I believe my brother has indeed struck gold to have such a beautiful girlfriend." Evelyn quickly returned the gesture. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Janos. I am equally delighted to meet you. Megan often speaks of a brother who always considers him. I'm glad to finally meet you." Janos cast a sidelong glance at Megan and then smiled at Evelyn. "If he is not speaking ill of me, I shall count my blessings." Evelyn shrugged awkwardly. Doesn't that just prove how strong the bond between you brothers is? My sister has always respected me and never speaks ill of me, yet I feel we are not particularly close, as if there exists an invisible wall between us." Janos regarded Megan with an enigmatic look. "I suggest that when you feel a generation gap with your sister, a good old-fashioned brawl might do the trick. Trust me, it is the best way to foster affection between siblings. I shall not intrude further. I wish you both a delightful time." Watching Janos walk away, Evelyn remarked to Megan, "Your brother is quite the character." Chapter 82. Megan and the Black Raven. Ivy held a wine glass, savoring the whiskey within, and her slightly furrowed brow suggested that the drink was far from enjoyable. Jacob grimaced as he placed his glass on the table. "Ivy, I must say, this is the worst whiskey I've ever tasted. Where did you procure it?" "I think I prefer the whiskey from Antonia and Janos." Ivy shot Jacob a sidelong glance. "I didn't invite you here to indulge. This was concocted by a distiller I hired before our troubles began. Conveniently, the Hungry Wolves base in the White Queen district is a distillery, which allows us to produce liquor to sell. After all, we cannot solely rely on protection money to sustain the Black Raven, can we? Jacob picked up a plain glass bottle devoid of any markings or labels. If you intend to sell this, I suggest you abandon the idea. I doubt even the homeless would want to drink this. Ivy abruptly stood, snatching the bottle from Jacob's hands, and said fiercely, "This is merely the first experimental batch of Flay whiskey. I shall ensure it becomes the finest among all whiskey brands." Jacob shrugged. "So you've hired a distiller whose skills you're uncertain of to craft your Flay whiskey?" Ivy placed the bottle on a counter in the corner of the room and turned back. "Do you think finding a distiller is easy? Every distillery guards their distillers closely. It took considerable effort and expense to persuade one to join us." A knowing smile spread across Jacob's face from this week onward. "You won't need to pay your distiller anymore. Perhaps we could infiltrate a reputable distillery and procure their recipes." Ivy glared at Jacob. "How dare you? The assassin's creed is to liberate the citizens, not to pilfer the fruits of their labor." Jacob scoffed. "Perhaps we could create some benefits for ourselves while liberating them." "I doubt they would mind. I advise against such actions." A deep voice resonated within the room. Jacob and Ivy swiftly turned toward the source of the voice. They beheld a man clad in a green coat with a double-layered cape, donning a matching hooded cloak, standing by the window. Jacob could not make out the man's features beneath the hood, but he recognized him by the bracers on his wrists. "I believe you are Janos's brother, Mr. Megan. Am I correct?" Megan nodded silently. Jacob raised an eyebrow and said, "Ah, pleased to meet you. I am Jacob Flay, and this is my sister, Ivy Flay." Megan pulled back his hood, revealing, "I am aware of you from the mission brief. I am Megan Dorian, Janos's brother." Ivy wore a polite smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I believe we shall require your assistance, Mr. Megan." Megan approached and sat at the table before them. "Though I have yet to engage with werewolves formally, I believe I can ensure the safety of you both." Jacob retrieved the glass bottle that Ivy had placed on the counter and poured a drink into a glass. "Perhaps you might wish to sample the Flay whiskey brewed by the Black Raven." Ivy frowned. "Hey, Jacob, that is a failed batch. How could you offer it to Mr. Megan?" Jacob shrugged and said to Megan, "I mean no offense. I merely wish for you to experience one of the worst whiskeys in existence. Perhaps your assessment will dissuade Ivy from her ambitions." Megan accepted the glass from Jacob, inhaled its contents, and grimaced, placing it at a distance. "Is this whiskey? Had you not informed me beforehand, I would have presumed it was merely a spirit, not whiskey." Ivy awkwardly took her glass from the table and discarded its contents. "This is merely a first attempt. I believe we will perfect it in the future." Megan raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced by Ivy's words. "I am unsure how you brew whiskey, but English whiskey typically possesses a malty aroma, whereas in yours, I can only detect the scent of alcohol." Ivy looked taken aback. "Malt? Why would there be a malt aroma?" Megan stared at her in astonishment. "I am genuinely beginning to doubt your ability to produce whiskey. Whiskey is made from grains such as barley. As far as I know, the whiskey-making process consists of 6 steps: malting, mashing, fermentation, distillation, aging, and blending. How are you brewing it?" Ivy appeared stunned by Megan's words. "Damn. I think I've been deceived." Jacob raised his hands in exasperation. "Yes, and you've also been swindled out of several weeks' worth of exorbitant wages." Megan lifted the glass bottle from the table. "I think you ought to dispose of this so-called whiskey. If you truly wish to craft whiskey, I can introduce you to someone, Mr. Wilson, the butler of the Dorian family. You may consult him on how to make whiskey." Ivy looked at Megan with excitement. "If it's not too much trouble, please do introduce me to Mr. Wilson." Megan waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. It's a simple matter, but..." Megan turned to Jacob, his expression serious. "I hope, Mr. Jacob, that you will abandon such notions. The abilities we assassins acquire are meant to strive for a world of freedom and equality for the citizens. If you utilize the powers gained through being an assassin for personal gain, how are you any different from the tyrants who enslave the citizens? If assassins themselves exploit their abilities for selfish purposes, how can we pursue equality?" Jacob awkwardly clicked his tongue. "I was merely joking with Ivy." Megan shook his head. "I sincerely hope that is the case. Had Janos overheard your remarks, I believe you would be compelled to remove your hidden blade by now. Janos is quite a stern leader." Jacob, with a resigned shrug, admitted, "All right, I can see that my previous remarks were inappropriate. Henceforth, I shall refrain from jesting under the guise of an assassin." Chapter 83, Evelyn S. Family. Megan nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Let us then shift our discourse to another matter, the Hungry Wolf Gang. What course of action do you propose we take next?" Hearing the gravity of the subject, Jacob and Ivy promptly took their seats. Jacob, stroking his chin, began, "Upon our return, we reorganized the Black Ravens. On the night of the werewolf attack, we suffered 16 fatalities and 30 of our members were captured by the hungry wolves. Additionally, several individuals are missing. Presently, we have over 160 members remaining, and after accounting for the 60 assigned to guard the base, only a little over 100 can participate in any assault against the hungry wolves. Megan looked at Jacob with a hint of exasperation. At this juncture, we cannot solely focus on reclaiming Gypsy Street. Our foremost concern must be to fortify ourselves against the werewolf incursions. Ivy wholeheartedly concurred with Megan's sentiment, stating, I believe Mr. Megan is correct. We must prioritize our personal safety and only thereafter consider how to seize Gypsy Street. Megan gestured towards the window. First, we need to reorganize the patrol routes for our members. The current paths you've established are riddled with vulnerabilities. Jacob nodded in agreement. Yano has previously raised similar concerns. It is indeed prudent for us to reassess the patrol routes. Raising her right hand, Megan continued, Next, we must deliberate on how to penetrate the werewolves' formidable iron-like hides. With a swift motion, she pointed to the hidden blade that sprang forth from her wrist guard, declaring, I trust you have gleaned knowledge of this weapon through your training, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. What I must emphasize is its capacity to pierce the werewolves' hides effortlessly, delivering direct and effective harm. Yano informed me that it possesses some form of demon-slaying attribute. Although I'm not entirely versed in what constitutes such an attribute, it is likely due to the unique craftsmanship of the blade. Among all known weapons, only Yano's staff and the assassin's hidden blade can inflict direct harm upon werewolves. Therefore, when they strike, instruct your members not to fire indiscriminately, but to aim for the unprotected areas, such as their eyes. Ivy solemnly nodded. I shall inform them. However, why do we not utilize silver weapons? Is it not said in legends that werewolves harbor a profound fear of silver and can be wounded by silver weaponry? Megan hesitated. Silver? Henry never mentioned that silver could harm werewolves. However, perhaps we might experiment. Later, I shall request a box of silver-plated bullets from Peter at the castle. If they indeed prove effective against werewolves, we shall have an additional means to inflict direct damage upon them, significantly reducing casualties among the Brotherhood and the Black Ravens. Ivy, you are truly a wise lady. Ivy smiled. Thank you for your kind words. Since we have discussed how to defend against werewolf attacks, should we not now turn our attention to how to reclaim Gypsy Street? Megan nodded. Certainly. Perhaps you could first share your preliminary plans with me. Jacob interjected before Ivy could speak. Perhaps we could adopt Yano's previous strategy, stealthily infiltrate their estate and sabotage their arsenal and provisions. Megan shook her head. I fear that approach may be futile. The Wild Wolf Gang was already caught off guard last time. If they are not foolhardy, they will likely maintain stringent surveillance over their armory and kitchen. With a resigned sigh, Jacob replied, Then what do you suggest we do? Megan narrowed her eyes in contemplation. Perhaps we could seize an opportunity to eliminate the mid-level leaders of the hungry wolves in Gypsy Street, and then, amidst the ensuing chaos, we could lead the Black Ravens in a counterattack. She proposed, raising her gaze. Jacob abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Splendid. Let's proceed with that plan. Knock. Knock. Is that you, Evelyn? A heavily made-up middle-aged woman called from a doorway. Evelyn, having exchanged her high-heeled boots for a pair of slippers, entered the living room. It is I, Mother. The woman wore a smirk tinged with sarcasm as she addressed Evelyn. What brings you home so early today? Did you have a quarrel with your young gentleman? Evelyn, feeling exasperated, replied, We are perfectly fine. He simply had an unexpected obligation, hence his early departure. Mrs. Nina, I believe no mother would wish to undermine her daughter's happiness. Except for you. Nina pouted. An obligation? Huh. When a man grows weary of you, their excuses are remarkably uniform. Besides, you two are simply not suited for one another. You hail from utterly different worlds. I merely wish to spare you from heartache and prevent you from entangling yourself in a love devoid of resolution, which I believe is a duty of any mother. Evelyn sat beside Nina, wrapping her arm around her mother's. Mother, trust me, I know Megan's character. We will be happy together. Nina gazed at her daughter, who was now affectionately leaning against her, and let out a resigned sigh. Evelyn, you never cease to baffle me. Very well, go live the life you desire. Pursue the one you love. Regardless of the troubles that may arise, I shall stand by your side. Evelyn looked at her mother with gratitude. Thank you. I shall surely find happiness. Nina rolled her eyes. Hold off on the gratitude for now. When you have a moment, bring that young man to meet your father. If he has no objections, I envision you two could announce your engagement before this Christmas. Evelyn was overjoyed. Is that truly the case? I shall seek him out tomorrow and arrange a time for him to visit. I am certain he will be ecstatic at the prospect of marrying before Christmas Eve. Nina observed Evelyn bounding up the stairs. a slight frown creasing her brow. Let us hope he will indeed be delighted. Let her be, when that young man arrives. I shall scrutinize him closely. If he can accept our family, then allowing Evelyn to wed him is not such a bad idea. Wouldn't you agree? Nina turned to glance at her husband, who had just emerged from a nearby room, shaking her head in resignation. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Should we forcibly separate them? I fear Evelyn would harbor resentment towards us for a lifetime. The young man is yours to manage, Stephen. Chapter 84. Transition. My dear, you must see this. Wilson just handed me this month's financial report. Abraham, clutching the report, descended the stairs while addressing Mrs. Mussel, who was seated on the living room sofa. Mrs. Mussel gazed at Abraham in surprise as she accepted the report he extended. How curious. You typically do not consult me regarding Dorian's financial matters. Abraham settled beside Mrs. Mussel and took a sip from the coffee on the table. Just look at the expenditure section, and it will be clear to you. My heavens! Yano and his companions' expenditures this month account for a quarter of the total expenses of the Dorian family. Mrs. Mussel exclaimed, her face a mask of shock as she scrutinized the report. What on earth are they up to? Have they constructed another Dorian castle? Abraham, his expression shifting between concern and irritation, replied, I do not know, but I believe it is imperative we summon them back for clarification regarding the allocation of these funds. Mrs. Mussel nodded, her brows furrowed as she returned the report to her husband. Abraham, you are right. It is indeed necessary for us to have Yano and Megan return. Abraham took the report and shook the bell on the table. Ding! Wilson opened the door and stepped inside, bowing slightly to Abel and Maisel. Your Excellency, Lord Abel. Lady Maisel, how may I be of service to you? Abel turned to Wilson. I require you to inform the two brothers at Dorian Castle to return to Dorian Manor this weekend without fail. No, you must go in person. Remember, the brothers must return together. Wilson inclined his head slightly to Abel. As you wish. I shall promptly head to Dorian Castle after I have completed my duties at the manor. Abel waved his hand, signaling Wilson to take his leave, then turned to Maisel. Yano has always given me a sense of reassurance. His composure and meticulousness as a young man are quite rare among his peers. If he continues to grow, I am certain that his future achievements will surpass my own. Maisel wholeheartedly agreed with her husband's sentiments, nodding repeatedly. I share your thoughts. Yano has always been a source of ease for me. Whenever he encounters trouble, he typically attempts to resolve it on his own. Only when he truly cannot manage does he seek my help, unlike Megan, who rushes to me in tears at the slightest inconvenience. Abel rhythmically tapped his finger on the table. While Yano is indeed deserving of our trust, we must ascertain what he has done with such a substantial sum of money. As parents, it is imperative that we understand his actions. A look of concern crossed Maisel's face. Abel, if Yano and Megan have erred in any way, I hope you could discuss it with him calmly rather than scolding them harshly. Abel nodded. I understand. They're now adults. Reprimands and harsh punishments are no longer suitable for them. Maisel furrowed her brow, gazing at Abel. There is one more matter I wish for you to discuss with Yano. He is already 23 years old, yet I have never seen any woman in his company who is particularly close to him. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Abel sighed softly. I grasp your intent, dear. I shall broach that subject with him, though I cannot interfere too much in such matters. Maisel interjected. I understand, but you must make him aware that he has reached the age for marriage. If he delays any longer, I fear the entire aristocracy will speculate on why Yano remains unmarried, questioning whether there are issues, either physical or psychological. Abel rubbed his temples in frustration. Very well. I shall make him aware. At the assassin's castle, Wilson stood outside the castle gates, observing Yano, who emerged with a cane in hand. He quickly approached and bowed. Young Master Yano, it is a pleasure to see you. Yano removed his red-trimmed hat and returned the bow. I am equally pleased to see you, Mr. Wilson. I am curious as to what brings you personally to Dorian Castle. Wilson straightened his posture and replied leisurely. Lord Abel has sent me to inform you that this weekend, you and young Master Megan must return to the manor. There are matters he wishes to discuss with you both. Yano furrowed his brow slightly. This weekend? I believe I can return, but Megan will likely find it difficult. He is currently engaged in something quite important and is unable to spare the time. I am merely the messenger. How you choose to proceed is beyond my purview. Wilson respectfully stated. Yano smiled at Wilson. I presume you know the reason my father wishes to see us? Wilson nodded. I surmise it concerns the expenditures you and young Master Megan have incurred this month. Yano shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Very well. It seems I must ponder how to explain the use of that money to my father. Wilson gazed at the magnificent castle behind Yano and remarked, After all, your expenditures this month have been significant. It is only natural for Lord Abel to inquire about their destination. As Yano pondered how to justify the expenditure to Abel, Wilson bowed and said, I apologize, young Master Yano, but I must take my leave. There is a multitude of tasks awaiting me at the manor. Turning his attention, Yano noticed Alice approaching from behind the castle gate. He smiled indulgently at her. Alice, what brings you out here? Alice came to stand beside Yano. Looking up at him, I encountered some uncertainties during training, and with Mr. Donovan absent, I thought to seek your assistance upon seeing you emerge. Have you encountered any matters of significance? Yano gazed distantly at the carriage rolling away. Nothing to concern yourself with. It is merely some household affairs. Chapter 85, Acquiring Intelligence. Evening. The Nightingale on Gypsy Street bustled as usual, with patrons arriving early. The air was thick with the pounding of drums, the clamor of the crowd, the alluring presence of the nightingales, and young men caught in a frenzy. Even in a corner, the clinking of glasses and uncontrolled laughter filled the space. Two men, vying for the attention of a beautiful nightingale, engaged in a brawl, drawing a crowd of onlookers who cheered, "Kick his ass." Antonia stood at the staircase of the second floor, sipping her drink and observing the commotion below. She did not intervene in the ongoing fight, as such scenes were commonplace at the Nightingale Tavern. In fact, she mused, it only heightened the atmosphere and increased the tavern's profits. Just as Antonia finished her drink and prepared to return to her room, she noticed a man in a green coat with a hood pushed through the tavern doors. Coincidentally, one of the brawlers was thrown toward the entrance, colliding with the hooded man. The hooded man sidestepped the impact and caught the fallen patron, saying, "Hey, are you all right? Damn it. Who gave you permission to join this fight? Or do you wish to challenge me as well?" He released the unconscious patron and turned to face a man strolling toward him, shrugging in resignation. "Well, I did not intend to intrude. I apologize for my involvement in your scuffle, but he has already fainted, so you are the victor in this altercation. Take down that hooded punk too, Anders. Show him the strength of your fists. Hooded punk, don't back down. Take Anders down." The surrounding patrons began to jeer, evidently unsatisfied by the preceding brawl. A sadistic smile crept across Anders' face as he addressed the hooded man. "You see, it's not just me who thinks you need a beating. Kid, take off your hood. Don't hide your face like a lady. Face me like a man." The hooded man shook his head in reluctance. "I think it best if I do not. You should return to your seat, enjoy your drink, and allow me to attend to my own affairs. I have no desire to invite unnecessary trouble." Anders, cracking his knuckles, stepped closer to the hooded man. "Huh, you know what my fists feel like?" He then swung a punch toward the hooded man's face. The hooded man deftly ducked to evade the blow, countering with an uppercut that landed squarely on Anders' ribs. A sharp pain shot through Anders, contorting his features in agony. He had not anticipated such power from the seemingly frail figure before him. The hooded man swiftly kicked Anders' shins while pressing down on his shoulder, forcing him to one knee before launching a fierce punch toward his face. Bang! A fist struck his face with ferocity, and Anders let out a muffled grunt. Feeling the world whirl around him, unable to maintain his balance, he began to fall backward, prompting an uproar among the onlookers. However, just before Anders could hit the ground, the hooded man seized his hair, yanked him towards himself, and sharply drove his knee into Anders' chin. Blood erupted from Anders' mouth as he toppled backward, but the hooded man grasped his hair once more, preventing him from collapsing onto the ground, while simultaneously raising his right hand, aimed at Anders' face. "That's enough. Unless you wish for a homicide to transpire at the Nightingale Inn." Antonia's voice rang out from the hallway, halting the hooded man's impending action. The hooded man released his grip on Anders' hair, and Anders fell to the ground, unconscious. The hooded man looked up at Antonia in the hallway and shrugged helplessly. "I apologize. I was compelled to act." Antonia winked at the hooded man. "Come upstairs to my room. Consider it a reward for your victory over Anders today. What a fortunate fellow you are. It has been quite some time since I personally entertained a guest." The hooded man disregarded the murmurs of the inn's patrons and strode towards the staircase. With a click, Antonia shut the door, seated herself on the sofa, and addressed the hooded man. "What assistance do you require from me, Mr. Assassin?" The hooded man adjusted his eagle-beaked hood. "I believe I do, Ms. Antonia. I seek your intelligence. I am Megan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Antonia paused momentarily before a smile graced her features. "The brother of the mentor. Is it? It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Megan. What information do you require?" Megan settled beside Antonia. "I wish to ascertain who the leader of the Hungry Wolves gang in the Gypsy District is. If possible, I would appreciate knowing his itinerary for tonight." Antonia regarded Megan with a knowing look. "It seems the Hungry Wolves will not have a tranquil evening. If my information is accurate, since the Hungry Wolves reclaimed the Gypsy District from the Black Raven some time ago, it has been Paul managing them, as numerous nightingales have spotted him returning to the Hungry Wolves estate on Gypsy Street at night." Megan nodded. "Do you know where he will be tonight?" Antonia coyly fanned her face, laughing. Had you asked me before today, I might have been uncertain. However, today, you may have heard that the Royal Opera House has recently engaged the most renowned dance troupe in all of England, performing tonight at 10 o'clock. Paul is quite the enthusiast of the arts, and I assure you, he will not miss tonight's concert. Megan rose and bowed to Antonia. Thank you for your intelligence, MS. Antonia, now that I know where he will be tonight, I must prepare, though time is still on my side. Antonia shook her head at Megan. My thoughts differ from yours. I believe time is of the essence. You will need an invitation, one that does not belong to the Dorian family. And you must don an appropriate evening attire, or the doorman will not allow you entry into the opera house. Megan furrowed his brow. You're likely correct. Thank you for the reminder. I suppose I must devise a way to procure an invitation. This truly is a challenging task. Antonia observed Megan with amusement. Mr. Megan, do not forget your identity. I trust you are familiar with the methods of an assassin. Chapter 86, Assassination of Paul. The Royal Opera House. Megan stood at the entrance of the opera house, clad in a black evening suit, clutching an invitation he had acquired from a gentleman moments prior. The allure of the finest dance troupe in England had drawn opera enthusiasts from all over London, filling the once sparse street with a throng eager to witness the performance. The doorman accepted the invitation Megan presented, scrutinized it closely, and then returned it to him with a bow. The Royal Opera House welcomes your presence, Mr. Gary. Megan nodded at the doorman as he took the invitation, then proceeded into the opera house. I love him, but I'm gradually coming to understand. In this life, I have merely been deceiving myself. Without me, his world continues unaffected, filled with a happiness I have never known. I love him, yet this is but my one-sided yearning. Megan handed his top hat to a servant within the opera house, gazing at the stage where the performance was already in full swing. He fished a penny from his pocket, offering it to the servant as a tip, before hastening to his seat. The servant, pinching the penny in his hand, grimaced as he watched Megan's retreating figure, seemingly disdainful of the guest's stinginess. Taking his seat, Megan activated his eagle eye, searching for his target. He had seen a photograph of Paul at the Nightingale Inn and was familiar with his appearance. Ah, so you are here. A smile crept across Megan's lips as he spotted the VIP room on the second floor. Hey, sir, please leave this area. Only staff are permitted. A staff member stood at the entrance of a corridor, blocking Megan's intended approach. Megan clutched his stomach, addressing the staff member. My apologies. I was merely searching for the restroom. I must say, this place is rather vast. The staff member, expressionless, pointed in the distance. The restroom is in that direction. Megan shrugged helplessly and walked toward the indicated direction. As the staff member watched him depart, he turned to re-enter the room, unaware of a white-gloved hand reaching out from behind him. Megan swiftly covered the staff member's mouth with his right hand, while his left arm tightened around the staff member's neck, releasing him only when he was unconscious. He dragged the incapacitated staff member to a nearby bench and concealed him beneath it. With a clap of his hands, he then strolled casually into the previously blocked room. Creak. Megan gently opened the door, finding Paul alone, engrossed in watching the opera, oblivious to the sound of the door opening or even to Megan settling into the chair behind him. It was only when Megan deliberately deepened his breathing that Paul became aware of an unknown presence behind him. To have slipped into the Royal Opera House VIP room, surrounded by guards. Let me guess, you must be a staff member? I doubt an ordinary person could manage to infiltrate here. Leaning back in his chair, Megan spoke softly. I apologize. I am neither a staff member nor did I enter silently. At the very least, I incapacitated a staff member. It won't be long before the opera house discovers him and goes on high alert. Thus, we do not have much time for conversation. If you choose not to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Paul sat rigidly in his chair, forcing a smile onto his face. Huh, if I cooperate, you want to harm me? Megan leaned forward. If you do not cooperate, you will die now. As for whether I will harm you later if you do assist me, if you can provide me with useful information, I might just spare your life. After all, we bear no grudge against one another. Sweat began to bead on Paul's forehead, trickling down his cheek and falling from his chin. How am I to trust you? Megan let out a soft chuckle. Well, you will certainly meet your demise if you do not cooperate. However, cooperating grants you at least a 50% chance of survival, does it not? Perhaps you should gamble on whether or not I will honor my word. Paul's hands gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. Very well. Tell me what you wish to know, and I will provide you with complete answers, if I possess them. Megan nodded in satisfaction. Very well. First and foremost, I need to understand how the Hungry Wolf Gang became associated with werewolves. Do not feign ignorance. If I lacked a credible source of information, I would not be seated here today. Paul stifled the urge to turn away, letting out a resigned sigh. The Hungry Wolf Gang has no ties to werewolves. They borrowed that notion from others. Megan furrowed her brow. And who are those others? Paul shook his head. I do not know. Every time I meet him, he never reveals himself. I believe the only one aware of his true identity is Belro. It was initially Belro who made contact with him, and only later was I introduced. Megan nodded. Excellent. And who is Belro? Belro is the leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang. Megan's expression darkened. So you meet him there each time? I do not know. I'm always blindfolded before my meetings with him. Megan shook her head in frustration, spreading her hands against the back of Paul's chair. Mr. Paul, the information you have provided is insufficient for you to redeem your life. I'm truly sorry. Wait, perhaps I have one more piece of information that could spare me. Megan raised an eyebrow. Oh, speak, and if this information proves useful, you might survive the night. Paul swallowed hard. At the end of each month, Belro visits him. In the third alley of the Upper London pedestrian street, someone will come to retrieve him. I overheard this during one of my eavesdropping sessions, and I believe this information is enough for me to redeem my life. Megan smiled contentedly. Indeed, that is valuable information. I believe you shall survive tonight. Paul exhaled deeply, relaxing slightly. Suddenly, Paul's eyes widened as a sharp blade pierced through his chest. He stiffly turned his head to the back. You never intended to let me go, did you? Megan retracted her hidden blade and stood. You are correct. I never had any intention of sparing you. Rest in peace. May you find tranquility in death. Emergency. Someone has died in the VIP room. Immediate lockdown. Megan turned to see chaos unfolding behind her in the Royal Opera House. She mounted a horse that had stopped at the roadside. To the White Queen District, please. Certainly. Sir, please hold on tight. Chapter 87. The attack begins. Bang. A sharp gunshot shattered the tranquility of the Gypsy District. Damn it. What is happening? Did that wretched fool discharge his weapon? A series of questions erupted from a middle-aged man exiting the main building of Hungry Wolf Manor. Donned in a navy blue top hat and coat, brandishing a revolver. Clearly, he was a minor leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang. Captain Vlock. It's the Black Ravens attacking. The Black Ravens? Vlock paused, then remarked. What a coincidence. They chose to strike while Lord Paul is absent. Let us go and repel them. Moments later, Vlock arrived at the manor's walls, where his subordinates were taking cover behind the wall, raising their shotguns to fire downward. Outside the manor, hundreds of black ravens stood amidst the trees, relentlessly shooting into the estate, their makeshift cover formed by several large trees. This is futile. We cannot breach their defenses, nor can they drive us back. This is merely wasting our ammunition. Ivy frowned, observing the foes atop the manor walls. Jacob, wearing a confident smile, reassured her, do not worry. We are merely providing cover for Megan. I trust he will not disappoint us. Ivy's eyes reflected deep concern. Let's hope so. Fire alert. The warehouse is ablaze. A piercing scream echoed within the manor. Vlock turned to gaze at the thick black smoke rising from behind. How is our patrol failing? Damn it. There must be black ravens infiltrating the manor. Find him and skin him alive. Beside the warehouse, amidst tall grass, 10 or so members of the Hungry Wolf Gang approached, cautiously wielding their shotguns as they edged towards the thicket, probing it with their firearms. After their inspection yielded no suspicious individuals. One of them sighed in relief. No one here. Let us check elsewhere. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy green figure concealed itself above the tree trunk behind them. The Hungry Wolf members remained oblivious, continuing forward with their shotguns raised. Megan let out a quiet sigh. Although he had easily infiltrated the manor and set fire to their warehouse, the Hungry Wolf Gang would soon realize that an enemy had stealthily entered. Now, he could only rescue the imprisoned black ravens in the manor's basement, leading them to strike from within and catch the enemy off guard. Megan leapt gracefully from tree to tree, like a specter, silently navigating the grounds of the manor. After stealthily passing over a group of patrolling members, he finally reached the basement door, gently wiping the sweat from his brow as he observed the 2 guards stationed outside. He frowned in exasperation. This area is too open. Devoid of cover, it seems I must force my way through. If I am swift enough, I believe they will not have the opportunity to fire. Just as he prepared to break in, Megan noticed a tall gang member approaching from behind, clutching a shotgun. A sly smile crept across his face. I have suddenly conceived a bold idea. Megan concealed himself until the gang member passed, then silently slipped behind him, aligning his movements with the man's as they progressed towards the basement door. From the perspective of the 2 guards, they saw only one person approaching. As the gang member neared and was about to cross in front of the guards, their pupils dilated in shock as they spotted Megan, cloaked in his hawk-nosed hood. However, in that moment of surprise, they lost the chance to sound an alarm. With a swift motion, Megan raised his hands. The hidden blade sprang forth from his wrist guards, plunging deep into the throats of both guards. silencing their impending cries. The gang member in front appeared, startled by the sound of the blades. Turning to investigate the disturbance. "Thank you for bringing me here. As a token of my gratitude, let me grant you a swift exit from this world," Megan murmured softly, pressing his hands firmly against the back of the gang member, driving the blade deep into his spine. The gang member emitted a faint cry of pain. Toppling backward, with a swift flick, Megan retracted his blades, sidestepping the fallen man, allowing him to crash heavily to the ground. Observing the lifeless figure sprawled on the ground. Mouth agape in a futile attempt to speak, Megan crouched down, extending his blade once more. "My apologies. It seems I underestimated your durability. These wounds may not be fatal, but fear not. I shall assist you." With a thrust, the blade penetrated the gang member's chest, blood spraying forth from a wound. Megan withdrew his blade and gently closed the gang member's wide-open eyes. "May you find peace in death. Rest well." He stood, collecting the shotguns from the 3 corpses, along with their revolvers, before turning and descending the staircase into the depths below. Upon reaching the basement, Megan beheld the iron cage where the black ravens were held. The members appeared in dire condition, their clothes tattered and dark circles under their eyes. Approaching the cage, he furrowed his brow at the sight of 21 individuals imprisoned within. I recall that Ivy and the others mentioned that over 30 individuals were captured by the Hungry Wolf gang. Where have they gone? The members within the iron cage all raised their heads to gaze at Megan, who had silently arrived. "Who are you?" Megan crouched down, delicately grasping the iron lock at the door, and replied, "I am the person your leader has sent to rescue you. Can anyone enlighten me as to where the other members have gone?" It appears that Lord Jacob and Lady Ivy have not forgotten us. As for the others you mentioned, some have been subverted by the Hungry Wolf gang, while others have been slain by them. Now, only a handful of black crows remain in the manor." Megan nodded, extending her right hand to flick out her hidden blade, inserting its tip into the keyhole. "Well, 21 may be a trifle few, but it is certainly better than none. What would you have us do?" Megan smiled at the members in the iron cage. "I need you to express your gratitude for being imprisoned here by the Hungry Wolf gang." Click. Chapter 88. Megan's performance. The iron lock clicked open, and Megan retracted her hidden blade, then swung the cell door wide. "Gentlemen, you are now free." The members of the Black Crow gang rose from the ground, supporting one another as they staggered out of the iron cage. Megan frowned slightly at the sight of these weakened individuals. "It seems you are unable to engage in battle at present." One member limped forward to Megan. "While we may not be able to engage in close combat, I believe we can still use firearms to strike at the enemy." Megan raised an eyebrow and then tossed the smoothbore gun from her back on the ground. "Excellent. Here are 3 smoothbore guns and 3 revolvers, sufficient to arm 6 individuals. As for the others, let them follow behind us for now. They can join the fight once we have secured weapons from the enemy." The member standing before Megan nodded and bent down to pick up a revolver. With a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes, Megan inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Martin Gregg." A fierce gunfight was unfolding at the manor's front gate. While some members of the Hungry Wolf gang were attempting to extinguish fires with wooden barrels, and a few others searched the manor for the infiltrating Megan. For members of the Hungry Wolf gang were cautiously scouring the manor for suspicious individuals, unaware that Megan, donning an eagle-beaked hood, was crouched upon a tree branch above them. A confident smile adorned Megan's face as she gently leapt down from the branch. Thud! With a muffled sound, Megan landed on one knee amidst the 4 gang members. "Who?" One of the gang members shouted, raising their smoothbore guns toward Megan, but alas, they would never have the chance to pull the trigger. Whoosh! Before the 4 members could aim at Megan, she had already risen, her hidden blades springing forth from her bracers. With arms raised, she spun powerfully on one foot, her blades creating elegant arcs that sliced through the throats of the 4 gang members. They dropped their smoothbore guns, clutching their throats in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. Thud! Ignoring the 4 lifeless bodies that fell to the ground. Megan retracted her blades and waved her hand forward. A head poked out from behind a nearby wall. "Is it safe now?" "It's all clear, Martin. Bring your men out. There are now 2 additional smoothbore guns and 4 revolvers here for you to distribute. I suspect Jacob and the others are eager, and we must join the fray shortly." As Megan spoke, she retrieved a golden pocket watch from her pocket and glanced at it. Martin nodded, gesturing to the others, and quickly approached Megan. "However, we still have many members without weapons. If we simply charge into battle like this, I fear we will suffer significant casualties." Megan tucked the watch back in her pocket. "I understand. I am not instructing you to rush into battle against the Hungry Wolf. First, we will find a position with ample cover. Your task will be to divert the attention of the Hungry Wolf members on the walls and within the manor, creating an opportunity for me. While you attract their gaze, I will unlock the manor's main gate and, if possible, I will also eliminate the member directing their attention from the wall. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Martin nodded. I understand what to do. Please proceed with your plan. Vladik stood atop the wall, firing a revolver downward while bellowing, Die, you wretched rats. Bang! One of the gang members beside Vladik was shot in the back and fell from the wall. Vladik crouched down sharply, pointing at a nearby building within the manor and shouting, What are you worthless fools doing? You didn't even notice the enemy has appeared behind you. Split your numbers and shoot at the foes within the manor. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire erupted continuously, with individuals screaming as they clutched their wounds, while others fell lifelessly from a wall. Amidst the fierce struggle, a green figure darted from behind the nearby wall, swiftly approaching the base of the wall while everyone else was fully engaged in battle. At that moment, a member of the Hungry Wolf gang noticed him, raising his smoothbore gun to aim and shouting, I see an enemy. He is down below. Bang! Megan executed a roll, evading the bullet aimed at her, the projectile embedding itself into the ground and sending debris flying, stinging her skin. Damn it! Megan cursed then. Seizing the opportunity, while the member was reloading and the others were distracted, she drew a hand arrow from her bracer and aimed it at the unsuspecting gang member. Thud! Before the gang member could finish reloading, the bolt struck true, embedding itself in his chest. He let out a scream as he fell backward, lifeless within seconds. Vladik, witnessing Megan rapidly approaching, felt an inexplicable sense of dread wash over him. He pointed at Megan and shouted, Aim at him, fire! Bang, bang, bang. The bullets erupted from the barrels, intent on shredding every target in sight. However, before the gang members could fire, Megan nimbly lunged forward, rolling twice on the ground to evade the bullets, then rose to her feet and continued charging toward the wall. Vladik's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, Is he a monkey or a human? Each shot seemed to be predicted and avoided by Megan. As the green figure drew closer, Vladik's countenance twisted in rage as he snatched the smoothbore gun from a nearby subordinate, brutally shoving him aside, preparing to aim at the swiftly approaching foe. Yet, as he raised the smoothbore gun to take aim, his pupils dilated in horror as a diamond-shaped axe blade whirled toward him at an alarming speed. The axe flew with such rapidity that he had no time to react, and he could only watch in despair as it approached, the scent of death hanging heavily in the air. Thud! The spinning assassin's axe struck brutally into Vladik's forehead. He had no opportunity to utter a scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 89. Occupation. The members of the Hungry Wolf gang atop the wall were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that the enemy could throw an axe at Vladik while being shot at by so many, and with such precision. Meanwhile, below the wall, after casting the assassin's axe, Megan did not pause to check if she had hit her target. Instead, she swiftly moved to the base of the wall, leaning against it while retrieving two fist-sized iron balls from her pocket. Megan reached out to pull the lever on the iron ball, subsequently hurling one iron sphere towards the rear gate and another upwards towards the surrounding wall. As he watched the iron balls arc gracefully towards their intended targets, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Allow you to experience the latest masterpiece of the Brotherhood, a reward for your sharpshooting skills. Boom! The resounding explosions startled the members of the Black Crow gang outside the manor. Ivy, gazing at the plumes of smoke rising from the gate and the wall, furrowed her brow and expressed her concern. If I am not mistaken, this must be the work of Megan. I hope he is unharmed. Jacob donned his brass knuckles on his right hand and gently patted Ivy's shoulder with his left, offering her reassurance. Ivy, Megan is a seasoned assassin. I have faith he will be fine. Ivy nodded, raising her silver cane with her left hand while gripping the eagle-headed staff with her right. Let us hope so. Jacob tightened his grip on the brass knuckles and raised his left hand in a determined gesture. Now is not the time for concern. With Megan's creation granting us an advantage, it is our turn to act. Ivy drew the slender blade concealed within her eagle-headed staff with force. Jacob, I do not require your instruction on how to proceed. Jacob shrugged, opting not to retort, and led the gang forward towards the manor. Roar! Megan's foot pressed firmly against Flack's back as he withdrew the assassin's battle axe from his side, observing the now battered axe. He grimaced. I fear it can no longer be of use. He stowed the axe back at his waist and looked up at Jacob and Ivy, who were approaching. Congratulations to you both on reclaiming Gypsy Street. Ivy smiled at Megan. Mr. Megan, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. I believe we owe our success in reclaiming Gypsy Street to your assistance. Without you, I doubt we would have managed to seize it so effortlessly. Jacob appeared exceedingly pleased, a broad smile gracing his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This manor is once again in our grasp. I believe our next objective should be the Thames District. Once we secure it, our territory will completely encircle the remaining members of the Wolf Gang. Ha 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 ha. Ivy glared at Jacob. I do not concur with your assessment. I believe our immediate focus should be on maintaining a low profile and not attempting to seize additional territories. We must first consolidate the lands we currently possess. As our numbers are insufficient, we need to recruit more members. Only once we have bolstered our ranks and thoroughly integrated our existing territory can we contemplate our next offensive. Megan shook his head. I believe you are both mistaken. Our foremost priority should be to prepare for the impending attack from the werewolves. With your current skills, you both could easily evade ordinary werewolves and even inflict some damage upon them. However, we must also consider the safety of the regular members of the Black Crow Gang. Thus, our primary concern should be devising a strategy to combat the werewolves. Ivy nodded in agreement. I believe you are absolutely right, Mr. Megan. We must indeed address the werewolf issue first. Jacob raised his hands in exasperation. Rather than merely protecting our members from being slaughtered by the werewolves, why not let them join the fray? The long-standing legend that werewolves fear silver surely has some basis in truth. Perhaps the ancients discovered this while combating the malevolent werewolves. We might consider coating our bullets or weapons in silver. If silvered weapons can indeed harm werewolves, we could incorporate our members into the fight. Ivy regarded her brother with appreciative eyes. Jacob, it is rare for you to offer such a valuable suggestion. Jacob shot her a playful glare. Huh. It is equally rare for you to agree with me. Megan observed the sibling banter with amusement. Very well. I shall return to the assassin's castle shortly to collect the box of silver bullets I had previously arranged with Peter. However, if we are to enable our members to join the battle, a single box of silver bullets will certainly be insufficient. Peter will have to work overtime tonight. Jacob shrugged. Hey, can't this wait until tomorrow? We are to celebrate the reclamation of Gypsy Street with a feast. You won't be absent, will you? Megan shook his head. The feast can wait. I must return to the assassin's castle to deliver that box of silver bullets. We cannot predict when the werewolves may strike. What if they invade while you are intoxicated? Therefore, I advise against holding the feast tonight. Once we have resolved the werewolf situation, you will have ample time for celebration. Ivy wholeheartedly agreed with Megan's reasoning, addressing Jacob. I believe Mr. Megan is correct. Let us cancel tonight's feast. I cannot afford to take that risk. Jacob was taken aback. Hey, I have already instructed our members to begin preparations for the feast. You cannot expect me to inform them of the cancellation while they are eagerly getting ready. This would undoubtedly dampen their spirits. Ivy glared at Jacob. Indeed, you must take responsibility for your own safety and that of our members. Jacob sighed, tilting his head in resignation. Fine, fine. I shall go inform them. Just then, Megan interjected, halting Jacob's departure. Hand over your brass knuckles, and Ivy, your staff as well. I shall have Peter coat your weapons in silver. Jacob raised an eyebrow, cautiously retrieving his brass knuckles from his pocket and handing them to Megan. Please ensure Peter is careful. It is my prized possession, and I would hate for it to be damaged. Megan nodded, accepting the brass knuckles and staff before turning to exit the manor. I shall instruct Peter to be cautious. Remain here and await my return. Chapter 90, Confession. Janos pushed open the carriage door and stepped out, addressing Wilson, who stood nearby. Mr. Wilson, how you perceive my father's mood today? Wilson shrugged. Master Janos, regrettably, the lady has appeared rather unhappy since breakfast this morning. However, there is some good news, Mr. Abel has maintained a stable disposition over the past week. Janos sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. It seems I must first go and comfort my mother. Wilson smiled at Janos. A wise choice. Hello, mother. It is a pleasure to see you. You remain as enchanting as ever. Janos entered the hall, hanging his coat on a rack while addressing the glum-faced Lady Messel, who sat on the sofa in the parlor. Lady Messel's expression darkened, unfazed by Janos's flattery. Janos, where is your brother? Janos seated himself beside Lady Messel. Megan has some work to attend to, so he will not be returning today. Lady Messel smirked coldly. Work? I am curious to know what sort of endeavor requires a quarter of the Dorian family's monthly income. Do you realize that amount could allow a destitute person to live comfortably in London for a decade without the need to work? Janos offered an awkward smile. Mother, you may not fully grasp. This is merely a preliminary investment in my career. You must understand that to achieve substantial gains, one must first allocate resources. Lady Messel abruptly interrupted Janos. Do you think I am someone ignorant, a woman who has never been educated and has only ever known cooking and laundry? I am the wife of the current head of the Dorian family. Do you suppose I am incapable of understanding such rudimentary concepts? Janos gazed at the furious Meisel, quickly attempting to soothe her. I understand. You are indeed an elegant and independent woman. I apologize for my previous remarks. Maisel furrowed her brow, looking at Yano. I only wish to know one thing. What exactly is your occupation? If you cannot honestly disclose it to me, I shall consider persuading your father to withdraw his support for you and reclaim Dorian Castle. Yano felt a throbbing headache at that moment. Mother, please listen to me. I have refrained from revealing my endeavors to protect you from danger. Don't you? Maisel's voice took on a sharp edge. Yano, you have never mentioned that your work could involve peril, and you know the risks yet still involve Megan. He is your blood relative. Yano was taken aback by his mother's intense agitation. Mother, please allow me to explain. Maisel glared at Yano. You need not explain anything to me. Right now. Immediately summon Megan back. I shall have your father put an end to your fleeting career. From now on, you shall remain at the estate. I can hardly believe you would place your brother in jeopardy. Yano pinched the bridge of his nose. Mother, please do not be hasty. Allow me to elucidate. It was Megan who insisted on joining me, and I will ensure his safety. Maisel dismissed Yano's explanation. Enough. You are so consumed with your ambitions that you have never considered me, your mother. What if any of you were to be harmed? Maisel, calm down. Let me speak with Yano, said the figure descending the stairs, Abel. Maisel turned to him. Calm down. How can I be calm when one of my children is in a perilous situation? You expect me to be calm? Abel, with a somber expression, took a seat beside Maisel and addressed Yano. I believe you owe us an explanation regarding your occupation. Yano sighed helplessly. If I divulge this to you, I fear it may place you in danger as well. Abid scolded. Unless you have provoked every noble in this city. I find it hard to believe anyone in London could place us in jeopardy. Yano shook his head. It is not merely the nobles. There exist far more savage, mysterious, and terrifying entities. Abel raised an eyebrow. Oh, you have piqued my interest. Speak the truth, or you shall not extract a single penny from me. Yano took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, and looked at Abel. Do you recall the night last year when Megan clashed with you? Abel nodded. Of course, that incident left a lasting impression. Yano's expression turned grave. On that very night, I established my own venture, or rather, I founded my own organization of Brotherhood. When I returned to the estate, I learned of your conflict with Megan. I discerned that his aspirations aligned with those of the Brotherhood. Thus, I revealed its existence and purpose to him. He implored me to accept him as a member, but anyone wishing to join the Brotherhood must first become an assassin. Abel frowned. An assassin. So, the attacks on factories and the exploitation of child laborers were orchestrated by your Brotherhood? Yano smiled wryly, or rather, they were executed under my leadership. Abel's expression grew complicated. You have concealed such significant undertakings from us, and you have indeed entangled yourself with the majority of London's elite. Yano awkwardly rubbed his nose. I believe the nobles are not the gravest concern. The true trouble lies in the conflict between the Brotherhood's creed and that of the sorcerers. Thus, our adversaries are not only the nobles, but those wizards lurking behind the shadows of this world. Maisel's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Ha, wizards? Why not claim that your enemies are werewolves and vampires as well? Yano couldn't help but marvel at how accurately Maisel guessed. That is precisely what I intended to mention. Do you remember the evening we concluded Sheriff Goreg's promotion banquet and returned in our carriage? Abel recalled the events of that night. I remember there was an explosion outside our carriage, and you exited, instructing Megan to take us away. When you returned, you informed us that assailants had attacked the Kenway family. I must tell you the truth. That night, the Kenway family was assaulted by werewolves. Chapter 91, Untitled. Are you implying that the explosion that occurred that night was caused by werewolves attacking the Kenway family's carriage? Abel exclaimed in shock. Yano nodded. Indeed, the werewolves targeted Mr. James and Miss Sevilla of the Kenway family. Had we not fortuitously shared the same route home, I fear London would have lost a noble. Maisel gazed at Yano with astonishment. So, you defeated a werewolf? The kind depicted in fairy tales, immensely strong and malevolent? Are you regaling me with a fable? Yano replied earnestly. Mother, if you believe I am wasting this money, your father and I will only reprimand you. But if you are concocting these tales to evade responsibility. Yano looked at Maisel's clenched fists. Mother, please trust me. I speak only the truth. With a flick, Yano revealed a hidden wristblade. Raising his arm to display it to his parents, behold, this is the weapon emblematic of an assassin, the wristblade. Abel examined the finely crafted weapon that had sprung forth from Yano's wrist. Ah, what exquisite craftsmanship! The artisan who created this can be deemed a master. The dagger concealed within the wrist guard, deployed through a mechanism on the ring finger. Wait, what is this? Yano followed Abel's gaze to a protruding cylindrical feature on the bracer, retracting the wrist blade back into its guard. He then aimed at a nearby vase. This is my exclusive phantom arrow, reserved for the leader of the assassins. Other assassins employ a miniature crossbow concealed beneath their bracers. While my phantom arrow is far more convenient, as it can house small bolts and hollow needles containing tranquilizers or poisons, allowing me to efficiently eliminate or incapacitate targets from a distance. As such, thud, the vase shattered, and the bolt lodged deep into the counter. Abel marveled at the ingenious contraption. What an astonishing device. The genius who crafted it is undoubtedly a prodigy. Yano chuckled, shaking his head, revealing the underside of his bracer. But that's not all. You see here, as the leader, I possess a special grappling line, enabling me to swiftly traverse the skies of London without the need to climb like other assassins. Abel's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly the case? How marvelous! Such a small bracer can conceal so many mechanisms. May I see it in action? Meisel squinted. Is this truly the matter we ought to discuss? Abel? Ahem. Abel cleared his throat, then donned a serious expression, pointing at Yano's bracer. Let us return to the matter at hand. I doubt this alone suffices to substantiate your claims, and this device cannot aid you in defeating the fairy tale variety of werewolves, though it is indeed a masterpiece. Yano sighed in resignation. I assure you, all I speak is true. There is a male witch within the castle who can corroborate my words. If you require it, I can even summon James to assist in verifying my account. Abel retrieved 2 cigars from beneath the coffee table, placing one before Yano while he himself lit the other. Taking a deep puff, Dominican cigars quite delightful. You ought to give it a try. Thank you, Yano replied. Yet he refrained from picking up the cigar resting on the table. Abel inhaled deeply and released a cloud of white smoke that obscured Yano's view, preventing him from discerning his father's expression. Instead, he could only hear Abel's voice emerging from the haze. Since you find yourself unable to verify your position here, let's bypass that for now. Tell me the original intent behind the creation of the Brotherhood and what you are currently undertaking. Yano took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and declared, the purpose of founding the Brotherhood was to establish equality, to ensure that every individual has the opportunity to converse on equal footing, to make their voices heard. Abel appeared amused by Yano's declaration, chuckling heartily. Equality? Yano nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is all about equality. To shield individuals from the oppression of the powerful and the tyranny of the wicked. Rising from the sofa, Abel asserted, Yano, disband the Brotherhood. I must inform you. You are courting trouble. Yano shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot do that. Long before I established the Brotherhood, I recognized the significance of equality. Numerous wars have ignited due to inequality. Take the French Revolution, for instance. Surely you comprehend my point. Meisel glared at Yano, exclaiming, your father is correct. Disbanding the Brotherhood is beyond your purview. Do you not realize? If you do not dissolve the Brotherhood immediately, your forthcoming adversaries will be the aristocracy of London or even all of Britain, including the Dorian family. Yano lowered his gaze. I'm sorry, mother. I fear I cannot. Abel raised a hand to silence Meisel, then set down his cigar. Yano, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yano nodded. I am aware of what I am doing. Abel inhaled deeply. Your intentions are admirable, and you have indeed accomplished much, rescuing child laborers from factories across London. However, you must understand that if your actions come to light, the entire aristocracy of London will turn against you, and even the Dorian family will be unable to shield you. They may themselves become implicated. We will take precautions to safeguard our identities, Yano replied. Abel resumed his seat, gazing intently at Yano. Historically, there have always been those who fought for the people's rights. To be honest, I have always admired them. In my youth, I aspired to be one of them. Yet, as I matured, I relinquished that ambition, fully aware of the challenges that accompany such a path. My fears led me to abandon it. However, I knew that in these tumultuous times, someone would inevitably rise to instigate change, to become the next figure of admiration in a new era. I never envisioned that this person would be my own child. Yano smiled at Abel. Why can't it be me? Abel chuckled softly. I find myself uncertain whether I should prevent you from pursuing this. Abel. Meisel furrowed her brow at her husband. Abel shook his head at his wife, then turned to Yano. I suppose a timid man like myself has no right to impede your ambitions. If you truly wish to proceed, then do so with abandon. I shall provide you with my utmost support from behind the scenes. Chapter 92. The Test. Lord Frank. The patrolling pups have sensed the presence of an intruder in the forest. A robust man with a thick mane of hair burst through the door, speaking urgently. Seated upon a stone chair, Frank opened his aged, murky eyes, his voice rasping. Huron, as a noble werewolf, you must maintain your composure. Do not succumb to panic over trivial matters. As for the intruder you mention, are they merely foolish muggles who have wandered in unwittingly? Huron took a deep breath to steady his nerves, addressing Frank. It is likely not an accident. for the pups detected this individual's scent on the outskirts of the forest 3 days ago. However, the following day, they traced the scent within the forest itself. Today, he has ventured deep into the woods, merely a few miles from our stronghold. A glint of sharpness flickered in Frank's clouded eyes as he struggled to sit upright. You should have informed me the moment you discovered him the second time, sending someone to investigate, not waiting until he is nearly upon us. Huron stood before Frank, trembling slightly. Lord Frank, please allow me to explain. When we detected him the second time, I dispatched someone to investigate. However, whenever our people followed his scent, he vanished into the forest, taking his scent and traces with him. I presumed he had either left or been swept away by a nearby lake. When the pups found him again today, he miraculously disappeared once more, just as he had the day prior. Frank, with great effort, stood from his stone chair, leaning on his cane as he approached Huron. He regarded the visibly agitated Huron with a gentle sigh. Had it been my younger days, you would be lying on the ground now. But there is no need to be so anxious, young Huron. As you can see, I have aged. I am no longer as formidable as I once was. With age, my temper has softened, and my ambition has waned. I often ponder why I do not pass the leadership to the youth, yet alas, none among you are yet capable of assuming this mantle. Hence, I remain in this position, granting you time to grow. Huron gazed anxiously at Frank. Lord Frank, you are still very young. I have never perceived you as old. I believe you could lead the Gonzalez family for another 1,000 years. Disappointment flickered in Frank's eyes. He was dissatisfied with Huron's response. What he required was a werewolf with ambition and resolve to lead the Gonzalez family forward, and it was evident that Huron was not the right candidate. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Frank shook his head. It appears this individual is not a muggle. After all, a muggle would lack the ability to evade a werewolf's keen senses, let alone elude our search. I suspect a wizard has entered the forest. Let the pups bolster the defenses of our stronghold. We remain unaware of this wizard's motives or whereabouts, so we must wait for him to reveal himself. Regardless of his intent, if his target is the Gonzalez family, he will inevitably confront us, will he not? Huron knelt on one knee before Frank. As you command. Lord Frank. Frank limped back to his stone chair, waving his hand dismissively. It seems I truly am aging. After this brief conversation, I find myself fatigued. I believe I require some rest. You may attend to your duties. Understood. I shall arrange for additional pups to secure the stronghold, Huron replied, rising and turning towards the door. However, as he turned, his eyes glimmered with hatred, the crimson brutality evident, revealing that he was not as fearful of Frank as he pretended to be. A few dozen meters away from the Gonzalez stronghold, Donner, adorned in a vividly colored assassin's garb, crouched atop a 10-meter-high log, retrieving a crossbow bolt with a silver tip from his side pouch. With a flick of his arm, he dislodged the phantom arrow beneath his bracer, contemplating. The werewolf lair has been located, ingeniously concealed. It took me 3 days to uncover this place. Young wolves, from this moment forth, you must remain vigilant. The enemy is likely a sorcerer. Make good use of your keen sense of smell. The instant you detect the scent of an unfamiliar presence near the stronghold, sound the alarm immediately. Donner observed a robust man emerging from the largest structure within the werewolf encampment. Thankfully, Mr. Henry S. warning regarding the sensitivity of werewolves' noses prompted me to apply tree sap to mask my scent. Otherwise, I might have been discovered long ago. However, based on my reconnaissance over the past 2 days, it seems approximately 6 to 8 werewolves are responsible for patrolling the area. As for the number of werewolves within the estate, Donner lifted the arm that had released the phantom arrow, aiming at the man who had just exited the grand house. A slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Determining the number of werewolves in the estate is quite simple. Just lure them all out. It conveniently allows for a test of whether silver can inflict harm upon werewolves. With a resounding thud, the crossbow bolt zipped through the air, embedding itself forcefully into Huron's right arm. Huron clutched his arm, collapsing onto one knee, a low groan escaping his lips. Damn it! Everyone be cautious. The enemy has arrived, and they have injured Huron. A werewolf, sensing Huron's distress, alerted his companions. Where's the enemy? Why can't I smell him? I can't smell him either. Is it the sorcerer's magic? Huron, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, forced himself to stand. The enemy cannot possibly be a sorcerer. Sorcerers never wield weapons invented by muggles. Just moments after regaining his footing, Huron fell to his knees once more, green blisters erupting from the wound on his arm, hissing ominously. Silver. Damn it. Everyone, stay hidden. The enemy wields silver weaponry. Chapter 93. Yano's Concerns. Huron, are you all right? A fellow werewolf dragged the wounded Huron behind cover, urgently inquiring after his condition. Ah! Huron grasped the tail end of the bolt, yanking it free with a grimace. As it exited his body, he could not suppress a howl of agony, gasping, "Bieber, I don't feel well at all. I can hardly muster any strength, and my head is spinning." Bieber, with his crimson, ferocious gaze, fixated on the bolt that had fallen from Huron's hand. "It's a silver-tipped bolt. Thankfully, it was merely coated in silver, rather than made entirely of it. Otherwise, Huron, you'd likely be bedridden for a month." Huron shook his head, still dazed. Damn it. Who could it be? Sorcerers would never use muggle weapons. And how could an ignorant muggle possibly know of werewolves' existence and their vulnerabilities so well? Bieber furrowed his brow. "Huron, do you think it could be that muggle collaborating with Frank?" Huron shook his head. "I don't know, but this is not the time for speculation. I sense the enemy has not yet departed. He remains lurking nearby." Bieber's expression turned grave. Has he left? What could he possibly want? Huron weakly shook his head. "I know, but it seems my insights will be of little use today. The rest, I entrust to you, Bieber." Unbeknownst to them, Donner, having witnessed the werewolf's emergence and the effect of the silver arrow, had already made his escape. Assassin's Castle. Janos sat at his desk, reviewing the intelligence and task progress submitted by the assassins. "Master," Janos looked up to find Donner standing at the doorway. "Ah, Donner, it appears your mission is complete." Donner lowered his hood and approached Janos. "Yes, Master, I have pinpointed the exact location of the werewolf pack and estimated their numbers." Janos frowned. "Estimated? Donner, are you unable to confirm the precise count?" Donner shook his head apologetically. "Master, I'm afraid I cannot. I didn't dare venture too close to the estate. The werewolf's sense of smell is too acute. Even with tree sap masking my scent, if I got too close, they would still detect me." Janos nodded. "Perhaps I was too hasty. I shouldn't have placed additional demands on you, especially after your days of reconnaissance in the forest without proper rest. My apologies." Donner smiled broadly. "There is no need for you to apologize, Master. It is my honor to serve you." Janos chuckled and shook his head. "You are not serving me. Everything we do now is in service to the Assassin's Creed." Donner shrugged. "You are correct. We are all serving the Creed. By the way, Master, I have followed your directive and tested the silver weaponry on the werewolves." Janos raised an eyebrow. "Oh, did it prove effective against the werewolves?" Donner nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I witnessed green blisters erupting from the wounds inflicted by the silver weaponry. Judging by the werewolf's erratic movements after being struck, it clearly caused significant harm." A smile spread across Janos' face. "You know what? This morning, as I returned from the estate to the castle, Peter informed me that Megan had brought in a crate of silver bullets last night and instructed Peter to work overtime to produce additional crates." Donner was taken aback. "Mr. Megan? Has he already confirmed that silver can harm werewolves before I did?" Janos shook his head with a smile. "I don't believe that's the case. If he had confirmed it, he would have notified the Brotherhood. I think he arrived at the same conclusion as I did. He wishes to test the ancient adage, werewolves fear silver." Donner nodded in realization. "I understand now. It seems Mr. Megan has indeed matured significantly. Since we have established that werewolves fear silver, should we inform Mr. Megan?" Janos rose. "Of course. Once Peter finishes crafting the bullets, I will personally pay him a visit." "Master," Janos observed Donner, who seemed hesitant to speak. He inquired with curiosity, "Is there something else, Donner?" Donner took a gentle breath before speaking. "Master, before I ventured into the forest, you asked me to investigate Evelyn upon my return. Is it truly unnecessary to inform Mr. Megan?" Janos furrowed his brow. "I met with Evelyn not long ago, and for reasons unknown, I sense she poses a danger. You know, the intuition of an assassin master is often quite accurate, which is why I tasked you with investigating her. I believe you understand, Megan. He is quite emotional, and, under the influence of feelings, he struggles to discern who genuinely cares for him and who harbors ulterior motives. If he were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly seek to thwart our efforts, which is why I instructed you to investigate Evelyn without informing him." Janos sighed, exasperated. Originally, Megan was not suited to be an assassin, but considering his ambitions align closely with the Brotherhood's, I chose to induct him. Had he not become an assassin, I would not concern myself with whom he associates, with whom he befriends, or whom he romantically entangles. However, since he is now an assassin, we must ascertain whether this Evelyn poses a threat to the Brotherhood. Do you understand my reasoning, Donner?" With a grave expression, Donner nodded. "I believe I comprehend your intentions. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the task you have entrusted to me." Yano, with a slight nod of his head, replied, "Excellent. You should take some rest. After wandering through the forest for so many days, you must be utterly fatigued. I suggest you eat something before you sleep. I'm certain you would not wish to be awakened from a peaceful slumber by hunger, Such an experience is quite unpleasant. A hearty smile broke across Donner's face. Though the injury to his left eye rendered him somewhat fearsome. Thank you for your concern. Once I have recuperated, I will promptly undertake the task you assigned to me. Yano rubbed his temples in exasperation. Donner, there is no need for such urgency. Perhaps you could grant yourself a few days of respite? Take the time to explore this city. Since you joined the Brotherhood, you have yet to rest. Donner shook his head. The creed does not allow me the luxury of rest at this moment. Chapter 94, The Malevolent Assassin. Machio pushed open the door to the tavern, ignoring the revelry of the patrons within, and approached the counter, placing a few pence upon it. I would like a glass of your strongest liquor. A male patron seated at the bar turned his attention to Machio, his laughter piercing the air as he surveyed the animal skins draped over Machio. Huh, boy, are you one of those savage tribesmen? Machio cast him a sidelong glance, striving to conceal the brutality simmering in his eyes, and replied impatiently, Get lost. Luca, this is my guest. If you wish to brawl with others, you will no longer be welcome here. The bartender, who was pouring drinks, shot a fierce glare at the patron before addressing Machio. My apologies, but Luca means no harm. His tongue has always been sharp, and he has earned his share of beatings because of it. Machio nodded in acknowledgement and silently pulled out a stool from beneath the counter to sit. The bartender placed a drink before Machio and winked. This one S on me. Consider it an apology for Luca's behavior. Machio glanced up at the bartender and nodded silently. The bartender chuckled. Ah, it seems I have a shy patron. Though Luca's words were unkind. If you plan to reside in London for a while, I recommend you change your, attire. I doubt you would relish being questioned by patrolling officers every time you step outside, would you? Machio regarded the bartender with surprise, unable to comprehend why this muggle felt compelled to offer him such advice, as they were strangers. Luca interjected, Old Ryan speaks the truth. If you wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be wise to change your clothes. Machio nodded, managing a few tiny words. Thank you. Ryan smiled and nodded. It's no trouble at all. If you cannot find an affordable clothing store, you may ask Luca to escort you. He knows these parts well. Luca shrugged. If you beg me nicely, I might just show you where to buy some clothes. Ryan leaned over the counter and delivered a light slap to Luca's head, disregarding Luca's cries of pain as he retreated behind the counter, letting out a weary sigh before addressing Machio. He never learns, even after being beaten senseless for his mouth. Once he recovers, he will revert to his old ways. Machio glanced at Luca, who was now rubbing his head, and turned back to Ryan. Thank you. Luca lowered his hand and pointed at Machio. All right. If he requires it, I will take him for old Ryan's sake. Ryan nodded with satisfaction before turning to resume his duties. Machio's sudden query halted Ryan's departure. Excuse me, do you know about the assassins? Ryan turned back, frowning as he regarded Machio. You mean the assassins? Machio affirmed with a nod. Are you familiar with them? Luca looked at Machio in disbelief. I think the citizens of London are well aware of them. After all, they have stirred quite a bit of trouble. Ryan returned to the counter, his demeanor serious as he gazed at Machio. Though I do not know your reasons for inquiring, I must warn you, do not provoke the assassins. They're not to be trifled with. Machio was undeterred by Ryan's warning and pressed on. Can you tell me what troubles the assassins have caused? Luca glanced at Ryan, and when Ryan nodded slightly, Luca began. I believe this is no secret. You could ask anyone on the street and learn the same. I recall the first sighting of them was last autumn, the day of a shocking factory massacre that stunned all of London. Machio raised an eyebrow. What was the factory massacre? Luca stared at Machio in astonishment. You do not even know about the factory massacre? Ryan interjected with irritation. He has just arrived in London. How would he have heard of it? Luca chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, I forgot you were new to London. Machio shook his head. No matter, please continue. Luca took a sip from his own glass before placing it down and addressing Machio. The factory massacre occurred one night last year at the East London Rids factory. It was a despicable and brutal slaughter. Every overseer in the factory was mercilessly killed. None of the supervisors on duty that night escaped. Terrifyingly, despite the numerous deaths. No one raised the alarm until the next shift arrived the following day. Moreover, over 100 child laborers vanished without a trace. No one knows where these children went, whether they're alive or dead. Machio pondered this information. So the factory massacre was the work of those assassins? Luca nodded slowly. Yes. Had they ceased their actions that night, I doubt anyone would have known it was them. However, they did not relent, continuing to assault factories in East London, until our city's guardian, Sheriff Gregor Graced, apprehended one of the assassins. Had it not been for the treacherous means the assassins employed to incapacitate Sheriff Gregor, I believe he would have already brought these criminals to justice. Machio frowned. How do you know so much about this? Ryan stood up from behind the counter. handing Machio a newspaper. All of this is documented in the papers. If you wish to learn more, you may find it in here. Thank you. Machio replied as he accepted the newspaper from Ryan. Luca, with a look of disdain, addressed both Machio and Ryan. I detest those assassins. Hey lad. A male patron seated on the other side of the counter seemed intrigued by Luca's words, standing and approaching the trio. I have a different perspective. I rather admire the assassins. Luca turned to face the man. Oh? You actually admire those who flout the law and are ruthless and cruel? The man chuckled. Ruthless and cruel? It seems we have much to discuss. Chapter 95, Resuming Updates. Do you think all assassins are ruthless and cruel? The patron inquired as he sat beside Luca. Luca raised an eyebrow, of course. Are those who slaughter others for their own gain good people? The patron regarded Luca thoughtfully, nodding before turning to Ryan at the counter. I'll have a drink, and whatever they are drinking today, put on my tab. Having finished his words, he redirected his gaze to Luca. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Claude, and it is a pleasure to meet you both in this tavern. Luca curled his lips. We certainly do not lack your meager coin for drink. However, you may call me Luca. Machio, noticing both their eyes upon him, sighed resignedly. Machio. Claude accepted the glass of wine Ryan offered, took a delicate sip, and then inquired. So, do you believe that the assassins persecute others for their own gain? Luca shrugged. It is quite evident. I suppose they are likely hired by other factory owners with money or some other incentive to slaughter the overseers, and then abduct all the child laborers from the factory. You see, employing unscrupulous methods to undermine one's competition is precisely the habitual trickery of these elites. Is it not? Ryan, standing at the bar while polishing a glass, looked at Luca with a pained expression. I apologize for interrupting your discourse, but I must inform you that in all of London, no factory dares to employ child labor anymore. I believe that until these assassins are apprehended, these factory owners will certainly refrain from hiring child laborers. After all, none of them wish to become targets of these ghostly assassins. Luca shot Ryan a glare, but remained silent. Claude set down his glass, turning to Machio. And what does this gentleman think? Machio paused for a moment, then shook his head. I do not know much about these assassins. Claude smiled and turned to Luca. Mr. Luca, my perspective is precisely the opposite of yours. I believe these assassins do not act for their own benefit. Luca regarded Claude with surprise. Not for their own benefit? Claude nodded. Indeed, I recall they appeared in the city of London suddenly last autumn. No, perhaps even earlier, they just did not reveal their identities until then. The first time they exposed themselves was during the RYDEZ factory massacre. Luca nodded in agreement. Yes, that massacre. Claude took a deep breath, his expression darkening. Yes, it was indeed a massacre, but the targets of the assassins were not a group of defenseless ordinary citizens. Their targets were those brutal, despicable scoundrels who took pleasure in humiliating child laborers. Ryan gazed thoughtfully at Claude, then resumed polishing the glasses without speaking. Luca furrowed his brow. Do you not think you are being overly dogmatic? While the overseers may not have a favorable reputation among the public, how can you be so certain that the overseers in the factories are exactly like that? Claude picked up a glass from the counter, raised it, and downed its contents in one gulp, then fixed his slightly reddened eyes on Luca. Because I am an orphan. I grew up in that wretched factory. No one understands these scoundrels better than I do. Luca seemed momentarily taken aback by Claude's bloodshot eyes, lowering his gaze slightly. I apologize. I did not know you were an orphan. Claude shook his head. It is of no consequence. On that fateful day, all the child laborers vanished for the factory, and there was no sign of any struggle. From this, it is evident that these children left voluntarily with the assassins. Otherwise, with so many children, even if just 1/10 had resisted, the assassins could not have taken them away so quietly. Lucas stared at Claude in confusion. How do you know this so clearly? Claude hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a badge from his pocket and showed it to Luca. I forgot to mention, I am a constable of London. Luca examined the identification card within Claude's badge with astonishment. It is quite surprising that you are a constable. Boss, you need not bother cleaning up those unsavory items that should not be in the tavern. I am here as a private individual for a drink. Not in my official capacity, Claude remarked with a sidelong glance at Ryan. Ryan halted, slowly turned, and said ingratiatingly to Claude, Thank you for your generosity. You know, without selling these items, a small tavern like mine cannot support my family. Claude tucked the badge back into his pocket, ignoring Ryan, and continued conversing with Luca. Therefore, I believe that these assassins do not act out of self-interest. They do this to liberate child laborers. Luca's brows knitted deeply. Liberate child laborers? Claude nodded with a smile. Yes. You see, what the assassins do brings them no benefit, except for exposing their existence. Luca shook his head. I do not share your view. How do you know they did not gain anything? Moreover, the fate of the abducted child laborers remains unknown. You hastily categorize the assassin's actions, and besides, does liberation justify the indiscriminate slaughter of others? Why do they not pursue legal avenues to liberate child laborers? I have always believed that an eye for an eye is a foolish approach. Ryan cast a sidelong glance at Luca. I suspect this notion stems from your own lack of strength, having often been beaten by others. Claude sighed gently. Legal avenues? Are you familiar with James Kenway? Luca nodded. I know him, the gentleman who proposed the Child Labor Protection Act at City Hall. That is the proper way to liberate child laborers. Claude shook his head in resignation. I doubt he will succeed. Do you have any idea how many attacks he has endured since proposing the Child Labor Protection Act? Do you know how fiercely he has been ostracized by the elites? Luca's face registered shock. Lord James was attacked. Claude raised an eyebrow. Of course, just the day after he proposed the Child Labor Protection Act. He was confronted by a group of masked individuals who threatened him to cease his application for the Protection Act. Mr. James did not yield. And shortly after his refusal to compromise, 2 of his children were assaulted outside the Kenway residence. Chapter 96. Resolution. Luca gazed at Claude in astonishment. Is what you say true? Just because Mr. James submitted the Child Labor Protection Act, he and his family faced threats and harm? Claude picked up the glass that Ryan had refilled and took a melancholic sip, then continued. It is indeed true. I have heard that only Mr. James and his young daughter, Miss Sevilla, remain in the Kenway household, while his wife and children have been hidden away and no one knows where he has concealed them. Luca sighed. Let us pray that Mr. James can successfully submit the Child Labor Protection Act. Claude shook his head. I do not hold out much hope for Mr. James. I even believe he is courting disaster. His actions have placed him at odds with the majority of the elites in London, as a solitary figure. He cannot possibly contend with them. His ultimate fate will likely be to perish quietly in some street or alley, or perhaps in a sewer. Luca rubbed his index finger under his nose. So you believe what those assassins do is justified? Violence to counter violence, and illegal resistance to illegal acts? Claude shrugged. Then how do you propose to liberate child laborers? Luca shook his head. I do not know. Claude sighed, pulling a few pennies from his pocket and placing them on the table. Let us conclude our conversation for today. I must take my leave. It has been a pleasure chatting with you. Luca smiled at Claude. I too have enjoyed our conversation. Should you wish to talk again, feel free to find me. I can usually be found in this tavern. Claude nodded and produced a card from his pocket, placing it before Luca. It seems you're indeed well known in property management. Although our perspectives differ, I believe my superior would appreciate you. If you are free tomorrow, do visit the police station. Perhaps I can offer you a position. Without waiting for Luca's response, Claude rose and made his way towards the tavern's entrance. After watching Claude depart, Luca turned his gaze to Ryan. I think we should take our leave as well. After all, I need to take Machio shopping for some respectable attire. Ryan glanced up at the card in Luca's hand. It appears I must congratulate you on securing a respectable job. Luca shook his hand dismissively. I will check it out tomorrow, but whether they want me is still uncertain. Hey, Your Majesty, I hear you're looking for me? Henry opened the conference room door and addressed Yano, who was seated on the sofa. Yano shot Henry an irritated glance. Please, spare me that ridiculous title. Henry clicked his tongue and sat beside Yano. Very well, dear Lord Yano. What brings you to seek my counsel? Yano handed Henry a piece of paper from the table. We have located the werewolf stronghold, as well as their numbers. Henry took the paper and scrutinized it. And what do you intend to do about it? Yano's index finger tapped rhythmically on the table. I have resolved to launch a raid on the werewolf stronghold. Henry paused momentarily before chuckling at Yano. What a reasonable decision. It seems I shall need to find new employment. Of course, the boss will need a replacement as well. Yano regarded Henry with amusement. Oh, do you lack faith in the Brotherhood? Henry raised the paper he held. Do you truly believe that with merely 20 adult assassins, including yourself from the Brotherhood, we can confront nearly 80 werewolves lurking in the forest? I deem that nothing short of suicide. Do you think werewolves are so easily dealt with? Yano sighed in resignation. I have no other options. The Brotherhood cannot remain a sitting target for the werewolves' assaults. Such passivity would not only hinder our progress, but also lead to continuous casualties within the Brotherhood. Henry shrugged. So what do you propose? Shall we send the assassins into the forest to engage in a suicide mission against the werewolves? Yano smiled and shook his head. Certainly not. And that is precisely why I summoned you today. Henry quickly waved his hands. Please, don't involve me in this. My job does not entail risking my life for the Brotherhood. Yano stood, gazing deeply into Henry's eyes. I require your assistance, Henry. Henry, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Damn it. Just tell me what must be done. If it involves danger, allow me the courtesy to decline. Yano nodded in satisfaction. It is quite simple. I wish for you to find a few trustworthy wizards to assist the Brotherhood. Henry stared in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend Yano's request. Are you certain I heard you correctly? You want me to recruit other wizards to aid you? Yano approached Henry and patted him on the shoulder. I assure you, you heard correctly. I need you to find a few reliable wizards to assist us. Henry looked at Yano incredulously. Seek trustworthy wizards? Aren't you concerned about exposing the Brotherhood? Yano chuckled softly. The identity of the assassins is already compromised. Should I be worried about the Brotherhood's exposure? Henry rubbed his temples in frustration. Even if you're unconcerned about revealing the Brotherhood, I doubt I can find any willing wizards to make enemies of werewolves. Yano smiled gently. Enmity? I believe you are overthinking it. I have no intention of sparing the werewolves of that forest. I intend to eradicate them from this world. Henry exhaled deeply. Very well. I shall write to my trustworthy friends shortly, but I cannot guarantee they will arrive. It will depend on the weight of the reward you offer. Yano waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, for the Dorian family, money is but a trivial matter. You may set the reward, and upon completion, I shall ensure they receive their due. Henry nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This gives me ample confidence to persuade them. I shall attend to this matter forthwith. Yano bent to retrieve his staff, leaning against the wall. Go on. I must pay a visit to the blacksmith. We need to prepare sufficient silver-plated weapons. And I have yet to deliver the silver bullets Megan requested from the Black Crow gang. Henry bowed to Yano before turning and exiting the door. Yano, leaning on his staff, stepped outside, closing the door behind him while watching Henry in the distance, murmuring, I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 97, The Prophecy. Granger. We are over here. Percival waved while calling out to Eric, who had just entered through the door. Not far away, Morris shot a fierce glare at Percival. Mr. Percival, lower your voice. You are disturbing the other patrons. With a bewildered expression, Percival looked around the nearly empty Broken Cauldron Tavern, turning to Mora with a questioning tone. Dear, I must say that there are only 3 of us present at the Broken Cauldron today. Whom have I disturbed? Bang! Mora forcefully pushed open the small door at the counter, storming toward Percival, her voice sharp and agitated, even splattering saliva onto Percival's face without her noticing. Whom do you think is to blame? Dear Mr. Percival Dumbledore, who barged into the tavern, loudly discussing the ministry's incompetence with his girlfriend, and then berating the audacity of dark wizards? You frightened all my patrons away. Percival wiped his face, cautiously inquiring. What has happened? Did our earlier conversation cause the patrons to leave? Mora inhaled deeply. Damn it, do you never read the newspapers? What has transpired, Ms. Mora? My companion and I have not been in London lately. We just returned today. Mora's gaze shifted to the lady beside Percival, and she sighed softly. I apologize, Candela. I may have overreacted today. My ire was not directed at you. Candela smiled and shook her head. Do not take it to heart. If I were the owner of this tavern, I believe I too would be irate about the current state of business. Mora looked at Candela with gratitude. Thank you, darling. You're always so understanding. Percival furrowed his brow. Ms. Mora, what has been happening lately? Why is everyone so sensitive? At this juncture, Mora struggled to contain her temper, her voice rising. It is all the fault of that prophecy-monger at the ministry, who is always spouting nonsense. He has somehow deceived the Minister of Magic into believing he has foreseen the future of the magical world. This is rather amusing. Ferris has been fooled by such prophecies. Could I trouble you for a butterbeer, Ms. Mora? Eric, seated beside Percival, asked. Mora shot Eric a glance. Of course, but you'll have to wait a moment. I still need to explain the recent happenings in the magical world to Candela and the others. Eric raised an eyebrow. Of course, no problem. I have not had time to follow the magical world lately, so this is a perfect opportunity to hear about it. Mora nodded. Those so-called seers claim they have glimpsed the future of the magical world, a future rife with death, sin, and redemption. They predict that the wizarding world will plunge into war, with countless witches and wizards perishing, and ultimately, the victors of this war will not be the wizards. They will live in humiliation under the yoke of their enemies. And the source of this war is a single individual. Eric, with a look of astonishment, inquired of Mora. Is it because of one person? The prophecy did not specify whether this individual is a man or a woman, nor whether they are a wizard or a muggle. Mora shook her head. I do not know, but it must be a wizard. One cannot expect a muggle, devoid of any understanding, to influence the magical realm. Eric frowned slightly. Perhaps you are correct, but what comes next? Mora, in distress, rubbed her temples. This is precisely why these wizards have become so sensitive of late. The prophecy states that the one who will be the source of war will appear in a magical world this winter, and our Minister of Magic, Fawkes, is evidently terrified by this prediction. He has dispatched Aurors to scrutinize every corner of London, apprehending anyone who expresses dissatisfaction with the ministry. And I have heard they even employ Veritaserum on those individuals. Percival shook his head. This is truly a calamity. Mora nodded as she approached the counter. Indeed, it is a disaster for us. Candela furrowed her brow deeply. Is there no one to rein them in? Eric shrugged. In London, they're the most powerful. Who else possesses the authority to control them? Candela sighed in resignation. The ministry has been on a downward trajectory since Fox took office, but I never anticipated they would devolve to this extent. Percival patted Candela's shoulder, then lifted a goblet from the table. Let us forget about these grim matters. We must celebrate our long-awaited reunion. Eric reached for the butterbeer that Mora had levitated from the counter, clinking it against Percival's goblet. This indeed merits a celebration. Candela shot Percival a disapproving glance before picking up her own goblet and gently clinking it against Eric's. Percival wiped the froth from his mouth, burped, and said, What troubles have you encountered? The moment we received your letter, we operate back post-haste. Eric licked his lips, glanced around with gravity, then drew his wand and waved it. Silencio. A pale red beam erupted from the tip of his wand, shooting upward to the trio's heads. At a height of 3 meters, it suddenly exploded, enveloping them in a gentle haze that slowly descended, expanding dramatically until it formed an enormous inverted pale red bowl, which, though seemingly moving slowly, ultimately enclosed the 3 of them within. Mora, witnessing the emergence of the pale red bowl in the pub, shouted angrily at the trio within. I believe I have made it abundantly clear that magic is prohibited in the pub. Seeing the trio seated inside the inverted bowl, oblivious to her outburst, Mora, exasperated, slapped her forehead. Damn it, this must be yet another one of Eric's self-invented spells. Inside the pale red bowl, Candela gazed in awe at the surrounding crimson walls. Is this your new spell? I must say, Eric, your talent never ceases to amaze, and of course elicit envy. Eric shrugged nonchalantly. I think it's rather trivial. It's called the silencing spell. As long as one is within its magical radius, no matter how loud you speak, the outside world remains oblivious to your words, even if you shout with all your might. Percival leaned forward, observing the swirling red mist. It seems our dear Eric has indeed found himself in a significant predicament. I have never seen you this anxious before. Ha ha. Eric swatted Percival's hand away as he reached to touch the red mist. It is indeed quite the dilemma, or I would not have sent for you. Candela frowned. If even you, Eric, consider it a serious problem, I doubt our involvement will yield much effect. Eric sighed. No. Candela, you underestimate your importance. Without your assistance, I fear I may never set foot in the leaky cauldron again. Percival's expression grew serious. You haven't attracted the attention of those dark wizards, have you? Eric shook his head. I have not provoked those dark wizards. If I had, I believe I would either be dead or mad by now, with no chance to seek you out. Percival tapped the table. As long as you haven't angered those deranged dark wizards, I could assist you even if you've stirred a dragon. Percival, Candela admonished, lightly slapping his arm. Discontented with his bravado, Eric smiled at his friends. Since Percival has expressed such confidence, I feel reassured. Percival paused. For heaven's sake, do not tell me you have truly encountered a dragon. Eric waved his hand dismissively. Of course not. How could I possibly be entangled with a dragon? However, while I have not attracted a dragon, I have indeed drawn the ire of werewolves. Percival's eyes widened. Werewolves? Damn, you have provoked those lunatics. Suddenly recalling something, Percival cried out in anguish. I should have known. From a moment you purchased information about the Gonzalez family for me, I should have realized you would attract their attention. Candela turned to Percival, frowning. Gonzalez? That werewolf clan? Percival, why have I never heard you mention this before? Percival, a hint of panic in his voice, explained to Candela, Darling, it was never a significant matter. I must have forgotten to mention it. Candela glared at Percival. It better be that way. Percival, if I find out you've been hiding something from me, I believe our relationship will come to an end. Percival quickly reassured her. Darling, I swear I have not concealed anything from you. Amused, Eric observed the couple, and in a manner that Candela could not see, he silently gestured to Percival, indicating 3 pounds. Percival shot Eric a glare. All right, let us return to serious matters. Eric, I believe I warned you long ago not to provoke them. They are not to be trifled with. Eric shrugged. I did not provoke them. Rather, they came seeking us. Percival stroked his chin, scrutinizing Eric. You? Who else accompanied you in provoking the Gonzalez family? Eric, taken aback, responded, Did I not tell you? I am currently working for someone else. Percival raised an eyebrow. Oh, so the Gonzalezes have sought you and your employer out? Eric nodded. Precisely as you have said. Percival grimaced. All right, so what exactly do you wish us to do? Negotiate with the head of the Gonzalezes? Eric chuckled. Negotiate? No, My employer intends for them to vanish from this world. Percival, taken aback, incredulously asked, "You intend to kill them?" Eric nodded. "It is quite evident." Percival, chuckling nervously, rose with Candela. "Well then, we wish you and your employer success in your endeavor. Candela and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Today as drinks are on me." Eric stood, gazing at Percival with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. "Hey, Percival, what has gotten into you?" Percival, who initially intended to leave, suddenly seized Eric by the collar, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed, "What is wrong with you? You ask me what's wrong? You actually plan to have us eliminate all the werewolves in Epping Forest at the behest of some mysterious boss? Well, if you're looking to commit suicide, then I must inform you that you are on the verge of succeeding. But I implore you, do not drag me and Candela into this." Eric raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, allowing Percival to vent his frustrations. "Hey, Percival, calm down. It's not as dire as you think." Candela stepped forward to pull Percival back. "Percival, steady yourself. We should first hear what Eric has to say." Percival shook off Candela's grasp, panting heavily as he sank into a chair, his furious gaze fixed on Eric. "Fine, I'll waste a few more minutes listening to your explanation." Noticing that Percival had calmed down slightly, Eric breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Candela before sitting down once more. "Percival, listen. I'm not one to act recklessly without a plan. I believe you know that about me." Percival scoffed. "Yes, I know the former you. As for the current you, I dare say we are not well acquainted." Candela, exasperated, gave Percival a light smack. "Look at your attitude, Percival. Stop being childish. Let us listen to what Eric has to say." With a huff, Percival relented and addressed Eric. All right, I shall adjust my demeanor. Now, enlighten us with the details." Eric exhaled deeply. "The matter is thus. My boss is involved in a rather peculiar enterprise, though it is not malevolent. In fact, in a certain sense, his endeavors are quite just. However, due to the righteousness of his pursuits, it has encroached upon the interests of certain individuals. You must understand, greed can drive people to madness, and somehow they have allied with Gonzalez, orchestrating attacks from the werewolves of the Gonzalez family against our people. While thus far only injuries have occurred, if this continues, fatalities are merely a matter of time. Consequently, my boss has no choice. If he wishes to persist in his endeavors, only one of them can remain, Gonzalez or himself." Chapter 99, Persuasion. Percival looked at Eric with newfound interest. "Oh, with that said, I find myself rather intrigued by your boss's enterprise." Eric shrugged. "I apologize, but I cannot divulge that information just yet, as my boss's work is rather clandestine." "Very well. In that case, Candela, let us take our leave," Percival stated, rising to depart. However, he paused after taking a single step forward, glancing down at the hand gripping the hem of his shirt. Then he turned his gaze back to Eric, who was looking at him with a beseeching expression. "I have only you two friends. I need your assistance." Clang, clang, clang. Jano stood within the blacksmith's workshop, hands resting upon his eagle-headed staff, quietly observing Peter and his apprentices who were diligently at work. "Master," a man clad in a black coat and matching top hat, wielding a spherical-headed cane, entered. Jano turned at the sound. "Ah, James, you have arrived." James removed his hat, placing it under his arm, and bowed slightly. "It is a pleasure to see you. I wonder if you summoned me for any particular purpose?" Jano redirected his attention to the busy apprentices, twirling his cane as he spoke. "James, for the time being, cease the application for child labor protection laws." James paused. "Cease the application for child labor protection laws?" Detecting the confusion in James's tone, Jano clarified. "It is merely a temporary halt. We have more pressing matters at hand." Though still puzzled, James nodded. "I understand. I will refrain from submitting any further applications to the municipal office." Jano smiled with satisfaction. "I suspect you have some questions you wish to ask. Do not hesitate. Feel free to inquire." James hesitated, but ultimately spoke. "May I ask what this more pressing matter is? Forgive my impertinence, but I personally believe nothing could be more important than child labor protection." Jano did not directly answer James's query, but pointed to the apprentices. "Do you know what they're doing?" James furrowed his brow in thought before shaking his head. "I'm afraid I do not know." Jano's gaze shifted from the apprentices to James. "They are silvering crossbow bolts, bullets, and assassin's axes." James glanced at the neatly arranged wooden crates in the workshop, exclaiming, "I learned just a few days ago that werewolves fear silver, but is this not excessive? I mean, if it's merely to repel the attacking werewolves, we hardly need this much." Jano nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if it were just to fend off the werewolves attacking you and the Black Raven gang, we certainly would not require such an arsenal." James looked at Jano, astonished. "Then what is your intention?" Jano smiled at James. "However, We are now confronted with 80 werewolves in Epping Forest. James was taken aback. 80? Are you suggesting we assault the werewolf stronghold? Surely you jest. We can barely cope with a few werewolves attacking us. How can we possibly face 80? James, would you care to accompany me for a stroll in the castle? Jano lowered his hand from his staff, walking towards the exit of the blacksmith shop. James hurried to follow Jano, replying, "It would be my honor." As Jano strolled through the castle courtyard, leaning on his staff while observing the busy assassins moving about, he felt a swell of pride. He glanced sideways at James, who seemed poised to voice something but then hesitated. During this time, have your assassins sustained injuries from the werewolf attacks? James nodded. Yes, there have been injuries each time, though fortunately, they have all been minor. Jano continued walking, gazing at the towering walls of the assassin's fortress. Indeed, we have been fortunate to avoid serious harm. But if this persists, I fear we will soon need to add one or more gravestones to the castle's cemetery. Wouldn't you agree? James frowned. But we lack the capability to confront so many werewolves. If we recklessly engage them, the consequences will extend beyond merely adding gravestones. Jano shook his head with a smile. If we rely solely on the adult assassins within the castle, success would indeed be unattainable. James looked at Jano, bewildered. Do you mean to say you have other plans? Your trump card is those uncertain witches, is it? Both Jano and James turned towards the source of the voice. Jano blinked. Hey, Megan, when did you return? Megan ignored Jano's inquiry and quickly approached the two men. Jano, I told you yesterday that we cannot trust that trickster so readily, nor can we place our faith in the witches he has recruited. I believe now is not the right time to launch a full-scale assault on the werewolves. Jano regarded Megan with a knowing gaze. And when do you believe would be the right moment? Should we wait until the children in the castle have grown before addressing this issue? Megan gazed at her brother with a pained expression. However, we are utterly unprepared to confront such a multitude of werewolves. Should those tricksters encounter any issues amidst the chaos of battle, it would spell a catastrophic blow for the Brotherhood. Jano placed a reassuring hand on Megan's shoulder. When did I ever claim that my trump card consisted of those sorcerers? Megan blinked in surprise. But when you came to deliver ammunition yesterday, didn't you mention that you sent Henry to seek assistance from other wizards? Jano nodded. Indeed, I did send Henry to find other wizards to aid us. But who assured you that this was my ultimate strategy? Frustrated, Megan shook her head. All right then, do enlighten me about your true ace, for I suspect neither I nor Mr. James will rest easy otherwise. Top, top, top. Jano's gaze fell upon the carriage slowly approaching from the city gate, a confident smile gracing his features. Ah, it seems my trump card has arrived. Chapter 99, the trump card. Jano raised his left hand, calling out to the approaching carriage. Alice, bring the carriage to a halt here. Megan watched the elongated carriage drawing nearer, her face etched with curiosity as she inquired, what is contained within that carriage? Jano cast a proud glance at her. Once Alice is parked, you'll discover the answer for yourself. Megan rolled her eyes at Jano's arrogance, but patiently awaited the carriage's arrival. With a firm tug, Alice reined in the horses, bringing the carriage to a stop. Without further ado, Megan hastened to the back, lifting the iron latch on the rear door with her left hand while extending her right. Clang! The blade of her hidden dagger pierced the lock, and with a swift twist, the iron latch sprang open with a satisfying click. Jano, observing Alice fumbling with the key, sighed, just discard it. After Megan's rough handling, I dare say the lock's mechanism is surely broken. Ignoring Jano's jibe, Megan yanked open the rear door and beheld 3 steel cylinders arranged neatly inside, accompanied by 3 stands. Puzzled, she wondered what made these objects worthy of being Jano's trump card. James, noticing Megan's blank expression as she stared into the carriage, approached with his staff. Hey, Mr. Megan, what is contained within the carriage? Megan did not address James's inquiry, instead regarding Jano with a complex gaze. Is this your ace? Forgive me, but I fail to see the significance of these items. James, having reached the back of the carriage during their exchange, gazed at the contents in bewilderment. I beg your pardon, esteemed mentor, but I too cannot discern the utility of these objects. Jano sighed in exasperation, then explained, Very well, Megan. Do you recall my request from 2 years ago when I implored Father to send someone to Belgium in search of an individual named Gatling? Megan furrowed her brow in recollection. I believe I do recall such a matter. So these items were crafted by this Gatling person? James approached the pair. Indeed, the person Father dispatched was able to locate him, and I have maintained correspondence with him since. Upon hearing from Henry that werewolves fear silver, I wrote to Gatling requesting these items to be shipped over. Megan picked up one of the cylinders. But what exactly is their purpose? Jano smiled, then turned toward the castle training grounds, If you wish to comprehend their power, bring them to the training field, and don't forget the stands. With a cylinder in one hand and a triangular stand in the other, Megan marched toward the training grounds, muttering, "How could these mere metal contraptions possibly vanquish so many werewolves?" James and Alice, also carrying items, exchanged knowing glances and shared a silent laugh. Upon reaching the training grounds, Yano observed the young assassins practicing their throwing, shooting, and combat skills. He planted his hands on his staff and called out, "Children, today's training concludes here. We must test some equipment, so I apologize for requiring you to vacate the training area." The young assassins halted their practice, bowing to Yano. "As you wish." Alice, who had been practicing her throws, immediately ceased her activity and playfully smiled at Yano. "As you wish." Yano winked at Alice. "Excellent. You are free to roam." "Hey, Alice, where shall we go now? Shall we challenge the tallest tower in the castle once more?" Morgan exclaimed excitedly to Alice. Alice shook her head. "No, I wish to see what the mentor is testing." Morgan pouted in disappointment. "Well, that's truly unfortunate. I can feel that today I would have reached the top." Pierce shot a glance at Morgan. "Huh, you've claimed that before, and since the last challenge. You still haven't reached the tower's peak." Morgan's face flushed with indignation. "If it weren't for my height preventing me from grasping the crevices in the wall, I would have scaled it long ago." Pierce chuckled at the contrast between the tall Alice and the shorter Morgan. Upon hearing Pierce's laughter, Morgan's face turned crimson as he leapt up to embrace Pierce's neck. "You are mocking me. I swear I heard you laugh." Yano's gaze shifted to the trio of Alice, Morgan, and Pierce, and he approached with his staff. "Don't you three have anything better to do?" Alice shot a fierce glare at the now subdued boys. "Mentor, we have no plans for today. We intended to remain in the training grounds all day." Yano smiled apologetically. "I truly regret disrupting your plans with my testing." Alice shook her head. "It's quite all right, Mentor. You proceed with your tests, for we have nothing to occupy our time. We shall observe your testing." Yano affectionately ruffled Alice's hair, then pointed toward the stone wall in the distance. "Go on, hide behind that wall. Today's test may be a bit hazardous, and if you do not take cover, I shall have to deny your request." Alice nodded obediently, signaling to her friends before dashing toward the wall Yano indicated. "Yano, what shall we do now?" Megan placed the items on the ground and inquired of Yano. Yano raised his staff, gesturing to the spot before him. "Set the tripod here." With a sigh, Megan dragged the stand to the designated location. Yano picked up the hefty barrel from the ground and approached Megan, securing it onto the stand, aligning it with the distant stone target. Grasping the lever at the rear of the barrel, Yano signaled for Megan to step back, then addressed the newly arrived James and Alice. "Prepare yourselves. I am about to unveil my trump card." Megan shrugged, raising her hands in a gesture that signaled Yano to commence his demonstration. With a wry smile, Yano began to turn the lever at the rear of the barrel with deliberate force. Chapter 100, Unveiling the Trump Card. As Yano turned the lever, the barrel began to rotate in the opposite direction, emitting a rhythmic, clicking sound reminiscent of gears in motion as bullets began to cascade from the broad chamber. "Hey, James, what do you think this is?" Megan whispered to James, her eyes glued to Yano's operation. James pointed at the barrel of the gun, exclaiming, "I assent it obvious, mister." "Megan? It is evidently a firearm." Megan shot him an irritated glance, retorting, "A firearm? Huh. I have never encountered such a peculiar firearm. One that cannot be held in hand and must be mounted on a stand. If this is indeed a firearm, then it must be a freak of its kind. Akin to that conjurer." James looked at Megan helplessly, aware that he was referring to Henry, though he could not fathom the source of Megan's aversion to wizards. In James's recollection, Henry had always been a gentlemanly sorcerer. "This may sound inappropriate coming from me, but I must say, Mr. Megan, that conjurer you speak of is Mr. Yano as highly esteemed magical consultant. I believe you should strive for amicability with him, don't you think?" Megan regarded James with surprise before scoffing. "I don't know why, but I simply cannot get along with him. I have even forgotten the reason for our first clash." "James, I suppose you two have someone you inexplicably dislike, correct?" James furrowed his brow, preparing to respond when he was abruptly interrupted by cacophony. Zing, zing, zee, 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 zee. The sound resembled the tearing of hundreds of fabrics, emanating from the whirling barrel before Yano. Megan stared, wide-eyed and motionless, as flames erupted from the spinning barrel. Countless projectiles soaring through the flames toward their target, shell casings ejected from the rear of the barrel like a river of spent cartridges. He could not see the bullets being discharged, and even with his enhanced vision, he could only vaguely discern the trajectory of the bullets flying from the barrel. He muttered, This is nothing short of a miracle. No loading or reloading required. A continuous barrage. Am I dreaming? The stone target, Mr. Megan. Look at the stone target." Upon hearing James's words, Megan shifted his gaze to the distant target, astonished. What stone target? The once towering target had vanished, leaving only countless fragments of stone and a cloud of dust in its wake. The crimson barrel gradually ceased its rotation, the flames vanishing without a trace. Yano removed his hand from the lever, sweeping aside the still smoldering shell casings on the ground as he approached Megan and the others, inquiring, "What do you think of my ace in the hole?" Megan gazed at the pockmarked ground, muttering in disbelief. "What do you mean? Good heavens! Do you think anyone could withstand such a contraption? Even if there were 1,000 werewolves, I believe it could shred them to pieces." Yano chuckled at Megan. "At present, it cannot achieve what you claim. Firstly, its heat dissipation capabilities are inadequate. Each sustained firing cannot exceed 30 seconds, or else the barrel will overheat and possibly explode. Furthermore, its ammunition is still internal, accommodating only 40 rounds at a time. I previously suggested to Gatling to design an external magazine. Once the heat issue is resolved, as long as there is sufficient ammunition, it could fire continuously. Unfortunately, that design has yet to be realized." James stared at Yano in shock. "Mentor, if such a weapon were truly designed, what could possibly instill fear in the Brotherhood? You could even conquer the world with the Brotherhood in this." Yano shook his head. "Kenway, you overestimate its power. Even if we had sufficient manpower and 1,000 of these guns, we would still lack the capability to conquer the world. You underestimate the military strength of nations." Moreover, James noticed Yano's expression grow serious, his gaze distant, as if lost in thought. "Moreover, this weapon, I refer to it as a machine gun in collaboration with Gatling, will soon officially appear on the battlefield. In the coming decades, firearms will undergo a rapid evolution, and this weapon will become commonplace within 10 years. James envisioned the future Yano spoke of, and shook his head. "I cannot fathom such a future. It is simply too extraordinary." Megan pointed at the machine gun beside him, saying, "Since we already possess this, why should we send Henry to seek assistance from other wizards? We can rely solely on it to defeat the werewolves." Yano, while reaching into his coat, replied, "Indeed, we do not require the help of wizards. This is a test for Henry. If he meets my expectations this time, I shall allow him to officially join the Brotherhood and grant him a vial of holy water. By the way, I also had Peter craft this." Megan looked at the iron sphere Yano held aloft, exclaiming, "Is that a grenade?" Yano nodded, handing the grenade to Megan. "Yes, this is a grenade. You see, it is one size larger than the standard military grenades. As I instructed Peter to design an independent inner chamber filled with silver powder, specifically tailored to target werewolves. I call it the silver grenade." Megan inspected the silver grenade, remarking, "You always have some peculiar ideas, but I must admit, you are invariably correct." Yano smiled contentedly. "Thank you for the compliment. Now Peter and the others are working diligently to produce silver grenades and silver bullets until Henry returns. Once he brings back his friends, we shall launch our offensive against the werewolves. It is time to resolve this nuisance once and for all." Alice, who had been hiding behind the wall, was jolted awake by Yano's final statement. She shook her head to dispel the daze caused by witnessing the power of the machine gun, then turned her attention to the two who had fallen behind her, smirking, "You two are utterly useless." Morgan scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "What was that? I have never seen such a thing." Pierce followed suit, rising from the ground. "Didn't you hear what the mentor said? That was a machine gun, though I'm not entirely sure what a machine gun is." Chapter 101. The Arrival of the Wizard. Morgan watched as Yano and his group picked up the machine gun and headed towards the training grounds, muttering, "Machine gun? I think fabric tearing machine suits it better. Don't you, Alice?" Alice, however, was oblivious to Morgan's words, her mind elsewhere, for she had clearly seen Yano wink at her before departing. Her focus was entirely on Yano as he walked away. "Alice?" Alice turned, frowning at Morgan. "What is it? What were you just doing?" "Why?" Morgan abruptly froze mid-sentence. Pointing at Alice's face, "Alice, why is your face so red? Are you unwell?" Alice touched her flushed cheeks. I might be a bit ill." Pierce wore a mischievous grin as he looked at Alice. "Ill?" Alice shot him an exasperated glare. "Let us drop this topic. Since the mentor has left, what are we still doing here?" Pierce peeked around the wall, and upon seeing that Yano and his group had disappeared from view, he retracted his head and turned to Alice and Morgan with a mysterious expression. "Hey, guys, I have a bold idea, and I wonder if you want to hear it." Alice shot Pierce a sidelong glance. "While I'm not particularly interested, you may share it with us if you wish." Morgan eagerly nodded. "Do tell us your idea." Pierce wore a sly smile. "Do you want to join me in observing how the mentor defeats the werewolves?" Morgan's eyes widened in excitement. "Absolutely. But how can we sneak onto the battlefield without the mentor noticing? I don't believe we have the capability to slip past him under his very nose." Pierce cast a sidelong glance at Morgan. "Morgan, What are you pondering? When did I ever suggest we should plunge into the battlefield? My intention was merely to observe from a distance. Alice furrowed her brow. Pierce, I advise you to abandon your current line of thought. Unless you are indifferent to the prospect of the Mentor expelling you from the Brotherhood. Pierce, in a state of resignation, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Alice, you are perpetually so tedious. We shall merely watch from afar, and when the battle nears its conclusion, we will return. The Mentor will remain oblivious to our presence. Alice stepped forward, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon him. Pierce, should you refuse to relinquish your current notion, I will have no choice but to inform the Mentor of this matter in front of everyone during dinner. I am not attempting to frighten you. I swear. If you persist, I shall do precisely that. Pierce appeared momentarily taken aback by Alice's words, hastily shaking his hands. Hey, do not take it so seriously, Alice. I was merely jesting. I had no intention of actually proceeding with such a plan. Alice scrutinized him with her large, expressive eyes. I cannot discern whether you speak truthfully or deceitfully, so for the time being, I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Pierce shrugged and, noticing that Alice was turning to exit the training grounds, discreetly signaled to Morgan. Once Morgan nodded in agreement, Pierce's face broke into a satisfied smile, and he hurried after Alice. At the Nightingale Inn, Eric pushed open the wooden door, entering with a man and a woman clad in black robes following closely behind. Mr. Henry? Eric turned his gaze toward the person calling his name. Ah, Ms. Antonia, it is a pleasure to see you. Wishing you a delightful evening. Antonia, gliding gracefully with a wine glass in hand, approached Eric. I thought I must have been mistaken, but it truly is you, Mr. Henry. I did not expect you to arrive here so swiftly after departing the headquarters this morning, only to arrive here before dusk. Eric shrugged. Our means of delivering messages and traveling differ from yours, allowing me to arrive now. Antonia nodded with a smile, then looked at the two individuals trailing behind James. It appears these two must be your friends, Mr. Henry. James nodded and gestured toward the surrounding patrons. I believe this is hardly the venue for conversation. Antonia chuckled apologetically. I am terribly sorry. It is my fault for being so engrossed in conversation with you. Now, may I invite you all to the parlor upstairs? As they entered the parlor, Percival pulled back his hood, revealing a less than pleasant countenance. We have arrived, but why have I yet to see the host? Antonia closed the door and approached the liquor cabinet, retrieving a bottle of wine. While we were en route, someone went to inform the Mentor. Please, be patient for a moment. I believe he shall arrive shortly. Percival plopped onto the nearby sofa. If he invited us here for assistance, why does he not wait for us in advance? Antonia bent down to fill the wine glass placed before Percival. This was unexpected. We did not anticipate Mr. Henry would bring you here so promptly. The Mentor originally intended to wait in this inn for a few esteemed guests to arrive starting tomorrow morning. Percival raised his glass and drained it in one gulp, then wiped the remnants of wine from his beard with his sleeve, letting out a belch. He then turned to Candela beside him. In my view, the only value of muggles lies in their ability to craft these various wines. You know, wizards are perpetually lacking in creativity. Antonia observed Percival's crude behavior and words, frowning slightly, but choosing not to comment further, instead settling onto a sofa opposite the group, elegantly sipping her wine. Damn it, just how much longer will you men keep us waiting? My patience is wearing thin. Percival exclaimed loudly after finishing his drink. Antonia pointed to the wall clock, exasperated. This wizard, while I wish to empathize with your sentiments, it has only been 10 minutes since you raised your glass. Candela gently patted Percival on the back. Percival, you must cultivate a measure of patience. Percival stared with bulging eyes. Patience? An insignificant muggle has the audacity to make a noble wizard wait here for 10 minutes? Noble wizard? Anyone who sees you would mistake you for an uncouth vagabond. Chapter 102. Conflict. Percival turned to see a figure clad in a green coat and hood appearing suddenly at the window behind him, with a scowl. He spoke in a tone rife with anger. Do you know who you are speaking to? Megan smirked, unfazed. Who? The disheveled vagabond? Or the mumbling wizard? Please, regardless of which identity, I do not believe either grants you the arrogance to act so superior. Percival sprang to his feet, his sudden movement causing the sofa behind him to slide back a foot. He drew his wand, pointing it at Megan. Dare to repeat that? You insufferable wretch. Megan stood with arms crossed, seemingly indifferent to Percival's threat. Is this an attempt to intimidate me? I believe you may have mistaken your target. You both disheveled and neurotic wizard. Look, I've said what I needed to. Now what do you intend to do? Wave that ridiculous wand and cast a spell on me? I suggest you refrain from such actions. Percival's fury boiled within him. akin to a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. His teeth ground together as his eyes sparkled with uncontainable rage, resembling an enraged lion. Eric, observing the escalating conflict, stood hastily. Hey, Megan, Percival, fellows, we need to remain calm. Do not let anger take control. Percival seemed not to hear Eric's words, swinging his wand. No, I'm certain I wish to do this. Eric, horrified by Percival's actions, felt his pupils dilate. If Megan were harmed by Percival's spell, he could scarcely imagine what his doting brother, Yano, might do. Percival, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Indeed, Percival halted his wand's movements, though not due to Eric's plea, but rather because of the blade pressed against his chin. Megan wore a mocking smile. See, I warned you against this course of action. It appears I was correct. Eric, exasperated, glanced at Antonia, standing behind Percival, as well as Candela, who had just drawn her wand and was demanding, release Percival. He felt utterly powerless. Within mere moments, the situation had escalated to this chaotic state. Antonia edged slightly, positioning herself behind Percival to shield him, making Candela hesitant to unleash a spell. She then spoke softly, please lower your wand, esteemed wizard. Percival swallowed hard, gripping his wand tightly. You must be joking. A competent wizard would never casually abandon his wand. Megan laughed, casting a glance at Eric, if that is the case. Then I suspect there are few competent wizards in your entire magical realm. Eric grasped Candela's hand, signaling her to lower her wand, while addressing the other three. All right, everyone. Let's all calm down. Ms. Antonia, would you kindly release Percival? Antonia disregarded Eric's presence, instead pressing the blade of her hidden sword against Percival's neck. I shall reiterate my request. Kindly put down your wand. Although I am most reluctant to allow a corpse within this establishment, I shall not hesitate to act if the situation demands it. The atmosphere in the parlor thickened with tension, charged with a palpable sense of impending violence, just as Eric sensed that bloodshed was imminent. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to the parlor swung open. Yano stepped into the room, visibly taken aback by the scene before him. He momentarily faltered. What on earth is happening here? Might one of you kindly elucidate the situation? Upon seeing Yano's arrival, Eric felt as though a savior had appeared, hastening to his side. At last you've arrived. I shudder to think what might have occurred had you not come. Yano scrutinized the standoff among the individuals in the room, frowning slightly before turning to Eric. Henry, what on earth has transpired here? I believe I require an explanation. Eric, feeling somewhat sheepish, glanced at Yano. I'm deeply sorry. I never anticipated this escalation. It was merely a trivial matter. Percival was only voicing some grievances. Though his words were less than gracious, he harbored no ill intent. Yano nodded, leaning on his staff as he approached Megan. Positioning himself to shield her from the wand, aimed her way. He cast a sidelong glance at Megan. We shall discuss your issues upon our return. He then addressed the others. Very well. Friends, this is merely a misunderstanding. Antonia, sheath your sword. I believe this wizard acted in the heat of the moment. Antonia withdrew her hand from Percival's throat, though she did not retract her sword, her gaze fixed intently on the wand he still brandished. Perhaps this indeed is a misunderstanding, but I implore this wizard to keep his pride in check, for in our eyes, wizards are not inherently more noble than the average person. Eric regarded Percival, who still held his wand aloft. Percival? With a disdainful spit, Percival shoved his wand back into the folds of his robe. Huh, is this how you seek assistance from others? Yano approached Percival slowly. I once again extend my apologies on behalf of Megan for this unfortunate encounter. It is merely a small misunderstanding, and I hope it shall not impede our cooperation. As Eric observed the unfolding scene, he exhaled a soft sigh of relief, resuming his seat on the sofa. Well, Percival, I believe the majority of the blame lies with your loose tongue. Percival shot Eric a disgruntled glance. I thought I was your friend. Eric shrugged. You are indeed my friend, but he is my superior. Yano, noting the atmosphere in the room begin to ease, turned to Megan. What brings you here? If memory serves, you should be with the Black Raven faction. Megan pouted slightly. That was the plan. But upon returning to the Black Raven Manor, I saw Henry leading them into the Nightingale Inn, so I decided to follow and see for myself. Yano shot Megan an exasperated look. Well, now that you've satisfied your curiosity, shouldn't you return to your post? With a gentle sigh, Megan acquiesced. Fine. I shall return now. Yano nodded. Go on, and please inform Jacob to prepare. War is on the horizon. Chapter 103, The Plan. Megan nodded, turning to leap out through the window behind her. Yano sighed softly, leaning on his staff as he approached the sofa. He regarded the individuals gathered before him. Now, let's cast aside the unpleasantness of recent events. Allow me to introduce myself. It is a pleasure to meet these two wizards. I am Yano Dorian. Candela inclined her head toward Yano. A pleasure to meet you. I am Candela Vaki, and this is Percival Dumbledore. Perhaps in the near future, she would be known as Candela Dumbledore. Percival raised an eyebrow at Candela beside him. Candela frowned. Percival, if this is your proposal, I must express my profound disappointment. Percival, noticing the fire in Candela's eyes, hurried to clarify. No, of course not. Please believe me. I will orchestrate a perfect proposal, I swear. However, Yano, seated across from them, found himself disinterested in this farcical display, as his attention was wholly captivated by Percival's surname. Percival Dumbledore. If Yano recalled correctly, he was the father of Albus Dumbledore, a volatile and impulsive wizard who, upon learning of the horrific fate of his third daughter, Ariana Dumbledore, at the hands of 3 ordinary children, had stormed into their homes and killed them. He was subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic until his death. Yano's gaze shifted to Candela, and he shook his head slightly. Her fate was equally tragic, as Ariana's inability to control her inner turmoil led to Candela's demise at the hands of her own sister. It seemed that from Percival onward, the Dumbledore family was cursed, for apart from Albus, none of them found peace. The father perished in Azkaban. The mother at the hands of her child. The first son, Dumbledore, willingly met his end at the hands of his most trusted subordinate, Professor Snape, while the third child fell victim to the conflict stirred by his brothers and outsiders. Yano believed that the entire tragedy of the Dumbledore family stemmed from Percival's impulsiveness. Had he not acted so rashly during the incident involving his third child, perhaps the family's fate could have been altered. At the very least, when Ariana's turmoil spiraled out of control, he could have faced it alongside Candela, and Albus's inclinations might not have turned so distorted. Mentor? Antonia gazed at her mentor, who appeared lost in thought, and gently called out to him. Yano snapped back to reality, noticing the attention of the group upon him. He offered an apologetic smile. My apologies. It seems the late hour has rendered me somewhat dazed. You must understand, I am accustomed to retiring promptly at 8 each evening. Candela chuckled and shook her head. No need to concern yourself. Should we not discuss our strategy regarding the werewolves? Yano nodded. Indeed, we must deliberate our battle plan. I wonder what insights the 3 wizards might share. Eric sat up. The most critical point is whether we should have the wizards support the assassins or vice versa. Percival declared with an air of superiority. Of course, the assassins should align with us. I hardly believe they could withstand a single charge from the werewolves. When war breaks out, you assassins should remain behind us wizards, using silver-tipped arrows to strike our foes. Leave the rest to us. Eric, feeling a headache coming on, buried his face in his hands, mortified at Percival's words. Percival, I firmly believe that having the wizards assist the assassins is the best course of action. I do not think the 3 of us can adequately contend with dozens of werewolves. You must understand that a werewolf's hide effectively resists wizarding spells, and the assassins are no ordinary individuals. An unprepared adult wizard may not survive an encounter with an assassin. Percival scoffed. If he were truly that formidable, why would he seek the wizard's aid? Due to our insufficient manpower, we require air superiority. Janos raised his hand to interrupt Eric, who was about to continue his argument with Percival. Percival was taken aback. Air superiority? What is that? Janos retrieved a small map from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. This is a map of the Gonzalez family stronghold, drawn by Donner. You see, this stronghold has but a single entrance. Whether entering or exiting, one must pass through here, and behind the estate lies a precipice. Percival examined the map on the table. Are you suggesting that you will attract the attention of the werewolves at the stronghold's entrance while we wizards fly to the cliff behind the estate? I fear I must disappoint you. When constructing the stronghold, the Gonzalezes had a certain master install an anti-flying enchantment behind it, rendering our wizards' broomsticks utterly useless. Janos shook his head repeatedly. No, what I mean is that our assassins will infiltrate the stronghold from this cliff. But first, we need 3 wizards to divert the werewolves' attention, allowing us to successfully penetrate the stronghold. Percival was momentarily stunned. You want us 3 to attract the werewolves? For heaven's sake, you're sending us to our deaths. Janos looked at Percival with amusement. Please remain calm, sir. I doubt there are many werewolves capable of wielding magic. Am I right? Candela nodded. Indeed, there are very few wizards among werewolves. One could say is exceedingly rare, as the odds of an adult wizard being bitten by a werewolf are virtually 0. Janos smiled with satisfaction. Just as I suspected. I need the 3 of you wizards to ride your broomsticks and cast spells at the stronghold from above. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Eric's eyes, and he chuckled as if suddenly enlightened. Ah, I believe I grasp your idea. The effectiveness of our spells against the werewolves is of little importance. What truly matters is creating a significant distraction, drawing all the werewolves' attention to this spot. At which point the assassins shall stealthily infiltrate the stronghold from behind the cliff to launch a genuine assault on the werewolves, correct? Janos regarded Eric with appreciation. Precisely. That is my plan. Chapter 104, Eric's Childhood, Part 1. Janos pointed to the center of the werewolf stronghold on the map. Once I lead the assassins into their stronghold, our priority will be to seize the lookout tower located in the center of their stronghold. At that moment, you wizards may depart. We shall handle the rest. Percival gazed at Janos in astonishment. I must have misheard you. Are you saying you intend to lead your people to occupy the central lookout tower? Janos nodded. You heard me correctly. Is there a problem? Percival furrowed his brow. I am now beginning to hesitate about assisting you. How can you even ask if there is a problem? Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. If you truly infiltrate the werewolf stronghold, and if you indeed capture the lookout tower, what then? What gives you the confidence that 20 so-called assassins can withstand the onslaught of the werewolves? Do you expect that you can fly as well? Janos smiled. We certainly will not occupy the lookout tower unprepared. We have sufficient ammunition to entertain these werewolves. Percival wore a look of disdain. Ammunition? You mean those muggle-made sticks? Huh. I hardly believe such weapons could be effective against werewolves. Janos paid no heed to Percival's contempt. However, we have coated each bullet in silver, and the weapons I speak of are not the mere sticks you are familiar with. Allow me a moment of intrigue. When the day arrives, you shall witness the extraordinary creations of us ordinary folk. Percival's expression conveyed evident skepticism. Oh, very well. Since you say so, we shall wait and see. But I must remind you that we three will only be responsible for distracting the werewolves from the air. If anything goes awry on the ground, do not expect us to rescue you, for we cannot contend with such a multitude of werewolves. Janos nodded in satisfaction and extended his right hand to Percival. Excellent. Then I believe we have reached a consensus. May our collaboration be fruitful. Percival perfunctorily shook Janos's hand. May our collaboration be fruitful. In the bedroom arranged by Antonia. Eric, why are you so inclined to assist this organization known as the Brotherhood? Candela inquired, her expression one of surprise. Eric scratched his head. Perhaps it is due to the pounds Lord Janos bestowed upon me. Ha ha ha. Candela looked at Eric with exasperation. Come now, although you often speak of money, we all know that is not the true reason. Otherwise, you would not be seeking our help for Lord Janos. Can you not share the truth with us? Percival nodded in agreement. I too am curious about what captivates you so. Eric sighed in resignation, then gazed at the ceiling as he spoke. What is the true reason? Perhaps it was the moment Lord Janos first revealed the tenets of the Brotherhood to me. Candela's face displayed confusion. Tenets? What are those? Eric lowered his head and smiled at Candela. They're the lifelong pursuits of an assassin. Percival removed his black robe. Oh, and what is their pursuit? Eric's gaze became distant. Their tenet is the equality of all beings. Percival frowned, muttering, equality of all beings? What a peculiar pursuit. Eric shook his head in disappointment. I knew you would not comprehend. However, Percival, Candela, you are both pure-blood wizards, are you not? Candela nodded. Yes. Both Percival and I are pure-blood. Eric pouted. Precisely because you are pure-blood that you cannot fathom the feelings of someone like me, who is referred to as a mudblood by other pure-blood wizards. I remember when I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts at the age of 11. I was overjoyed, believing myself to be the most special one among the crowd. That sense of superiority persisted until I entered the Hogwarts dining hall, only to have it shattered by a dancing spell cast by Polty. Percival stroked his beard. That was in the past, and besides, did I not help you seek revenge? I dealt Polty a solid blow to his front teeth. Eric smiled gratefully at Percival. Indeed, I still recall Polty's comical expression. However, what puzzled me at the time was why he targeted me, a person with whom he had no connection. We did not even know each other's names until the next day when I encountered him again in the corridor. He walked by, glaring at me fiercely, and I was terrified, for at that time, I knew no spells. Yet he did not attack me. Instead, he loudly proclaimed, "You filthy mudblood. Do you think that with Percival's protection, you can rest easy?" I was bewildered as to why he would say such things. Just as I was pondering this, I ran into Headmaster Phineas, and I expressed my confusion to him. Do you know what he replied? Candela looked at Eric with concern. What did he say? Eric clenched his teeth as he spoke. I remember his words clearly, or rather, the events of that day still occasionally replay in my mind as if they occurred yesterday. I distinctly recall that as I approached Headmaster Phineas, he recoiled as if encountering something distasteful. At that moment, I did not think much of it, but shared my confusion with him. I remember his expression turning quite pleased, and with a mocking glint in his eyes, he said to me, "You still cannot grasp the meaning behind Polty's words?" I believe he has articulated his thoughts quite clearly. His implication is that you, a child born into a muggle family, have become a mere hybrid of a wizard. I wholeheartedly concur with his sentiments. Headmaster Phineas mentioned that he would soon distance himself from me, as if attempting to escape the revulsion he feels towards my very being. Percival was taken aback. Why have you never disclosed this to us? Although we have never held Phineas in high regard, I could never have imagined him to be so twisted as to utter such venomous words to an 11-year-old child. Eric exhaled deeply. Even if I had told you, what difference would it have made? At that time, we were far too young to oppose an adult wizard, let alone one who held the esteemed position of headmaster at Hogwarts. Chapter 105, Eric's Childhood, Part 2. Percival and Candela fell into silence, for they understood the truth in Eric's words. One cannot expect 3 adolescents to contend with a fully grown wizard, especially one of such high standing in the wizarding community as the headmaster of a magical school. Eric observed the two who had lapsed into silence and sighed once more. From that moment, I became acutely aware that the magical world was not kind to our kind. Yet, I was unwilling to accept this fate. I felt compelled to effect change regarding our treatment in the wizarding realm. However, given my abilities, social standing, and connections, what could I truly do to alter this reality? During my time of confusion, Dean Elena approached me, expressing her concern after overhearing Phineas's remarks. She feared I might act foolishly in response to his words. Candela gazed at Eric with sympathy. I had no idea you endured such experiences. I am truly sorry. Both Percival and I were rather careless. Thankfully, you encountered Lady Elena. She is undoubtedly the kindest and most admirable professor at Hogwarts. Eric shook his head. No, this is not your fault. It was my choice not to confide in you. You are my dearest friends, and without you during my time at Hogwarts, I might have faltered long ago. Percival wiped his eye with his thumb. Ah, it seems a wretched insect has flown into my eye. Candela is right. It is fortunate you met Lady Elena when you did, or I shudder to think what might have become of you. Eric raised his head slightly, recalling his dean. Indeed, had I not encountered Lady Elena, I fear I may have become a nefarious dark wizard by now. I remember that day vividly, when she found me crouched in a deserted corridor. She must have thought I resembled a frightened little puppy cowering in fear. She told me that, at that moment, there was little I could do except one thing: to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my studies at Hogwarts and to prove myself through my achievements. I can still vividly recall her words. No matter how you wish to change the magical world, you must first attain excellent grades. For instance, if you aspire to become the Minister of Magic and enact change, you must be the most outstanding young wizard of your cohort at Hogwarts. Of course, if you find that too daunting, you could choose to become a professor at Hogwarts, eventually working your way up to headmaster, instilling in young minds the idea that being a half-blood is not shameful. Yet, all of this hinges upon your academic excellence. Otherwise, you will be powerless to effect any change. I heeded Lady Elena's advice and devoted all my energy to my studies. Candela chuckled. Indeed, and you have also gained renown, successfully becoming the most accomplished wizard of our year. However, I am curious. Why did you decline Hogwarts' offer of employment? Eric shook his head in resignation, because during the 2 years after my graduation, as I entered the Wizarding Society, I realized how naive and ludicrous my previous notions truly were. Percival furrowed his brow. What transpired? Eric lay back despondently on the sofa. I discovered that Lady Elena's methods were not suitable for individuals like us. Perhaps it is because she is not a wizard born of Muggle lineage that she oversimplified the situation. Consider this. How many ministers of magic have come from Muggle families? Or, have any headmasters of Hogwarts ever been a wizard born of Muggle lineage? Percival and Candela fell into contemplation, recalling historical figures such as past ministers of magic and headmasters of Hogwarts, quickly realizing a grim truth. Not a single minister of magic or headmaster has ever been born into a Muggle family. Eric, observing their expressions, understood their unspoken answer and offered a grim smile. See, I was not mistaken, was I? Upon realizing this, I even sought answers in history books, only to uncover an even more despairing fact. Not only are there no ministers of magic from Muggle families, but not a single one of the heads of the 8 departments beneath the ministry is a wizard born of Muggle lineage. While Hogwarts may have a few, they are exceedingly rare. Percival remarked, frowning. Had you not told me this today, I might never have realized this issue. Eric sat up from the sofa. Thus, I declined Hogwarts' offer of employment, for I came to understand that my efforts were futile. The wizarding community is too insular and exceedingly conservative. If we wish to change this status quo, Lady Elena's methods are inadequate unless a powerful third party emerges, harboring animosity towards wizards, compelling them to unite and eradicating discrimination among them. However, this is a daunting task. just as I found myself in despair. I inadvertently found myself in an unexpected place while using the Flu network to attend to business at the ministry. Candela mused. So, this is how you came to know Lord Yano. Eric chuckled. Indeed, my first encounter with Lord Yano was during that incident, although the atmosphere was far from amicable. Phineas snorted. Huh, I imagine you gave them quite the run for their money, Eric. Eric coughed awkwardly. Sadly, it was I who was on the receiving end of the hardship. Percival looked at Eric in astonishment. You must be joking. In terms of spellcasting, you are arguably the strongest among us. Eric shrugged. Regrettably, I am not jesting. I truly was subdued by Lord Yano. Percival, I assure you, without preparation, no adult wizard can evade an assassin strike. Even with complete readiness, I cannot guarantee my survival against Lord Yano's onslaught. Chapter 106, Transition, Part 1. From the expression on Percival's face, it was evident that he found Eric's words hard to believe. Come now, Eric. If even you lack confidence in surviving an encounter with Yano, how could Candela and I possibly stand a chance against him? Eric gazed gravely at Percival. Listen, Percival. I speak the truth. Assassins can silently approach any wizard from behind or above. Their hidden blades are unspeakably sharp, and even protective spells cannot guard against the deadly edges concealed beneath their gauntlets. The agility of the assassins is so extraordinary that they seem less like mere mortals and more akin to magical beings. In one-on-one encounters, they invariably evade the spells cast upon them. Candela furrowed her brow as she gazed at Eric. I must confess, this is utterly unbelievable. I even thought you were weaving a tale. With a resigned sigh, Eric relinquished the hope of further explaining himself to them, knowing that unless they witnessed it with their own eyes, disbelief would prevail. Indeed, wizards are often reluctant to embrace the new. They regard ordinary folk as a lower race to be trifled with, unwilling to accept the burgeoning independence and strength of common humanity. Instead, they shamelessly meddle in the lives of muggles under the guise of protection. I am convinced that in the near future, the assassins will bring the wizards to their knees. Percival, observing Eric's increasingly furious expression, interjected. Eric, I will concede that there is indeed discrimination against wizards born to muggle families. But I cannot agree that we wizards arbitrarily interfere in the lives of ordinary people. Eric couldn't help but chuckle. So altering another's memories without consent does not constitute interference in their lives? Percival frowned. Eric, you must understand that wizards do this precisely to avoid impacting muggle lives. This is also a form of safeguarding for them. You must believe that a few foolish muggles may think they can wield magic, and you are well aware of the dangers it entails. Should these outsiders gain access to magic, it would spell disaster for both muggles and wizards alike. Eric shook his head. But what if, and I emphasize what if, there exists a far more powerful race in this world, one that surpasses wizards in strength and mystery? They may choose to conceal their existence from wizards, fearing the peril their powers could unleash if touched by outsiders. Thus, from a protective stance, they opt to remain hidden. Should a wizard catch wind of their presence, they would swiftly erase that wizard's memory to prevent exposure. Some among this race may, in their boredom, amuse themselves by creating things that confound wizards, observing their bafflement in secret. If you were that wizard subjected to memory erasure or jest, how would you feel? Percival fell silent, unable to muster any words to counter Eric's assertions. Noticing the two men's silence, Eric shrugged. You see, when such a thing befalls you, you too would find it utterly outrageous, would you not? Yet wizards do not share this sentiment. They hold themselves in lofty regard, believing it their right to stand above ordinary folk. Their desire to keep their existence hidden from muggles is not for the sake of protection. Rather, it is rooted in the belief that commoners are unworthy of knowledge about their kind. For a muggle to be toyed with by a wizard is deemed a privilege. Percival opened his mouth, but produced no sound, for he found himself at a loss for words, whether he acknowledged it or not. He was gradually coming to align with Eric's viewpoint. Eric took a breath and continued. This is precisely why I choose to work for the assassins. Everyone deserves equality, and each individual possesses their own free will. Just behold the magnitude and nobility of this pursuit. Yet achieving it is daunting, exceedingly so. Most dare not even envision how beautiful such a world could be. However, if people refrain from acting merely because it is difficult, then this world will never witness change. The assassins are indeed striving for their creed, and I firmly believe that under the guidance of Lord Yano, the Brotherhood will undoubtedly succeed in transforming this twisted world. Candela glanced at Percival, noting his rapt attention to Eric's discourse. With a resigned roll of her eyes, she cleared her throat to interrupt. Ahem, Eric, this aspiration is indeed grand and noble. yet it is profoundly unrealistic. As an outsider, I might admire individuals like you, but as a friend, I must advise you that those who seek to change the status quo often meet with tragic ends. Only a select few achieve success. While you still can, I urge you to return with us. Eric shook his head with a smile. I have never contemplated retreat. I am prepared to offer my life at any moment. Percival regarded Eric with a complex expression. Though I am loath to admit it, I must acknowledge that you are indeed worthy of our admiration. With a smile, Eric rose from the sofa and checked his pocket watch. Has the hour truly grown so late? Very well, our late-night discourse must come to a close. I believe it is time for us to retire to our chambers and indulge in sweet dreams, for the coming days shall be filled with our endeavors. Yano stood atop the Nightingale Hotel, his right hand resting on his top hat to shield it from the evening winds, while his left hand gripped his cane. Below him lay the room where Eric and his companions had just conversed. A faint smile graced Yano's lips. To begin with, Henry, no. Eric's performance has left me quite satisfied. However, regarding his two companions, based on their conduct today, I believe they're ill-suited to know too much about the Brotherhood. Yano tilted his hat slightly backward, glancing at the individual behind him. I find it rather inconsequential. These two wizards seem to be of the sort who bear no ill will towards muggles or wizards of muggle lineage. I believe we may have an opportunity to recruit them into our ranks. Guile had more to say. Guile here wishes everyone a happy National Day, but advises caution against pickpockets when venturing out to enjoy the festivities. Chapter 107, Excess, Part 2. Antonia walked slowly to stand behind Yano. Recruit them into our ranks? Minter, I must say, your notion is exceedingly unrealistic. How could they possibly join the ranks of the assassins, who stand in opposition to wizards? The wind stilled, and Yano removed his hand from his hat. I believe the chances of success are quite substantial. If they genuinely care for their friend Eric, they would certainly strive to aid him in altering the state of the magical world. Antonia brushed her wind-tousled hair aside. What do you intend to do to change the status quo of the magical world? Yano gazed down at the darkened windows below, where the oil lamps had been extinguished. At present, we lack the strength to alter the magical world. You must realize that in our nation alone, there are likely around 10,000 wizards, not including the students and professors at Hogwarts. What resources do we currently possess to contend with them? Antonia's expression soured, for she had long believed the number of wizards to be quite scarce. Yet Yano's words brought her to a stark realization regarding the current power of the magical realm. If that is indeed the case, how shall we stand against the wizards? Even when the children in the castle grow up, the Brotherhood will still number less than 2,000 assassins. We are far from being a match for the wizards. Yano turned to face Antonia, his sharp gaze locking onto hers. I believe you have momentarily forgotten the most crucial detail. Tell me, Antonia, what is our identity? Antonia, taken aback by Janos's piercing gaze, instinctively stepped back, feeling a sense of trepidation as she encountered this unfamiliar side of him. Typically, he presented himself as a courteous gentleman. Yet tonight, an unsettling aura surrounded him. Tentatively, she ventured, "Are we assassins?" Janos nodded, then averted his gaze, turning his body back towards the rear. "Indeed, we are assassins. Tell me, do you believe that a competent assassin would foolishly engage in a direct confrontation with a sorcerer?" Antonia lowered her head slightly, replying, "Master, a qualified assassin would avoid direct conflict with sorcerers or anyone else, barring exceptional circumstances." A satisfied smile flickered across Janos's face. "You are correct. Under normal circumstances, we would never confront our enemies head-on. Sorcerers possess peculiar abilities, powerful spells, insidious curses that catch one off guard, prophecies shrouded in ambiguity, formidable defensive skills, and their remarkable capacity to conceal themselves from ordinary folk. Nevertheless, apart from these talents, they're not dissimilar from regular humans. They fall ill, bleed, and if struck in a vital spot, they too shall meet their demise. I firmly believe that if a war were to erupt between assassins and sorcerers, the upper hand would undoubtedly belong to the assassins." Antonia nodded in agreement. "Perhaps you are right." Janos turned around, leaning on his staff as he moved backward, stating, "For now, Henry can be trusted. Antonia, temporarily entrust your duties to someone you trust. Arrive at the assassin's castle by 8 tomorrow morning. Since the sorcerers pose no immediate threat, we shall set forth to the Epin Forest once we are prepared." Antonia bowed respectfully. "I shall adhere to your wishes, master." Janos chuckled softly, moving to the edge of the rooftop and leaping off with arms outstretched. Antonia straightened up, gazing at the empty rooftop with a sigh. "I believe Janos places too much emphasis on those tricks. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Antonia?" Antonia turned to see a hooded figure perched on the eaves. "Haven't you returned to Black Raven Manor yet, Mr. Megan?" Megan stood up, his expression grave beneath the hood. I do not trust these sorcerers. Even after hearing Henry's childhood experiences, my doubts remain. Antonia furrowed her brow, her narrow eyes scrutinizing him. So, you were eavesdropping on Mr. Henry's conversation nearby? I must say, if the master finds out, you shall certainly face punishment. Megan shrugged. I doubt Janos would mind, for he tacitly approved of my actions. Antonia looked at him incredulously. Did the master approve of your methods? When? Megan smiled at her, gesturing towards the opposite building. Do you think I could eavesdrop on Henry's conversation without Janos noticing? I suspect he was already aware of my presence the moment you left the Nightingale Inn, yet he chose not to intervene, did he? Antonia regarded him thoughtfully. It seems the master does not fully trust this band of sorcerers either. I believe so. Janos is not one to place his trust lightly, Megan replied, turning away. I apologize, but I must take my leave to inform Jacob and the others at Black Raven Manor. Antonia watched the rooftop, now deserted save for herself, and sighed once more, casting her gaze toward the quiet room below, murmuring, I hope these sorcerers refrain from making foolish decisions. Chapter 108. The Gathering Tap. Tap. Talp. 2 carriages rolled through the castle gates in succession, finally halting at the stables. Creaking, Megan pushed open the carriage door and jumped down, exclaiming, I think we should hurry. Our time is running short. Is that not Mr. Megan? Megan shifted his gaze to the side, observing a gentleman clad in deep brown noble attire, leaning on a cane as he descended from another carriage. I was just wondering who occupied that carriage. I never expected it to be Mr. James. Have you only just arrived at the castle? James approached Megan, leaning on his cane. Don't mention it. The Kenway carriage broke down on the way. One just came off. Fortunately, it happened in the suburbs, or it could have caused injuries. Calling for another carriage in the outskirts is quite the hassle, which is why I'm only just arriving. Megan turned back, casting a disapproving glance at Jacob, who had just dismounted. This is all because our dear Jacob neglected my advice to arrange matters for the Black Raven gang last night. Jacob helped Ivy down from the carriage, turning to say, I can't take all the blame. It was quite late when you returned, and most of our members had already gone home. Should I have gone around to summon each one back to Black Raven Manor? At this moment, James approached Jacob, extending his right hand. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the leaders of the Black Raven gang, Jacob and Ivy, correct? I've heard much about your exploits, the renowned Fry twins of London. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jacob instinctively grasped James's outstretched hand, his eyes widening in realization. James Kenway, I know you. You are the noble who defied the opposition of the aristocracy and risked your own safety to advocate for child labor laws. I've longed to meet you, but every time I visited the castle, you were absent. Finally, I get to see you today. Jacob. Ivy glared at her brother, tugging at his sleeve, discontent with his behavior. He was acting less like a mafia leader and more like a lovesick girl encountering her crush. James noticed Ivy's subtle gesture and chuckled. What I do pales in comparison to your Black Raven gang. You've managed to banish the trade of contraband goods from your territory. As I understand it, the profits from such trades are quite substantial. Resisting that temptation is commendable. However, Mr. Jacob, you have surprised me. I expected a leader of the Black Raven gang to be more composed, yet here you are, quite the wit. Megan impatiently interrupted their exchange. All right, once we depart, you'll have ample time to converse. For now, we must hasten to the castle hall, unless you wish to be expelled from the Brotherhood by the master. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Very well, Mr. James. Once we depart, I shall come to your carriage. I believe we have much to discuss. James nodded in agreement. Of course. I eagerly await your arrival, Mr. Jacob. As the 4 of them hurried to the castle hall, they found numerous hooded assassins already assembled inside. Megan pulled out his pocket watch, glancing at it before exhaling in relief. Fortunately, we are not late. Father? James looked up to see a diminutive figure clad in a brown fitted coat, with a deep brown shawl draped over his shoulders, approaching. Strands of light golden hair slipped out from beneath his brown beaked hood. It's Sevilla. Sevilla's countenance was far from pleasant as he approached. Father, why have you only just arrived? James shrugged. Hey dear, you can't blame me. The carriage broke down midway. It took a considerable effort to find another one. How have your mother and brothers fared during their time at the castle? Seville pursed her lips. Mother is doing quite well here. She is now responsible for the culinary affairs of the castle alongside Mrs. Kyars. Although they cook together, preparing meals for so many people daily is rather exhausting. Whenever I have a chance, I lend them a hand. As for my 2 brothers, I suggest you inquire about them directly. James's expression darkened. What? Are those 2 discontent with their duties? Seville sighed helplessly. Ever since they recovered physically, the mentor assigned them to assist Mr. Kyars with the castle's cleaning. However, I have noticed that wherever they are responsible for cleaning, Mr. Kyars routinely goes over it again each day. I believe the mentor must have noticed this as well. Yet he has refrained from reprimanding them. I spoke with them not long ago, but they dismissed my concerns, accusing me of concocting these foolish ideas that led them to undertake menial tasks. I fear only you can persuade them. James tightened his grip on his cane. I shall certainly have a word with them. Seville, you need not concern yourself with Simon and Carl. Once we handle the werewolves, I will ensure they perform their duties diligently. Seville nodded, already foreseeing her brother's fate. Very well, father, but I hope you will go easy on them. James raised an eyebrow. Increasingly pleased with his little daughter, despite her brother's poor treatment of her, she could not bear the thought of them being harmed. Seville, your kindness is remarkable. Do not fret for them. They brought this upon themselves. With an impassive expression, Seville shook her head. No, I believe you are overthinking it, father. I am merely concerned that if you are too harsh, it might affect their performance the following day. I suggest you aim for their faces. That way, their hands and legs will remain uninjured, and they will be able to work the next day. James's eye twitched slightly. He suddenly realized he might not truly understand Seville. She was nothing like the little angel he had imagined. I understand. I shall aim for their faces. Chapter 109. Mobilization. Thud, thud. The sound of which striking the ground echoed through the castle hall. Seville paused her conversation with James and shifted her gaze towards the high platform at the hall's end. Yano leaned on his staff, surveying the now quiet assassins below, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then approached the stone chair atop the platform and sat down. I trust everyone understands the purpose of my summons today, correct? A voice emerged from the crowd of assassins below. Of course. We are about to hunt down those wretched werewolves and give them a good kick, showing them our might, right? Yano chuckled at the enthusiasm, then shook his head. No, we are not seeking out the werewolves merely to demonstrate our strength. My true aim is to eradicate every last one of those werewolves dwelling in the Eppin Forest. Not a single one shall be spared. As Yano's words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the castle hall. Jacob stared incredulously at Yano on the platform and turned to Ivy beside him. I think I am quite lucid, but I cannot assure you that Yano is in his right mind. Ivy elbowed Jacob sharply in the chest. Mind your words, Jacob. Jacob frowned, clutching his chest, clearly pained by Ivy's blow. Ivy, how could you treat your only blood relative this way? Ivy shot him an exasperated glare. You should be grateful you're my brother. Otherwise, that would not have been so gentle. As Jacob rubbed his chest, he murmured to his sister, Hey, I am merely stating the facts. Before we arrived at the castle, I thought we were only going to give the werewolves a hard time in the Eppin Forest. I never imagined Yano intended to wipe out the entire pack. Do you really think these assassins in the hall can handle 80 werewolves? I even suspect Yano has lost his mind. This is a death sentence. Ivy furrowed her brow. You make a valid point. But I believe Lord Yano is not an impulsive individual. He must have his own reasoning. Jacob pouted, But we cannot take such a significant risk simply because of his ideas, even if he is our best friend. Ivy shook her head. I trust that Lord Yano has a plan and will not lead us to our doom. After all, there is nothing to gain from such an endeavor. Yano rose from the stone chair. Indeed, given our current strength, it is a formidable challenge to deal with the werewolves in the Eppin Forest. However, there is no need for concern. Duna, a figure clad in a gray robe, and had stepped forward from the group of assassins. He raised his right hand to his chest and knelt before the steps. Mentor. Yano nodded to Donner. Bring a few assassins and have them fetch all of them to the hall. By your command, Donner replied softly, standing up and leading 7 accompanying assassins out of the hall. Yano turned to the perplexed Jacob and Ivy. I suspect many assassins remain unaware of the weapon tests we conducted in the castle a few days ago. The weapon we tested in the city is what I believe will provide us the means to annihilate the werewolves in the Eppin Forest. Jacob lightly nudged Ivy with his shoulder. What do you think this weapon is? Ivy shook her head. How could I possibly know? We should wait quietly. Lord Yano will reveal it to us. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sounds emanating from the hall's entrance diverted the assassins' attention. They beheld Donner at the forefront, one hand carrying a tripod, the other a cylinder with 2 small wooden boxes tucked under his arm. Behind him, 2 assassins similarly bore the tripod, cylinder, and small boxes. As the trio entered the hall, the assassins finally understood the source of the clamor. As Donner and his companions stepped into the hall, more assassins followed, each carrying 2 enormous wooden boxes, the sound of their movement echoing through the hall. Thud! The 2 massive boxes were placed before the steps. Yano, leaning on his staff, descended the steps slowly. He did not return the 2 enormous boxes, but instead opened the small boxes brought in by Donner. Yano retrieved an iron ball from one of the boxes, raising it high to display to the assassins in the hall. I believe you are all familiar with this, yes? Undoubtedly, this is a grenade. Ivy, standing a short distance away, furrowed her brow. Why is Lord Yano showing us this? Jacob shrugged beside her. I suspect he intends to use it against the werewolves, but I seriously doubt it can inflict damage. After all, the defensive capabilities of a werewolf's hide are formidable. Perhaps a single grenade would not be enough to kill one, and if the werewolf survives, we won't have the opportunity to throw a second. Yano lowered his raised hand. Yes, this is a grenade. I can tell many assassins are wondering why I am demonstrating a grenade here, correct? Given the werewolves' speed and resilience, if one grenade fails to eliminate them, we will not have a second chance. Yet I must inform you, the grenade I hold differs from what you envision. I call it the silver grenade. Here, I must express my gratitude to Mr. Peter. Without his remarkable skill in placing a chamber filled with silver powder within a grenade, I fear our upcoming battle would be exceedingly arduous, with casualties escalating significantly. Amidst the crowd, intermittent gasps of astonishment echoed, and Peter emerged from the throng, bowing respectfully to Janos. Thank you for your commendation. Meanwhile, Jacob stood in the crowd, utterly astounded, to think a grenade could be uniquely enhanced with a core filled with silver. Damn it, I should have anticipated this. I must say, whoever conceived this idea is a genius. Janos returned the grenade to the small wooden box, then straightened, gesturing towards the box as he addressed the assassins. Donald, please arrange for several individuals to distribute the silver grenades to everyone. 3 for each assassin. Jacob received 3 silver grenades from Donald, lifting one to scrutinize it closely. Ivy cast a sidelong glance at Jacob. Jacob, I advise you to give up with your talent. It's impossible for you to decipher the manufacturing method of the silver grenades. Chapter 110. The Final Preparations. Sevilla gazed down at the silver grenade in his hand, turning to James at his side. Is this the foundation of Master S confidence? James squeezed the grenade thoughtfully, then shook his head. No, Sevilla, this is not Master S confidence. While this item can indeed inflict substantial damage on werewolves, it is far from sufficient to eradicate all the werewolves in the Epping Forest solely with silver grenades. Sevilla looked up, perplexed, at his father. Oh, are you suggesting there are weapons more potent than the silver grenades? I am curious. How do you know this? James furrowed his brow, questioning. Were you not present for the test at the training grounds yesterday? Sevilla paused, taken aback. The test yesterday? How unfortunate. I was not at the castle. I was on a mission. James shrugged. Well, it seems you missed quite the spectacle. However, do not worry. I believe Master will find time to demonstrate it for you today. Janos observed with satisfaction as the silver grenades were distributed to each assassin, raising his staff and prying open the great wooden box with the end of his cane. With a creak, the box opened, revealing a multitude of silver bullets nestled within every corner. Janos bent down, scooping up a handful of glimmering silver bullets with his left hand, resting his cane against the box's edge, then lifted a single silver bullet high with his thumb and index finger. I believe everyone has already noticed the unique quality of this bullet, correct? Yes, I recognize this. It is a silver-plated bullet. Janos shifted his gaze to Jacob, standing below the steps, sighing in resignation. Jacob always had a penchant for drawing attention. Mister. Jacob is quite right. This is indeed a silver-plated bullet. I believe those assassins who have faced the werewolves are more aware that apart from our hidden blades, our other weapons and ammunition are ineffective against the werewolves, correct? Alan, standing at the base of the steps, nodded in agreement. Yes, Master, when we faced the werewolves previously, our blades and bullets could barely pierce their coarse hides. A faint smile graced Janos's lips as he shook the silver bullet in his hand. This is precisely why I created silver bullets. I refer to these as silver bullets. Once you possess silver bullets, you will no longer need to fret about how to penetrate the werewolves' iron-like hides. I know our hidden blades can also breach the werewolves' defenses, but I must say, a hidden blade is a weapon meant for humans. Its blade is too short, even if it manages to pierce the werewolf's hide. The wound inflicted is merely a trivial scratch on the massive bodies of the werewolves, unless you can accurately thrust the hidden blade into their vital points like I can. In the crowd, Jacob leaned closer to Ivy, whispering, Hey, Ivy, for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that Janos sounds just like those salesmen trying to pitch us their products. Ivy furrowed her brow slightly. I suspect you are not alone in that sentiment. At least I share the same thought. Unaware of the twins' derision from the crowd, Janos continued his exposition on the silver bullets. I trust everyone knows that werewolves fear silver, correct? When their hides encounter silver, they can no longer maintain their defensive capabilities. Thus, I had Mr. Peter coat every bullet in this box with silver, enabling our firearms to inflict significant damage on werewolves. Upon concluding his statement, Janos did not allow Donald to distribute the bullets just yet. Instead, he picked up the eagle-headed staff leaning against the box and pried open another adjacent wooden crate. With a creak, the box opened, revealing an array of silver-plated bayonets and silver-coated assassin axes neatly arranged within. Janos again rested his staff against the box, lifting a silver-plated rifle in one hand and an assassin's axe in the other as he rose. I believe everyone knows what these two items in my hands are, correct? Therefore, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, we shall wage war against the werewolves in Epping Forest, and these silver-plated rifles and axes will significantly reduce our casualties. Janos returned the rifle and axe to the crate, then approached the machine gun rack. This device, which we refer to as a machine gun, will lead us to victory. Sevilla gazed at the gun barrel pointed out by Janos, frowning as she inquired of James. Father, I find Master S. words somewhat exaggerated. How could such a pipe possibly triumph over those fearsome werewolves? James shook his head. My dear, I believe Master is quite right. It can indeed lead us to victory. If you had witnessed its testing as I did, you would not consider Master S. words an exaggeration. Sevilla diverted her gaze from James, focusing on the gun barrel beside Janos. Perhaps you are correct, but I remain steadfast in my current opinion. Janos noticed the scattered, skeptical glances from the crowd and shrugged. Very well, very well. I sense many of you are questioning the veracity of my words. Yes? Donald, after this meeting concludes, would you kindly demonstrate the power of the machine gun before everyone? Donald stepped forward, bowing to Janos. It would be my honor, Master. Janos nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Of course, if I were you, I would use standard ammunition for the test, unless you wish to be dragged to the blacksmith shop by Mr. Peter for labor. Without waiting for Donald's reply, Janos continued addressing the crowd. Tomorrow, at 6 o'clock in the morning, all adult assassins must gather punctually at the entrance of Epping Forest. I care not how you exit the city and arrive at your destination, but remember, do not reveal your identities. If you are prepared, please come forth to collect your silver bullets and the silver-plated assassin axes and rifles. Then proceed to the training grounds to await Donald and the others as they demonstrate the machine gun's power. Janos watched with a satisfied smile as the assassins began lining up to receive their weapons. He then grasped the eagle-headed staff beside the box and returned to his stone seat, observing the orderly line of assassins. He could not help but let out a deep sigh, murmuring softly, I hope everyone returns safely to the castle. Chapter 111, Exposure. The dawn of 5 o'clock in London was eerily silent, thick fog draping the city like a ghostly shroud. Outside the gates of the assassin's castle, 3 carriages were methodically stationed on the vacant ground. Megan, have all the machine guns been concealed within each carriage? Janos strode briskly out of the castle gates, leaning on his eagle-headed staff, while addressing Megan, who was busily crouched beneath the carriage. We must hasten our pace, aside from us few. The other assassins have already set off. Megan exerted himself to push up a wooden plank beneath the carriage, exhaling gently as he crawled out from under it. Everything is concealed. Unless someone intends to dismantle this carriage, they shall never discover the machine guns hidden within. Janos nodded in satisfaction. Excellent work, Megan. Now let's depart. James and Sevilla will accompany me in one carriage, while Ivy and Jacob shall ride with you. Antonia, you will join Donna and Arian in another carriage. Very well. I shall set off first. Our journey is not far. Megan shrugged as he observed Janos heading toward the carriage, then waved to the Fry twins standing nearby, signaling them to follow. Just as Janos was about to board the carriage, he abruptly halted and turned to Megan. Megan, before we set off, I suggest you send our little ones back to the castle. What do you think? Megan shot Janos an annoyed glance. Huh, I was just about to do that. I don't need you to remind me. Janos merely shrugged, seemingly unconvinced by his brother's words, and bent down to enter the carriage. Megan shook his head in exasperation, quickly moving to the rear of the carriage. He rapped on the trunk, addressing those inside. All right, ladies and gentlemen, will you choose to climb out from the trunk on your own, or shall I personally haul you out? After a brief wait, observing the still silent trunk, Megan sighed in resignation. If you manage to emerge from the trunk within a minute, I shall not punish you. However, should I be compelled to retrieve you myself, I fear your days in the castle will not be pleasant. Please, wait a moment, Mr. Megan will be out shortly. Megan raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he stood by the carriage's rear. With a creak, the trunk was slowly pushed open from inside, and 3 children clad in white robes with eagle hoods crawled out. Megan frowned at the emerging children. Let us see who we have here. Peeves. As the earliest member of the Brotherhood among all the children in the castle, this is quite a commendable start. Pierce pouted. We just want to take a look. Enough. Megan interrupted loudly, shifting his gaze to another child. He paused, astonished, as a look of surprise and disappointment crossed his face. Is it you, Morgan? I never imagined you would partake in such antics. Morgan buried his head low. I am very sorry, Mr. Megan. I believe I have disappointed you. Disappointed? Huh. Indeed, you have let me down tremendously. I thought your past experiences would render you more mature, enabling you to recognize what you ought to do. Megan appeared exceedingly angry, his fury directed at Morgan's actions. Mr. Megan, I'm truly sorry. Morgan didn't intend to do this. It was Pierce and I who dragged him along. Alice, standing at the back, couldn't help but interject, glancing at the sorrowful Morgan. Megan squinted at Alice. Oh, look who is so eager to step forward and admit their wrongdoing. Did you think I would forget about you, Miss Alice? Alice shook her head. I didn't think that, Mr. Megan. I merely wish to acknowledge my mistakes. This entire affair is the fault of Pierce and me. Megan let out a soft huff. I had thought that after your experience with Yano on a mission, you would exhibit more rationality than these children, but it appears I was mistaken. Clearly, Yano's teaching methods have proven ineffective. Now, little ones, turn around immediately and return to the castle. This mission is not one for children like you. Alice clenched her fists tightly, watching Megan as he turned to board the carriage. Suddenly, she shouted, no, there is nothing wrong with the instructor's teaching methods. The failure lies solely with me. Megan, about to step into the carriage, paused and shook his head. I believe there is little distinction. Is there? Now, we must depart. Your sole responsibility is to return to the castle at once. The carriage began to roll away. Morgan watched it retreat, suddenly bursting into tears. It's all your fault. Whoa, Pierce, if you hadn't insisted I do this, Mr. Megan wouldn't be so disappointed in me. Pierce appeared startled by Morgan's sudden tears and quickly attempted to console him. Morgan, I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect we'd be discovered so easily. Alice, observing the weeping Morgan, felt an unexpected surge of anger rising within her, crying, Morgan, how can you, as a grown man, be reduced to tears? I never deemed you so weak. When you disappoint someone you admire, what should you do? Yes, we must find a way to prove to them that you're still worth saving, rather than weeping here, correct? Morgan gradually ceased his crying, acknowledging Alice's words. I suppose you're right, Alice, but what can we do? After all, we aren't of age yet, and the Brotherhood won't allow us to undertake missions. Alice gazed at the carriage disappearing into the distance, gritting her teeth. Perhaps, when the three of us independently hunt a werewolf, Megan will admit he was wrong. He will acknowledge that the instructor's methods are valid, and, concurrently, he will recognize that you, Morgan, have not disappointed him. Pierce stared blankly at Alice. Good heavens, the three of us hunting a werewolf? No, Alice, that is utterly insane. This is utterly mad, Alice. I truly believe we stand no chance of hunting a werewolf. Alice's eyes sparkled with determination. I beg to differ. I believe we have trained long enough to possess the capability to hunt a werewolf. Pierce's face contorted in disapproval. I find this to be a foolish notion, Alice. I strongly advise you to abandon such thoughts. Alice narrowed her eyes at Pierce. If you're unwilling to go, you are welcome to remain in the castle and play the obedient little Pierce. However, Morgan and I shall not linger in this manner. We must prove ourselves. Pierce sighed in resignation. Very well, very well. As a mature assassin, Miss Alice, where shall we hunt for werewolves to prove ourselves? Alice shot him a glance. If I were you, I would engage that rusty brain of yours. Where do you think the werewolves are most abundant today? Pierce rolled his eyes in exasperation. How would I know where the werewolves are most plentiful? I don't even know where to find any werewolves, except... Suddenly, Pierce's eyes widened in realization. Heavens! You're not considering going to Epping Forest, are you? Alice smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Pierce, you found the correct answer. Pierce shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, we cannot go anywhere. We were just discovered by Mr. Megan, and it is far too perilous. A mere reconnaissance might be permissible, but if we are to be embroiled in this war, I fear for our fates. Alice chose to disregard Pierce's protest and turned to Morgan, saying, We must hasten our pace. Otherwise, by the time we arrive, our mentors may have already concluded this conflict. Morgan nodded slightly. Perhaps you're correct, Alice. But how shall we reach the Epping Forest? We are unfamiliar with the route to our destination. A mischievous smile adorned Alice's face. Oh, did I not mention? I am well acquainted with the Kelsey family, who manage all the chores in the castle, including the stables. If I desire, I can procure a carriage from the stables, though I certainly will not divulge that our purpose is to journey to the Epping Forest. Pierce grimaced. Ha! You are indeed a woman of considerable social grace. However, even if you secure a carriage, you still cannot reach the Epping Forest, for you do not know its location, and even if you did, you would lack knowledge of where our mentors are assembling. Alice shot a sidelong glance at Pierce. I believe that is a concern that need not trouble our dear Pierce. For perhaps you have overlooked that on the work desk in the mentor's study lies an impression of a map brought back by Mr. Donna. I am confident we can locate our destination upon it. Morgan, you must immediately head to the mentor's study and retrieve the map from the desk, while I shall go to the stables to borrow a carriage. Pierce, feeling a headache coming on, gazed at the commanding girl before him. It seems I can no longer dissuade you, can I, Alice? A triumphant smile graced Alice's features. I believe that is so. Now, will you choose to remain in the castle, or accompany us to the Epping Forest? With a resigned sigh, Pierce replied, Very well. Do I have any other options? I shall join Morgan in fetching the map. Alice, you are in charge of securing the carriage. Let's be off. Alice nodded in satisfaction, and the three young assassins turned to enter the magnificent castle behind them. Glop, glop, glop. The carriage driven by Megan came to a gentle halt at their destination, and he swiftly dismounted, tying the reins to a nearby tree. Jacob, emerging from the carriage, opened the door and stepped down, only to wrinkle his nose and hastily cover his mouth and nose, exclaiming, Ugh, what is that foul stench? It is utterly nauseating. Nearby, Donna, who was crushing leaves and branches in a juice, turned to regard Jacob. That is the aroma of the juice extracted from the leaves and branches. Though it may not be pleasant in this forest, if you apply it to your clothing and exposed skin, it will effectively mask your scent from those wolf cubs, ensuring they do not detect our presence in the woods. Jacob, one hand covering his mouth and nose, waved the other in front of his face as if to dispel the odor. No, you cannot expect me to apply this wretched substance to my skin. Absolutely not. Ivy, descending slowly from the carriage while pinching her nose, admonished, Jacob, now is not the time for your stubbornness. To win this war, this minor discomfort is inconsequential. Jacob recoiled at the sight of the greenish liquid in Donna's hand, taking a few steps back. No one will make me apply this revolting substance. James, standing a short distance away, tugged at his assassin uniform, glancing at the juice in Donna's hand, before letting out a long sigh, displaying a look of profound sorrow. He turned to Sevilla, saying, My dear, you know how long I have awaited the day I could don this assassin uniform again. Yet I never anticipated that when I finally did, it would be to ruin it. Sevilla shot her father an exasperated glare. We are merely applying tree juice to our clothes, not incinerating them. Once the mission is complete, you can have the servants clean it. James shook his head gloomily. No. Sevilla, you cannot fathom my feelings. If this disgusting liquid is smeared on my attire, then in my heart, that uniform shall perish, and I shall never wear it again. With a resigned sigh, Sevilla ceased her attempts to reason with her father, turning instead to accept the wooden bowl containing the juice from Donna. She picked up the brush within and began applying it to herself. Donna observed Sevilla's swift movements with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. He was beginning to take a liking to this girl. Chapter 113. The Discrimination of Wizards. Jano watched the interactions among the assassins, shaking his head in amusement as he took the juice from Megan and began applying it to himself, remarking, We must act swiftly, for we do not know when Henry and the others will arrive. If they reach us and find us unprepared, I dare say the wizards will be quite disappointed in our efficiency. With Jano's words, the assassins ceased their complaints and began quickly applying the juice to their clothing and exposed skin. I can hardly believe my eyes. Look, there are 3 people flying on brooms in the sky, exclaimed a skilled assassin, his face a mask of disbelief as he pointed skyward at the 3 wizards. The assassins turned their gazes upward, and upon seeing the 3 wizards in the murky sky, they were left in awe. Even Megan remained silent for a prolonged moment. The assassins were well aware of the wizards lurking behind the scenes and had witnessed some of Henry's spells, which they found both miraculous and enigmatic. However, they had never perceived these spells as a significant threat during direct confrontations. After all, each assassin was an undisputed master of parkour, confident that any one of them could evade the wizard's spells during a head-on clash. The casting time for these spells was simply too lengthy for the assassins to be troubled. Whether in the midst of casting or uttering the incantation, any competent adult assassin could swiftly find cover or charge directly at the wizard, ending their life with a hidden blade. Yet, they had never anticipated that these wizards could fly. Megan gazed at the 3 wizards above, his brow furrowed deeply, and a grave expression clouded his features. The threat posed by the wizards had escalated in his mind. As the only assassin in the Brotherhood who had engaged in direct conflict with wizards, Megan understood their ability to suddenly appear in a given location. However, this ability had not posed a significant challenge for him. Perhaps the spell was perilous for assassins who had never encountered it, but after Megan reported it to the Brotherhood, enlightening every assassin about its capabilities and the signs preceding its successful casting, the threat it posed had diminished considerably. After all, The commotion caused by this spell was too conspicuous. Any qualified assassin would detect the anomaly well before the wizard used the spell in their vicinity and swiftly formulate a response. However, the moment Megan became aware of the wizard's ability to fly, she was profoundly struck by the magnitude of the threat they posed to the assassins. Regardless of how formidable the assassins may be, they could never possess the gift of flight that wizards enjoy. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals endowed with hawk-like vision and assassination skills unattainable by the average person. As Megan pondered how to counter the wizard's aerial prowess, she despaired at the realization that she could find no means to vanquish those who soared above, unless she could plunge her hidden blade into their hearts before they mounted their ludicrous brooms. Otherwise, the non-flying assassins would be relegated to mere targets on the ground, vulnerable to the wizard's whims. Yano observed Megan, whose expression was grave and contemplative, and a smile of satisfaction crept across his face. He could sense the remarkable growth Megan had undergone over the past 2 years, surpassing his expectations. Nevertheless, as Yano gazed at the wizards hovering in the sky, he sighed silently, for he too could not devise a strategy against this fleet-footed cadre of wizards. While Megan might entertain thoughts of eliminating them before they took to their brooms, Yano was acutely aware that some wizards could fly unaided, and those were the ones that troubled him the most. Hence, until he discovered a method to counter these airborne wizards, Yano would refrain from any rash actions against them. Candela, look. Those muggles standing at the edge of the forest below are utterly ridiculous, painted in that garish green. And what is that stick they have strapped to their backs? Do they truly believe they can defeat werewolves with it? Ha ha ha, Percival exclaimed, clutching his broom tightly with one hand while gesturing toward the assassins below. Candela shot him a mild glare. Hey, if I were you, I would team mock a group that will soon be fighting alongside us. Percival pouted, regarding the muggles with disdain. Allies? You mean this bunch of muggles? Do we really believe they can vanquish so many werewolves with that stick of theirs? Eric frowned at Percival. Percival, if you still consider me your friend, I hope you could forget the word muggle. Percival blinked in surprise. Why? Muggle isn't a bad term, is it? Eric rubbed his temples, attempting to calm his rising frustration. Percival, don't you think that labeling someone with a specific term is a form of discrimination? Discrimination? No. Eric, I would never discriminate against muggles, ordinary people. Percival insisted, feeling misunderstood. Eric shook his head in exasperation, realizing that Percival's understanding was lacking. The term muggle is indeed a form of disparagement. The way wizards refer to ordinary people reflects a condescending attitude, and it is manifested in their words and actions. Why must those without magical abilities be labeled as muggles? Well, we've always called them that, and I don't see it as disrespecting ordinary people, Percival replied, bewildered. Eric struggled to contain the anger bubbling in his throat. Then why don't we simply call them ordinary people? Why attach a ridiculous label like muggle? Look, words like fool, dummy, and simpleton, none of them are complimentary. Chapter 114. The war starts now. Percival furrowed his brow, reflecting on the words in his mind, and was astonished to realize he could find no positive connotation for terms ending with gourd. Still, he felt Eric was overreacting. Well, I can't think of any right now, but if you give me some time, I'll come up with one. Eric shook his head in resignation. Come on, Percival. That's not the point. But I genuinely hope you can forget the term muggle. Eric, I think you're being a bit overly sensitive. Perhaps our ancestors did intend it to be derogatory when they coined the term, but as time has passed, it has lost its discriminatory connotation, Candela interjected, struggling to understand Eric's perspective. Eric, seated on his broom, gazed at the two friends he had known since childhood and suddenly realized that perhaps he had always lived in a different world. Even though he had entered Hogwarts and become a wizard, it could not change the fact that he was born into a non-magical family. After all, Hogwarts accepted students when they turned 10, and in this era, children that age were already quite perceptive and had formed their own opinions. This disparity in experiences and perspectives rendered his worldview and thought process incomprehensible to his two pure-blood wizard friends. Perhaps you cannot fathom this experience, and thus you will never understand the feelings of those of us born into ordinary families, what you might call mudbloods. Percival sensed the humiliation and anger within Eric and wished to comfort him, but Eric did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Maybe you think the word muggle is trivial since you have always referred to those without magical talents in that way, right? But for me, every time you utter the term muggle, it feels like an insult to my deceased parents. It's as if you were calling them fools or imbeciles. Because my parents possessed no magical abilities, they were what you refer to as muggles. If your parents were casually labeled as fools, would you still find it inconsequential? Percival and Candela were struck dumb by Eric's words, as they had never considered this perspective. They pondered how they would react if someone insulted their parents in front of them. Undoubtedly, they would not hesitate to draw their wands and cast a vicious curse to make the offender realize the enormity of their error. Yet, Eric faced not merely an individual, but the entire magical community of pure-blood wizards, and he lacked the means to reprimand those who dared to insult him. Percival gazed at Eric intently. I understand now, Eric. I apologize for my previous remarks. From this moment on, that term shall never cross my lips again, and I will persuade my parents to refrain from using it as well. In the future, I will teach my children not to utter such a word. I swear. Candela nodded vigorously. Me, too. I will also persuade my parents. I am truly sorry for neglecting your feelings, but you must believe that we did not mean any harm. Eric smiled and shook his head. I certainly know you did not intend to offend. Otherwise, how could we possibly be friends? Thank you for your understanding. However, I think we have lingered up here long enough. It is best we descend now, don't you think? Percival and Candela, relieved to see Eric's smile return, nodded and pressed down on their broomsticks, steering them towards the assassins on the ground. Yet, they remained unaware that Eric's smile now bore an undercurrent of subtle distance and unfamiliarity. Henry, I'm pleased that you arrived here promptly. I presume you are ready to venture into the forest, correct? Yano said, leaning on his staff as he addressed Eric, who had dismounted from his broom. Eric approached Yano, placing a hand over his heart, and bowed respectfully. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Eric Granger, and it is a pleasure to serve you, my lord. Yano regarded Eric's gesture with amusement. Although he was already aware of his true identity, he playfully inquired, Eric, is the name Henry merely a stage name for you? Listening to Yano's teasing, Eric felt an inexplicable sensation at that moment, as though the esteemed Yano understood his emotions and thoughts far better than his childhood companion, Percival. It was as if Yano were the friend he had grown up with. Eric winked at Yano. My lord, you must acknowledge that in these chaotic times, every individual traversing the world requires an external name, do they not? Yano shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Eric's statement, and instead pointed to the assassins behind him, who had already prepared their potions. Let us put this matter aside. We are ready to confront those werewolves. Are you? Eric smiled confidently. We have been prepared since our departure. What should be our first step? Yano nodded, turning to gaze at the Epin forest. Then what are we waiting for? Mount your brooms and head to the werewolf stronghold. Remember, if you encounter danger, do not concern yourselves with us. I permit you to leave. Eric greeted his two companions, signaling that it was time to set off, then summoned his broom to his hand. I shall remember that, for I am indeed a man who fears death. Until we meet again at the werewolf's lair, my lord Yano. Yano watched as Eric and his companions ascended into the sky, letting out a long sigh. He removed his top hat and placed it atop a nearby carriage, then pulled out a gold-trimmed hood and donned it, concealing his visage within its folds. He then turned to the assassins, standing resolutely behind him, and took a deep breath, proclaiming loudly, Brothers, the war begins now. Perhaps some among us will fall forever in this forest, or perhaps some will suffer grievous injuries here. But for the creed, I am willing to sacrifice everything, even my life. For the creed. Chapter 115, The Discovery of Masio. Deep within the Epin forest at the werewolf stronghold. In the hall of the stronghold, Frank sat slumped in a massive wooden chair, his crimson eyes wide open. He struggled to part his lips, extending his tongue to moisten his parched lips. He could feel his life nearing its end, and perhaps it would not be long before death arrived to claim him. Thus, before he succumbed to old age, he felt it was his duty to select a new leader for the Gonzalez clan, and the individual he deemed most suitable was Masio, who had been dispatched to gather information on the assassins. As for Huron, spare me. While Huron may indeed be a formidable werewolf, individual strength has never been the most essential quality in a leader. Huron lacks the disposition that a leader must possess. Frank gripped the armrest of his chair, struggling to sit upright. Has Masio not yet returned? If I'm not mistaken, he has been gone for quite some time. Has he encountered some trouble? A werewolf standing in the corner of the hall approached and knelt before Frank. Yes, my lord. Masio has been gone for quite a while. However, rest assured, he sends letters back weekly, and from the descriptions in those letters, we have not yet detected any significant troubles befalling you, sir. Of course, if the continued inability to locate the assassins can be considered a form of trouble, then indeed, Masio is experiencing difficulties. To be frank, Frank was somewhat astonished that the clan's most skilled hunter could not track down a group of mere muggles posing as assassins. At that moment, Frank began to suspect that this so-called assassin organization was perhaps not as straightforward as he had initially thought. He could not help but ponder whether this organization was merely a facade for those wicked and cunning wizards. If that were not the case, How could one explain how several ordinary muggles could so quietly eliminate every adult in a factory and abduct nearly 100 children without a sound? However, if all the members of this organization were indeed wizards, then the idea of quietly dispatching everyone in a factory would be unfathomable for muggles. Yet for wizards, it would be a relatively simple task. For instance, wizards could cast a charm to muffle all sound from the factory, and quietly transporting children would not pose much of a challenge for them either. Yes, if that were the case, then everything would fall into place, and all previous doubts would be perfectly resolved. But why would this group of wizards target the Gonzalez family? Our clan has never provoked any wizards. What benefit could they derive from such actions? As this thought crossed his mind, Frank's eyes widened in realization. If these assassins were indeed a guise for those wizards, then Masio, searching for them in London, would be in grave danger. Quick, Joel, deliver a message to Frank immediately. No, that is too slow. Take a few pups with you to London to find Masio. Once you locate him, inform him to cease his current mission at once and return with you. There are no Muggle assassins. This is all a plot by those wizard bastards. They intend to strike against the Gonzalez family. Frank is in peril alone in London. Depart at once and bring him back quickly. Masio is the only heir to the clan in my heart. Should he perish, who else can lead the Gonzalez family? Yes, my lord, I will immediately set out for London to find Mr. Masio. Joel, though momentarily bewildered, did not hesitate, turning promptly to exit the hall in accordance with Frank's orders. Frank took a deep breath and reclined back in his chair, murmuring softly, I hope it is not too late. Joel hastily exited the hall, waving to 4 werewolves outside, signaling them to approach. Just as he was briefing the 4 werewolves on their mission and preparing to depart, they encountered Huron, who respectfully bowed to Huron. It is a pleasure to see you. Mr. Huron. Huron frowned. Joel, where are you all rushing off to? Well, my Lord Frank has dispatched us to London to find Mr. Masio. Although Joel was eager to push past Huron to execute Frank's orders, he knew he must answer Huron's inquiry properly if he wished to continue living within this clan, as Huron was the highest-ranking werewolf aside from Lord Frank and Mr. Masio. Huron paused for a moment. Searching for Masio? Why would Lord Frank send you to find him? Joel furrowed his brow slightly. I'm not entirely clear on specifics, but I recall Lord Frank mentioning that the assassins are a ruse, a scheme by the wizards, who intend to strike against our Gonzalez family. He instructed us to set off for London immediately to bring Mr. Masio back, as he is in danger alone in London. Huron narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, before nodding. I understand. You may proceed. I will speak with Lord Frank. Joel bowed once more to Huron, then gestured to his fellow werewolves, signaling that they could now depart. 5 individuals, accompanied by howls, transformed into werewolves, swiftly dropping to all 4s and vanishing from Huron's sight. If it weren't for the swirling dust left in the wake of their sprint, one might scarcely believe that just 10 seconds prior, 5 werewolves had stood in that very spot. Huron furrowed his brow as he observed their departure, lingering in contemplation. He soon realized that such intricate thoughts were beyond his capacity, prompting him to abandon his musings and turn slowly towards the hall. Is that you, Huron? Frank, reclining in a chair, struggled to open his eyes and gazed at the figure entering the hall. Huron approached Frank, bowing respectfully. Good morning, Lord Frank. I just witnessed Joel leading a few pups away from the stronghold. Might I inquire what transpired? I cough. Frank attempted to respond, but was seized by a violent coughing fit. Only after Huron offered him a glass of water did he regain his composure. In a hoarse voice, he uttered, It suddenly dawned upon me that all this chaos is the work of those wizardly miscreants. Huron felt a wave of confusion wash over him. I beg your pardon, Lord Frank, but what precisely do you mean? Frank abruptly straightened in his chair. I refer to those assassins. I've come to suspect that there may not be any actual assassins at all. This is all orchestrated by the wizards. At that moment, Huron concluded that his chieftain must be in a state of disarray. Otherwise, why would he speak in such perplexing terms? Expulso. Chapter 116, The War Commences. With a thunderous roar echoing from afar, a violent explosion erupted, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. Huron reacted instantaneously to the sound of the roar. Despite any resentment or grievances he harbored towards Frank, he instinctively stepped in front of him, shielding him with his body. I was right. Look, the wizards are attacking us. Frank exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. Huron frowned, hesitating momentarily before shaking his head in resignation, as if surrendering to the gravity of the situation. Lord Frank, please remain here. I shall venture out to ascertain the circumstances. With that, Huron strode purposefully from the hall, as if each step taken slower might lead to regret. Watching Huron depart, Frank loosened his tightly clenched fists resting on the armchair and exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Huron had exuded an overwhelming aura of threat, causing an involuntary tension to rise within him. It was not that he was cowardly. Rather, he recognized that he was facing the strongest werewolf of the Gonzalez family. Even stronger than the heir he had privately appointed, Machio. Frank laboriously rose from his chair, trembling as he made his way towards the hall's exit. If the wizards were indeed targeting the Gonzalez family, Huron alone would not suffice to confront them, even if he was the strongest werewolf in their ranks. Extending a skeletal arm, Frank pushed open the door, hearing the cacophony of explosions and the incantations of the wizards. However, when he lifted his gaze and beheld the number of wizards attacking the Gonzalez family, he was taken aback. Was this some sort of jest? Had the wizards grown so arrogant as to believe they could defeat a pack of werewolves with merely 3 of their kind soaring through the skies? If they truly thought so, they were gravely mistaken. The Gonzalez family would ensure they understood the folly of their actions. Huron, what are you doing? Do not tell me you cannot handle even 3 wizards. Deal with them immediately. Make them realize the consequences of provoking the Gonzalez family. Frank bellowed towards Huron, who was inquiring about the situation from a distance. Huron turned back, furrowing his brow slightly. Understood, Lord Frank. Rest assured, we shall swiftly deal with these 3 wizards. Please, return to the hall. It is not safe outside. Frank scoffed lightly. Though I may be aging, I am not so feeble as to require protection like those fragile pups. Attend to your own affairs. Huron's eye twitched, his fury simmering just beneath the surface, yet he chose not to engage Frank further. Instead, he faced his comrades and roared. What are you lingering for? Prepare the siege crossbows and take down those 3 miscreants at once. Reducto. As the incantation resounded, a crimson beam shot forth from the wand wielded by Plattsevil, striking one of the transformed werewolves with precision. Boom! The instant the red beam made contact, a violent explosion reverberated, sending the werewolf crashing to the ground. The red light erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust around it. Witnessing his spell strike true, Plattsevil excitedly waved his wand, nearly losing his balance on the broomstick. I hit him. Did you see? I struck him accurately. James, fervently casting spells, unleashed a barrage of red beams at the enemies and surrounding structures. Hearing Plattsevil's jubilant exclamation, he called out, Keep going, Plattsevil. Do not cease your assault. Even if you hit it, I doubt it has sustained significant damage. Remember, their fur offers considerable resistance to spells. As the dust settled, Plattsevil watched as the werewolf, having been struck by his spell, staggered to its feet, shaking its head to regain its senses. It then lifted its gaze to Plattsevil, exposing its tooth-filled maw and roaring menacingly. Oh, damn it. This is why I loathe werewolves. Just when you think your spell has dispatched one, you realize you've merely scratched the surface. Plattsevil complained, eyeing the werewolf rising to roar at him. Whoosh! With a sound like a piercing arrow, a massive bolt from a crossbow launched from behind Plattsevil, who was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Impedimenta! Just as the colossal bolt was about to strike Plattsevil, the air behind him distorted, and a transparent wall rapidly formed before him. Bam! The bolt collided violently with the barrier, and Candela could even see the sparks fly from the impact. Plattsevil, hearing the commotion behind him, turned his broomstick to investigate. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, he saw the transparent wall behind him, with a gigantic bolt embedded in it. To his astonishment, the wall began to fracture from the point of impact, resembling the sky splitting apart. Bang! The transparent barrier shattered explosively, sending countless shards flying outward before vanishing from Plattsevil's view, the force of the explosion pushing him and his broomstick backward. As he watched the enormous bolt plummet towards the ground, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He looked gratefully at Eric, who had raised his wand. I must say, Eric, you saved my life. Without you, I would have perished just now. Eric gazed at Percival, who appeared unscathed, and let out a gentle sigh of relief. Very well. Percival, now is not the time for your gratitude. We must tread carefully. Remember to constantly reinforce your protective enchantments. Percival glanced toward the cliffs at the rear of their stronghold, inhaling deeply. Rest assured, I will safeguard myself. If we truly find ourselves in an insurmountable predicament against these werewolves, Eric, remember that we must depart at once. Chapter 117. Yannick in action as the stronghold was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions, incantations, and the howls of werewolves. They remained blissfully unaware of the hand gloved in black that reached up from the edge of the cliff behind. Yannick ascended the precipice, crouching low to survey his surroundings for any lurking threats. Once he confirmed that the area was devoid of danger, he exhaled softly. It was evident that this location had once been guarded, but the presence of Eric and his companions had drawn the watchful eyes away to the front of the stronghold. After all, it was a well-organized clan. Even if these werewolves doubted that anyone could scale the cliff from behind, they would still post sentinels to patrol the area. As for why Yannick did not employ his eagle eye from below the cliff to scout the situation above, it was not due to reluctance. Rather, the thick rock face rendered the assassin's ability to penetrate such an obstacle futile. Thus, as the Brotherhood's most formidable assassin and a mentor, he deemed it necessary to first ascend the cliff to assess the situation. Sending other assassins would have been perilous and could easily compromise their positions. Yannick extended his hand over the cliff, gesturing to the assassins below that the coast was clear for them to ascend. Not far from the cliff's edge, Megan immediately saw Yannick's signal and waved to the assassins behind her, swiftly climbing up with both hands and feet. "Yannick, the show has commenced. It appears we must hasten our pace," she said, crouching beside him, her ears attuned to the commotion ahead. Yannick nodded gravely. "Indeed, we must quicken our steps, lest Eric and the others falter before we reach the watchtower. Once all the assassins are up, we shall set forth." When the last assassin, Lady Antonia, finally scaled the cliff, Yannick pointed to the towering watchtower that stood solitary within the stronghold. "Assassins, do you see that watchtower? Your sole task is to reach its base without alerting any werewolves and to eliminate all that you encounter. Remember, do not disturb a single werewolf. Now move out." As Yannick's words echoed in the air, the assassins bowed in unison before either sprinting or leaping toward the watchtower. Yannick slowly raised his right hand, gripping his eagle-headed staff with his left, and turned back to Megan, who had yet to depart. "Megan, I hope to see you whole and unharmed at the victory feast. Stay safe." With a swift motion, Yannick launched a grappling dart from beneath his forearm, propelling it into the distance. Simultaneously, his azure eyes transformed, taking on the fierce slits of an eagle as he activated the mechanism in his palm. The dart, having struck a distant tree trunk, was quickly reeled back, and in an instant, Yannick vanished from Megan's sight. Megan watched as Yannick disappeared into the distance, pouting slightly. "Huh, I suppose this is precisely what I wanted to say to you." The dart hung from the tree like a swing, while Yannick's eagle eye remained vigilant, constantly surveying the surroundings. He tightened his grip on the head of his staff. With a sharp crack, the blade at the end of his staff sprang forth. He pulled back slightly, retracting the dart's blade embedded in the tree, and as the cord tightened, the dart swiftly returned to the protective casing on his arm. Yannick then reversed his grip on the staff, letting the blade point downward as he dropped it swiftly to the ground. "Hey, I heard a wizard has come to disrupt our stronghold. Is that true? Are you deaf? Can't you hear the incantations being uttered? Or do you believe anyone other than those wizards can wield magic? Ha, I suspect those wizards have never faced a true challenge to dare provoke us werewolves." 3 untransformed werewolves leaned against a tree, chatting about the chaos unfolding before the stronghold, oblivious to the peril looming above them. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, the gust of wind generated by their descent lifting the hood of their cloak, revealing their cold, merciless eyes. With a swift thrust, Yannick descended upon the 2 startled werewolves, wielding his staff to impale one of their crouched companions to the ground. The staff penetrated the werewolf's skull with precision, silencing him before he could emit a single cry. The other 2 werewolves stood frozen, but Yannick was far from daunted. He had no intention of extricating his staff from the lifeless werewolf's head. That would be a waste of time. Instead, he gripped the staff firmly. With a gleaming blade emerging from the staff, Yannick swiftly retreated 2 steps, positioning himself before one of the werewolves. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, he pressed the staff against its side, delivering a devastating stab. The blade pierced through the werewolf's heart, emerging from its back. Yannick did not pause. He decisively drove the staff deeper, releasing his grip on the staff sword with a sudden flourish. The hidden blade shot forth from his arm, and before the werewolf could utter a sound, Yannick pivoted sharply, facing it as he spun. With the swift arc of the blade, he severed its throat, cutting through flesh and sinew. Yannick then turned, raising his fist and aiming it at the last remaining werewolf. Terror flickered in its eyes as it attempted to call for its companions, fully aware that it stood no chance of transforming before this assailant. Yet, no sound escaped its lips, no matter how hard it tried. It found itself utterly voiceless. Yannick lowered his outstretched left hand, gazing at the werewolf with a crossbow bolt embedded in its throat. He exhaled softly, turning to extract his staff sword from the lifeless body of the werewolf. Observing the bloody blade, he grimaced slightly before moving to retrieve his cudgel from another werewolf. After shaking off the blood and viscous fluid, he raised his left hand and rapidly departed via the grappling line. The last werewolf collapsed to the ground, clutching its throat, its vision blurring and eyelids growing heavy. It could not fathom who the assailant was or why its life had been taken. Thought eluded it, consumed by an overwhelming sense of suffocation that clouded its mind. Ultimately, it succumbed to pain, sorrow, and confusion, slowly closing its eyes. Chapter 118. Let us marry once the war has concluded. At the watchtower of the werewolf stronghold, a werewolf clutched a long spear, relentlessly hurling it towards the wizards in the sky. Unbeknownst to it, a man donning an eagle-beaked hood had stealthily ascended to the top of the tower behind it. A sinister smile crept upon the werewolf's lips as it realized that the three wizards above were nearing their end. Their spells no longer bombarded the stronghold incessantly, but had dwindled to a point where magic was only employed in moments of unavoidable peril. The werewolf felt a surge of hope, thinking that perhaps it could soon claim the life of a wizard with its spear. With its massive claws gripping the spear, the werewolf raised it high, drawing its arm back as the other claw extended, aiming at the sole female wizard in the sky. Its eyes narrowed in determination, preparing to summon all its strength to launch the spear. Just then, a rod with a sharp tip pierced through its chest, and as it was about to let out a harrowing howl of agony, a blade thrust through its upper jaw, emerging from its lower jaw, pinning its mouth mercilessly to the ground. Yano observed the werewolf, still emitting faint sounds of life, as he knelt to retrieve the spear that had fallen from its grasp. Raising the spear high, he gently addressed the werewolf. "May you find tranquility in death." These were the last words the werewolf would ever hear. For in the instant that followed, a searing pain struck the back of its head, and it lost consciousness, its grotesque eyes closing weakly. Yano released the spear, gazing at the werewolf's head, skewered and firmly affixed to the wooden floor. He exhaled softly in relief, withdrawing his staff and sword from the lifeless body. Turning, he crouched at the edge of the watchtower, observing the assassins hastening towards them, nodding in satisfaction, yet casting a worried glance at the three wizards above, hoping they could endure until the assassins were fully prepared. Eric maneuvered his broom through the air, executing a graceful arc to evade several crossbow bolts aimed at him. He then targeted a siege crossbow below, brandishing his wand and chanting loudly, "Reducto." A brilliant red beam struck the crossbow with precision, erupting into a tremendous explosion that shattered it into countless pieces, the blast force sending the werewolf operating it hurtling away. After casting his spell, James did not linger, deftly guiding his broom to avoid the incoming bolts. In mid-flight, he wiped the sweat from his brow with one hand and shouted to his airborne companions, "Candela, Percival, we need to fly higher. I fear we won't last much longer." While dodging bolts, Percival lifted the broomstick higher, soaring upwards. "I think so too. I can hardly hold on. Candela, are you all right?" Candela deflected a bolt with her wand, calling out loudly, "If this keeps up, I fear I want to fare well." Frank narrowed his eyes at the three wizards who still had the strength to converse amidst the chaos. He felt a profound disappointment in the current generation of wolf cubs. Merely 3 wizards had kept the entire stronghold in disarray for so long without resolution. In his youth, during the fiercest battles between wizards and magical creatures, those 3 wizards would have been shot down from their brooms, their heads displayed at the stronghold's gates long ago. Frank shook his head in resignation. These wolf cubs had grown far too comfortable in their lives of ease. The prolonged absence of war had rendered them weak and feeble. If a large-scale wizard attack were to occur at the Gonzalez stronghold, the Gonzalez family might very well become a mere footnote in the annals of wizarding history. Yet, this situation was beyond Frank's control. Perhaps it would be up to Masio to rectify the current state of affairs once Frank relinquished his position as leader. With a deep sigh, he disregarded the explosions nearby and ambled to a nearby chair, still intact, settling down to observe the farcical battle unfolding within the stronghold. Huluin seemed to sense Frank's discontent. Gritting his teeth, he strode up to a siege crossbow, violently shoving aside the werewolf operating it. He could not fathom why he fell short in comparison to Masio. Despite accomplishing tasks that exceeded those of Masio, Frank had never regarded him with the same esteem. Huluin shook his head, dispelling his swirling thoughts. Perhaps Frank had grown too senile to make sound judgments. He should no longer remain in the role of leader. After this farce concluded, he would confront Frank, finally ready to put his years of preparation to use. A sinister grin cracked across Huluin's massive wolf jaws as he aimed the siege crossbow at a wizard in the sky, pulling the trigger mechanism. The bolt shot forth with great speed toward Candela. The bolt struck the tail of Candela's broom, sending it spiraling wildly, as if possessed, with Candela clinging desperately to it. "Oh no, Percival, my broom has been hit. It's out of control," she cried out in panic, hoping her beloved would devise a means of assistance. Percival, witnessing Candela's chaotic descent, instinctively directed his broom towards her. He grasped her hand and yanked her from the frenzied broom, placing her onto his own. Swiftly, he maneuvered to evade the bolts directed at him, but he soon realized that the addition of another rider had compromised the broom's agility. It was significantly slower, and he sensed it gradually slipping from his control. "Damn it, my broom is the latest and most stable Oak 68. No one told me it couldn't accommodate 2 riders," Percival exclaimed, his voice trembling, as Candela sensed his mounting fear. Instead of comforting him, she wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his sturdy back. "Percival, if we survive this, let's get married," Candela declared, momentarily banishing Percival's dread. "Are you serious?" he stammered, uncertainty lacing his words. "Of course, if we make it through," she replied, burying her head deeper into his back. Percival glanced below, where several siege crossbows had already locked onto them. He offered a bitter smile. "I don't think that's going to be easy." Just as the werewolf was about to pull the trigger and unleash the bolt, a deafening sound akin to fabric tearing filled the air, capturing the attention of all werewolves within the stronghold, drawing their gazes towards the watchtower. Zip, zip, zip. Chapter 119. Stalemate. Zip, zip, zip. Bullets, ablaze, spiraled forth from the gun's barrel, swiftly and accurately penetrating the unsuspecting bodies of the werewolves, erupting in bursts of crimson. Those that missed the mark struck the ground, sending dust soaring high into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the machine gun's cacophony, the sound of gunfire echoed continuously as werewolves stationed before the siege crossbows fell one by one. Huluin gazed upon the fallen werewolf, its enormous scarlet eyes wide with shock as it beheld the flames erupting from the machine gun mounted at the edge of the watchtower. It roared, "Where are they? Charge up the watchtower immediately and eliminate the wizards above." "Howl!" The werewolves, upon hearing Huluin's command, raised their heads to the heavens and let out a collective howl before lowering themselves to the ground, sprinting swiftly towards the watchtower behind them. Frank, stooping down near a siege crossbow, observed a werewolf on the ground, wailing as it clutched its wound. He forcefully pried open the werewolf's claws, revealing a wound bubbling and emitting dark smoke. Rising to his feet, he roared at the charging werewolves, and in that moment he appeared no longer an elderly figure, but a robust werewolf in his prime. "Now, everyone, cease your assault at once. Find cover and take refuge." The werewolves hesitated at Frank's declaration, then promptly halted, seeking nearby shelter. Huluin ceased running and turned to face Frank, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Lord Frank, we must seize the watchtower at once. Destroy the weapons crafted by those wizards." Frank disregarded the offense in Huluin's words and extracted a gleaming silver bullet from the werewolf's wound, holding it aloft for Huluin to see. "Look, this appears to be a bullet. I suspect the wizards are employing weapons forged by those muggles. I recall these weapons being referred to as firearms." Huluin approached Frank, frowning at the bullet in his hand. "Muggle-made firearms? No, that cannot be. I have seen muggles use firearms before. While their sound is thunderous and potent for them, their firearms do not possess such rapid firing rates. Indeed, muggle firearms reload slowly, and although they can inflict harm upon us, as long as they do not strike our vital areas, they pose little threat to werewolves. However, the weapons in the hands of the wizards, should they strike a werewolf, would cause significant injury, rendering them incapable of normal movement." Frank discarded the bullet and regarded the werewolf that had ceased its wailing and was attempting to rise. He shook his head. "I do not know how the wizards have enhanced their firearms. Perhaps ordinary firearms truly cannot trouble werewolves greatly, but what if they have infused their bullets with silver?" Huluin's vertical pupils constricted sharply. "Silver?" Frank silently nodded, raising his thumb and forefinger, previously gripping the bullet, before Huluin's eyes. Huluin looked at Frank's darkened fingers and inhaled deeply. This is how werewolves react upon contact with silver. Frank lowered his hand, fixing his gaze upon Huluin. "Indeed, and this is precisely why I instructed everyone to conceal themselves. If we charge in recklessly, the losses would be unbearable for both of us." Huluin, overwhelmed by Frank's penetrating scrutiny, bowed his head momentarily, then clenched his teeth and stared defiantly at Frank. "So are we to hide and allow those wizards to ravage our home? Lord Frank, I am at a loss as to when werewolves became so feeble." Frank narrowed his eyes. "I never suggested we merely hide without retaliating. The time for counterattack is not yet upon us, Huluin. This is why I harbor doubts about your qualifications for leadership. Your thinking is too simplistic. While such a mindset is commendable for a warrior, It becomes a grave liability for a leader of our pack. Huluin tightened his grip on his massive claws. Then what are we to do? A sinister smile crept across Frank's face. What we must do now is devise a means to dismantle the weapons the wizards have set up at the watchtower. If they believe we are incapable of approaching the tower, due to their weaponry, they are gravely mistaken. Huluin paused, contemplating. Are you suggesting? Frank let out a soft grunt, then reverted to his frail form, turning away and ambling toward the stronghold's hall. Summon a few of our strongest werewolves to the hall. Huluin observed Frank, who had once again taken on an appearance of frailty. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Frank was not as weak as he pretended to be. This had always been a facade. Why was he doing this? Who was he guarding against? It was clear. Machio was the candidate for leadership in Frank's mind, and there was no need for him to guard against him. As the strongest werewolf in the pack, Huluin's rising reputation was beginning to eclipse Machio's, so Frank's wariness could only be directed towards him. Huluin squinted at Frank as he reached the hall's entrance, pondering if Frank had become aware of his earlier subtle maneuvers. Percival struggled to control his broom, which was flying erratically toward the watchtower, astonished by the machine gun positioned at its edge. What is that? Candela! I can scarcely believe my eyes. Candela, seated behind Percival, clutched her beloved's waist tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably as she gazed at the wobbly flight of the broom. Percival, I am not concerned about what transpired earlier. What worries me now is whether our broom can withstand the flight to the watchtower. I do not wish to plummet from such a height. Percival gripped the broom firmly, eyeing the looming watchtower. He turned back to reassure his beloved. Fear not, Candela, we are almost there. Even if the broom fails now, we will not fall. Candela, hearing Percival's comforting words, lifted her head from his back, exhaling softly as they neared the watchtower. Just as she was about to speak, the broom suddenly dipped sharply, causing her heart to race. She clung desperately to Percival's clothing, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Percival was startled as well, but upon noticing the broom remained suspended in the air, he released a long sigh of relief. See, we haven't fallen. Do not worry, we have arrived at the watchtower. However, just as Percival intended to land the broom above the watchtower and allow Candela to dismount, the broom plummeted to the ground without warning. Candela's hair whipped upwards as she screamed, Percival, if we die, it will be your fault for this cursed mouth. Chapter 120, The Hunter. Candela watched the scenery blur past her, her despair deepening as she saw Percival tumbling ahead of her. She realized she could not perform apparition and that the levitation charm she had used would not lift a rapidly descending object. At that moment, regret washed over her. She lamented not practicing the levitation charm diligently during her time at Hogwarts. Had she taken it seriously, perhaps she would not be facing such hopelessness now. Maybe she should never have agreed to help Eric, for now she might meet her end in this filthy, chaotic werewolf lair. As Candela closed her eyes, awaiting death, she felt a powerful arm wrap around her waist, and suddenly, her descent halted, lifting her skyward instead. She opened her narrow eyes wide and looked up at her rescuer. His face was obscured by a black, eagle-headed hood, but beneath the hood, a strikingly aquiline nose emerged. A familiar, magnetic voice escaped his thin lips. Do not be alarmed. Miss Candela, I shall take you up at once. As Candela recognized the familiar voice, she immediately identified it as Janos. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming shock, she found herself momentarily dazed, her gaze shifting upward. There she beheld Janos, his left hand raised high, a long rope extending from the protective guard on his arm, its end tethered to a beam atop the lookout tower. Janos was swinging towards her, clutching her in a desperate embrace just as she was about to plummet to her demise. Thank you, Janos. You have saved my life. Janos smiled and shook his head, then swiftly pulled back his wrist, causing the rope beneath the guard to retract rapidly, propelling both of them upward towards the lookout tower. Oh, damn it. Balthazar is still down there. Just as Candela stood upright on the lookout tower, a sudden thought of her beloved struck her, and her face turned pale as she rushed to the edge to peer down. Janos tugged at his crumpled collar before picking up the staff he had set aside to rescue Candela. Do not worry, while I was saving you, I saw Eric casting his spell to rescue Mr. Balthazar. Candela looked down from the lookout tower, spotting Eric on his broom, gradually ascending towards them. He held his wand aloft, a broad beam of light emanating from its tip, while Balthazar, suspended in midair, appeared to have lost consciousness. Being lifted by the light as Eric continued his ascent, Candela exhaled a long breath, then swiftly stepped away from the edge of the lookout tower, as if lingering any longer might cause her to fall. It's the levitation charm. Eric is using it to save Balthazar. I must say, Eric is truly a genius. I doubt even some professors at Hogwarts could guarantee their success in catching a swiftly moving object with a levitation charm. But Eric has accomplished it. Candela animatedly explained to Janos, pride swelling for a friend. Janos smiled in agreement. Indeed, Eric is a well-versed wizard when it comes to matters of magic. It seems there is nothing he does not know. I greatly appreciate your praise, but if you do not assist me in bringing Balthazar inside, I fear you shall bid farewell to both of us. Eric was now utterly exhausted, his wand hand trembling, legs quaking beneath him, before Janos could speak. The surrounding assassins quickly lent their hands to retrieve Balthazar from outside the lookout tower. Balthazar, Candela cried out, rushing to his side, her heart racing as she gazed at her beloved, who lay with his eyes tightly shut. Gritting her teeth, she raised her right hand and struck his face with vigor. Slap! Candela's palm swiftly and forcefully grazed Balthazar's cheek. Oh, what the hell? What happened? Why does my face hurt so much? Candela watched as Balthazar sprang up, roaring in confusion, and she sighed with relief, realizing her method had proven effective on him. Eric, gently landing his broom atop the lookout tower, slowly dismounted, his trembling legs giving way as he sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Janos approached Eric, leaning on his staff, concern etched across his face. Eric, are you all right? Eric, panting heavily, shook his hand dismissively. I am fine, but I fear I can no longer cast any spells today. Janos nodded. As long as you are well, we shall take care of the impending battle. You all deserve to rest here. Eric shook his head, using his hand to support himself as he stood. Retrieving a blunderbuss with bayonets from the corner where it had been leaned, left behind for the 3 assassins who needed to operate the machine gun. Though I cannot wield magic anymore today, I can still make use of this. Janos chuckled at Eric. Are you certain you know how to use that thing? Eric expertly cocked the blunderbuss, aiming it. Huh, did I not mention? My late father was a seasoned hunter. I grew up with bows and firearms in my hands. Janos had to admit, seeing Eric's practiced movements had indeed surprised him. Eric, you truly astonish me. I am quite curious. Is there anything you do not understand? Eric shrugged. Sir Janos, I believe you overestimate me. In truth, there remains much I do not comprehend, such as your eagle eye and the exceptional agility of ordinary humans. Janos smiled faintly, leaning his staff against the side, then bending down to lift one of the remaining blunderbusses. So aside from these, you possess some knowledge in other areas. Do you? Huh. Perhaps I should refer to you as Mr. Know-It-All. Eric grimaced, choosing not to continue the banter, but instead redirecting the conversation. So, Sir Janos, what shall we do next? Janos, cradling the blunderbuss, approached the edge of the lookout tower, activating his eagle eye to survey the well-concealed werewolves within their stronghold. Next, we shall see who among us and the werewolves falters first. Chapter 121, Surprise. In the pitch-black tunnel, Frank cautiously held a torch, leading the way, followed closely by 6 or 7 massive werewolves. Lord Frank, one of the werewolves called out, and Frank turned to glare fiercely at the one who had spoken. Damn it. Do you wish to alert those wizards to our stealthy approach from below? The werewolf, startled by Frank's demeanor, shrank back, suddenly devoid of any sign of age or frailty. It mimicked Frank's lowered tone. No, I never intended that. I merely find this narrow tunnel a bit confining. Frank let out a low grunt. If you have no such intentions, then silence that noisy mouth of yours. Frank surveyed his surroundings, finally raising the torch high, casting its dim light upon the earth above them. He observed the marks he had once etched into the soil, a faint smile creeping across his thin lips. Ah, it seems we have arrived. Hewlin shoved aside a werewolf blocking his path, disregarding the dust that fell from the ceiling onto him, striding quickly to Frank's side. He gazed up at the markings on Frank's head. Lord Frank, have we reached beneath the lookout tower? Frank, trembling, lowered the torch and leaned weakly against the earthen wall of the tunnel. Forgive me, Hewlin, I am simply too old. This brief journey has utterly exhausted me. I fear I lack the strength to face the battle ahead. I must leave the ensuing matters to you. Hewlin's eyes narrowed, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles bulging with strain. Exhausted? Huh. Just moments ago, when you reprimanded that pup, your fatigue was nowhere to be seen. Only when it truly matters do you acknowledge your weariness. Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions, old man? You wish for me to lead the charge against those wizards wielding terrifying weapons, hoping I will perish here, leaving no one but Masio to inherit your position, correct? Yet, he had no choice. Could he stand before so many werewolves and refuse to take the lead, decline to rescue the Gonzalez family from their perilous plight? If Hewlin were to make such a choice, Frank would be left with bated breath. Once Huron embarked on this course of action, he would no longer have the opportunity to vie for the position of chieftain of the Gonzalez clan. The chieftain could be a scoundrel, a tyrant, or even a lecher, But one thing was certain. He would never be a coward. Frank observed Hurin, who was seething with unspoken anger, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hurin uttered not a word, merely fixing his murky gaze upon him, fully aware that he had no alternative. Standing resolute, Hurin's expression transformed repeatedly until, with clenched teeth, he finally declared, "Very well. Perhaps you truly have grown old. Please remain at ease here. I shall take charge from this moment forth. I will lead our kin and ensure that these wretched sorcerers are forever ensnared." Upon hearing Hurin's response, Frank's smile radiated ever brighter. "When you burst through the tunnel, creating a cacophony, the surrounding whelps will simultaneously launch an assault on the stronghold. Go forth, my child. I shall await your triumphant return." Hurin's eyes twitched involuntarily, caught between speech and silence as he regarded Frank, ultimately turning away without uttering a word. He lowered his voice to address the werewolves before him. "Comrades, now is the time for us to save the Gonzalez family. Fear not the wounds or the specter of death. For our deeds today shall be eternally inscribed in the annals of our clan, ensuring that future generations remember the valor of our actions. Our descendants shall take pride in us for all time. Therefore, brethren, cast aside your fears and let us bravely confront our foes." Frank raised an eyebrow at Hurin. "I fear I must apologize. You're quite right. I shall immortalize your deeds in our clan's history, and you will be remembered as the hero who saved Gonzalez. Of course, only after you succumb to this war. After all, there have never been heroes who lived to tell the tale." Hurin remained oblivious to the chieftain's thoughts behind him. Once he had made his resolve, he hesitated no longer. With gritted teeth, he silently transformed into a colossal werewolf. As his form expanded, the already cramped tunnel felt unbearably constricting. His crimson eyes widened, and he crouched low, aiming directly at the earth above him before crashing upward. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of his body colliding with the ground, he erupted from the soil, unleashing a tremendous roar. For Gonzalez, annihilate these accursed sorcerers. As Hurin surged forth from the depths, he vowed never to fear those wretched Muggle inventions as he did at this moment. Yet, he believed his fear was justified. Had any other werewolf been placed in a situation, they too would likely not fare any better. If it were you, intending to spring forth from the depths and catch your enemies off guard, only to discover, while still airborne, that every single firearm was trained upon you in the hole you had just created, you would understand why Hurin's fear was entirely warranted. Hurin instinctively glanced upward toward the watchtower, the blinding sunlight causing him to squint. He could only vaguely make out figures atop the tower, several individuals leveling their firearms at him. The man in the center, shrouded in a hood, even waved at him, exclaiming, "Surprise!" This was the last word Hurin heard before losing consciousness. Chapter 122, Escalation. Beneath the watchtower, 7 werewolves burst forth in succession, their bodies splattered with blood, akin to tattered rags cascading to the ground, staining the gray earth a deep crimson. Above, the assassins manning the machine guns did not divert their gaze to the chaos below, trusting in their brothers and mentors to handle any werewolf that might disrupt or threaten them. They gripped their triggers tightly, eyes fixed ahead, until a horde of werewolves came charging toward the watchtower, accompanied by the roar of their mentor. Machine gunners, aim at the werewolves approaching. The assassins manning the machine guns hesitated not for a moment. As Yano's command fell from his lips, they swiftly directed their weapons at the target and coldly pulled the triggers. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. Oh, whoa. The roar of the machine guns, intertwined with the tragic howls of the wolves, echoed throughout the concealed stronghold. As flames erupted from machine guns, massive werewolves crashed violently to the ground, expiring in their final moments, their once mighty bodies shrinking as if by magic. Their sharp claws and dense fur retracted into their forms. And in the blink of an eye, the fallen werewolves vanished, leaving behind only the corpse of a tall Caucasian man. The remaining werewolves did not falter. The deaths of their comrades only ignited the fury within them. They traversed over their fallen brethren's bodies, howling defiantly as they charged toward the watchtower. Yano gazed down at the tumult below, exhaling deeply. He had to admit that the werewolves braving the hail of bullets in their charge profoundly moved him. The actions of these pack warriors earned Yano's respect, yet he leaned his smoothbore rifle against the ground, diverting his focus from the charging werewolves. He trusted his assassins to prevent any werewolf from nearing their position, thus no longer needing to concern himself with that battle, his attention fixated on the gaping hole below. Perhaps the werewolf within the hole believed itself well hidden, but it could not escape the innate talent of the assassins, their eagle-eyed precision. Unbeknownst to it, the assassin standing above had already detected its presence concealed in the cave. The werewolves on the ground charged fearlessly toward their enemies, while the werewolf below cowered in dread. Indeed, regardless of species, there would always be those who feared for their lives, Yano mused. He then called out to Megan, who stood at the cave's entrance, holding his smoothbore rifle at the ready. Megan, I suspect our friend down below is growing impatient. Perhaps we should present it with a grand gift? Yes? Megan looked up at Yano, his expression obscured by the hood he wore. However, she noticed her brother's right hand, which was poised in a way that indicated he wanted her to use that particular item. Megan pursed her lips and retrieved a gleaming grenade from her leather pouch, waving it toward Yano above. All right, in this enclosed space, this little fellow will indeed pack a punch, but are you certain you want to use it? If it collapses the ground and brings down the watchtower, don't blame me. Yano smiled and nodded, satisfied with Megan's caution. Fear not. Its power is not as great as you imagine. At the very least, one will not bring about the collapse of the ground. Megan, having listened to Yano's words, ceased his hesitation and deftly pulled the safety pin from the top of the silver grenade. With a swift motion, he hurled the smoking device into the pit, immediately following it with a rapid backward roll, shouting to the nearby assassins, stay away from the entrance. A deafening boom erupted, and Megan felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by a plume of earth mixed with a wisp of white smoke that burst forth from the cave's mouth. Shaking his head to clear it, he rose, brushing off the dirt clinging to his hood, and waved his hand in front of his nose. The acrid scent of gunpowder overwhelming him. He detested that odor. Coughing, he approached the pit, where tendrils of smoke, thick with the stench of gunpowder, billowed forth. Through his keen eyesight, he observed the unmorphed werewolf lying motionless on the ground, its life force flickering weakly. Megan exhaled in relief as he gazed upon the watchtower, still standing resolutely. It seemed that the silver grenade's efficacy was not as formidable as he had anticipated. His attention shifted to the depths below, where the life force of the werewolf began to flicker with increasing urgency. A trickle of crimson blood slipped from Frank's lips as he lay feebly on the ground, a layer of dirt haphazardly strewn upon him. Frank felt utterly defeated, as if he had lost control over every organ in his body. Yet, the searing pain coursing through him made it clear that he was not paralyzed. However, the sensation was akin to every bone in his body shattering, rendering him incapable of movement, not even a single finger. From his shelter in the pit, Frank sensed the ominous shift in the conversation above. Despite his instinct to hide behind the cover of the cave, he was struck down by a spell cast by the sorcerer above, one he had neither witnessed nor heard of before. His vision blurred, and his mind grew increasingly foggy. He weakly parted his cracked lips, reflecting, perhaps I have truly aged, becoming ever more cowardly, fearful of injury, of pain, and of death. He reminisced about his younger self, once so bold and unyielding in the face of any adversary, charging forth even against insurmountable odds. He would rather engage and perish than retreat without a fight. As the sound of tearing fabric ceased momentarily, it soon resumed, accompanied by the anguished cries of his brethren. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain radiating through his body, Frank pressed his hands against the ground and trembled to his feet. As he straightened, his once diminutive form surged in size, silver-tipped fur bursting forth, and a set of sharp fangs extended from his mouth. His aging head transformed into a colossal, menacing wolf's visage, saliva dripping from its corners. How? Chapter 123. We are assassins first. Megan's sharp gaze did not miss Frank's transformation. The glow of Frank's life force shifted from a feeble flicker to a glaring crimson. Megan felt no curiosity regarding the changes that had befallen Frank. Instead, he gripped his blunderbuss tightly, his finger firmly poised on the trigger, vigilant as he aimed at the cave's entrance. Whatever metamorphosis occurred, his weapon would not overlook it. Under his hawk-like vision, Frank did not charge toward the entrance. Rather, he crouched low, his massive wolf head fixated above. Megan's pupils dilated as he beheld the werewolf springing towards him from below. Without hesitation, he lowered his body and executed a roll, escaping the impending danger. Boom! In the instant after Megan rolled away, the ground where he had just stood erupted as if detonated by explosives, dirt flying in all directions, revealing a massive white figure darting through the chaos. Rising from his roll, Megan wasted no time. He drew a gleaming assassin's axe from behind his waist, extending his other hand from his sleeve, releasing a silver blade as he focused intently on the colossal werewolf charging toward him. Thud! Frank's pale-furred claws plunged into the earth as he glared at Megan, who adeptly evaded his assault. A thunderous howl erupted from Frank's gaping maw, followed by his claws lunging for Megan once more. How? Damn that sorcerer! Is your animagus a monkey? Megan pushed off his left foot, spinning to evade Frank's strike, the claws narrowly missing his garments. Steadying himself, he did not wait for Frank to retract his paw. Instead, he swung his axe toward the massive arm beside him. The blade sliced through Frank's thick fur, sparks flying where metal met flesh. Megan observed with dismay that the axe had only left a shallow wound on Frank's arm, along with a tuft of silver-gray fur. He frowned. Damn it. Despite this massive frame, even the silvered assassin's axe barely inflicts any substantial harm. Frank swiftly retracted his arm, undeterred, and charged at Megan with his colossal claws. As if the previous assault had not occurred, Megan, instead of retreating or dodging, surged forward to meet the oncoming werewolf head-on. No, Megan was being reckless. Aside from giants and dragons, no other creature could withstand a direct collision with a werewolf. Lord Yano, will you simply watch? James exclaimed anxiously to Yano, having forgotten that his own magical reserves were depleted, even drawing his wand in a futile attempt to cast a spell to save Megan. Yano shook his head impassively. Trust me, Megan is not so foolish as to engage a werewolf head-on. James, he is already a seasoned assassin. We must afford him some trust. Despite Yano's calm demeanor, his tightly gripped blunderbuss, the strain evident in his knuckles, betrayed his own unease. Megan slightly raised his axe just as he was about to collide with Frank, sinking down to slide beneath the werewolf's wide stance. Simultaneously, he lifted the axe, the blade gliding from Frank's abdomen to his tailbone, countless sparks erupting in its wake. Howl! A howl rang out, no longer filled with fury and violence, but instead resonating with agony. James twitched at the corner of his eye as he observed Megan emerging from beneath Frank, who lay on the ground, blood gushing from his lower half, wailing in despair. In that moment, James felt a pang of sympathy for Frank, who appeared utterly pitiable, writhing on the ground with tears uncontrollably streaming from its massive wolf eyes, while helplessly squirmed. Yano, you were right, but don't you think? James hesitated, struggling to articulate that this should not be the conduct of a gentleman. Yano exhaled softly, a smile returning to his face. A gentleman? Apologies, but before we are gentlemen, we are assassins first. James shrugged, choosing not to continue the discussion of gentlemanly matters with Yano. His gaze fell upon Megan, who was retrieving his own smoothbore musket from the ground and approaching the twitching Frank, still sprawled on the earth. Crack! Frank lay there, clutching his groin, trembling as he lifted his wolfish head to gaze at the ominous muzzle of the gun. You despicable wizard! You are more contemptible than a giant, a hulking beast. In that moment, Frank's pain rendered his speech incoherent, and he burned with a desire to pounce upon the source of his agony. Yet the wound beneath him stifled any grand movement. Megan, musket raised, regarded the once formidable werewolf, now reduced to a childlike figure on the ground, eyes brimming with tears. For reasons unknown, a pang of guilt welled up within her. It seemed Frank, reading her expression, widened his blood-red, savage eyes. Damn it! Are you insulting me? You wretched wizard? How dare you? If it weren't for your vile and pitiful methods, you think you could defeat me? Awoo! The pain from his injuries interrupted his tirade, forcing him to lower his wolf head to the ground, attempting to ease the severe discomfort. After a moment, Frank lifted his head again, straining to keep his voice steady to avoid exacerbating his injuries. If you hadn't resorted to such base tactics, do you truly believe you could best me? Ha! You cowardly wizard! A pitiful coward! Face me directly. I will tear you apart inch by inch, scattering your flesh across the entire Gonzales stronghold. Though Frank's venomous words dripped with malice, his curled-up form and tearful eyes failed to instill any sense of danger in Megan. I believe you may have misunderstood something, young wolf, Megan replied, clicking her tongue. Ah, my apologies. I meant no offense. It's just that your current state indeed resembles that of a little wolf pup. Ignoring Frank's increasingly menacing expression, she continued, I must inform you, I'm not one of those illusionists. You see, I did not use some ridiculous little wand to bring you to this state. Chapter 124, A Sudden Turn. Frank's wolfish eyes widened in disbelief. You are not wizards. Megan shrugged. At least I'm not. Have you ever seen a wizard engage in close combat with a werewolf? Huh, combat? Frank scoffed, his face a mask of derision. Clearly, you have misunderstood the essence of combat. As their dialogue unfolded, the flames from the machine gun extinguished, leaving the ground strewn with lifeless bodies. In that moment, as the sound of tearing fabric faded, Frank grasped the grim reality. The once mighty Gonzales clan had met its end. Apart from himself and a few who had ventured to find Machio, all other werewolves lay, forever cold upon the ground of the Gonzales stronghold. Despondently, he turned his gaze to Megan. For the sake of a dying old wolf, please tell me, who are you? Why have you attacked Gonzalez? Megan, observing Frank prone on the ground, pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Frank, witnessing her reticence, appeared even more despondent. What are you still afraid of? Afraid that this old wolf, on the verge of death, might reveal your identities and secrets? His piercing gaze fixated on Megan's lips, hoping for the answers he sought. But disappointment washed over him as Megan remained mute, merely lifting the musket to her own chest. I apologize for disappointing you, dear werewolf, came a voice from the shadows. Slowly, Frank turned his wolfish head toward the source of sound. For a fleeting moment, he mistook the figure before him for a vampire, a black, red-edged, eagle-beaked hood, a black leather coat adorned with a blood-red collar, draped with a deep gray mantle, and sharp-tipped tails peeking from beneath. In one hand, he wielded an eagle-headed cane, strolling like a gentleman, seemingly unperturbed by the gruesome slaughter that had unfolded in the stronghold. Yano approached Frank, cane in hand, a knowing smile dancing on his lips. He bowed slightly. Good day, Mr. Werewolf. I regret that I cannot disclose my surname, but I would not mind if you shared your name with me. Frank narrowed his wolfish eyes, sensing a difference in this man compared to the one they called Megan. Given enough time, perhaps he could manipulate this Megan into divulging the information he craved, but this man. You may call me the pitiful old Frank. If you wish, sir. Yano raised an eyebrow. Very well, Mr. Frank. Perhaps when you realize we are not wizards, you might think we are ignorant of the dead. In the mundane world, corpses indeed do not reveal secrets, but in the realm of magic, I believe you must have many ways to make the dead speak. Frank, sensing the exposure of his intentions, cast aside his facade of helplessness, reverting to his original savage demeanor. You pathetic muggles, more contemptible than giants, just wait. Do you believe your actions will come without consequence? Just wait. What has transpired in the Gonzalez clan will befall you. None of you will escape. Yano twirled his cane. I think, Mr. Frank, the scenario you envision will never come to pass. Why don't we strike a deal? Frank hesitated, gazing at Yano. A deal? What could one such as I, stripped of everything, possibly offer? Yano extended a finger, shaking his head. No, I believe, Mr. Frank. You still possess much of value for trade. Beneath his hood, Yano's gaze sharpened. For example, you could tell me the identity of a nobleman in a London estate with whom you have had deep cooperation. I suspect this information is rather valuable. Frank's pupils dilated, his expression darkening as he regarded Yano. Though his wolfish visage concealed his emotions, a sense of foreboding washed over him. I believe I know who you are. You are assassins, aren't you? Yano paused in surprise. You know the assassins? But it makes sense. Your werewolves have fallen at their hands for so long. I imagine that nobleman has shared information with you. Frank glowered at the watchtower above. Wizards have long looked down upon us, deeming us half-breeds, monsters. They believe we have no right to exist in this world. Yet I never imagined they would create monsters such as you, solely to combat what they perceive as another form of monstrosity. Yano regarded Frank with confusion. Though I do not grasp your meaning, I suspect you may have misconstrued something. Frank redirected his gaze to Yano, a disdainful smile gracing his face. Do you think you can still conceal your true nature? First, the wizards attack Gonzalez, and then you burst in unexpectedly. This gentleman, Megan, has demonstrated your grotesque physical prowess, your strength and agility rivaling that of werewolves, nay, surpassing them. Do you truly believe muggles could possess such physicality? Yano, pained, observed Frank on the ground, uncertain of how to clarify the misunderstanding. Moreover, at this very moment, several wizards lingered in the watchtower of Gonzalez. Indeed, the wizards could no longer tolerate coexisting with us, these aberrations. Thus, they created you to cleanse us, did they not? Frank fixed his gaze intently upon Janice. Do you truly believe that once you eliminate what we wizards deem as aberrations, your fate will be any better than ours? Janice, exasperated, sighed and impatiently tapped his staff. Very well, Mr. Frank, irrespective of your thoughts regarding the origins of the assassins. Are you willing to engage in trade with me? Observing Janice's stubbornness, Frank ultimately relinquished his resistance. All right, let us set aside your identities for the moment. Tell me, what advantages might I gain? Janice shrugged. Perhaps I could spare your life and allow you to depart from this place? Frank narrowed his wolf-like eyes. But how can I trust you? Perhaps you might first let me go, and I shall place all that I know in a designated location for your people to retrieve later. How does that sound? Janice chuckled softly, shaking his head, just as a roar echoed from beyond the stronghold. You despicable ambushers! Look at who I have in my grasp. Chapter 125, The Decision. Bang! The door of the Gonzalez family stronghold was violently dislodged from its hinges, crashing onto the ground and kicking up a thin cloud of dust. The assassins stationed in the lookout tower turned their attention to the entrance, where a werewolf stood, one of its powerful legs still suspended in midair. Joel lowered his wolf leg and gazed at the weakened Frank, now sprawled on the ground, his crimson eyes glinting with ferocity. It was evident that his mood was far from pleasant. Inhaling deeply several times, Joel suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him. After all, no amount of anger would serve any purpose and could only exacerbate the situation. You pitiful ambushers, I advise you to release our leader immediately. Otherwise, you may find yourselves facing consequences you would rather avoid. With that, Joel raised his wolf claw and clapped. As the sound of applause faded, 5 towering and fearsome werewolves strode into the stronghold. The last among them dragged a thick vine, which, as it entered the stronghold, brought along 3 short assassins clad in white uniforms, their hands and feet bound by the vine. As the trio entered, Megan's pupils dilated. Disbelief etched across her face as she recognized the captured assassins. Alice. Morgan. Pierce. What are you doing here? What have you done? Janice, concealed beneath his hood, furrowed his brow deeply but refrained from questioning the trio. Instead, he addressed Joel loudly. So, Mr. Werewolf, what is it that you wish me to do in exchange for capturing these 3 children? A sinister smile crept across Joel's face. Do not feign ignorance. You know precisely what I desire. Janice, his expression darkening, cast a glance at Frank, still on the ground. Very well, let us propose a trade, shall we? Joel, with a mocking demeanor, shook his large wolf head. No, I seek not a trade. I demand that you immediately bring Lord Frank to me. Then, depart from the Gonzalez family's territory. Once we are safe, I will return these 3 to you. Megan shook her head at Janice. We cannot do that. If we return the alpha to them, Morgan and the others will be in grave danger. You cannot expect these beasts to uphold any virtue of trust. Janice nodded slightly, continuing his loud discourse with Joel. My dear werewolf, you must understand, we cannot trust you, just as you would not trust us. Therefore, let us negotiate some reliable terms. Joel gritted his teeth. Your trust is your concern. I demand you comply with my wishes immediately. Otherwise, with that, Joel extended a sharp claw and pressed it against Morgan's head. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet your end alongside this creature. Seeing this, Megan raised her smoothbore rifle, aiming the silver-plated bayonet at Frank's heart, and shouted, Then you two shall bid farewell to your monstrous leader. Joel glanced at Frank before addressing Janice. So, what do you intend to do? I can see that you are the true leader of this pack. Tell me, what choice will you make? Janice narrowed his elongated eyes, gripping the head of his staff tightly. Perhaps we could explore an alternative. Must we resort to such bloody measures? For instance, we could exchange our captured subordinates here, and I assure you that I will ensure your safe passage once the exchange is complete. Joel's derision became increasingly evident. Bloody? You, who lead the charge against the Gonzalez family, would find this bloody. You truly believe we would be allowed to leave unscathed? Do not jest with me. The sharp claw drew ever closer to Morgan's head. He could even feel a strand of his hair being severed. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with regret for not heeding Alice's warnings, and although terrified, he mustered the courage to shout towards Janice. Minter, do not concern yourself with us. This is all our doing. You need not bear the burden of our foolish actions. Alice gazed in astonishment at Morgan's boldness. She had never seen him so courageous. Yet, she wholeheartedly supported his words, raising her head to call out to Janice. Minter, I am deeply sorry. This is all due to my failure to recognize my own limitations. I thought I had become a competent assassin, but it is clear now that I was far too arrogant, misjudging the path of an assassin. Please, do not concern yourself with us. Let us take responsibility for our own actions. As Alice turned to her companions, she lowered her previously elevated head. I am sorry, Morgan. Pierce, my arrogance has brought you both into peril. Pierce, undeterred, shook his head. Do not be foolish, Alice. This was never solely your fault. Let us accept our fate as assassins with dignity, and bring no shame to our identities. Joel regarded the 3 bound children with disdain, snorting in contempt, while he remained silent, awaiting Janice's response. Lord Janice. At that moment, Antonia, cloaked in an eagle-beaked hood, approached Janice's side and softly spoke. Perhaps we should return the alpha to them, allowing them to leave. No. Janice resolutely shook his head, pointing at the injured assassins. Do you see why these assassins bear such wounds? Antonia pursed her lips, but we must allow them to depart to ensure the safety of these 3 children. Janice surveyed the 3 struggling in the distance. Shall we allow the efforts and struggles of the Brotherhood over these years to go to waste? Antonia exhaled deeply. We can start anew. What is the value of our wasted efforts compared to the lives of these children? Janus lowered his head slightly, contemplating Antonia's suggestion, yet ultimately shook his head in resignation. If I permit their departure, can you guarantee they will not return for vengeance? There are few assassins within the Brotherhood who could survive a werewolf ambush. Should I risk the lives of others to save these three? Chapter 126. They must face the consequences of their actions. Janus sighed gently. Do you think I do not wish to save these three children? However, my identity and responsibilities dictate that I cannot do so. I must be accountable for every member of the Brotherhood. I cannot endanger others' lives for the sake of saving them. Furthermore, Janus's grip on his staff tightened, a barely noticeable tremor in his hand. Moreover, the current predicament is one they have brought upon themselves, making it all the more impossible for me to gamble with the lives of others. Every assassin must bear the consequences of their decisions. After listening to Jano's words, Antonia lowered her head, comprehending Jano's intentions and the weight of responsibility he bore in thwarting the overarching threat. She realized that nothing she could do would alter this grim resolution, and thus she quietly distanced herself from Jano. Megan, holding a smoothbore musket, looked at Jano with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Are you serious, Jano? Jano did not respond to Megan's inquiry. Instead, he strode confidently toward her, snatching the musket from her grasp. He then pivoted, holding the weapon upside down, with the bayonet aimed menacingly at Pierce's head, and without glancing back, addressed Megan. Now, Mr. Megan, as per my previous directives, prepare to fulfill your duties. Megan furrowed her brows, seemingly lost in thought, yet ultimately refrained from retorting, silently moving to take her position at the lookout tower. Once Megan departed, Jano shifted his gaze back to the werewolf at the gate. Regrettably, I cannot acquiesce to your terms. Perhaps you should harden your resolve and lower your claws a few more inches. Of course, concurrently, I shall bid adieu to our lycanthropic friend here. Before Joel could reply, Jano continued. Following that, we shall have ample time to deal with the remaining werewolves. Rest assured, I will not dispatch you outright. Instead, we shall capture you alive and skin you while you still draw breath. I shall personally wield the knife, delicately separating your flesh from muscle, much like a butterfly unfurling its wings. Throughout this process, you will not perish. Trust in the skill of an assassin. I will peel your skin away before your last breath escapes, allowing you to witness your own hide's demise. Joel could not help but visualize the gruesome scenario Jano described, sending a shiver down his spine. He gazed at Jano in disbelief. You are nothing short of a devil. A bead of sweat trickled down Jano's forehead as he endeavored to maintain an appearance of nonchalance. A malicious grin plastered across his face. It seems our werewolf friend is not fond of skinning. Perhaps you find it too sanguinary? Not to worry, we have alternatives. Perhaps I could wield a elongated stick. Rest assured, I want to use it to strike you. Rather, I intend to insert it into your back and let it emerge from your mouth. You see, this way, there would be no bloodshed on the ground. Joel clenched his teeth, extending a claw to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Do you think this will intimidate us? Fearless werewolves are not vanquished by pain. Jano pouted slightly. I have always been curious to see whether you werewolves truly fear no pain. Perhaps you will satisfy my long-standing curiosity. What say you, Mr. Werewolf? At that moment, Joel could sense the shiver of his companions behind him, unable to suppress their trepidation. After all, the words emanating from this human were nothing short of horrifying. Yet, Joel remained resolute, inhaling deeply as he brought his claw closer to Morgan's head. I have no time for your personal preferences. Now, tell me your choice. Jano's back was drenched in sweat, yet he continued to feign indifference, even pressing the blade against Pierce's hide. He could feel Frank's body stiffening on the ground beside him. I believe I had made my answer clear. I refuse your demands. Joel fixed a piercing gaze upon Jano, uncertain of how to proceed. For a moment, they stood frozen in place. Eventually, Joel straightened his wolfish form, a savage smile curling upon his lips as he raised his claw high. Incorrect answer. And thus you shall lose one of these three things. Jano's pupils dilated, watching as Joel swung his claw forcefully toward Morgan's head. The wind generated by the descent rustling the hair on Morgan's forehead. With a vicious grin, Joel envisioned the child beneath him being torn asunder, a thrill coursing through him. Morgan instinctively shut his eyes as the massive claw approached, vividly imagining the fate that awaited him. Just as he braced for his demise, a gust of wind swept in from the side, followed by a resounding crash. Morgan opened his eyes to see a woman kneeling before him, hands raised, bracing the claw with her staff. He turned to glance at the other werewolves standing nearby, In that fleeting moment of blindness, 4 or 5 assassins had appeared, engaging in combat with the werewolves, with a scattering of leaves drifting to the ground. Ivy tilted her staff, redirecting the werewolf's claw downward, then swiftly raised her left hand, delivering a powerful strike to Joel's massive eye with the end of her staff, producing a dull yet forceful sound. Bang! Ah! Joel roared in agony, clutching his injured eye as blood seeped through his claw's crevices. Without pausing, Ivy charged toward Joel, calling back to Morgan and the others. I don't care if you crawl, roll, or jump, but now, you must join Master Jano at once. Upon hearing Ivy's urgent command, the 3 assassins wasted no time, leaping and bounding toward Jano. Joel watched as the trio began to flee, gritting his teeth against the pain in his left eye, reluctantly lowering his claw, and sprinting after them. If those 3 escaped, their fate would be sealed. Chapter 127, Persuasion. Watching Joel rush toward the children, Ivy maneuvered the mechanism of her staff, causing the blade at its end to spring forth, then dash toward the massive werewolf, determined to use her petite form to shield against the ferocious beast. Joel, with his uninjured eye, cast a disdainful glance at Ivy, swatting at her with his robust arm as if she were mere refuse. Thud! Ivy's pupils dilated as she raised her staff, attempting to block the werewolf's attack like before. Yet, lacking a point of leverage, she was sent soaring backward, akin to a tattered cloth, the moment the claw made contact with her staff. In that brief second of suspended flight, Ivy witnessed Joel charge past her, heedless of her plight, racing toward the 3 fleeing assassins. Meanwhile, from above the werewolf's head, a man clad in assassin garb descended, wielding a silver-plated battle axe. As he plummeted toward the ground, he could not help but exhale in relief, muttering this time, "You did well, Jacob." Thud! Joel howled in agony as the axe blade, propelled by gravity, sunk deeply into his skull. However, the resilient bone thwarted further penetration of the weapon. Jacob clung tightly to the axe handle, hanging off the werewolf's back, while simultaneously spreading his left hand wide. Clang! He raised his right arm, from which the hidden blade had emerged, channeling all his strength as he plunged the gleaming edge deep into Joel's heavily furred back, subsequently relinquishing his grip on the battle axe to withdraw the sleeve sword. With a sudden burst of energy, he stomped fiercely on the wolf's back and leapt backward like a majestic eagle taking flight. At that moment, a bright smile adorned Jacob's face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! This is my gift to you after your whelps dared to attack me." The howl that erupted from Joel was a lament of profound agony. In that instant, it became painfully clear to him that he would not survive this day. He realized he had failed to save the Gonzalez family, and perhaps their future now lay solely in the hands of Masio. As Joel ceased his howling, he felt the strength within him rapidly dissipating, his breaths growing shallow and frantic, his mind becoming increasingly foggy. He half kneeled on the ground, gazing around at the werewolves who had returned with him, now silently felled by the descending assassins. One by one, they shrank back into their original human forms. Joel, weakly sprawled on the ground, gazed with bloodshot eyes at the 3 little figures who had comically bounced over to Yano's side. He pondered whether, given another chance, he could indeed save the Gonzalez family. As he watched the cloaked assassins surrounding him, emanating an aura of lethal intent, despair overwhelmed him, and he closed his one good wolf eye forever. Perhaps, from the moment the Gonzalez family had attracted this cadre of monsters, their extinction had been predetermined. This was the final thought that crossed Joel's mind in his brief life. Yano tossed the smoothbore musket to Megan, who was approaching, then swiftly walked over to the 3 little assassins, unsheathing his sleeve sword to deftly cut the vines binding their hands and feet. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the trio, his left hand gripping his staff so tightly it appeared as if he might crush it. "Count yourselves fortunate. It is not yet time to deal with you 3. You will have ample opportunity to contemplate how to justify your actions upon returning to the castle." Morgan and Pierce bit their lips, heads bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. Alice, observing the man who had restrained his fury throughout this ordeal, felt a deep sense of guilt for her immature and irresponsible actions. At the moment Yano had rejected Joel's plea, she vowed she had glimpsed a profound panic and pain hidden in her mentor's eyes. "I am so sorry. Enough." Yano interrupted Alice's words brusquely. "I do not wish to hear apologies. I'm sorry. Or I was wrong. Do you think a mere apology suffices for the errors you've committed today? Before we return to the castle, I need you to keep your mouths shut." This was the first time Yano had roared before so many assassins, causing the 3 children before him to tremble slightly. Jacob, supporting Ivy as they approached, had never seen Yano so unhinged. He instinctively wanted to tease him, but Ivy covered his mouth to silence him. Yano took a deep breath, regaining his composure, then turned away from the three children, elegantly leaning on his staff as he regarded Frank, who lay on the ground with eyes closed, feigning death. "Ah, it seems we have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. My apologies for my earlier display, Mr. Frank. Now, might you be interested in the transaction I previously mentioned?" Frank did not open his eyes, seemingly unable to bear the sight of his fallen kin. "How can I trust you will spare me?" Yano confidently nodded his staff. "You must understand. My inquiry regarding this individual was merely to save time. If you choose not to speak, I can easily dispatch a few assassins to locate him, and you must trust that we possess that capability." With a sardonic smile, Frank retorted, "So this gentleman wishes to receive information without offering anything in return? How avaricious." Yano nodded in agreement. "You are correct. I am indeed greedy. Of course, you may opt not to divulge the information, but believe me, you will regret that choice. For I shall apply every torment I described to that werewolf upon you." Frank's body stiffened. Truth be told, he was frightened, afraid of death, yet even more terrified of the tortures Yano had outlined, which seemed far worse than death itself. The thought of facing such horrors was more terrifying than the specter of death. Very well, you win. I will tell you who he is. Just spare me from your brutal punishments." Chapter 128. Manipulation. Yano smiled with satisfaction at the werewolf who had ultimately capitulated. "I must commend you. You are a rational and intelligent werewolf, which will save us much time. And Mr. Frank, you need not endure inhuman suffering." Frank sighed in resignation. Could he truly stop these monsters conjured by the wizards? Even if he refused to tell them, it would only bring them minor inconveniences. After all, Frank had never believed that the denizens of the mundane world could withstand the wizard's malevolent, soul-stealing spells. He would probably end up revealing even the color of his wife's undergarments. With an air of helplessness, Frank opened his mouth to disclose the noble's identity to Yano, but just as the words were poised on the tip of his tongue, a sudden, searing pain engulfed his mind, as if his brain were fracturing. The intense agony swept over him, rendering his limbs powerless as he collapsed to the ground. Howling in torment, large beads of sweat forming on his brow and marking the dusty floor with circular impressions. "Ugh, ugh." Yano, leaning on his staff, furrowed his brow at Frank, who clung to his wolf head and writhed in anguish upon the ground. Truthfully, he was somewhat bewildered. Initially, Yano had thought Frank was attempting some trick, but witnessing the sweat cascading to the ground forced him to believe that something unknown was occurring with Frank. "Mr. Frank, are you all right? Do you need me to assist you in any way?" Yano inquired, bending slightly to observe the suffering werewolf, for he still needed to extract vital information from him. Frank, in a daze, could faintly hear Yano speaking to him, yet he lacked the strength to respond. The pain coursing through his mind had stripped him of the ability to speak. Just as he thought the agony would persist indefinitely, it abruptly receded like a receding tide. And in the next moment, his body uncontrollably surged upright from the ground, lunging toward Yano. Yano, seeing Frank hurtling towards him, sidestepped while shouting to the surrounding assassins, "Get away from here." Watching the strange golden light seeping from Frank's eyes, Yano's instincts told him that this action was not of Frank's own volition. He was likely being controlled by some unseen force. "Mr. Frank," Yano shouted, dodging the wolf's attack, "you must regain control of your body. I am certain you do not want me to be the one to make you stop." A howl erupted from Frank, who, having lost control over his own body, was consumed by despair. It felt as though he were a marionette, manipulated by invisible strings, howling as he lunged toward Yano. Yano observed without a hint of hesitation as he lunged towards his adversary, Frank. Disappointment flickered across his face as he shook his head, swiftly twisting the head of his eagle-headed staff. With a sharp sound, a gleaming blade shot forth from the end of the staff. Yano raised the staff high, and before Frank, who was now mere inches away, could react, he thrust the blade viciously into his chest. With a sickening squelch and a howl of agony from the werewolf, the blade pierced through Frank's back, accompanied by a scattering of bone fragments and blood. Yano did not falter. He tightened his grip on the staff's head, forcefully twisting it before pulling it out with a swift motion. With a resonant chime, a long sword blade emerged from the staff, and before the werewolf could regain its senses from the pain, Yano pressed the blade against the staff that was still embedded deep within Frank's body, driving it in with ferocity. Frank's agonized scream echoed as Yano remained undeterred by the werewolf's cries. He relinquished the sword, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful punch from right to left directly onto the exposed eagle head of the staff. The sheer force, a testament to the assassin master's formidable physical prowess, sent Frank's massive form spinning in place, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. raising a cloud of dust around him. Yano lowered his hands, and with a swift motion, the hidden blades beneath his sleeves sprang forth. He gazed regretfully at the kneeling Frank, sighed helplessly, and aimed for the thick, muscular neck above, raising both arms before the werewolf could make its next move. He plunged the sharp blades deep into its throat. Such a pity, Mr. Frank, we ultimately could not finalize this transaction. Coughing, Yano withdrew the blades, and Frank's colossal wolf form fell lifelessly to the ground, its eyes wide open with a mix of rage and despair, fixating on the loathsome man before it, yearning to rise and rend him apart. Yet, Frank felt the rhythm of his heartbeat slow, his body convulsing uncontrollably, breath becoming increasingly labored as uncontrollable urine slipped from him. In that moment, a rapid montage of his life flashed through his mind. How he, under Gonzalez's leadership, transformed from a mere pack of wolves into a formidable family that even the British Ministry of Magic feared, and how he gradually morphed from a fearless youth into a cowardly old wolf. His once vibrant eyes dimmed, greedily gazing at the clouds drifting above and the sun's golden rays, wishing to savor the beauty of the world one last time before his demise. Yano watched as Frank's wolf form swiftly transitioned to that of a human corpse, his breath fading without closing his eyes. In those aged, vacant orbs, Yano discerned a profound longing for life. Yet the moment Frank chose to confront the Brotherhood, his fate was sealed. He must have fallen victim to the soul-sucking curse. Yano mused, retracting his staff and glancing back at the weakened Eric and his companions approaching. He was cursed? Eric replied, I believe so. He must have been afflicted long ago, and it seems to have lain dormant for quite some time. However, to successfully cast such a curse upon a werewolf and maintain it for so long is beyond my imagination. Could the caster be a resurrected Merlin? Chapter 129, The Vanished Soul. Yano listened to Eric's words and nodded. Yet his instincts warned him that the situation was far more complex than Eric suggested. Percival supported Candela as they approached Frank's lifeless body. This is madness. A werewolf successfully cursed with the soul-sucking curse? Huh. This could easily be the greatest joke of the century. Candela, breaking free from Percival's support, knelt beside Frank's body, aiming her wand at his temple before pulling outward, yet nothing occurred. Oh no, I cannot extract any memories from his mind. His soul has vanished. Eric stood, momentarily stunned, shifting his puzzled gaze to Candela. Percival chuckled softly. Trust Candela. This is a spell passed down through a family that allows one to extract their own or another's memories to view in a pensieve. Eric looked at Candela in disbelief. Are you certain his soul has disappeared? We all know the soul-sucking curse may harm the soul, but it should never cause a soul to vanish. Candela gazed sternly at the corpse at her feet. I am certain. Ancient family records state that after a person dies, their soul remains in the body until the third sunrise, and during this time, our family's spell can extract their memories before the soul departs. Countless instances have validated the authenticity of our ancestors' notes. Eric, nursing a headache, pressed his forehead. Then how did his soul vanish? As far as I know, the only curse that can directly attack a living soul is the killing curse. However, the killing curse cannot lie dormant within a body to erupt at a later time. Candela pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. I do not know. I have never encountered such a situation, nor do I know if this condition is indeed the result of a curse. Meanwhile, Percival stroked his beard and murmured in a barely audible tone. Perhaps your family's magic has faltered? Candela raised an eyebrow. Percival Dumbledore, I can hardly believe you would utter such words. Are you insulting my family? Percival flinched at her raised voice, quickly appeasing her. No, I would never do such a thing, Candela. You must have misunderstood me. I merely suggested a possibility, not to question your family's spell. You know I am not that kind of person. Candela's visibly heaving chest made Percival uneasy. After all, an angry Candela typically struck with lethal intent, and he had experienced the consequences of a careless word before, spending an entire week in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Ultimately, Candela suppressed her anger, perhaps realizing that this setting was not suitable for an outburst, allowing Percival to breathe a sigh of relief. I do not know what curse he fell victim to, but the fact remains that his soul has vanished. Perhaps, Sir Yano, you could graciously relinquish the werewolf's body to me. I intend to take it back to my estate for further study. Should I make any discoveries, I will promptly inform Eric. Yano sheathed the sword back into the staff, then nodded towards Candela. Of course, you may take the body at any time. After all, it holds no utility for our brotherhood. Candela pointed her right toe behind her left foot and curtsied gracefully to Yano, her demeanor now radiating joy. with a fervent excitement for uncovering the unknown. Thank you for your generosity. I must say, Sir Yano, you have gained a witch's friendship. Should you need my assistance in the future, feel free to have Eric send me a letter, and I shall come at my earliest convenience. Yano smiled politely. I am delighted to gain a witch's friendship. Likewise, madam, you have earned the Brotherhood's camaraderie. Candela offered a perfunctory smile towards Yano, her anticipation palpable as she eagerly retrieved a small box from her pocket, muttering incessantly, By Merlin, I must be grateful that my magical energy has replenished swiftly. Otherwise, I would have had to carry this corpse back myself. She opened the wooden box and placed it on the ground, then stepped back a couple of paces, brandishing her wand with a flourish. Reducio, as a beam of crimson light erupted from the tip of Candela's wand and struck Frank's lifeless body. The onlooking assassins gasped in astonishment as the corpse visibly shrank before their eyes, until it was no larger than a thumb. Wingardium Leviosa, with the incantation, a translucent beam lifted the diminutive corpse from the ground, depositing it into the wooden box. Candela stowed her wand away, closed the box, and tucked it into her pocket. Eric seemed to behold this version of Candela for the first time, casting a peculiar glance at Percival, his concern evident for Percival's future life with Candela. Percival, as if deciphering Eric's thoughts through his gaze, shot him a fierce glare and quietly approached him, whispering, Do not look at me with such eyes. She does not have an obsession with cadavers. She is merely exploring the realms of unknown knowledge. Such curiosity is quite common among witches. Candela is simply more inquisitive than other girls. Eric continued to regard Percival with that odd look, offering him a semblance of comfort. Yes, I understand. Candela is merely more curious. You've certainly had a trying time. Percival, I never realized. Percival felt a surge of frustration. Oh, for heaven's sake. I cannot believe I'm being pitted by a bachelor like you. At that moment, a now organized Candela approached, regarding Percival with curiosity. What is wrong with being a bachelor? What are you discussing? Percival shot Eric a warning glance, urging him to remain silent, then turned to Candela with a charming smile. Just some trivial matters. Have you finished packing, my dear? Candela nodded. Yes, I have. I believe we shall be spending the next few weeks at the manor. With that, she performed a curtsy towards Yano once more, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your generosity. Perhaps it is time for us to bid farewell, as there is nothing more for us to do. Chapter 130. Behind the scenes, Yano watched as Percival and the others soared away on their brooms. Releasing a long sigh, the werewolf issue had finally reached a resolution. Perhaps he should take a moment to rest, he mused, though he knew this was not realistic. Now that the werewolves were dealt with, the Brotherhood could commence aiding James in the enactment of child labor protection laws within the London Parliament. Although Yano's instincts warned him that the werewolf matter was not as simple as it seemed. The absence of their protection presented an opportune moment to strike against the noble behind it all. Gather the werewolf corpses, dig a hole, and bury them. Yano instructed the surrounding assassins. He observed the three assassins attempting to conceal themselves, their presence minimized, and his anger flared anew. You had better have thought of how to take responsibility for your actions. He barked at them, before swiftly turning and departing, leaving the three helpless assassins standing there. In a resplendent chamber, a hand adorned with a red gemstone cradled a metallic sphere that emanated a ceaseless golden light. The sphere was adorned with mysterious and exquisite curves, and the hand bore evident calluses and prominent knuckles, unmistakably belonging to a man. The hand's owner gazed at the sphere with covetous eyes, murmuring, How dazzling, beautiful, and powerful it is. As a sinister expression crept across his face, he spat, Useless old Frank, you pitiful wretch. How dare you attempt to betray your esteemed master? To die in battle would be the greatest mercy I could bestow upon you. He gazed at the sphere with rapturous eyes, as though beholding a deity of his faith. This must surely be a divine gift bestowed upon me by the master. He must detest these failed creations of his, which is why he sent you to my side, to assist in eradicating these abominations from this world. This civilization demands order, and each individual must adhere to it. Wouldn't you agree, my precious? The sphere radiated a golden glow, resting quietly upon the man's hand. Reluctantly, the man diverted his gaze from the sphere, rising from his intricately carved chair of luxurious redwood, and placed the sphere into a pure gold box upon a nearby cabinet. He then resumed his seat, retrieving a cigar that appeared to be of exquisite quality, mumbling indistinctly, Schward, as his words echoed. A vortex materialized in the spacious drawing room not far from him, and a man clad in a black robe with dark red curls emerged from it, kneeling before him and respectfully declaring, I honor your summons, noble master. Had Megan been present to witness the face of this dark-robed man, he would have recognized him as the wizard who had attacked him in the warehouse and subsequently absconded with his target. However, at this moment, he bore none of the imposing stature he had in the warehouse. Instead, he gazed with fervor at the man seated in the opulent chair, as though he were beholding Merlin himself, though the flicker of golden light in his eyes indicated that it was not entirely of his own volition. The man in the chair struck a match and ignited his cigar, discarding the matchstick as he inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke while gazing at the kneeling wizard. "Rise, Schward." Schward stood, respectfully poised before the man. "Might I inquire what task you require of your humble servant?" The man regarded the once mighty wizard with disdain. The once noble wizard has ultimately found himself reduced to groveling at my feet like a dog. Schward bowed low, his eagerness evident. "To serve as your dog, my master, is the greatest joy of my life." The man exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze sharp as he regarded him. "Ah, Schward, I must admit, I am thoroughly disappointed in you. Look at the pitiful Frank you introduced me to, unable even to walk steadily. I had assumed he was indeed one of the strongest warriors in the wizarding world." The so-called strongest warriors were bested by mere assassins with superior physical prowess. Their entire family was slaughtered. Schward suddenly knelt, fear and trembling evident in his voice. "I apologize, master. It was my foolishness to trust those werewolves. I have disappointed you. My esteemed master, please punish me." The man propped his leg, a terrifying smile creeping across his face. "Then I trust you know what you must do, correct?" Schward nodded, trembling, and with a shaky hand, he revealed his left palm from within his robe, displaying only 4 fingers. The ring finger gruesomely severed as though sliced by a sharp blade. He raised his left hand, and with his right hand, he retrieved his wand, trembling as he aimed it at his thumb, whispering the incantation, "Flashblade." As a flash of white light coursed through his palm, a crimson stream erupted from the joint connecting his thumb to his hand, and in the next moment his thumb fell helplessly to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the smooth wound. Schwartz tightly grasped his left hand, crawling on the ground, utterly disregarding the wand that the wizard considered a second life, which had fallen to the floor. Instead, he lay there, emitting muffled cries of despair. The man seated in the chair leaned back against the backrest, half closing his eyes, relishing Schwartz's agonizing screams. His hand, holding a cigar, waved gracefully in the air, as if conducting an elegant symphony. After a moment, Schwartz regained some composure and weakly picked up the wand, gently touching it to his wound. The gaping injury, which had been spewing blood, swiftly closed within mere seconds. The man halted his orchestration in the air, took a deep drag from his cigar, cast a sidelong glance, and uttered a chilling remark. "Mr. Schwartz, have you forgotten what you ought to do next? Or do you wish for me to personally feed your fingers into your mouth?" Schwartz, kneeling submissively before the man, reached for his bleeding thumb on the ground. "I am deeply sorry, master. I shall do it at once." The man observed the wizard as he devoured his own thumb, unable to suppress a harsh laugh. The once audacious Lord Schwartz, who brazenly invaded my home and treated our mundane lives as if we were mere ants, has come to this. Chapter 131, The Conspiracy. Cough, cough. Schwartz struggled to swallow his thumb, involuntarily coughing a couple of times, then rasped. "Please forgive the once humble and ignorant me for trespassing into your domain and audaciously harming your family, a sin that I shall never atone for." The man narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickering within, yet he ultimately refrained from compelling Schwartz to take his own life. His current endeavors still required Schwartz. It was not yet the time for his demise. The man intended to deal with this wretched wizard only after his own power had grown. Knock, knock, knock. The silence of the room was broken by a series of knocks, followed by a respectful voice from outside. "Master, the council members have arrived." The man shifted his gaze from Schwartz and called out to the person at the door. "Let them in." Clang, 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 accompanied by the scattered and chaotic sound of polished shoes for elegantly attired gentlemen, each wielding a lavish cane, entered the room. The man rose from his chair, extending his arms to welcome the 4 gentlemen. You have finally arrived. I thought I would have to wait until the end of the world." One of the gentlemen, a robust man with a prominent hooked nose, stepped forward and gracefully bowed. "My lord, Pablo Rodriguez is honored to serve you," while Lucas appeared perfectly composed. The occasional glimmer of gold in his eyes revealed that he too had been mentally manipulated by the master of the house. However, unlike Schwartz, his personality had not been transformed into that of a submissive slave. Rather, he resembled a superior addressing a subordinate. The man smiled with satisfaction, for this was precisely what he desired. After all, his endeavors required subordinates. those who possessed intellect and independent thought, rather than mere obedient slaves. Slaves were only needed for the grotesque. As for subordinates, a minimal assurance of loyalty sufficed. A person devoid of ambition would never progress. My lord, Mosen Torquay is honored to serve you. Esteemed lord, it is the greatest honor of my life to serve you. Lucas Emmanuel Acosta. William Rockford is honored to serve you. You look absolutely splendid today. As the man observed the 4 influential council members of London, all now serving him, an unfamiliar emotion stirred within him. He reined in his thoughts, gracefully guiding the 4 counselors to take their seats, before picking up a cigar box from the table and distributing cigars to each of them. I am exceedingly pleased that you could all gather at my estate today. It is unfortunate that several other council members declined my invitation, which I find rather regrettable. The man took a delightful puff from his cigar before continuing. William, clad in a dark coat with disheveled brown hair, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Those damned fools. They have no idea the great cause we are pursuing. Pablo shot an irritated glare at William, admonishing him in a low voice. Mind your tongue. You should not be so disrespectful in front of His Excellency. William awkwardly rubbed his nose. I apologize. I was simply too enraged. The master of the room remained unperturbed, instead instructing Schwartz to fetch the items that had been prepared earlier. Schwartz respectfully bowed, then stepped into an adjacent room. I presume you had already made a decision before your arrival, correct? The man inquired, drawing on his cigar. The 4 counselors nodded affirmatively. Lucas, in a sharp voice, declared yes. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. This world needs more order, more laws and punishments. Just look at London now. It is overrun with those despicable pickpockets, beggars, and those vampires attempting to drain the wealth of the nobility. Pablo straightened in his seat, adopting a stern demeanor. Although Lucas's words lack the decorum befitting a noble, the commoners are indeed far too audacious. Why should we allow the nobility to squander their fortunes? Do they believe that nobles are merely idle gluttons, living extravagantly without contributing to society? They have no idea how much effort it takes to maintain a city and a nation. As for our privileged existence, was it not bequeathed to us by our ancestors through their struggles? Should the tireless efforts of our forebears be obliterated by these contemptible commoners, just because their ancestors, like them, were too indolent to strive for success? They believe they can demand everything from us. Mosen tightened his monocle over his left eye. I share your sentiments. We must make these commoners recognize their errors. The homeowner nodded approvingly. Excellent. It appears our thoughts are remarkably aligned. This world requires order. People cannot act as they please. Each of us must adhere to the established order. Only then will this world be free from wars and the countless souls lost to untimely deaths. The man paused before continuing. However, to implement this noble plan, we will require substantial financial and human resources. Thus, we must accept more personnel and capital. Fortunately, the pounds we have accumulated are already sufficient to commence our preliminary plans. Upon hearing this, the others in the room could scarcely contain their excitement. Therefore, we shall temporarily shift our focus towards recruiting more personnel. As for the impoverished Kenway family's proposed child labor protection law, should Kenway approach you individually, assure him of your support. William blinked in astonishment. Support him in legislation? My lord, we would lose a great deal of pounds. Pablo furrowed his brow and reprimanded him. Mr. William, where has your upbringing gone? You dare to interrupt His Excellency's words. Remember, our goal is order, not wealth. We initially rejected the legislation because we needed more funds to enforce order. Now that our pounds are sufficient to take action, why should we refuse to pass the law? This is a necessary path for order. Although I am not particularly fond of Kenway, I believe he is aligned with our thinking regarding the child labor protection law. Since we ultimately need to enact legislation, why not support him in his endeavors? Chapter 132, The Sanctuary. The homeowner gazed at Pablo with satisfaction, feeling an increasing fondness for this gentleman. Pablo was indeed correct. The Child Labor Protection Act is a path we must pursue. A civilized society must never allow the future of humanity to exist in such a manner. However, this Kenway is no ordinary noble. Through my discreet channels, I have discovered that he is likely linked to those assassins lurking in the sewers. Lucas clicked his tongue in disbelief. It's truly astonishing. This group of assassins is not to be trifled with. The man nodded in agreement. Indeed, given our current strength and capabilities, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to survive under the threat of these assassins. This is precisely why I have urged you to support the legislation. After all, we currently have no reason to oppose the assassin organization. Therefore, why not remain concealed while we are still weak and gradually develop our own power? Mosin smiled elegantly at the man. I must say, your wisdom and composure inspire my utmost admiration. At that moment, Schwader emerged, holding a beautifully carved wooden box. The man stood up, placing the box on the table, and straightened his posture. While our plans are well laid, an organization must possess a name and rules. The 4 council members stood up formally, listening intently. I once had a dream in which that organization fought for order for thousands of years. Such perseverance is admirable. Its name is the Knights of the Order. May the Lord of Order guide us in creating a world belonging to order, and we are the Knights of Order. Henceforth, our organization shall be known as the Knights of the Order. From this moment on, you shall address me as the Grand Master, and you shall be the inaugural and only 4 bishops. The 4 bishops bowed deeply. We shall obey your will, Grand Master. The Grand Master opened the wooden box on the table, revealing 4 exquisitely crafted rings made of pure gold. He distributed the rings to the 4 bishops, signaling them to wear them. The Grand Bishop, adorned with a ruby ring, raised his clenched fist to his chest. Repeat after me. May the Father of Order guide us, leading all restless souls until they tread the path of tranquility. Lead all fervent desires until the passionate blood cools. Guide all wavering wills, transforming them into stable and serene thoughts. May the Father of Order guide us. In the assassin's castle, Yano sat in a stone chair in the hall, his expression grim as he observed the diverse assassins below. Brothers, before we celebrate our collective victory with a feast, we must first address some rule-breaking assassins. Yano's icy gaze fell upon the anxious assassin in the corner. Now, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Pierce, and our dear sister Alice, step forward. The 3 assassins trembled as they approached the steps of the stone chair. Yano showed no mercy towards them. Raising his voice, while we risked our lives on the front lines, these 3 underage assassins dared to violate the Brotherhood's rules by secretly leaving the castle. Venturing onto a battlefield they were too young to face. Ultimately, they were captured by the enemy, leading to their injuries while attempting to rescue one another. Now, the 3 assassins felt their hearts tighten, knowing the punishment was imminent. Donner, retrieve their wrist blades. At the command, the assassins felt as if their hearts had stopped momentarily. Donner, without hesitation, swiftly walked over to the 3 children, looking at them with an expression of disappointment. All right, hand over your bracers. You have strayed too far this time. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Morgan's eyes as he silently cried, removing the bracers from his wrists and tremblingly handing them to Donner. I'm very sorry. Donner roughly snatched the bracers. Crying now serves no purpose. Take this time to reflect on your actions. He then approached Pierce. Child, do not dawdle. Hand over your bracer. Pierce sadly extended his bracer, murmuring, Please be gentle, Mr. Connor, and do not break it. Connor scoffed, roughly taking the bracer. I believe you need not worry about breaking it anymore, for you may never retrieve it again. Finally, he stood before Alice, who had removed her bracers upon entering the castle, gazing at the girl with faint red curls, who was just beginning to exude a hint of feminine charm. He shook his head in resignation. You know the mentor well, even anticipating how he intends to punish you, Alice. You are the one he values most among all the children in this castle. Yet you have disappointed him. Alice bit her trembling lip, suppressing the urge to cry, and willingly shoved her 2 bracers into Donner's embrace, her voice raspy. Yes, I have disappointed Lord Yano, but I swear, he will not be disappointed forever. I will prove him right. I will be the most exceptional one. Donner regarded this stubborn girl, inexplicably feeling an increasing admiration for her. Then you must strive hard, for without your wrist blades, you have already fallen far behind the other children. Alice nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with tears yet filled with unwavering determination. Perhaps this girl will indeed become the most exceptional one, Donner thought as he placed the bracers on a table in the corner of the hall. From now on, the 3 of you shall no longer be assassins, but rather laborers within the castle. You will heed the arrangements of Kelsey until I deem you worthy of becoming assassins. Of course, there is no guarantee that you will ever earn my approval. Yano coldly imposed this punishment. The 3 laborers wore expressions of despair. This punishment was far too severe for them. Yano commanded the 3 children to return to the crowd, then collected himself and proclaimed loudly, Now, let us forget these unfortunate matters, for we have achieved a tremendous victory. As Yano's words echoed, a wave of joyous laughter erupted from the crowd. Chapter 133 comes to a close. Yano raised his hands, urging the crowd to maintain silence, then declared, After defeating the nefarious Gonzalez family allied with the corrupt elite, the Brotherhood's next course of action is to support Mr. James Kenway in successfully enacting the Child Labor Protection Act in the Assembly. I believe that, having lost the assistance of the wolves, these council members will be more amenable to our cause. Won't they, James? James, leaning on his cane, stepped forward gracefully, bowing to Yano, as he said, I believe these council members will ultimately support the noble cause of the Brotherhood. However, you must be aware that every circle has its stubborn individuals. But rest assured, if any of these obstinate ones refuse to support our mission, I will ensure they are persuaded in a manner they cannot refuse. Yano nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Proceed as you see fit. I will provide you with sufficient manpower to assist you. You may leave now. I trust you will not disappoint me, correct? I shall exert my utmost effort, and certainly not let you down, Mentor, James respectfully replied, retreating back into the crowd. I fear I must now bring you some unfortunate news, Antonius said, entering the castle hall with a note in hand. The Nightingales have relayed new information. They learned from a gentleman claiming to be a city hall official that the assembly will be adding several new members next month, expanding the council to 10 members. Yano narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering quietly while seated in the imposing stone chair in the castle hall. After a prolonged silence, he straightened his posture and said, Ah, Antonia, I am profoundly grateful for the intelligence you and your Nightingales have provided. This information is of paramount importance. However, I would appreciate it if you could also ascertain details about the newly appointed members of Parliament, their surnames, genders, and personal interests. It is truly an honor to serve the Brotherhood. Antonia gracefully performed a curtsy towards Yano, her brow furrowed with curiosity. But I must confess, I am quite intrigued as to why you require this information about the parliamentarians. If it is not too much trouble, might you indulge my curiosity? Yano raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his gaze as he regarded the inquisitive Antonia. I had presumed that, as the leader of the Nightingales, you would typically restrain your curiosity. A hint of shame crossed Antonia's face. Perhaps her pride had swelled since becoming an assassin. Her long-held experiences had taught her to suppress any curiosity. For a Nightingale who could not master her inquisitiveness often faced dire consequences. Even as their leader, she was merely an inconsequential Nightingale to those in power. I apologize, Master. I've been rather lax of late. Yano waved his hand dismissively. Do not berate yourself, Lady Antonia. However, you must remain ever vigilant in your future endeavors and daily life. After all, you are unlike other assassins. Your position and responsibilities are distinctly unique. You must exercise greater caution than your peers, for your well-being is crucial to the Brotherhood. Antonia smiled demurely, resembling a child praised by their parent. Thank you immensely for your acknowledgement. Yano returned her smile. As for your curiosity, I believe I can satisfy it, as this matter is not one that must remain concealed. The information I seek is intended for our Mr. James. James blinked in surprise. Then comprehension dawned upon him. I believe I have grasped your intention. You wish for me to establish rapport with these individuals before they assume office, ideally securing their friendship, thereby ensuring their support for our legislative endeavors. Am I correct? Yano nodded in affirmation. Precisely. Gaining their support will significantly ease your time in Parliament and greatly assist in the passage of the Child Labor Protection Act. At that moment, Jacob in the crowd shrugged dismissively. I fail to see the merit in this. It seems rather cumbersome. I propose a more direct approach. Should anyone oppose our proposals in Parliament, let their body be discovered in some remote corner of the Thames. After a few incidents such as this, the members will quickly learn that those who oppose us will meet a similar fate. The hall fell silent, as James and Antonia stared in shock at Jacob, finding it difficult to believe the level of foolishness he displayed. Yano rubbed his temples, exasperated by Jacob's self-satisfaction. Are you truly so dim-witted, Jacob? The death of one or two parliamentarians, without evidence, would leave the town hall powerless against James, even if they suspect his involvement. They cannot arrest a noble member without proof. However, should more fall, I assure you, the Kenway estate would soon be besieged by British soldiers. London demands representatives capable of managing the city, not a mindless killer. Jacob offered an awkward chuckle. Apologies, I am not well versed in such intrigues. After all, we Black Ravens have always preferred direct action. Yano sighed in resignation, choosing not to engage further, and turned his attention back to Antonia. I kindly ask that you and your Nightingales gather the necessary intelligence. He then addressed James. Once Antonia submits her findings, you will need to work on winning over these parliamentarians. James furrowed his brow and nodded. As you wish, I shall contemplate how best to win their favor. With his words, Yano rose from his stone chair, leaning on his staff as he stepped down to the stage. Now, let us temporarily set aside our respective tasks. I believe you're all eager to prepare for the evening's festivities. The banquet will commence shortly in the castle's dining hall, and I trust everyone will arrive punctually. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd as the assassins excitedly made their way out of the hall. In stark contrast to this jubilant atmosphere, the three workers remained in a somber mood, observing the exuberant adult assassins, who frequently exclaimed about drinking until dawn. A sense of unease washed over them, for they knew that the days ahead within the castle would not be easy. Chapter 134, A Clash of Ideas. Half a year later, in a secluded corner of the assassin's castle, three figures wielded cloths, brooms, and mops, diligently clearing the dust from the floors and walls. With a resounding crash, Pierce slammed his broom to the ground. Damn it, I've had enough. Why is there always so much dust in this castle that can never be cleaned? He had grown considerably taller since 6 months prior, his facial hair becoming more pronounced, yet his expression bore impatience, suggesting that this growth brought him little joy. Morgan quietly retrieved the fallen broom and handed it back to Pierce, recognizing the familiarity of the scene. Stop complaining, Pierce. Let us hasten our cleaning. Once we finish here, we will have only one area left. Pierce sulked, reluctantly accepting the broom, and cast a seemingly casual glance at Alice, who was meticulously dusting the wall. Noticing her blossoming maturity and beauty, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he feigned nonchalance. Hey, Alice, do you have any plans after work today? I'm certain you would not refuse to join us for some fun. Otherwise, life would be dreadfully dull. Morgan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you serious, Pierce? Do we have plans tonight? Are we going to race up the tower? Alice tucked a rebellious strand of her red hair behind her ear, casting a frosty glance at Pierce. Having matured beyond her years, she had discerned his intentions 2 months prior. Yet, being inexperienced in such matters, she was uncertain how to reject her longtime companion. Nevertheless, she understood that maintaining some distance from him was prudent. Actually, I have my own arrangements this evening. I am afraid I cannot accompany you for any merriment. Morgan's shoulders drooped in disappointment. Alice, what has happened to you lately? You vanish every evening. You haven't joined us for fun in ages. It's just been Pierce and me in the room, while the others refuse to play with us. Pierce felt a pang of hurt at Alice's rejection, but he managed a forced smile. Yes, what have you been so busy with lately? We haven't played together in forever, and the other children are avoiding us because of what happened. Alice swiftly wiped the last speck of dust from the wall. Her smile weary. Just some personal matters. I've finished my work here, so I shall be off to my next task. With that, she tossed her lightly curled red hair over her shoulder and departed without a backward glance. Morgan gazed with deep concern at the frail figure vanishing around the corner ahead. I am genuinely worried about her. Her complexion has been deteriorating, and each time we meet, she wears an expression of exhaustion. I can't fathom what she has been doing the previous night, and she has become increasingly reticent. If this continues, I fear for her well-being. Pierce sighed melancholically. If she is unwilling to confide in us, what can we possibly do? Observing Pierce's apparent indifference, Morgan shook his head in resignation and proceeded to grab a mop to attend to his duties. Did Pierce truly not care? No. If it weren't for his rationality and pride holding him back, he would have rushed to intercept Alice, compelling her to rest properly each night. Yet ultimately, he remained with a broom in hand, diligently sweeping away the dust. Your Grace, the children have not been faring well in the castle of late, Eric remarked, standing by the window while cradling a steaming cup of red tea, directing his words towards Janos, who lounged on the sofa, leisurely savoring a cigar. Meanwhile, Megan, buried in papers at her desk, lifted her head upon hearing James's comment, exclaiming, "They brought this upon themselves." She then turned her gaze towards Janos, her frustration evident. When will I ever escape this endless mountain of paperwork? Janos placed his cigar in the ashtray. When I deem it appropriate, Megan. Trust me, navigating through these tasks is beneficial for you. Megan rolled her eyes in defeat. If what you say holds true, but if you two weren't here, leisurely smoking cigars and sipping tea while I toil away at these damn documents, I believe I would feel considerably better. Ignoring Megan, Janos stood up from the sofa and approached the window to observe the three increasingly mature children below. Megan is correct. This is indeed their own doing. Eric shrugged, but I think the punishment has been sufficient. Perhaps they have already realized their mistakes? At that moment, Pierce angrily hurled his broom to the ground, prompting Janos to purse his lips in disappointment. See, he still harbors discontent and anger. Perhaps he believes the Brotherhood's response to his actions is excessively harsh. Eric sighed silently. But they are still just children. Janos shook his head resolutely. Eric, you cannot allow their age to serve as a shield from accountability. Moreover, they are far from ordinary children. Before being children, they are assassins. I must make these children understand that they cannot wield their youth as a defense for their misdeeds. Nor can they assume that being young absolves them of responsibility. If I were to indulge them, it would be a dereliction of duty, not only towards them, but also towards the adult assassins of the Brotherhood. Eric appeared unconvinced by Janos's argument. I beg your pardon for my audacity, your grace, but I believe you are being overly harsh, even unreasonable, towards these children. After all, during their youth, it is inevitable for them to be immature, impulsive, and to err. At this juncture, perhaps we should focus on educating them through dialogue, guiding them on what they should and should not do. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 135, An Outburst. Janos observed the 3 children below with a somber expression. For those fortunate enough to have stable families, perhaps your perspective holds merit. However, for these children who possess nothing, such a continuous approach is an extravagant luxury. The Brotherhood lacks the time and opportunity to personally educate them verbally. A single mistake could cost the Brotherhood a valuable member. How many errors can the Brotherhood afford from these children? James furrowed his brow and then sighed resignedly. Perhaps you are right, but I maintain my stance. I believe we must exercise greater tolerance towards young children. After all, they do not yet possess a fully developed soul, and their thoughts remain tender. Before they commit errors, they often fail to grasp the consequences. As adults, it is our responsibility to teach them, to make clear the repercussions they will face for certain actions. Janos smiled at Eric. Of course, you are entitled to your opinion. Mr. Eric, that is your freedom. However, allow me to pose a few questions. If a child, unaware of the destructive power of fire, ignites a blaze in the forest out of curiosity, resulting in the loss of countless citizens and firefighters, and he absconds at the moment of ignition, should this child not face legal consequences? Should he not be held accountable for the sacrifices of those innocent citizens and brave firefighters? Eric's expression turned serious. I personally believe the blame should fall upon the parents, as their negligence led to such an occurrence. If they had taken proper care of their child, keeping him away from danger, none of this would have happened. Janos placed a hand on Eric's shoulder. Your argument is not without merit, but you must consider the current times. In this chaotic and malevolent era, ordinary parents, striving to support their children, often spend at least 16 hours a day working in factories. Apart from those in privileged families, how many parents truly have the time to supervise their children? For those from humble households, merely spending time with their children is a luxury beyond their reach. Eric opened his mouth as if to respond, but ultimately remained silent, unable to articulate a counter to Janos's points. And I personally believe that a mother, having endured pain beyond what any ordinary man would experience to bring a child into the world, then returns to work in a factory shortly after childbirth, should not bear the burden for the disasters caused by her child's immaturity. As for the father, a man who works tirelessly from dawn until dusk to provide for his wife and child, he too should not suffer the consequences of his child's immature actions. Janos's expression remained impassive. I once heard a saying, a crime committed by a king is a crime against the citizens. I hold this saying in high regard, as it reflects the Brotherhood's ongoing pursuit of freedom and equality for all. Must a child's transgressions be excused by placing the burden upon others? No, they must bear the consequences themselves. Only through experiencing pain will they learn to contemplate the ramifications of their actions before proceeding, ensuring they will never act without fear of consequence. James stood silently before the window, feeling utterly incapable of countering the arguments of His Excellency, Janos. However, he could not shake the conviction that the noble's views were excessively extreme. Choosing not to engage further, he shifted his gaze to the window sill below, where Alice, looking weary, was preparing to leave. He deftly changed the subject. Ah, it seems our little assassins have indeed matured, now burdened by the woes of love. Yet, I must say, Alice appears quite unwell. She looks utterly fatigued. Perhaps her overthinking has led to insomnia. Based on my 7 years of experience in the cozy confines of Hogwarts, such behavior is not a promising sign. In the wizarding world, children like her, if left without guidance, often end up becoming psychologically disturbed dark wizards. I trust you understand my meaning. Do you not, Lord Janos? Janos observed the matching silhouette of Alice, unable to suppress the memories flooding his mind. How, during the times when the other assassins rested, she would secretly sneak to the training grounds, wielding a kitchen knife to practice late into the night, only to rise at dawn to commence her designated tasks. This relentless dedication was the reason behind her increasing exhaustion and deteriorating complexion. Yet James remained oblivious to these facts. Recently, he had been enjoying a rather indulgent lifestyle within the castle, retiring early each night, rising at 10 in the morning, consuming bread and milk, brewing himself a pot of red tea, and finally reclining atop the castle's gaming table, basking in the sun while sipping tea, leisurely waiting until noon to commence his work in the alchemy chamber. Janos gazed at Alice's frail back, a flicker of compassion igniting in his eyes. He pondered whether he had been overly harsh with these children. Nevertheless, he ultimately shook his head, steeling his resolve. Refinement comes through adversity. And perhaps this was a necessary trial for Alice and the others. Janos, I believe you should come and see this, Megan exclaimed, lifting her head from a table strewn with documents, holding up a note. Without hesitation, Janos swiftly approached, taking the note and reading it intently. Intelligence from the Black Crow gang indicated that in the Thames area of London, an orphanage named after the Woods had experienced multiple incidents of children going missing. A nun named Marina, who worked there, had reported the matter, yet with police involvement, the disappearances had not ceased. In fact, the occurrences had significantly escalated. Megan frowned, recalling, I have been there. I once rescued a child from a trafficker, and I met Sister Marina. Janos, his eyes narrowed in thought, finally remarked, perhaps I should congratulate you on your imminent liberation from these documents. Given your prior contact with the orphanage staff, I entrust this matter to you. It is imperative that you uncover the mastermind behind these abductions and bring them to justice. Chapter 136, Confusion. Megan leapt from her chair, elated. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Janos placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her to sit back down. While this matter is urgent, it is not so pressing that you must leave at once. There remains a short span until nightfall, and by the time you reach the Woods orphanage, it will be dark. How will you conduct your investigation? Continue with your current tasks and complete your work for today. Megan shot Janos a disdainful glance, her face darkening. Huh. I suspect you merely wish to avoid your own work, don't you, Janos? As night descended, the long-awaited moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the vast earth. On the high tower of the assassin's castle, Alice, drenched in sweat from hours of solitary training, sat with her arms wrapped around her legs, gazing up at the beautiful, luminous moonlight. Only after her training sessions could she find peace in solitude atop the castle, free from the disdainful glances of her fellow assassins and the whispered mockery of her pretentious roommates. Staring at the immaculate moonlight, Alice wished this moment could last forever. Though she knew it was unrealistic, with dawn would come the inevitable confrontation with idle gossip. Months ago, she had been indifferent to such matters, despite any rumors or isolation. As long as she had her two companions, she felt no fear or loneliness. Yet, upon learning of Pierce's feelings, she first felt resistance, followed by confusion. How could she reject him without jeopardizing the bond they had once shared? In her bewilderment, Alice felt compelled to distance herself from Pierce and Morgan, believing it to be the only way for Pierce to understand her feelings. However, the oblivious Mr. Pierce remained entirely unaware of Alice's inner turmoil, continuing to regard her with those infatuated eyes. His reaction left her in deep distress. She yearned to escape the weight of his gaze, yet did not wish to lose the two companions she had grown so close to since joining the Brotherhood. Sighing softly, Alice parted her lips, revealing a row of pearly white teeth as a deep, melodious lament escaped her. She removed her heavy boots, exposing her delicate, fair feet, and tossed the boots aside. Her toes, elegantly shaped and evenly aligned, curled slightly as she sat cross-legged on the ground, using her long, graceful hands to massage her weary feet. Ah, it seems I'm not the only one who seeks solace atop the castle during moments of distress. A voice suddenly broke the fragile tranquility. Startled, Alice turned to see a man clad in a black coat with red trim, a black hat adorned with a crimson band, elegantly emerging from the shadows. In that instant, all the grievances Alice had endured over the past few months surged forth, as if she had found a confidant to whom she could unburden her soul. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and dripping on her chest. She remained silent, not wiping away her tears, but simply gazing at him. Janos sighed deeply, bending to pick up the abandoned boots at her feet. With one hand resting on his cane and the other carrying the boots, he approached Alice and set them down beside her before sitting next to her. So, my toothless lady, what troubles have befallen you? It is the first time I have seen tears upon the countenance of our strong and independent Miss Alice, Janos remarked, smiling gently at her. Alice wiped her tears with her sleeve, continuing to embrace her legs, burying her face between her knees. It is nothing of great significance, merely trivial matters. I apologize, Lord Janos, for losing my composure in your presence. Janos regarded the stubborn girl beside him and, with a resigned sigh, reached out to gently pat her head. Are you lamenting the severity of my discipline towards you and your companions? Alice vigorously shook her head, nestled between her legs. "No, I have never felt that your punishment towards us was severe. In fact, I believe it to be rather lenient. The mere fact that you did not expel us from the Brotherhood is a stroke of fortune, considering that the three of us have caused several assassins within the Brotherhood to be injured." Janos paused momentarily as he caressed Alice's head. Then a teasing smile appeared on his face. "Ah, so it is Mr. Pierce that troubles you, is it?" Alice abruptly lifted her head and fixed her gaze on Janos. "How did you know?" Janos lowered his hand and gazed into the dark sky, fixating on the solitary glimmer of light. "I've been keeping an eye on you. You are, after all, the one I hold in the highest regard among these assassins. Do you think I would neglect those around you?" I knew of Mr. Pierce's affections the moment he first revealed them. Perhaps I understood it even before you did. I never anticipated that our dear lady with the missing teeth would attract the admiration of a gentleman. Alice's face flushed with urgency. "Please do not jest. I'm at a loss about what to do. I do not wish to alter our trio's relationship, yet I am unsure how to reject Pierce while preserving our camaraderie. Please help me, Mr. Janos. You must know what I ought to do." Janos, stroking his chin, assessed the beautiful young woman before him. "I must say, Alice, you have grown and become increasingly lovely. Perhaps you fail to realize that your charm is utterly irresistible to someone as substantial as Mr. Pierce. However, I cannot comprehend why you are so concerned about the current state of your friendship with the two of them. Do you believe that refusing Pierce will maintain this friendship? Or do you think that reciprocating his affection will alter your trio's bond?" Chapter 137, Enlightenment. Alice was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to Janos. "Alice, you must trust your friends a bit more. You should believe that they will not abandon you over such matters. Moreover, you must distinguish between friendship and love. They are not mutually exclusive. If one of your friends ceases to be your companion because you choose to pursue a relationship with the other, then that friend is not worthy of your affection. They do not regard you as a true friend. Similarly, if you reject a friend's advances and they distance themselves from you over it, that person is equally unfit for friendship, as their feelings for you are more about love than camaraderie. Would you not agree?" Alice pondered for a long while, and, eventually, a long-lost smile returned to her face. "I believe you are right. I cannot conflate love with friendship. That, in itself, is erroneous." Janos beamed at the joyful young lady before him, his own smile unfolding. "Indeed, you must not reject love in the name of preserving friendship, nor should you feel compelled to accept love for the sake of friendship. You need not overthink it. If you like him, then respond to him. If you do not feel anything for him, then reject him decisively. You must make a choice." Alice nodded vigorously. "I understand now, Mr. Janos. Thank you. I know what I must do." Janos chuckled softly, shaking his head in a gesture that signified no need for thanks. "By the way, I recall hearing a rather novel perspective on love that might intrigue you." Alice sat up straight, her bare feet together, her expression brimming with eagerness. "Yes, I wish to hear it. Please tell me." Janos nodded with a smile. "It is said that love is merely a hormonal reaction, a substance they have discovered within the human body. They claim that when a man and woman first yearn to see one another, certain sex hormones are secreted, sustaining that desire. Once they are together, love enters its next phase, during which the body produces two substances known as dopamine and serotonin. These can elevate your feelings of love to a near-manic state, sustaining that love for 2 to 4 years. This explains why one tends to feel so passionately and frantically in love at the outset." Alice was taken aback. "If what you say is true, I must admit it shatters my long-held romantic ideals." Janos could not help but laugh. This is merely a rather novel interpretation. Personally, I still believe love to be sacred, something not easily dissected by mere mortals. If one's feelings for another were as superficial as they describe, we would not have so many poignant love stories throughout history, would we?" Alice nodded in agreement, her adorable head bobbing. "Yes, I find your perspective far more convincing." Janos stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers, then extended his hand to Alice, who remained seated on the cold ground. "It is getting late. Both you and your mentor, Janos, should have long since drifted into slumber." Alice shyly grasped Janos's large, sturdy hand and stood up. "I believe you are right. I apologize for taking up so much of your time to counsel me." Janos observed Alice, still barefoot on the frigid ground, and picked up her dainty leather boots from the floor, offering them to her. A beautiful lady should not tread barefoot on the ground. Alice, her face a deep crimson, accepted the boots and held them close. "Thank you, Mr. Janos." Janos placed his hand once more atop Alice's head. "Do not mention it. Go rest now. When the time is right, I shall restore your identities as assassins." Seeing the evident delight on Alice's face, Janos could not suppress a fond smile. "Meanwhile, after you complete your tasks, do refrain from your nightly training. Training while fatigued will yield little progress. Alice nodded silently, a sense of glee swelling within her. Janos's words confirmed that he was indeed keeping a close watch over her. Janos nodded in satisfaction. Then, leaning on his cane, he made his way toward the castle. Continuing to speak, "Once you regain your identities as assassins, I shall announce that you will be my first and likely only apprentice." Alice gazed in disbelief at Janos's retreating figure. In the next moment, she stifled a scream of joy. She must confess that becoming Mr. Janos's apprentice was a dream she had longed to fulfill for so long. Inside the castle's upper chamber, Eric, concealed in invisibility, watched Janos enter the castle. A smirk gracing his lips as he mused. "I thought you would be too indifferent to concern yourself with that young girl. Yet here you are, having uttered such words in the afternoon, and now you personally come to counsel her in the evening. How disingenuous. Mr. Eric, what brings you here at this late hour instead of resting in your own room?" Eric jumped at the sudden voice, startled, and turned to see Janos, whose pupils had transformed into slitted animal-like orbs. Internally, Eric cursed the annoying, eagle-eyed man. Nevertheless, he donned a fawning smile and spoke to Janos. "Ah, it is you. Lord Janos, I merely noticed the rare beauty of the moon tonight from my room and thought to spend a while on the terrace." Janos regarded Eric with disdain. "Huh, do you underestimate a master assassin's awareness of his surroundings? I detected your presence in the vicinity the moment I arrived. Besides, does one require invisibility to admire the moon? Or do you, Mr. Eric, believe your magic is so abundant that you must expend some of it?" Realizing that he could no longer deceive himself, Eric helplessly shrugged his shoulders and admitted, "All right, I confess, I am somewhat concerned about this young lady, which is why I have been trailing her since I left the study. However, I must say, her level of vigilance is indeed far superior to that of other little assassins. Initially, I merely approached her a tad closer, and her hand immediately reached for the dinner knife. Had I not been quick on my feet, I dare say she would have activated her hawk eye." Janos chuckled with pride. "Do you think she is just anyone? She is the apprentice of the first mentor of the Brotherhood. If she lacks even this level of skill, I would need to reconsider her suitability as my apprentice." Chapter 138, Sister Marina, the Wooten Orphanage. Sister Marina sat wearily on a bench at the entrance of the orphanage, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the donation forms laid out before her. Staring at the pristine white sheets, devoid of any signatures, she rubbed her temples in frustration. Reclining against the back of the chair, while looking up at the sun hanging high in the sky, with a resigned sigh, she pondered the grim reality that the Wooten Orphanage might be on the verge of collapse. This orphanage had always relied on municipal funding and societal donations for its sustenance. However, following the inexplicable disappearance of several orphans, the municipality ceased its financial support as the influential figures had lost trust in the institution. They believed that perhaps rebuilding a new orphanage or completely overhauling the existing staff would be a better option. Should this situation persist, Sister Marina might face the grim prospect of unemployment, not to mention being a nun dismissed by the government, which would pose significant challenges in securing her next position. This orphanage held immense significance for her, as it was the very place where she had grown up, brimming with her countless youthful memories. After spending her formative years here, she chose to enter a novice convent, where she trained to become a nun. Subsequently, defying the wishes of the priest who had once favored her, she resolutely returned to this place to serve as a staff member. Having worked here for 2 years, she had become intimately familiar with the workings and interpersonal dynamics of the orphanage. Naturally, she wished to see it flourish. Moreover, if possible, she did not want to leave, as she even envisioned spending her old age here. Suddenly, as Sister Marina was lost in her despondent thoughts, the sound of a coin being dropped into the donation box broke the silence. From that clear, ringing sound, she recognized it as a penny. She abruptly lifted her head to behold a man, illuminated by the sunlight, who appeared remarkably noble and divine. "Good day, Sister Marina. It is a pleasure to see you again, though it seems you are not in the best of spirits." Sister Marina regarded the well-dressed man with a familiar face, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him. Eventually, she could only respond apologetically, "I am terribly sorry, sir. Although you seem familiar, I genuinely cannot recall where I have seen you before." Upon uttering her apology, she sighed in relief as the man did not appear offended by her forgetfulness. Instead, he shrugged. "Well, it seems the fault lies with my lack of distinctiveness, or perhaps time has dulled your memory of me. Allow me to reintroduce myself." The man removed his hat politely, placing it over his heart before bowing slightly to Sister Marina. "Greetings, Sister Marina. You may call me Megan. You may not be familiar with this name, as I did not mention it before, but you surely remember Sandro, the child who was nearly abducted." Hearing Megan's words, Sister Marina froze for a moment before suddenly rising to her feet, pointing at him as she exclaimed, I remember now. You are the anonymous gentleman who saved Sandro 2 years ago. With a satisfied smile on Megan's face, Sister Marina suddenly realized her actions might have been overly forward and hastily lowered her finger, feeling embarrassed for having acted so impolitely toward a gentleman. I apologize. I was simply taken aback and did not intend to offend you, Mr. Megan. Megan regarded the flustered Sister Marina, who was bowing repeatedly while apologizing, and waved his hand dismissively. Haha, I understand. I accept your apology. With that, Sister Marina breathed a sigh of relief and handed him the pen from the table. Please write your name and address on the form, and we shall send you a modest gift afterward. Megan took the pen, but gently placed it back on the table. I think that will not be necessary. Perhaps you could save the cost of a gift to help sustain this orphanage. Sister Marina shook her head with a smile. You misunderstand. The gift is not something we purchase from a store. All the gifts are handcrafted by the children of this orphanage. I hope you will not refuse. Just as Megan was about to decline once more, a police carriage distinctly marked rolled slowly from a distance, finally stopping at the entrance of the Wooten orphanage. Megan frowned as he spotted the man he despised stepping out of the carriage, Gregor Greystead. At the same time, Gregor, upon disembarking, immediately recognized Megan. Am I mistaken? Or is that Mr. Megan Dorian I see here? Megan shot Gregor a glance before turning back to write his name and the address of Dorian Manor on the form. What? Is this road being repaired by your police department, or do other people pass by here, Sheriff Gregor? Gregor produced his worn-out pipe from his pocket, placing it between his lips as he lit it and took a deep puff. I believe Mr. Megan has misunderstood my intentions. I was merely curious as to why you are here. After completing the paperwork, Megan pointed to the donation box, casting a disdainful look at Gregor. I had no idea our London protector, Sheriff Gregor Greystead, was such a blind man. Meanwhile, Claude, having returned to duty, emerged from the carriage with his hat in hand, casting a curious yet somewhat pitying glance at Megan. Given his knowledge of Sheriff Gregor, Claude feared this encounter might not end well for Megan, possibly resulting in a long night at the precinct. However, what transpired next left Claude stunned. Rather than being angered by Megan's caustic remarks, Sheriff Gregor approached the donation box, retrieved a thin wallet from his pocket, and tossed a penny into the box. Subsequently, Gregor leaned over the table, speaking softly. I believe I have guessed why you have reappeared here, Mr. Megan Dorian. If you do not mind, perhaps we could have a private conversation? Chapter 139, Suspicion. Megan followed Gregor to a nearby alley not far from the Wooten orphanage, casually leaning against the wall. I do not believe we have anything to discuss, Sheriff Gregor Greystead. Gregor frowned, taking a deep puff from his pipe. But you ultimately came to see me, did you not? Megan let out a mocking laugh. Huh. I suspect you did not summon me here for mere chit-chat. Did you? What is it that you wish to discuss? Gregory, while puffing on his pipe, leaned against the wall like Megan. I am aware of your purpose for being here. What you may not know is that we received a report from the orphanage director a month ago. Megan's face was filled with disdain. So, during this entire month, what have you been doing? Has your police department fallen so low that you cannot even apprehend the traffickers lurking under your very noses? If that is indeed the case, I must question whether someone among you is colluding with them. Gregory's countenance appeared exceedingly haggard, evidently. The orphanage trafficking case had caused him considerable distress. If it were merely an internal traitor, it would be a relief. Megan furrowed her brow slightly. Enough of your complaints. Tell me, what is truly happening? Why have you not captured the criminals during this prolonged period? Standing upright, Gregory replied. Upon receiving the report, I immediately assigned personnel to patrol the vicinity of the orphanage. However, a week later, a child went missing. Initially, I suspected that some officers had been negligent in their duties, and I reprimanded them publicly. I subsequently increased the number of personnel and even sent trusted aides to assist in the patrols. But Megan listened intently, her brow furrowed in concentration. A week later, another child vanished, and at that moment, I realized the situation was perhaps more complex than I had anticipated. I doubled the patrols and even participated personally, thinking this time, no child would go missing. If that wretched trafficker dared to show up again, I would ensure they faced dire consequences. Megan pursed her lips, clearly. Your methods have not proven as effective as you hoped. Otherwise, we would not be having this conversation. Gregory nodded glumly. You are correct. We have failed. Another child disappeared from the orphanage a week later, and even stationing officers at the orphanage to protect the children proved futile, as another child vanished precisely on schedule every week. Megan, deep in thought, nodded. To abduct children under your watchful eyes, this trafficker must possess some remarkable skill. Gregory shook his head gravely. I am certain this is not the capability of an ordinary criminal. The only individuals capable of such audacity, besides your elusive assassins, must be those with extraordinary powers, perhaps even sorcerers. I realized this during the conflict in the warehouse. You assassins can contend with sorcerers. Like those sorcerers, you possess abilities beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Megan feigned outrage, as if accusing Gregory of slander. Us assassins? I must inform you, Mr. Gregory, that you should choose your words with care. If you continue to defame us, rest assured, our next meeting will be in court. Gregory regarded her expressionless as she theatrically performed. Very well, perhaps you are not an assassin. But let us return to the topic of the trafficking case. While I harbor a strong disdain for these law-breaking assassins, I must concede that they are unlikely to be behind such actions. Thus, we should temporarily dismiss them and focus on those extraordinary sorcerers. Megan ceased her theatrics and shrugged. So, you believe that sorcerers are involved in the trafficking case? Gregory took a solemn puff from his pipe. Perhaps their involvement goes beyond mere participation. It could be those sorcerers themselves who are abducting these unfortunate children. Megan regarded Gregory with a puzzled expression. What leads you to such a conclusion? What is your rationale? Gregory hesitated. Isn't it obvious? Evil sorcerers always require pure boys or girls to sacrifice to demons in exchange for greater power. I recall many books stating this. Megan's face broke into a wicked smile. And then the sorcerer is discovered by a noble knight who, in a fearless charge, causes the evil sorcerer to fall upon the blood-soaked ground, thereby saving the children yet to be sacrificed. Am I correct? Gregory looked at her in astonishment. How do you know? Cough, cough. Realizing his blunder, Gregory hastily coughed to mask his embarrassment. Megan could not help but laugh. Sheriff Gregory, I must advise you to read fewer of those fabricated fairy tales. While they may contain some truths, they are predominantly fiction. If you genuinely believe that such narratives can guide you against sorcerers, I would be delighted to attend your funeral. Gregory, awkwardly puffing on his pipe, shouted in irritation. Then what should I do? I have lived nearly 30 years believing this world lacks those fantastical powers, and then suddenly, physically superior assassins emerged, followed by sorcerers straight out of fairy tales. If I do not familiarize myself with these tales, how am I to combat them? Megan raised an eyebrow. Perhaps dealing with them is not your responsibility, and indeed, you should not provoke sorcerers. Once a sorcerer harbors malice towards you, your demise is not far off. Gregory shook his head seriously. If they continue to hide, I will not provoke them. After all, who does not wish to live a little longer? However, when they manifest in this world and commit serious violations, if I do not take action to protect our tax-paying citizens, then I would be betraying the uniform I wear. Megan observed the weary yet resolute expression on Sheriff Gregory's face, and she could not help but think that he was indeed a person of considerable responsibility and a strong sense of justice. Chapter 140, Cooperation. Gregory sighed helplessly. Though it is pleasant to hear, I must admit that I truly find myself at a loss regarding crimes committed by non-humans. In fact, even if I had not encountered you today, I would have sought out you two brothers at the manor. Megan teased him with a smirk. Oh? Seeking out your self-proclaimed assassins to assist you in solving the case. Gregory, irritated, ruffled his hair. Do you think I wish to do this? Yet if I consider only my dignity and principles, without consulting professionals like you, I fear it will not be long before every child in this orphanage is taken. Megan shrugged. While I agree with your logic and perspective, regrettably, I am not an assassin. Perhaps you should seek out true assassins to aid you while I, being merely an ordinary rich heir, possess no capability to assist you against sorcerers. You see, I was no match for that sorcerer in the warehouse, so enlisting my help would be futile. Gregory leisurely took a puff from his pipe, clearly unconvinced by Megan's words. He bypassed the issue of identity and spoke directly. I need the assassin's assistance. Each week, a child disappears. If they're willing to help, I believe we can prevent another child from falling victim to their persecution. Without awaiting Megan's response, Gregory turned and walked towards the alley's exit. Megan watched him retreating, furrowing her brow before finally murmuring. As an ordinary person, I cannot assist you, but I believe that if those assassins become aware of this situation, they will handle it without your prompting. Gregory glanced back at Megan for a brief moment before continuing his stride outward, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. It's all well and good, but do not assume that when those assassins next appear before me, I shall refrain from apprehending them. Standing outside the alley, Claude observed the subtle joy etched across Sheriff Gregory's face. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what had transpired between the sheriff and Megan. For the anxiety that had lingered on Gregory's countenance for so long had dissipated in a mere 15 minutes. Sheriff, you appear to have had a delightful conversation with Mr. Megan. Is there any good news? Gregory, wearing a carefree expression, replied to Claude, "No, nothing of the sort. I've merely found a professional adept at handling such cases." Claude furrowed his brow. "A professional? Your Grace, have you not been suspecting that this case was perpetrated by those wizards? Have you found those legendary monster hunters?" Without giving Gregory a chance to respond, Claude continued, In a world where wizards genuinely exist, it stands to reason that monster hunters are also real. And within ancient noble families like the Dorians, there must be channels to contact them. I should have thought of that sooner. If we could establish a connection with those hunters through the Dorian family, and perhaps even recruit a seasoned hunter as a consultant for our police department, we would no longer feel at a loss when faced with such cases. A slight twitch crossed Gregory's eyelid, but he ultimately acquiesced to Claude's line of thought. In a certain sense, you are correct. Claude gazed at his superior with admiration. Your Grace, I must say, your wisdom astounds me. You always manage to lead us to a solution when we find ourselves in a predicament. At that moment, Megan stepped out behind Gregory and couldn't help but chuckle at Claude's exuberance. Sheriff Gregory, your subordinate is quite amusing. Gregory shot Claude an embarrassed glare before turning to Megan. This fellow has been with me for several years and is my most trusted aide. He is a good lad, but as you can see, his exuberant nature has led to my request for his promotion being denied year after year. If he could exhibit a modicum of restraint, perhaps he would have been my equal 2 years ago. Megan pouted slightly. I rather think I prefer individuals of such a spirited disposition. He is far more entertaining than your stern and serious self. Completing the exchange, Megan approached Claude, extending his right hand. Pleased to meet you, mate. I am Megan Dorian. I believe we may have much in common. Claude stared at the outstretched hand in surprise before hastily offering his own. My apologies. I was momentarily taken aback. After all, this is the first time in my life I've had the honor of meeting someone of your stature. It is a privilege to meet you. You may call me Claude. Megan chuckled, patting Claude on the shoulder. No need for such formality. Just call me Megan. Observing Megan's demeanor, Claude sensed the sincerity behind his words and exhaled a sigh of relief. His curiosity piqued. He asked, All right, Mr. Megan, may I inquire if I could witness those legendary monster hunters with my own eyes? Forgive my impertinence, but I grew up hearing tales of them, and now that I know they truly exist, I am eager to meet them. Megan first cast a mockingly amused glance at Gregory before shaking his head solemnly at the hopeful Claude. I am truly sorry, but I must decline your request. The monster hunters have certain regulations that prohibit them from revealing their identities to ordinary folk. Claude sighed, disappointment etched across his face, and forced a smile. Perhaps you are right. If they were so easily accessible to the common man, they would have long since exposed themselves to public scrutiny. Megan looked at the despondent Claude with a playful grin. Do not be so disheartened. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall take you to meet them. Gregory, however, was growing impatient with their conversation. Very well, Claude. Perhaps your inquiries can wait until after work. Now, Mr. Megan, would you be so kind as to accept my invitation to accompany me on a visit to the orphanage? After a moment of contemplation, Megan nodded in agreement. After all, it would be more prudent to join Gregory and his party at the orphanage to gather information rather than attempting to glean it independently, thus saving him a considerable amount of time. Chapter 141, Theft. As Megan entered the orphanage with Gregory and the others, Marina's gaze upon him became somewhat peculiar. It was understandable, for who would expect that the gentleman who had just made a donation would suddenly transform into a member of the most powerful noble family in all of London? Upon stepping through the orphanage's entrance, Megan was enveloped by an air of dilapidation and desolation. He surveyed the neglected trees in the yard, their branches sprawling chaotically, the ground blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves, some of which showed signs of rotting. In the midst of 2 sturdy trees, a swing dangled with only one rope tethered to the trunk, forlornly lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the once pristine white walls of the houses that loomed in the yard were now marred with yellow stains and cracks. If someone resided within, they would surely be chilled to the bone by the frigid winds seeping through the crevices on cold nights. Megan regarded the squalid orphanage with a complex expression. Turning to Sister Marina, he remarked, although I had mentally prepared myself before entering, Sister Marina, how long has it been since anyone last cleaned this place? Sister Marina's face bore a heart-wrenching sorrow. Do you think this orphanage has the funds to hire cleaners? The money allocated by the municipal office is barely enough to sustain the children and staff here. As for the last time this place was cleaned, I believe it was during my tenure as a resident. Megan's expression reflected disbelief. So you were once a part of this orphanage? Well, I understand the hardships you face, but I did not expect your living conditions to be so. Sister Marina smiled kindly at Megan. So pitiful? Megan quickly bowed his head in apology. Forgive me. Madam, I did not mean to offend. Sister Marina waved her hand dismissively. You have not offended me. Your words are merely the truth. God does not punish a person for speaking honestly. Mr. Megan, you may perceive us as unfortunate, but the children living here, the sisters, and our beloved director, do not feel pain or sorrow. On the contrary, such a life brings us joy. Megan raised an eyebrow. Joy? Forgive my skepticism, but do you genuinely believe that these children, who may not even have enough to eat, find happiness in living here? Sister Marina maintained her serene smile. Indeed. They are happy. I believe this happiness is of a kind that Mr. Megan might struggle to comprehend. In this large family, they may go hungry, wear inadequate clothing, and sleep on hard beds, but they have a community of loving companions, as well as caring sisters and a director. Megan found it difficult to grasp the sort of happiness Sister Marina spoke of. He even began to question her clarity of thought. Can affection and camaraderie truly alleviate their hunger and cold? Sister Marina smiled gently and shook her head. I fear that affection and care cannot alleviate their hunger and cold. However, when one finds themselves alone, starving in a frigid room, they come to realize that the experience is vastly different from being surrounded by a group of hungry companions, huddled together for warmth. Having never encountered such a situation, Megan found it hard to believe Sister Marina's words, yet he refrained from contradicting her, remaining silent. For he had not endured such hardships himself, and thus lacked the authority to dispute the experiences of those who had. Sister Marina observed Megan's silence, and, with a perceptive understanding, deftly shifted the conversation. She pointed to a nun striding purposefully in the distance. That lady ahead is Sister Daniele. Like me, she is responsible for caring for the children here. Megan glanced up towards Sister Daniele, who wore a black and white habit. Beneath her large eyes lay a prominent nose. Were it not for the prominent overbite extending from her lips, she might have been considered quite beautiful. At that moment, Sister Daniele was vociferously reprimanding a girl of about 6 years old standing before her. Joanna, did you think I wouldn't notice you stealing a shilling from my room? Do you wish to end up like that wretched thieving father of yours, hanging from the gallows? Megan's eyes twitched, and he quietly remarked to Sister Marina, Is this your notion of care? Sister Marina shook her head. Sister Daniele is not like me. I returned to this orphanage of my own volition, while she was sent here as a form of punishment by the church during my studies. Her patience with the children has always been rather lacking. I apologize. I may need to delay you for a moment to see what trouble that foolish girl Joanna has caused. Without waiting for Megan and Gregory's response, Sister Marina lifted her habit and hurried towards Sister Daniele. Sister Daniele, what has that foolish girl Joanna done to provoke such wrath from you? Joanna, with her watery eyes, looked to Sister Marina for help, murmuring, Sister Marina. From now on, silence. Sister Daniele glared fiercely at Joanna, causing the girl to shiver in fear, before turning her expressionless gaze back to Sister Marina. It is Sister Marina. I merely discovered a disgraceful theft. That shameful thief took a shilling from my room. Sister Marina furrowed her brow and crouched down, her expression serious as she addressed Joanna. Child, tell me, is what Sister Daniele claims true? Joanna appeared frightened by Sister Daniele's demeanor, unable to respond, merely shaking her head nervously. Witnessing Joanna's fear, Sister Marina instinctively narrowed her eyes, understanding the situation. It was unfortunate for Joanna to have crossed paths with Sister Daniele during her ill-tempered moment. It was well known that Sister Daniele had a tendency to unjustly accuse the children of wrongdoing when in a foul mood. Sister Marina straightened up, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Sister Daniele. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming impulse to slap Sister Daniele across the face. Chapter 142, Sister Marina. Sister Marina struggled to contain her impulse, striving to soften her expression as she forced a smile towards Sister Daniele. Sister Daniele, may I ask if you actually witnessed Joanna taking a shilling from your room? Sister Daniele pouted. I saw her emerge from my room. When I entered, I discovered a shilling missing from my purse. If it wasn't this pickpocket's daughter who took it, then did the shilling sprout legs and run off by itself? Why don't we first inquire why Joanna was in our room? Sister Marina gently patted Joanna's head, her tone soothing. Then, child, tell Sister Daniele and me, why were you in a nun's room? Joanna, clearly intimidated by Sister Daniele, stammered, I came to find you, Sister Marina. Sister Daniele wore a mocking expression, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, so Joanna came to our room looking for Sister Marina? Did you not know that Sister Marina would be fundraising at the door all day? Sister Marina shielded Joanna behind her, defiantly staring at Sister Daniele. Joanna is only 5. We cannot expect her to comprehend everything. Sister Marina's lips curled into a tight smile, making her already prominent overbite even more conspicuous. Oh, I do not share your opinion. In fact, I believe our Joanna possesses a unique talent, learning how to steal at such a young age and mastering the art of deception. At that moment, Sister Marina could no longer tolerate the presence of the overbitten nun before her. Her face flushed with anger as she shouted at her, "Enough! You vile nun! You should not malign a girl like that." Sister Daniele stood frozen, evidently taken aback by Sister Marina's fierce retort. After several seconds of stunned silence, she shot a furious glare at the enraged nun. "I can hardly believe you would dare to accuse me." "Ha! Accuse. What gives you the right to deem my words slanderous? Just because she looks at you with those pitiful eyes?" Sister Marina fixed her fiery gaze on Sister Daniele. "What gives you the authority to assert that Joanna stole your money? Is it merely your conjecture, or your absurd reasoning?" Sister Daniele coldly regarded Joanna, "Since our opinions diverge, why don't we search Joanna to see if she has the shilling? Perhaps we should rely on facts." Sister Marina was infuriated. The mere thought of searching a child was appalling, for it would undoubtedly leave a lasting psychological scar, potentially ruining the child. She rejected Sister Danielle's suggestion, instead pointing towards Megan and Sheriff Gregory, who were approaching. "We have no right to search anyone, but look who is coming. Perhaps we should let Sheriff Gregory handle this matter. What do you think, Sister Daniele?" Sister Daniele furrowed her brow, glancing at Sheriff Gregory in the distance. Then turning back to regard Sister Marina and Joanna with a tempestuous expression. This is merely a private matter within the orphanage. I have no desire to involve the authorities." "Very well, Joanna. Congratulations on escaping this time. But you must understand, you cannot rely on luck every time. And you, Sister Marina, one day, you will regret this. Mark my words, that day is not far off." Without waiting for Sister Marina and Joanna to respond, Sister Daniele turned on her heel, muttering as she walked away. Megan, watching Sister Daniele depart, turned to Sister Marina with a complex expression. "I always believed that nuns were a kind and cultured group, but this nun has shattered my illusion." Sister Marina let out a resigned sigh. "I must admit, Mr. Megan, in every place, there are always one or two who do not fit in. You cannot allow them to taint your perception of others. Generally speaking, nuns are kind-hearted and well-mannered." Megan nodded in agreement, expressing his approval of her viewpoint. "So, Sister Marina, you were sent here as a form of punishment by the church. Do you know what her offense was?" Sister Marina gazed at Sister Daniele in the distance with a complicated expression. "Perhaps I should not share this with you, as it is, after all, her private matter." Megan shrugged and said, "However, I believe it is imperative that you inform us about the staff here, as it is essential for the protection of the children in this orphanage. In certain circumstances, we may need to designate some staff members as subjects of surveillance. I hope you can understand." Marina vigorously shook her head. "Are you suggesting that Sister Daniele is connected to the disappearance of the children?" "No, that is inconceivable. Perhaps she does exhibit some peculiarities in her character, but overall, she is a kind-hearted individual." Megan remained silent, conveying through her gaze to the nun that she stood firm in her beliefs. Observing the determination in Megan's eyes, Marina sighed in resignation and began to recount Sister Danielle's story. "I am uncertain whether what I know is entirely accurate, but I implore you not to disclose this to anyone. I once heard a priest mention that Sister Daniele had committed the sin of fornication." Megan looked at Sister Marina in astonishment. "Fornication? As far as I am aware, nuns found guilty of such a transgression are typically executed. Why then? Was she merely assigned here?" Sister Marina inhaled deeply. This is not surprising, for the one who shared in her transgression was a bishop within the church. Megan was taken aback, admitting her shock. "A high-ranking bishop? Forgive my audacity, but this seems utterly illogical. If this bishop desired, surely there would be numerous beautiful nuns in the convent eager to share his bed. Why would he choose a nun who is, well, not particularly striking in appearance?" Sister Marina shook her head. "I cannot say. I was not present at the time, so I have no knowledge of the specifics. I can only relay the tale as I know it." Megan nodded. "Very well. Please continue with Sister Danielle's story. I will endeavor not to interrupt." Chapter 143. Doubt. "A priest once informed me that Sister Daniele was once a remarkably gentle and kind nun," Sister Marina began, organizing her thoughts as she spoke to Sheriff Gregory, who stood beside Megan. "She would often go hungry, sharing one of her 2 meals with beggars who came to the convent, and she would even give away her clothing, despite her own robes being riddled with holes. Perhaps her appearance was not conventionally beautiful, but her spirit was truly noble and beautiful, a sentiment shared by the other nuns and priests, even the clergy." Gregory interjected, taking a drag from a cigarette. "It seems something must have transpired to alter the perceptions of those nuns and priests." Sister Marina nodded regretfully. "Indeed, as you have suggested. Sheriff Gregory, something did occur within the church. In the autumn of a certain year, individuals began to notice that Sister Daniele had been appearing unwell for some time, which caused concern among the priest responsible for her care. Several times, he urged Sister Daniele to seek a physician, but she consistently declined, insisting that her malaise was merely due to a lack of rest and that she would feel better after some respite. Initially, the priest did not think much of it, believing her claims. She was simply fatigued and needed rest. However, in the following month, Sister Danielle's condition worsened significantly. Her complexion began to yellow, and she developed spots. Her strength waned, and she lost her appetite, often succumbing to vomiting. The situation culminated in her fainting within the church, which alarmed the priest, prompting him to gather some aides and nuns to take her to the hospital for examination. Sheriff Gregor shrugged. In my investigations, I have encountered numerous pregnant women, and from her symptoms, she appears to be with child. Megan shot Gregor a sharp glare. Having been interrupted during the story, Sheriff Gregor, perhaps you should learn to be more courteous and refrain from interrupting others while they are speaking. Gregor's cheeks twitched, as if he might unleash his anger, but ultimately, he restrained himself. Very well. I shall not utter another word. Sister Marina smiled gratefully at Megan and continued with Sister Danielle's past. Although Sheriff Gregor's interruption was unwelcome, he is indeed correct. After examination at the hospital, they were astonished to discover that Sister Daniele was already over 3 months pregnant. Subsequently, Sister Daniele was confined to a cell within the convent, and the priest promptly reported the matter to the church, as her transgression was so grievous that the priest lacked the authority to judge or punish her. A short time later, the church sent representatives to take Sister Daniele away, where she was interrogated by 2 bishops regarding the identity of the man responsible for her pregnancy. During this period, Sister Daniele suffered greatly, yet the bishops ultimately failed to extract the name of the man from her. They could only deduce from letters found in her room that he was also a member of the church, and the content of those letters indicated that he held a significant position, as only someone of the bishopric would possess such knowledge. The 2 bishops submitted their findings to the Pope. For now, the matter involved a highly influential bishop, and thus it was beyond their authority to pass judgment. Even more astonishing was the decree issued by the Pope thereafter. I trust you are aware of the typical punishment for a nun found guilty of fornication, correct? Yes, ordinarily, Sister Daniele would be subjected to a brutal whipping until death. However, the Pope did not impose such a sentence. Instead, in the guise of punishment, Sister Daniele was dispatched to the Wu orphanage. Megan furrowed her brow. Forgive my impertinence, but if it were me, I might suspect that there was some undisclosed affair between the Pope and Sister Daniele, for surely the Pope would not disregard church doctrine for the sake of a bishop. Mr. Megan, your suspicions are quite reasonable, Marina responded, shaking her head dismissively. However, one cannot expect a man over 70 years of age to father a child, can they? Megan paused, then sheepishly chuckled. My apologies. I was unaware that your Pope was so advanced in years. Sister Marina sighed in resignation. As you have noted, the Pope should not disregard church doctrine for a mere bishop, yet he did indeed do so. This led to a flurry of unfortunate rumors circulating within the church, with some speculating that the bishop might be the Pope's illegitimate son, while others believed the bishop had bribed the Pope. During that time, many considered the Pope too old, even senile, and felt he was unfit to remain in his position, advocating for a younger successor. Ultimately, nothing changed. The Pope remained, the punishment did not alter, and Sister Daniele arrived at the Wu orphanage. Upon her arrival, Sister Daniele transformed. The once gentle, kind nun who adored children was gone, replaced by a woman filled with impatience and venomous words, harboring disdain for all the children in the orphanage. She even resorted to corporal punishment for those she deemed to have erred. Megan squinted, her hand brushing against the fine stubble on her chin. What a captivating tale. So, Sister Marina, do you believe there's a possibility that Sister Daniele might have been involved in the abduction of the orphans? Sister Marina's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Megan. What? Are you insinuating that Sister Daniele could have participated in something so atrocious? She shook her head vehemently. No, that is utterly impossible. Perhaps Sister Daniele has changed, no longer embodying the kindness she once had, but she has certainly not transformed into a villain. Furthermore, you possess no evidence to substantiate such claims. Megan raised her hand in an attempt to calm the visibly agitated Sister Marina. I am not asserting that she is definitely involved. I am merely expressing suspicion. Chapter 145, The Principal. Sister Marina's formerly gentle and kind visage was now marred by anger, her voice taking on a sharper tone. I cannot believe this. I had thought Mr. Megan to be a true gentleman. Megan looked at Sister Marina in confusion. Have I inadvertently offended you? Sister Marina inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. Are you truly so quick to suspect a lady simply because she has changed from her former benevolent self? I would argue that such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. Meghan felt a headache coming on. This was the first time he had encountered such a spirited woman. He was compelled to cast a pleading glance towards Sheriff Gregor, who stood nearby. Ahem. Sheriff Gregor cast a somewhat smug glance at Meghan, for it was the first time he had sought his assistance, and such matters were his expertise. He cleared his throat, redirecting Sister Marina's attention towards himself. Sister Marina, I must interject, Mr. Meghan is not at fault. Everyone has the right to distrust and question others. You must understand that as long as Mr. Meghan does not act upon his suspicions, he is innocent. After all, every thought is free, and we cannot stifle his doubts. Our only recourse is to conduct ourselves well, rendering such suspicions moot. Would you not agree? Sister Marina fell silent for a moment, but ultimately clung to her viewpoint. Perhaps, Sheriff Gregor, your reasoning is not without merit, but I still uphold my belief. I implore you, at the very least, to refrain from voicing such irresponsible suspicions in front of the children. Otherwise, you may jeopardize her work. Sheriff Gregor nodded slightly. Please trust in our professionalism. We would not discuss such matters in front of those unconnected to it. I also believe Mr. Meghan would not be so frivolous as to spread unfounded speculation, would he? Meghan sighed. From the very beginning, I have been fully aware of my responsibilities. I hardly require Sheriff Gregor to remind me of them. Sheriff Gregor chose to overlook the offense in Meghan's words and shrugged. Very well, it seems I've spoken too much. Let us cease this discussion and perhaps pay a visit to the principal instead. Sister Marina had by now regained control of her emotions, a gentle smile returning to her face. Of course, I shall take you to see the principal at once. Meghan observed Sister Marina deliberately avoiding his gaze, realizing he had inadvertently offended her. With a resigned sigh, he followed the nun into a dilapidated building. Is it Marina or Daniele? As they entered the structure, an aged voice emanated from within a room. Sister Marina hastened into the room for which the voice had come, announcing, Principal, it is Marina. Sheriff Gregor is here to see you regarding the missing children. Meghan quietly stood in the room, watching as Sister Marina emerged pushing a wheelchair occupied by an elderly woman with a vacant gaze. This was the principal of the orphanage, Ms. Valeria Marini, a rather formidable lady, as Sheriff Gregor discreetly informed Meghan. Meghan frowned, whispering, Formidable? Sheriff Gregor nodded helplessly. Indeed, quite formidable. She has caused us considerable trouble in our investigations. I trust my ears have not deceived me. Sheriff Gregor Grestiad. Valeria, slumped in her wheelchair, slightly tilted her head toward Gregor. I believe discussing a lady in private is not the act of a gentleman, is it? Sheriff Gregor adjusted his police cap, somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, Ms. Valeria. I was merely introducing you to our Mr. Meghan Dorian. Valeria let out a small huff. Oh, so you were merely informing him of how difficult I am, were you? Wait, who are you? Dorian? Is it the Dorian I am thinking of? Meghan stepped forward, bowing slightly. Good day, madam. I am Meghan Dorian. Honored to meet you. I cannot say if I am the Dorian you envision, but if you refer to the family of the patriarch, then yes, I am indeed that Dorian. Abner is my father. Valeria's vacant eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible. A Dorian appearing at the Wooten Orphanage. I dare say this is the most prestigious event our institution has seen in quite some time. Meghan chuckled awkwardly. You flatter me too much. Valeria straightened herself in her wheelchair, leaning against the backrest. That is no exaggeration. So, the illustrious Dorian graces us with his presence. May I inquire if there is something you require assistance with? Before Meghan could respond, Sheriff Gregor interjected. Ms. Valeria, Mr. Meghan's visit, like ours, is to address the matter of the children who have vanished from the orphanage. Valeria's unseeing eyes narrowed, her wrinkled face taut with skepticism. Oh, perhaps our esteemed Sheriff Gregor Grestia believes that by bringing a Dorian along, I will lower my standards and permit your officers to remain overnight at the orphanage? If that is indeed your assumption, I must inform you now, I have had enough of such proposals. The orphanage belongs solely to the children who reside here. Sheriff Gregor, exasperated, regarded Ms. Valeria. I believe I have made my own visits, as you have, and you must see how many personnel I have brought in for this case. If you would allow us to patrol the orphanage overnight, this case might have been solved long ago, and you would not have to fret about the orphanage's closure. Would you? Valeria remained unmoved by Gregor's entreaty, shaking her head resolutely. If this orphanage is indeed destined to close, then let it close. However, I shall never violate the rule established since its inception, forbidding anyone outside the orphanage from staying overnight. Sheriff Gregor rubbed his face in frustration. Ms. Valeria, you are exceedingly rigid. Your stance is causing us significant difficulties. Valeria replied with a flat expression. Thank you for your compliment. But I still refuse to allow your police to spend the night in the grounds.